Could you really not just chop the head off directly? Lin Yue leaned against a tree, an unlit cigarette clamped between his lips, watching Lu Chen crouched amid the pile of corpses, his tone filled with helplessness. Lu Chen did not look up. He was pulling the dagger out from the heart of the third corpse, then driving it with precise force into the temple, twisting his wrist to churn the tissue within the skull to pulp. Next was the spine. The dagger slid in at an angle through the gap of the third cervical vertebra from the back of the neck, severing the spinal cord clean and decisive. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The blade would roll. Lu Chen rose to his feet, flicking the blood from the knife's edge, before finally giving a reply. Lin Yue took the cigarette from his mouth and let out a breath that was half laughter, half exasperation. So you stab the heart, stab the brain, stab the spine, all because the blade won't roll it. Lu Chen, do you have some kind of obsession? Lu Chen ignored him and walked toward the fourth corpse. Lin Yue rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say more. 10 years had passed. He knew this person far too well. Lu Chen had his own rigid logic in everything he did. When delivering the final strike, he had to make sure all 3 vital points were destroyed in case an Esper or modified human had an abnormal body structure. Decapitation was indeed simpler, but a blade crashing against bone easily turned dull. If the edge rolled, it wouldn't serve so well in the next battle. This man calculated even when administering a finishing blow. Lin Yue swept his gaze over the battlefield. It was an abandoned border outpost overrun with weeds. Rain had only just ceased, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. 9 corpses lay sprawled across the ground at odd angles, 7 mercenaries and 2 espers. The mercenaries all died in similar fashion. 3 had their heads blown apart by rifle bursts, 2 had their throats slit by daggers, and 2 had bullets through their chests. Every wound was lethal, every shot fatal, without a single superfluous mark. The 2 espers had died far more miserably. The fire type, one had both arms snapped against the joints, kneecaps shattered, and in the end a blade driven through the eye socket into the brain. The strength type, one had taken at least a dozen bullets, his body little different from a wasp nest. His rank ability had not had the slightest chance to show its value before Lu Chen, who observed no gentlemanly rules of combat. The entire fight had lasted under 4 minutes. Lin Yue had taken the frontal assault, drawing fire, while Lu Chen exploited the terrain to circle from the shadows and encircle the enemy. The 2 had been working in tandem for 7 years now, from their first auxiliary mission with the troops at the age of 12 to their current independent cross-border elimination operation. They had used this tactic at least 20 times, and it had never failed. All done. Lu Chen finished off the last corpse, stood up, wiped his dagger clean on the dead man's clothing, and slid it back into the sheath at his thigh. Lin Yue glanced at the tactical watch strapped to his wrist. Damn, his expression changed. 40 minutes until the helicopter takes off, and we're at least 15 kilometers from the rendezvous point. Lu Chen's brows knit slightly. Both of them moved at the same time. Lin Yue strode over to the hollow tree where they had stashed their gear, yanked out 2 tactical backpacks, and tossed one to Lu Chen. Lu Chen caught it, slung it onto his back, and casually picked up 2 rifles from the ground. Magazines. 3 empty ones, tossed 2 left, Lin Yue said, while checking his own gun. Doesn't matter, they're used to it. They shared a glance, skipped all unnecessary chatter, and started running toward the southwest. 15 kilometers of mountain path with 20 kilograms of load in 40 minutes. An impossible mission but for students at the Imperial Capital First Military High School. For those like them who had been subjected to militarized training since the age of 12 and had already accompanied troops to foreign battlefields 7 times by 15, it was merely a bit of a rush. Their speed through the mountain forest was astonishing. Lin Yue led the way, running in front, while sweeping a tactical flashlight over the terrain ahead, his mind rapidly calculating the optimal route. Lu Chen followed close behind, maintaining a 3-meter distance, occasionally glancing back to ensure there was no pursuit. What number mission is this again? Lin Yue asked as he ran, sounding far too relaxed for someone racing against time. 7, Lu Chen replied. The 7th, Lin Yue said as he vaulted a fallen tree trunk. We're only 16, haven't even officially graduated yet, and the brass sure know how to work us. Lu Chen did not respond. Lin Yue knew he had heard, he simply did not bother to speak. Still, that fire-type Esper was a bit interesting this time. Lin Yue went on, his voice steady, and his breathing perfectly even. First tier, yet he could push the flame temperature to that level. If he'd advanced to 2nd tier, we'd have had a hard time today. 2nd tier, Lu Chen suddenly said. What? He was close to breaking through to 2nd tier, Lu Chen answered. The flame's color was tinged with blue. The core temperature was at least 1200 degrees. The upper limit for 1st tier is 800. Lin Yue raised a brow. You saw that? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Didn't you kill him already? Lin Yue was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. True. Dead is dead. 1st tier, 2nd tier. Who cares? Lu Chen said nothing. Lin Yue knew he had already weighed everything out. Lu Chen's greatest strength was his observational ability. In battle, he could simultaneously assess the enemy's Esper strength and weaknesses, the changes in their environment, and even predict the opponent's next tactical move. Lin Yue could do all of this as well, but Lu Chen was more meticulous to the point of obsession. That was why Lin Yue never questioned Lu Chen's tactical decisions. They dashed across a muddy hollow, and Lin Yue suddenly slowed, tilting his head to listen for a few seconds. Water source 200 meters ahead. Go around it. Lu Chen nodded and adjusted direction with him. Time slipped by minute after minute. Over 30 minutes later, they burst out of the trees and saw the military helicopter resting on the makeshift landing pad. The rotors were already spinning. A middle-aged man in the Southwest Military Region combat uniform stood beside the helicopter, a cigarette hanging from his lips. When he saw the two of them, he checked his watch and shouted, "You two little punks. You have to cut it this close every time, don't you?" Lin Yue ran over, bent forward with his hands on his knees, and took 2 deep breaths. 38 minutes. 15 kilometers of mountain road in 38 minutes. Chen arrived 2 steps behind him. Reporting Captain Wang, mission accomplished. Lin Yue straightened up, offering a roguish grin. "We made it, didn't we?" Captain Wang Jingwo, was the commander of a special operations unit in the Southwest Military Region, a major and a rank esper. He had been responsible for liaison and cleanup for these foreign missions. "Accomplish my ass," Captain Wang cursed as he flicked away his cigarette, "but I've been waiting here for you two for 40 minutes. Your principal treats you like treasures. He's already called over 10 times. I'm going to get chewed out by him when we get back. Just tell him we were injured on the mission and couldn't run fast," Lin Yue said, brushing mud off his clothes, not even slightly hurt. Captain Wang shot him a glare, then looked toward Chen. Chen stood half a step behind Lin Yue, expressionless, rifle in hand, his eyes sweeping warily over the surroundings. "How many did this kid kill this time?" Captain Wang asked Lin Yue. 7 mercenaries, 2 rank first-tier espers, all wiped out, Lin Yue replied. "I got 5, he got 4. But he delivered the finishing blow on all 9 of them. That wore him out enough." Chen gave Lin Yue a look. Lin Yue pretended not to notice and tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. Captain Wang looked the two of them up and down, his gaze resting for a few seconds on the combat uniforms soaked in blood before he sighed and pulled 2 clean military coats from the helicopter, tossing them over. "Put these on. Don't scare your junior classmates when you get back. They're all from a military school. Who'd be scared by a bit of blood?" Lin Yue replied, clueless, as he took the coat and threw it over his shoulders. Chen also put his on, moving half a beat slower than Lin Yue. He only donned the coat after dismantling his rifle and stowing it in his backpack. Watching their movements, Captain Wang couldn't help but shake his head. "Tell me you two really haven't graduated yet." "2nd year of high school. We're not graduating until next year," Lin Yue answered. "2nd year." Captain Wang drew a deep breath. "You entered the military high school at 12, started running missions with us at 15, and this is already the 7th. With your level, what more can those instructors at the academy even teach you?" Lin Yue grinned. "Teach us how to be decent human beings, I guess." "Cut the nonsense," Captain Wang said, pointing at the helicopter. "Get on. We're sending you back to the Imperial capital. The awakening ceremony is tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, all 2nd-year students have to be tested," Lin Yue replied. Lin Yue climbed into the helicopter, found a seat, and fastened his safety belt. Chen sat beside him, and once his own belt was buckled, he closed his eyes to rest. Captain Wang took one last look at the forest outside to make sure nothing had been overlooked, then jumped into the helicopter, shut the door, and patted the pilot's shoulder. "Let's go." The helicopter slowly lifted off. Amid the roar of the rotors, Captain Wang sat down facing Lin Yue and handed him a canteen. Lin Yue took it, drank a mouthful, then passed it to Chen. Chen did not open his eyes, but he reached out and took a sip before handing the canteen back. Watching this, Captain Wang suddenly said, "Lin Yue, Chen, after you graduate, come to our Southwest Military Region." Lin Yue screwed the cap back on and casually stuffed the officer's special-issue canteen into his backpack, chuckling. "Captain Wang, that's some blatant poaching you're doing." "I'm serious," Captain Wang said, his expression turning earnest. "With your strength, staying at the Imperial Capital Military High is a waste. The southwestern border needs talents like you. As for benefits, we can talk. Starting rank would be lieutenant straight into the Special Operations Unit." "We're only 16, and you're already talking benefits." Lin Yue raised a brow. 16, so what? "At 16, you've already killed nearly 30 enemies stronger than some rookies on our team," Captain Wang said. "And you haven't even awakened your abilities yet. If tomorrow's awakening shows a rank or SSS-Rank, what then?" Lin Yue's expression paused slightly at the word awakening, then his rogue smile returned. "We'll talk after we awaken. If it turns out we're SSS-Rank, would you still want us?" "SSS-Rank?" Captain Wang snorted. "If either of you is SSS-Rank, I'll eat this helicopter." Lin Yue burst into laughter. "We've been stuck in military high this long, but we're hoping to go to university and live easy for a few years," Lin Yue said. Chen never opened his eyes, but the corner of his mouth moved slightly. In Lin Yue's view, that was a smile. The helicopter crossed the border and entered Huaxia's airspace. Lin Yue looked out the window as the brightly lit city unfolded below. His smile slowly faded, and his gaze grew deep. Tomorrow was the awakening ceremony. The moment he and Chen had been waiting for over 4 years was finally about to arrive. Ever since they were 10, they had known they were not like ordinary people. Lin Yue could keep toys hovering in the air for a fraction of a second longer, and Chen could make pebbles vanish and reappear. Their teachers at the orphanage dismissed these anomalies as kids seeing things, but Lin Yue knew it wasn't an illusion. It was the earliest ripple of Esper's power. The strange fluctuations had persisted for 6 years without ever developing into a true awakening. The instructors at the military high had said that the earlier ones sensed their abilities, the greater their potential. But only after full awakening could they know what rank they truly held. Lin Yue did not care whether his potential was great or not. He cared about only one thing: whether he and Chen could grow stronger together. "What are you thinking about?" Captain Wang's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Lin Yue came back to himself and smiled. "Thinking about how to look cool tomorrow." "You really are shameless," Captain Wang said with a laugh and a curse. "What's the point of shame?" Lin Yue replied confidently. "You can't eat it." Chen finally opened his eyes, looked at Lin Yue, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then said something that left Captain Wang utterly baffled, the cigarettes still not lit. Lin Yue froze for a moment, then patted the pack of cigarettes in his pocket and chuckled. "Right, almost forgot. He clamped a cigarette between his teeth again, but did not light it. He knew he couldn't smoke in the helicopter. Chen knew that as well. But Chen meant something else. You still haven't relaxed. Lin Yue truly hadn't. After every mission it took him a long while to unwind. Killing. He did it decisively, but that didn't mean he liked it. He was merely used to it. The helicopter flew through the night toward Xishuang Airport. Tomorrow, everything would change. Lin Yue closed his eyes and spoke silently in his heart. Come then. Whatever rank we get, it doesn't matter. Chen and I, neither of us will lose. At the capital's international airport at the exit of the military passage, Lin Yue swallowed the last bite of his bun, blinking hard as he tried to chase away his drowsiness. The seats on the military transport plane had been as hard as steel plates. He had tossed and turned all night without getting proper sleep. Do you think those people in the military did it on purpose? He crushed the plastic bag into a ball and casually tossed it into a trash can 3 meters away. When they assign us missions, they hound us like we owe them our lives, but on the way back they shove us into a transport plane, not even willing to spare a business class seat. Chen said nothing, only adjusted the 2 backpacks on his shoulders. Lin Yue glanced at him. Give me one of the packs. They're not heavy. I know they're not, but if you walk down the street with 2 packs, people will think I'm bullying you. Chen was silent for 2 seconds, then handed one backpack over. Slinging the pack over one shoulder, Lin Yue strode forward. Both of them still wore the combat uniforms from the night before, covered by the army greatcoats their Captain Wang had given them. The bloodstains were no longer visible, but the wrinkles and traces of mud on the fabric remained. There were few people in the military passage. The occasional ground crew member who passed by would glance twice at the military academy insignia on their shoulders. At the arrival's point, a lieutenant in the training uniform of the capital 1st Military High stood waiting. He held no sign. He already knew these 2 brats. Brother Zhao. Lin Yue was the first to recognize him, quickening his pace. Why are you here in person? Isn't it usually logistic? Lieutenant Zhao, principal's assistant Zhao Yuanzheng, was just over 30 and a rank ability user who had worked at the military high school for 8 years. He saluted, then looked the 2 up and down, his gaze pausing for a heartbeat on their combat uniforms, but he asked nothing. The principal told me to take you straight to the school, Lieutenant Zhao said as he turned to lead the way. Breakfast is in the car, buns, soy milk, tea, eggs. I don't know if it'll be enough for you. More than enough, more than enough. We already had a bit on the plane, Lin Yue said, following along, while Chen walked silently behind. The 3 of them left the terminal building, where a military green Humvee was parked in the temporary parking zone. Lieutenant Zhao opened the rear door, and Lin Yue and Chen climbed in. Once the vehicle started, Lin Yue rummaged through the bag of breakfast by the seat and handed a bun to Chen. Chen took it, but did not eat. He first slipped it into his backpack, saving it for lunch. Lin Yue raised a brow. Chen nodded. Lin Yue shook his head speechlessly and took a bite of his own bun. With his mouth half full, he mumbled, Brother Zhao, what kind of mood is the old man in today? Lieutenant Zhao glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Out of the entire school, only these 2 dared to call the principal old man. The principal was at school by 6 this morning, he said. He personally inspected all the equipment in the awakening chambers and had me go to the military department to pull your physical examination records for the past 3 years, Lieutenant Zhao added. Lin Yue's hand paused halfway to his mouth. Our physical records. You need those for awakening. The principal didn't explain why, Lieutenant Zhao said after a brief pause, but he asked me to tell you that he'll be watching this awakening personally. Lin Yue and Chen exchanged a glance. Chen gave a slight nod, and the corner of Lin Yue's mouth slowly curled upward. The old man's really taking this seriously. Lin Yue shoved the remaining bun into his mouth in one bite, leaned back in his seat, and looked out at the city streets streaming past outside the window. The capital's morning was very quiet, with only elderly joggers and early-run buses on the roads. The Humvee sped along, and 20 minutes later the gray walls of the capital 1st Military High came into view. Lin Yue gazed at the familiar school gate, his eyes growing serious for a brief moment. 6 years. He had entered at 12, starting from the most basic physical training, progressing to firearms, close combat tactics, wilderness survival, and finally, to following the troops onto real battlefields. 6 years, 7 foreign missions, 28 confirmed kills, 0 casualties. Today he would finally awaken. The Humvee did not stop at the gate, but drove straight into the depths of the campus. The capital 1st Military High covered 3,000 mu, divided into a teaching zone, a training zone, a living zone, and the awakening center. How much can he sell for? Suja replied expressionlessly. Decent muscles, average face, too noisy personality, probably around 20,000. If he can maintain his golden body, the value is immeasurable. Lieutenant Zhao drove directly into the underground parking lot of the Awakening Center. The 3 of them got out and took the elevator down to the 1st basement level. As the elevator doors slid open, Lin Yue felt a sudden pressure wash over him. The corridor was long, lit by cold white lights. On both sides, every 5 meters, stood a heavy alloy door, each bearing a number from 001 to 050. The corridor was unnervingly quiet. Even their footsteps were mostly swallowed by the sound-absorbing materials. Every time I come here, I get the creeps, Lin Yue murmured under his breath. Chen said nothing, but his gaze swept over each door as though silently counting. Lieutenant Zhao walked ahead and stopped before the door of monitoring room No. 3, where he knocked. Come in, a voice answered from inside, old yet full of vigor. Lieutenant Zhao pushed the door open and stepped aside to let Lin Yue and Chen enter first. The monitoring room was not large, about 40 square meters. One entire wall was covered with high-definition screens, each displaying a live feed from an awakening chamber, all currently empty. At the main console sat a man in his 60s wearing the dark green uniform of the military high school's principal, a single general's star gleaming on his shoulder boards. A lieutenant general. This was the principal of the capital 1st Military High Shen Yuanzhang, an SSS-Rank powerhouse who before retirement had served as commander of the Northern Theater's Ability User Combat Forces. Shen Yuanzhang rose to his feet and looked Lin Yue and Lu Chen over from head to toe. "You've lost weight again," he said, stepping forward to pat Lin Yue on the shoulder. "Is the food on the border that bad?" Lin Yue snapped a textbook perfect salute, then instantly reverted to his usual carefree self. Reporting to the principal, "It's not that the food's bad. It's that Lu Chen gave all the meat to me and ate only vegetables himself." Shen Yuanzhang turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen also saluted, then dropped his hand and stood silently. Shen clapped his shoulder a shade harder than he had with Lin Yue. "Eat more meat. You're still growing." "He won't starve," he said. "He's the type you could never starve," Shen added. Lu Chen replied him. Shen did not waste time on small talk. He turned back to the main console, tapped twice on the screen, and pulled up the feeds for 2 awakening chambers. 007 and 008. Adjacent rooms, he said. "Once you're inside, place your hand on the testing crystal. Leave the rest to your body's instincts. Don't be nervous, don't deliberately suppress anything, and don't fixate on what level you want to test at. Awakening is instinct, just let it happen naturally." Hands thrust in his pockets, head tilted as he watched the screens. "Lin, you said, old man, if we test out at Drank, you're not going to kick us out of the school, right?" Shen Yuanzhang glared at him. Among the hundreds of instructors and students at the school, Lin Yue alone dared call him old man. The key was that Shen never got angry about it. "If you two end up Drank, I'll resign as principal," he snorted. Lin Yue bared his teeth. Even the corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched upward. Shen looked at these 2 students he had personally raised, something indescribable flickering in his gaze. From his years in the army to his time at the military high school, he had taught for 40 years and mentored countless prodigies, yet never had any 2 students occupied his thoughts like these 2 did. 7 foreign missions. Completion rate 100%. 28 enemies killed. Average age 16. "Go on," Shen said as he sat back, down, his voice steady. "I'll be watching from the monitoring room." Lin Yue turned toward the door, then suddenly stopped and looked back. "Old man, don't be nervous," he said. "We won't embarrass you." "Get lost," Shen said with a laughing curse. Lu Chen followed behind Lin Yue out the door. As he passed the threshold, he stopped, turned back, and glanced at Shen. The look was fleeting, but Shen understood it. Lu Chen gave a slight nod, then turned and left. Shen leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the feeds of the 2 empty awakening rooms, 007 and 008, and drew a long, steadying breath. "Zhao Yuanjing," he called. Lieutenant Zhao stepped in from the doorway. "Principal, set the energy collection devices for 007 and 008 to maximum sensitivity," Shen said, "and inform the technical department to prepare the backup crystals," Shen added. Lieutenant Zhao froze for a moment. "Backup crystals, Principal? You think they might?" "I'm not sure," Shen said, "but those 2 brats have never played by the rules." Lin Yue pushed open the door of awakening chamber 007. The door was electrically controlled. The instant his hand touched the handle, the alloy panels slid silently aside. The room was small, about 20 square meters, its lighting soft. All 4 walls were coated in a gray-black, energy-absorbing. In the center stood a half-meter-high metal pedestal set with a transparent crystal orb the size of a fist that refracted a faint halo under the lights. Lin Yue stepped inside, and the door closed automatically behind him. In an instant, all sounds from outside vanished. The soundproofing of the awakening chamber was so extreme that even his own breathing seemed unusually loud. He walked up to the pedestal and gazed down at the crystal orb. "Since I was 10, I've known I'm not like ordinary people," he thought. Images flashed through his mind. 6 years earlier in the orphanage, he had held a battered toy car in midair, keeping it suspended for a fraction of a second longer than it should have fallen. Lu Chen had stood opposite him, then expressionless, watching the hovering toy. He nudged the pebble in his hand forward, it vanished for an instant, and reappeared 3 meters away. The 2 10-year-old boys met each other's eyes. They said nothing, yet understood everything. From that day on, they never displayed their abilities in front of anyone again. 6 years. 6 full years of waiting. Today, at last, they would see the truth. Lin Yue drew in a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal orb. The crystal orb was cool to the touch, like smooth, warm jade. The instant his palm met its surface, the crystal lit up, first with a faint glow like fireflies, then brighter and brighter, ever more intense. He felt something inside him awakening. Like a river sealed for 16 years, suddenly finding a breach in the dam. That power surged up from the depths of his body, racing along his veins, his bones, every nerve frantically converging into his palm. The crystal orb's brightness climbed wildly. Drank, crank, rank, rank, SSS-Rank. In the monitoring room, Shen Yuanjing shot to his feet. On the screen, the readings for Awakening Chamber 007 were skyrocketing at an incredible speed. On the energy waveform chart, the curve barely paused as it blasted from the bottom to the top, then smashed through the graph's upper limit. SSS-Rank. Principal. A technician's voice cracked. Chamber 007's energy reading has broken through SSS-Rank and is still rising. Shen Yuanjing stared fixedly at the screen, saying nothing. The crystal orb sustained SSS-Rank luminosity for about 3 seconds, and then it exploded. With a dull bang, the crystal orb shattered into powder-white fragments, spraying in all directions. Lin Yue kept his hand extended, staring at the crystal dust covering his palm, stunned for a second. Damn. The monitoring room fell into dead silence. A technician frantically hammered at his keyboard, pulling up the waveform data. Principal, the peak energy recorded before the crystal's destruction far exceeded the upper limit of S-Rank, he said, voice trembling. Based on the waveform extrapolation. Speak, Chen said. SS-Rank, the technician swallowed. It should be time type. Shen Yuanzhong slowly sat back down. He watched the boy on the screen, standing before the shattered crystal face full of roguish swagger, and was silent for 3 seconds, then began to laugh. He laughed freely and without restraint. Right, he murmured. I knew it. On the screen, Lin Yue raised his head toward the camera in the corner, gave a thumbs up, and silently mouthed, Old man, did you see that? Shen shook his head with a smile, and said to Lieutenant Zhao, go prepare the backup crystal. Chamber 008 hasn't been tested yet. Lu Chen walked into the awakening room. No. 008. The moment the door closed behind him, he paused. Instead of immediately approaching the metal platform, he stood at the entrance, closed his eyes, and felt the atmosphere for a full 10 seconds. The sense of space inside the room was peculiar. The energy-absorbing coatings on the walls made the entire room feel like a sealed box, yet he could sense that the space within this room was different from that outside. It felt as if something was flowing. Lu Chen opened his eyes and walked to the metal platform. He looked at the crystal ball, remained silent for a few seconds, and then placed his right hand on it. The crystal ball lit up. The same trajectory DCBASSS. It was 2 seconds faster than Lin. Then, the crystal ball did not explode. Cracks appeared on its surface. Fine cracks spread out like a spider's web from the point of contact with his palm, increasing from 1 to 10, then from 10 to hundreds. However, the fragments did not scatter, instead they floated. Hundreds of crystal shards varying in size hovered around his body, slowly rotating. Under the light, each shard refracted tiny glimmers of light, resembling a miniature starry sky. Lu Chen watched them with a calm expression. Then he gently exhaled. All the shards fell simultaneously, clattering down onto the metal platform and the floor like a sparkling rain. The crystal ball shattered. Completely shattered, more thoroughly than no. 007. In the monitoring room, the technicians were dumbfounded. They stared at the waveform data of no. 008 on the screen, opening their mouths, but unable to produce a sound. Shen Yuanjing, however, was not anxious. He picked up the thermos on the table, took a sip of water, and leisurely asked, how much? Just like no. 007. The energy pulse exceeds the limit after reaching SS level. The technician's voice sounded as if he were dreaming. Peak estimation SSS level. Space system. Time system and space system, he muttered to himself, 2 SSS levels. Then he laughed louder than before. Lieutenant Zhao stood beside him, equally shocked. Having served in the military for 8 years, he had witnessed countless talented awakenings, but never had he encountered an SSS level. Today he had seen 2 at once, both from the time and space systems. Principal, Lieutenant Zhao said, should this news be reported to the military? Report it, Shen Yuanzhong replied. Encrypt at highest security level and send it directly to my previous channel. Directly to the Northern War Zone. Lieutenant Zhao paused for a moment. Not going through military high command. Shen Yuanzhong glanced at him. The fewer people who know about these 2 children's awakening data, the better. Besides you, me, and this technician, do not let a 4th person see the original data. Lieutenant Zhao felt a chill in his heart and immediately nodded. Understood. On the screen, Lu Chen looked up at the camera. He did not give a thumbs up or show any extra expression. He merely nodded slightly. Shen Yuanzhong observed that nod and scoffed. This kid, even talking to him, feels cold. Lin Yue and Lu Chen almost returned to the monitoring room at the same time. As soon as Lin Yue entered, he began to complain. Old man, the quality of your testing crystals is poor, they shatter upon contact. Did the procurement team take kickbacks? Shen Yuanjing shot him a glare. Those are high-purity energy crystals supplied by the military, each costing 500,000. You broke one, and now you blame the quality. 500,000. Lin Yue's eyes widened. Then the one from no. 008 also shattered, totaling $1 million. Don't count me in. Lu Chen stepped out from behind Lin Yue, silently placing all the crystal fragments on Shen Yuanzhang's desk. Shen Yuanzhang looked at the pile of shards on the desk, then at the 2 boys in front of him, and finally couldn't hold back. You 2 little rascals, each of you owes 500,000, totaling $1 million. He'll deduct it from your task allowances. He pointed at them, laughing and scolding. Lin Yue immediately replied, $1 million will take forever to deduct, until graduation, better to deduct it from our future salaries. Your allowances, eh? Shen Yuanzhang snorted. With the little money you have now, you won't be able to pay it off by 30. The atmosphere was light, as if they were just chatting, completely unlike a conversation between an SS-level awakeners and a general. After enough laughter, Shen Yuanzhang's expression gradually became serious. He stood up, walked in front of the 2, and scanned their faces. Lin Yue time system SSS level. He paused. Lu Chen space system SSS level. The 2 listened, showing little reaction. Lin Yue's lips curled up, while Lu Chen remained expressionless. Shen Yuanzhang continued, with the addition of you 2, there are a total of 7 SSS level awakeners in the country. There are no more than 20 SSS levels in the entire world. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. Only 7. Do you think SSS levels are as common as cabbage? Shen Yuanzhang glared at him. S levels are already 1 in 10,000. SS levels are national strategic resources, and SSS levels are legends. Before you 2, only 5 openly recognized SSS levels existed in the country, each a top-level protected subject by the military. Lu Chen looked at Shen Yuanjing, waiting for him to continue. Shen Yuanzhang returned to the main control panel, clicked a few times on the screen, and pulled up an encrypted document. Your data has been encrypted and uploaded to the military. Next, someone from the military will contact you. There may be personnel from the Special Operations Bureau who will come to talk with you. When that time comes, say what you need to say, but for what you shouldn't. He glanced at the two. You understand. Lin Yue nodded, and Lu Chen nodded as well. Xin Yuanjing shifted topics. But before that, let's discuss your benefits. Lin Yue's eyes brightened. What benefits? Xin Yuanjing was amused by his greedy look. Special military training benefits. Your monthly allowance will be multiplied by 10 and the equipment will be supplied directly by the military without going through the school's budget. Additionally, he took out a document from the drawer and pushed it in front of Lin Yue. You are allowed to form an independent team. I have selected the members for you, and you will take on tasks yourselves. The team structure is independent of the school class system and will report directly to the principal's office. Lin Yue picked up the document and flipped through it, his eyes growing brighter with each page. 10 times. So how much is my current monthly allowance? Xin Yuanzhang's expression remained unchanged. 800. 800 multiplied by 10 is 8,000. Lin Yue calculated. That means almost 100,000 a year. Plus task bonuses. Can you show a bit more ambition? Xin Yuanzhang said, unable to endure it anymore. There are only 7 SSS level awakeners nationwide. You think 8,000 a month is enough? Lin Yue replied confidently. You don't understand the cost of living. Lu Chen and I need to eat, buy equipment, and save money. Save money for what? Lin Yue paused, smiled, but did not answer. Xin Yuanjing observed him without further questioning. He took out 2 packs of cigarettes from the drawer and tossed them to Lin Yue. The cigarette boxes bore no labels, only a small print supplied by the Southwest Military Region. These are from Captain Wang of the Southwest Military Region. He asked me to bring them to you, Xin Yuanjing said. Local specialties. Smoke less, that's not good for your health. Lin Yue caught the cigarettes and laughed even more. Captain Wang is really nice. He even said that after we graduate we could go to the Southwest Military Region as lieutenants. Xin Yuanzhang's expression changed slightly, and he snorted. Dream on. You are my soldiers, no one can poach you. Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. Principal. Xin Yuanzhang looked at him. My. Lu Chen gazed at Xin Yuanjing, paused for 2 seconds, and then uttered a single word. Thank you. The monitoring room fell into silence for a moment. Lieutenant Zhao was taken aback, and the technician was also stunned. Lu Chen never spoke unnecessary words. The words thank you coming from him were more surprising than an SSS level awakening. Xin Yuanzhang was also momentarily taken aback, then reached out and patted Lu Chen's shoulder with considerable force. What are you thanking me for? His voice was a bit lower than usual. You two are the best students I have ever taught. With your records and 60 years of the military academy's establishment, there has been no second like you. Lin Yue interjected. Of course, have you seen whose students we are? Stop flattering me. Xin Yuanzhang glared at him, but the corners of his mouth were lifted. The atmosphere lightened again. Xin Yuanzhang glanced at the time. It was just before 10. Other students were still undergoing their awakenings, but for him, the most important matters of the day had already concluded. He returned to his chair, picked up the thermos, as if suddenly remembering something. By the way, he asked, did your abilities start fluctuating from the age of 10? Lin Yue and Lu Chen simultaneously halted their movements. The air in the monitoring room seemed to freeze for a moment. Xin Yuanzhang observed their reactions and chuckled. No need to be nervous. Your medical records show abnormal fluctuations of telomerase starting from the age of 10 occurring every year. The military doctors thought it was a measurement error, but I have seen the original data. It is not an error. Lin Yue remained silent, and Lu Chen did not speak either. Xin Yuanzhang continued. The earlier the awakening and the longer the fluctuations, the greater the potential. But it also means a greater burden on the body. Both the time and space systems are top-tier abilities that consume a lot, especially for the time system. He looked at Lin Yue. The cost of manipulating time is never small. Lin Yue's expression turned unusually serious for a moment before he smiled. Understood. Xin Yuanzhang watched them, hesitating to say more. He actually had many more things he wanted to discuss: the uniqueness of the time and space systems, the military's potential arrangements for them, and what their ability fluctuations 6 years ago meant. But today was not the right time. Go now. Xin Yuanzhang waved his hand. Rest. Come to my office tomorrow to discuss the formation of your team. Also, he glanced at Lu Chen. You can take the fragments of the crystal from No. 008. I won't pursue it further, but do not let others see them. Lu Chen nodded. Lin Yue saluted. Then we'll take our leave, old man. Don't stay up too late. You need to take care of your health. Get lost, Xin Yuanzhang scolded with a laugh. The two turned and walked out. The corridor was empty, the cold white lights shining on the alloy door quiet like the deep sea. Lin Yue opened the pack of cigarettes Xin Yuanzhang had given him, put one in his mouth without lighting it. SSS level, he said as they walked. Time system. Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing at Lin Yue in silence. The two exited the awakening center, sunlight pouring down suddenly, making Lin Yue. Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing at Lin Yue in silence. The two exited the awakening center, sunlight pouring down suddenly, making Lin Yue squint. In the distance on the playground, students were engaged in practical combat, training, the sounds of shouting, clashing, and instructors' whistles blending together, audible even from hundreds of meters away. Lin Yue squinted at the scene for a while, took the cigarette from his mouth, and tucked it behind his ear. Do you think we still need to hide? Lu Chen stood beside him, also looking at the playground in the distance. We are still weak. Lin Yue said nothing. The sunlight stretched their shadows long cast on the gray walls of the awakening center, one slightly in front, the other half a step behind, reminiscent of every day over the past decade. But it felt somewhat different from the past. From this day on, everything was different. On the third day after awakening, Lin Yue was awakened by hunger. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for 5 seconds. Then a sharp pain twisted in his stomach, reminding him that he hadn't eaten in a long time. What time is it? His voice was hoarse. It's 8 in the morning. Lu Chen's voice came from beside him. Lin Yue sat up abruptly, turning to look at Lu Chen's. Lu Chen was sitting on the edge of his bed, polishing a dagger, his movements slow and deliberate. The military dagger was so polished it could serve as a mirror. How long did I sleep? 2 days, Lu Chen replied. Lin Yue was stunned. 2 days? Is awakening this exhausting? Lu Chen returned the dagger to its sheath beside his leg, then tossed a bottle of water from the bedside. You had already endured for 52 hours and 43 minutes by the time the task ended. Tisk, every time I hear you report the time, I think you're quite inhuman. Lin Yue caught it, and after unscrewing the cap, gulped down half the bottle. The cold liquid slid down his throat, making his stomach feel a little better. He tried to move his body a bit, and his joints cracked. Then he closed his eyes, feeling that new presence within him. Superpower. Like a dormant seed buried deep in his body, it had already sprouted, but had yet to grow branches and leaves. He could sense the existence of that power, faint and vague, like it was separated by a layer of fog, yet much clearer than before. Lin Yue opened his eyes and looked at the clock on the bedside table. The second hand was moving tick-tock. He tried to activate his superpower, thinking, slow down. Suddenly the ticking of the second, 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks. 3 seconds later, a wave of dizziness hit him, sweat beading on his forehead. His superpower was interrupted, and the second hand resumed its normal speed. The consumption is greater than I imagined. Lin Yue wiped his sweat. Lu Chen also stood up and walked to the door. The distance from the dormitory door to his bed was about 4 meters. He took a deep breath and leaned slightly forward. The next second he appeared at the foot of the bed. The distance was correct, but at the moment he landed, he stumbled slightly, his face visibly pale. Lin Yue looked at him. Just one time, and you're exhausted. 2 meters, Lu Chen nodded. That's the limit. They exchanged glances and said together, we need to practice. Lin Yue rolled out of bed, rummaging through the cabinet for clean clothes to change into. Lu Chen had already packed 2 backpacks, the gear neatly organized, the dagger sharpened, and even the combat uniforms folded neatly. What day is it today? Lin Yue asked while tying his shoelaces. Wednesday. Lin Yue thought for a moment. It's been a long time. Let's go back to the orphanage and see the director and Lin Shi. Lu Chen nodded. Lin Yue stood up after tying his shoelaces, suddenly remembering something. The old man said to go to the office tomorrow. This afternoon. That's perfect, it won't delay anything. Lin Yue pulled a cigarette from under the pillow, put one in his mouth, and said, let's go. The two left the dormitory building. The military academy was large, and it took 20 minutes to walk from the dormitory area to the school gate. On the way they encountered several students from the same grade. Upon seeing Lin Yue and Lu Chen, they actively made way, some whispering Lin Yue and Lu Chen, their tones filled with evident respect. Everyone in the school knew them. Not because of their superpowers. No one knew the results of their awakening ceremony. The confidentiality was watertight. It was because of their strength. Although the task data had never been made public in a place like the military academy, some strength was not a secret. Instructors would mention it in conversations, senior students would inquire, and the news seeped into everyone's ears like water. Thus the whole school knew Lin Yue and Lu Chen from class 2 and 3 of the second year were 2 reapers. Lin Yue ignored those gazes and strode forward, cigarette in mouth. Lu Chen followed half a step behind, his expression impassive, scanning each person who approached as if conducting a threat assessment. At the school gate the two got on the bus. The bus in the capital swayed as it moved. Lin Yue leaned against the window, watching the scenery change from the bustling high-rises to the low residential buildings, then to the fields and woods of the suburbs. It's been 6 years, he said. Since I entered the military academy at 12, I've only been back a handful of times. Lu Chen said nothing, also looking out the window. The bus stopped at the intersection of a dirt road. The two got off and walked about 200 meters along the dirt path until an old 3-story building appeared in their line of sight. Morning Light Orphanage. The yard wasn't large, the paint on the iron gate peeling with a wooden sign hanging that had become somewhat blurry. In the yard there were swings and slides, all old items from over a decade ago, but they were kept very clean. Lin Yue pushed open the iron gate, which creaked loudly. In the yard a little girl with a ponytail was sweeping the ground. She wore a faded school uniform, small and thin, but her eyes were bright. The little girl looked up, and her eyes lit up upon seeing the people at the door. The broom fell to the ground with a thud. Brother Lin Yue. Brother Lu Chen. Lin Shi rushed over like a little cannonball, crashing into Lin Yue's arms. Lin Yue bent down to catch her, spinning her around as the little girl laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped. You guys haven't been back for so long. I thought you forgot about me. Lin Shi hugged Lin Yue's waist, looking up at him with slightly red eyes. Lin Yue ruffled her hair, messing it up a bit. How could that be? You've grown taller. Lin Shi proudly puffed out her chest. I've grown 3 centimeters. Am now 1.40 meters. She turned to look at Lu Chen, who took out a bag of snacks from his backpack and handed it to her. Chocolate, biscuits, jelly, all things the little girl loved to eat. Lin Shi took the bag, her smile growing even wider. Brother Lu Chen is the best. Unlike Brother Lin Yue, who always comes empty-handed. Did I not buy the things for Lu Chen to carry? Lu Chen replied, Huh, I bought those. What's yours is mine. Why so distant? Lin Shi chuckled and quickly pulled their hands toward the building. The director is in the office. He said you two would be back in the next few days and told me to wait at the door every day. Lin Yue glanced at Lu Chen. The director knew they would return. On the second floor, the door to the director's office was open. An elderly man in his 70s sat at the desk wearing reading glasses holding a newspaper. His hair had turned completely white, but his back was straight, and his gaze looking over the glasses was sharper than one would expect for his age. Director Lin Yue and Chen walked in and stood in front of the desk. Director, the two said simultaneously. Director Lin put down the newspaper, took off his reading glasses, and looked them up and down before smiling. You've lost weight, he said. Is the food at the military academy not good? Lin Yue replied with the usual excuse for dealing with the elderly. It's not the food, it's that Chen gave me all the meat, while he only ate vegetables. Director Lin looked at Chen, who stood silently, without defending himself. Chen, you need to eat meat too, Director Lin said. You two are still growing. Chen replied. Director Lin had them sit down and personally poured tea. She sat next to Lin Yue with the bag of snacks, obediently silent, but her eyes kept darting between the two. You awakened? Director Lin asked. Lin Yue nodded. The day before yesterday. What level? Lin Yue and Chen exchanged glances. The principal said to report it as S level. Director Lin's expression didn't change at all. He merely nodded. Shen Yuanzheng called to tell me, he said. I know all about your situation. Lin Yue was taken aback. The principal called you. Director Lin smiled, but didn't answer directly, only saying he owes me a favor. Lin Yue and Chen exchanged glances. They always thought the director was not simple, but had never asked. How could an ordinary orphanage director have a general personally call him? But Director Lin didn't seem to want to explain further. It's good that you've awakened, he said. But remember, superpowers are not for showing off. What you learn at the military academy, firearms, combat tactics, survival in the wild, can sometimes be more important than superpowers. Understood, Lin Yue said. She quietly asked from the side. Brother Lin Yue, are you going to be a great hero? What great hero? I just want to be a wealthy man, and then whatever you want she'll buy for you. How about that? She pouted. Will you come back in the future? Of course, Lin Yue said. He'll come back every month. She extended her pinky. Pinky promise. Lin Yue pinky promised with her. Chen extended his hand too, and she held both their hands together, smiling with her eyes narrowed into slits. When they were leaving, Director Lin walked them to the door. The sun had begun to set, casting a golden hue over the yard. She stood behind the director with the snack bag waving at them. As Lin Yue and Chen stepped out through the iron gate not far along the path, Director Lin's voice came from behind them. Shen Yuanzheng is not a bad person, but he carries too much on his shoulders. You are his students, he won't harm you, but there are some things he won't tell you all. Lin Yue paused, turning back to look at the old man standing at the gate. Director, what exactly? Director Lin waved his hand. Go. He'll take good care of Shishi. You two watch out for. Then he glanced at Chen and added, eat well. The iron gate closed behind them. Lin Yue and Chen walked back along the dirt road to the bus stop. Lin Yue remained silent for a long time before saying softly, he is very strong. Chen replied, That feeling wasn't a fluctuation of superpower, but a kind of aura, one that only those who had experienced true life and death could possess. Lin Yue had felt it from Shun Yuanjing, from Team Leader Wang in the Southwest Military Region, and from those veterans who had truly been on the battlefield. But Director Lin's aura was different. It was deeper, heavier, like a sword hidden in its sheath for decades. Back when the principal personally came to take us to the military academy, I thought it was a special recruitment. Now it seems it's not that simple. Chen didn't say anything, but he tightened his grip on the straps of his backpack. The bus arrived, and the two got on. Lin Yue sat by the window watching the outline of the orphanage grow smaller and smaller until it disappeared behind the trees. How many kids are still in the orphanage now? 4, Chen replied. She and 3 younger ones. Lin Yue nodded, falling into thought. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first military academy in the capital main building. The elevator doors opened, and at the end of the corridor was the principal's office. Second Lieutenant Zhao stood at the door nodding when he saw the two come out of the elevator. The principal is waiting for you. The others haven't arrived yet, so go in and sit down first. Lin Yue pushed the door open, and Shen Yuanzheng was sitting behind the desk looking at documents. Upon seeing them enter, he pointed to the sofa. Sit down. Have some water first. Lin Yue plopped down on the sofa with Chen sitting beside him. Second Lieutenant Zhao brought in 2 cups of water and then stepped out. Shen Yuanzheng put down the documents and took a sip from his thermos. Where did you go this morning? I went back to the orphanage, Lin Yue said. Shen Yuanzheng's hand paused for a moment, then he nodded. How is Director Lin? He's doing well. He said you called him. Shen Yuanzheng didn't respond, taking another sip of tea. The office fell silent for a few seconds before he set down the thermos and lowered his voice slightly. I've processed your awakening data. Lin Yue and Chen both looked at him. The data reported to the military department indicates that you are S level. Time system and space system S level. Lin Yue frowned. Why, oi? Shen Yuanzheng leaned back in his chair looking at him. Do you know what SSS level means? There are only 5 publicly recognized SSS levels in the country, each one protected by the military. They say it's protection, but in reality, it's monitoring. Every move you make will be recorded, every mission must be approved, and even making friends requires reporting. Shen Yuanzheng continued. I changed your status to S level, so the higher-ups won't pay excessive attention, but you will still have enough resources and support within the system. Your true level is known only to me, old Zhao, the 2 of you, and Director Lin. Oh, and that technician, he was transferred to my old military region, so he got promoted too. Why tell the director? Chen asked. Shen Yuanzheng looked at him silent for a few seconds. Because he is your guardian. Also, he knows more than you can imagine. Lin Yue said, Old Man Yu and the director. Shin Yuanzheng waved his hand. We'll talk about it later. In short, from today on you are S level. Externally, including to your teammates, do not say too much. Lin Yue and Lu Chen nodded simultaneously. Shin Yuanzheng took another sip of tea and changed the subject. Your superpowers are currently classified as awakened but not leveled. From awakening to truly mastering them requires training. The system and methods of training will be taught by mentors later. Today we'll first establish your team. He looked at his watch. They should be arriving soon. Just as he finished speaking, the door was knocked on forcefully, 3 loud bangs, as if someone wanted to break the door down. Come in, Shin Yuanjing said. The door opened, and a tall boy rushed in wearing the military academy's training uniform, crew cut, hair, a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes exuding a vibrant energy. Chen Feng. Seeing Lin Yue and Lu Chen, his eyes lit up like light bulbs. Brother Yu. Brother Chen. I knew it was you. He dashed over, and Lin Yue raised his hand to block his chest. Calm down. Chen Feng halted, but couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The principal said to let me join a small team, and I guess it's you. Everyone knows following brother Yu means there's meat to eat. Lin Yue laughed. You're quite the flatterer. It's the truth. Chen Feng patted his chest. Brother Yue, you say go east, I want go west. You say chase dogs, I want chase chickens. Lin Yue was very familiar with Chen Feng. They were in the same grade, but different classes, but they had executed a mission together once, where Lin Yue saved his life. Since then, Chen Feng had stuck to him like glue. This guy was simple-minded but strong, a level in metal, strengthening a tank in close combat. And the key was he was obedient. Lin Yue pointed to the nearby sofa. Chen Feng sat down, but as soon as his bottom touched the sofa, he jumped back up because the door was pushed open again. A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. His hair, meticulously styled, the buttons of his school uniform, fastened up to the very top, looking like a model student. But a faint, ambiguous smile was on his lips, and his eyes held a clever glint. Suja. He leaned against the door frame, pushed up his glasses, and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, could you not be so loud? Am I not allowed to be excited? Chen Feng retorted. Suja walked in and nodded at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Long time no see. I heard you guys are on another mission. Just a small job, Lin Yue said. Suja didn't ask further, found a spot to sit down, took out his phone to glance at it, then put it back in his pocket. Lin Yue's impression of Suja was that he was a rich second generation whose family was in the superpower equipment business. He was smart, had strong intelligence-gathering capabilities, and though he could be sharp-tongued, he was reliable. The door was knocked on again, this time lightly twice. Come in, Shin Yuanjing said. The door opened, and a tall girl, she was about 1.72 meters tall, with long hair tied in a high ponytail, striking features, and a certain air of heroism in her brows and eyes. But what caught the most attention was her gaze, which seemed to say, whoever provokes me will face consequences. Bai Lu. She scanned the room briefly, her gaze pausing on Lin Yue and Lu Chen for a moment before walking to the window and standing there, arms crossed, expressionless. This was Lin Yue's first close-up view of Bai Lu. He had heard of her, no one in the school hadn't. Ice-type S level. During the first week of school, 3 senior students cut in line in the cafeteria and were beaten by her, ending up in the infirmary. When the instructors talked to her, she said they cut in line, they deserved it. When the instructor asked her to apologize, she said, let them apologize to me first. Later, those 3 seniors actually apologized to her. Last month, during a practical class, a level boy sparred with her and ended up with half of his arm frozen, having to be sent to the infirmary for frostbite treatment. The boy's parents came to the school to demand punishment for Bai Lu, but she said in front of them, your son doesn't have the strength to blame me. The parents were furious, but Bai Lu had perfect grades, so no punishment was given. Tough and talkative, the more she fought, the more she felt like it. That was Bai Lu. Lin Yue thought to himself, interesting. Bai Lu stood by the window, not looking at anyone, but Lin Yue noticed her gaze shifting back and forth between him and Lu Chen, as if assessing her prey. The last person arrived in a rather special way. The door was pushed open, but no one was at the door. Then everyone noticed she was already sitting on the windowsill, right beside Bai Lu. Yili frowned. When did you come in? Yili was sitting on the windowsill with short black hair, skin, nearly translucent, white, slender build, and her military training uniform, clearly a size too small, outlining her thin figure. Her features were delicate, but her gaze was somewhat evasive. Just now, Yili said, her voice very soft. Bai Lu glanced at the door, and then at her. How did you get in? I walked in. Bai Lu. Lin Yue looked at Yili, who immediately lowered her head, as if she was too shy to look at it. Her fingers twisted in her sleeves, her ears slightly reddening. But Lin Yue noticed her posture. Her legs slightly bent, weight centered on her toes, ready to spring out at any moment. Suja leaned in close to Chen Feng's ear, speaking in a tone just loud enough for everyone to hear. She completed 3 missions alone last semester, killing people like it was as easy as eating. Chen Feng gulped. Lin Yue took another look at Yili. She sat on the windowsill, the sunset shining through the window, illuminating her profile, her expression calm, but her ears were getting redder. Everyone's here. Shin Yuanjing stood up, scanning the 6 of them. From today on, you 6 will form a small team independent of the class system, reporting directly to me. Chen Feng raised his hand. Principal, what's the team name? Shin Yuanjing replied, the captain decides. The captain is Lin Yue. Bai Lu frowned. Why him? Lin Yue stood up from the sofa with a smirk. Because I'm the strongest. Got a problem? Bai Lu stared at him for 2 seconds, then let out a cold laugh. She walked over from the window and stopped in front of Lin Yue. She was a head shorter than him, but her presence was no less imposing. I've heard you're strong, Bai Lu said. Coincidentally, so am I. She lifted her chin. Let's fight. No abilities, just hand-to-hand. If you win, I acknowledge you as captain. If you lose, then you'll be captain. Lin Yue finished. Deal. Bai Lu stepped back 2 paces and assumed a fighting stance. Center of gravity, low hands guarding her head, feet in a split stance. A textbook military combat posture, yet her movements were swifter and more fluid, as if honed through countless repetitions. Shen Yuanzheng leaned back in his chair, took a sip from his thermos, and wore an expression of amused anticipation. Chen Feng clenched his fists in excitement. They're about to fight. Suja shuffled aside to give them space. Lu Chen remained seated on the sofa, unmoving, but his gaze locked onto Bai Lu. Come on. Lin Yue crooked his finger. Bai Lu's eyes turned cold. She took a step forward, her right fist shooting straight for his face with such speed it stirred the air. For an ordinary person, that punch would have shattered their nose. Lin Yue tilted his head to dodge the motion, minimal, letting the fist graze past his ear. Bai Lu instantly changed her tactic. Before her fist could retract, she drove her right knee toward his abdomen. Lin Yue blocked with a downward press of his elbow, producing a muffled thud. But she didn't stop. She swung her left elbow in a horizontal arc, aiming for his temple. Lin Yue leaned back, the elbow skimming across his forehead. 3 moves failed, yet Bai Lu's intensity only grew. She stepped forward with her left foot, throwing her entire weight into him. Her right hand grabbed for his wrist, her left pressed against his right shoulder, the classic opening for a shoulder throw. But she grasped nothing. Lin Yue's body suddenly dropped low, slipping under her armpit. At the same time, he seized her left wrist with his right hand and her right shoulder with his left, pivoting his body. Bai Lu felt her center of gravity wrenched away from under her. Her entire body was lifted into the air, spun in a full circle, and slammed straight onto the floor. A dull thud echoed through the office. Before she could react, Lin Yue was already on her. He stomped on her hand as it braced against the floor, clamped his left hand on the back of her neck, and pinned her down immobile. The office fell silent for a moment. Lin Yue released his grip, stepped back, and extended a hand to help her up. As a matter of principle, I do occasionally hit women. Bai Lu slapped his hand away, got up on her own, shook her reddened hand, and glared at Lin Yue. Her eyes held defiance, anger, but more than that, a complex scrutiny. Fine, she said. You're the captain, but I'm not convinced. Lin Yue grinned. No problem. We can spar. Bai Lu snorted and turned to walk back to the window. But after 2 steps, she stopped and looked over her shoulder at the person who hadn't moved from the sofa. Is he the vice captain? Lin Yue chuckled. Yeah. Bai Lu walked up to Lu Chen and looked him up and down. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, raised his head to meet her gaze, his face expressionless. Let's fight, Bai Lu said. Same as before. No abilities. Lu Chen didn't move. Bai Lu thought he was scared and sneered. Scared? Lu Chen stood up. He was a head taller than her, looked down, and said 2 words. Use them. Bai Lu was startled. Your ability. Use it. Bai Lu's expression darkened. Was he looking down on her? Are you sure? Lu Chen nodded, his gaze as calm as still water. Bai Lu took a deep breath and flipped her right hand. An ice spike instantly formed in her palm. Crystal clear, radiating frigid air, its tip as sharp as a needle. The room temperature plummeted several degrees, making Chen Feng shiver. I'm using it, Bai Lu said. You better not. In the next instant, Lu Chen was already in front of her, close enough to see the curve of her eyelashes. Bai Lu's pupils contracted sharply. Before she could even thrust the ice spike, it was caught. Lu Chen gripped its tip, holding it motionless as if the cold meant nothing to him. He turned the spike around and pressed its tip gently against her neck. The icy touch against her skin made Bai Lu feel the point was a hair's breadth from her carotid artery. The office fell silent once more, even quieter than before. Lu Chen released his hand. The ice spike fell to the floor and shattered into fragments. He stepped back, returned to the sofa, and closed his eyes to rest. Bai Lu stood frozen, her hand still trembling slightly. She hadn't even seen how Lu Chen moved. From vanishing to appearing before she could finish her sentence, he had already closed the distance in 2 strides. Lin Yue walked over and patted Bai Lu on the shoulder, grinning annoyingly. Told you he's my vice captain. Don't mess with him next time. Bai Lu took a deep breath, looking at Lu Chen, then at Lin Yue. What kind of monsters are you two? Lin Yue laughed. Just strengths. Nothing special. Bai Lu said nothing more, but her gaze had changed. The defiance remained, but a more complex element had joined it, as if she was reassessing them. Chen Feng's face was flushed with excitement. Holy crap. Senior Lu's move. I didn't even see it. Suju adjusted his glasses, outwardly calm, but his mind was racing to achieve that without abilities. How powerful would these two be if they used theirs? The intelligence he had gathered was incomplete. Yili sat on the windowsill, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen. From the moment he stood up until he sat back down, her gaze never wavered. Then she looked away, staring at her own fingers, a blush creeping from the tips of her ears down to the roots. Shen Yuanzheng cleared his throat. All done fighting. Sit down. Everyone took their seats. Shen Yuanzheng looked at Lin Yue. Team name. Lin Yue paused, bowed his head in thought for a full 5 minutes, then looked up with a deadpan expression. The Pig Butcher Squad. The air grew still. Bai Lu. What? Lin Yue, Pig Butcher Squad. Simple, catchy. Suju expressionless. Are you serious? Lin Yue. When am I not serious? Bai Lu exploded. Are you kidding me? We're an elite military high school squad, and you want to call us the Pig Butcher Squad? People will think we're actual butchers. Suju pushed up his glasses. I agree with Bai Lu. That name is terrible. Pig Butcher Squad has 0 intimidation factor. It just sounds down to earth. Yili, head down, twisting her fingers, murmured in a voice barely audible. Ugly. Lin Yue looked at Lu Chen. What do you think? Lu Chen, it's fine. Lin Yue looked at Chen Feng. You. Chen Feng scratched his head. Whatever brother you says. I'm fine with it. Bai Lu glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, are you a dog? You'll do anything he says. Chen Feng retorted without hesitation. If brother you says I am, then I am. Bai Lu. Suja sighed. Captain, pick another one. Pig Butcher Squad is just so. I'd be embarrassed to tell my family. Lin Yue thought for a moment. Then how about the universe's invincible super awesome Pig Butcher Squad? Suja's eyes widened, and he cut in immediately. Don't change it. Lin Yue revised his statement. Then it's Pig Butcher Squad. Final. Bai Lu looked at Shen Yuanjing, her eyes pleading. Shen Yuanjing held his thermos, his face impassive. The captain decides. Bai Lu took a deep breath, her chest heaving a few times before she finally relented. Suja rubbed his temples. Fine. The Pig Butcher Squad it is. From now on when I introduce myself, I'll say, I'm Suja the Pig Butcher. Great, just great. Yili lowered her head, even further, mumbling softly. So embarrassing. Lin Yue, thoroughly pleased with the name, leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and wore a smug expression. He drew a staircase on the whiteboard marking numbers 1 through 9. You have awakened, but awakening is only the first step. From awakening to... He drew a staircase on the whiteboard marking numbers 1 through 9. You have awakened, but awakening is only the first step. From awakening to truly mastering your abilities requires cultivation. He wrote initial stage next to 1, mid stage next to 4, and high stage next to 7. Ability users are divided into 9 stages. Stages 1 to 3 are initial, 4 to 6 are mid, and 7 to 9 are high. Right now you are awakened, but not yet staged. That's 0. Your next step is to accumulate energy and improve control through cultivation, gradually advancing. Chen Feng raised his hand. Principal, what's the relationship between rank and stage? Shen Yuanjing drew a line between rank and stage. A rank user's theoretical limit is stage 3, crank stage 5, rank stage 6, a rank stage 7, rank stage 8, S-rank stage 9. He didn't mention SSS. Your innate rank determines how far you can go, but talent isn't strength. A stage 2 rank might not beat a stage 3 rank. Stage is the true measure of power. Lin Yue asked, what stage are you now? Shen Yuanjing replied, stage 7. Bai Lu asked, what's the highest in the country? Officially stage 8. There are 3. Stage 9. None at present. Suja pushed up his glasses. Officially, Shen Yuanjing glanced at him and gave a fake cough. He wrote a few more lines. Cultivation is not achieved overnight. You need an experienced mentor to guide you and help you find the optimal cultivation path. The methods differ for each category, especially for time and space systems. His gaze lingered on Lin Yue and Lu Chen for a moment before moving on. The school will assign you a team leader responsible for your daily training and mission guidance. The leader is an active duty officer, a major stage 5 rank fire type. He's already on his way and will arrive next week. Suja raised an eyebrow. Stage 5 rank. That's already a mid-level backbone in the military. Shen Yuanjing said, so don't embarrass me. He put down the marker, dusted off his hands, and changed the subject. Before all that, let me tell you about your options after graduating from high school. He wrote 3 words on the whiteboard: military university other. Most students below rank from military high schools are sent directly to the military after graduation. It's an obligation and a way out. Those who perform well can enter special forces units in various military regions. Bai Lu asked, what about those above rank? Those above rank can choose to take the college entrance exam. There are many universities across the country with ability-related programs. Famous ones include Imperial University, Tsinghua University, and Southern University of Science and Technology, all of which have ability academies. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. I can go to university. Shen Yuanjing looked at him. But, Lin Yue's smile froze. Shen Yuanjing continued, the best choice for a military high school student is the military university, the Huaxia Military Ability University. It's directly under the Ministry of Defense, and its faculty facilities and cultivation resources are top-tier nationwide. Other universities may have big names, but their resources are more geared toward academic research rather than practical combat. Suja interjected, my family did some research. The cultivation resources at the military university are more than 3 times that of ordinary universities. Plus, military university students have direct access to high-level military missions and equipment, while ordinary university students have to go through layers of approval. Shen Yuanjing nodded. Exactly. More importantly, the military university and military high schools have a direct pipeline. Students from military high schools have internal quotas and score reductions for the military university. If you take the exam for other universities, you'll be competing against all ability-using high school students nationwide, making it twice as hard. And, he glanced at Lin Yue, other universities require academic grades. Lin Yue slumped back into the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his expression like head swallowed a fly. So you're saying my only option is the military university? Shen Yuanjing replied, the best choice for all of you is the military university. Unless you don't want to pursue the combat route and prefer research. But if you wanted research, why did you come to a military high school? Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds, then let out a long sigh. I was hoping to live it up at a regular university for a few years. Flirt with girls, skip class, play games. Bai Lu sneered. You? Lin Yue turned his head to look at her. What's that supposed to mean? Bai Lu said nothing. Lu Chen glanced at Lin Yue, but said nothing. But Lin Yue knew what he was thinking. Lin Yue lay back down on the sofa. Fine. Military university it is. Wherever you go, I go. The last part was directed at Lu Chen, who gave a slight nod. Watching this, Shen Yuanzhang's mouth twitched before he continued. Your goal for the 3rd year of high school is for everyone to reach stage 2 or above by graduation. Only then will you have a solid chance of getting into the military university. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Stage 2. I haven't even entered a stage yet, Shen Yuanzhong said. So starting next week, once the team leader arrives, your training intensity will double. Be mentally prepared. The office fell silent for a moment. Chen Feng's face had already fallen. Suja was looking something up on his phone. Bai Lu was expressionless, but tapped her fingers on the windowsill. Yili still had her head down, twisting her fingers. Lin Yue suddenly asked, "Old man, what's the team leader's name?" Shen Yuanzhong replied, "Zhou Zheng. Major transferred from the Northern Theater Command. You can call him Instructor Zhou. Is he tough?" Shen Yuanzhong thought for a moment and said something unsettling. "You'll see when you meet him." As they left the main building, the setting sun had bathed the entire campus in gold. Chen Feng stretched, letting out a long breath. Pig Butcher Squad. I still think the name is weird. Suja walked beside him, his face slightly contorted. Don't say it. I'm already starting to get used to it. Human adaptability is terrifying. Bai Lu walked at the front, waving a hand without looking back. I'm off. Call me when the team leader arrives next week. Her figure quickly disappeared at the end of the sports field. Yili was already gone. No one noticed when she left, melting into the shadows of the sunset like a ghost. Lin Yue held an unlit cigarette between his lips, gazing at the sunset clouds on the horizon. Lu Chen stood half a step beside him. Hey, what do you think university is really like? Lin Yue suddenly asked. Lu Chen replied, I don't know. I heard the military university is even stricter than military high school. Morning exercises at 6, lights out at 10, roll call for classes. Lu Chen said, you won't be able to wake up. Lin Yue paused. Yeah, that's why I wanted to go to a regular university. Classes at 8, skip them whenever I want. Lu Chen was silent. Lin Yue patted his shoulder and laughed. Forget it. Wherever you go, I go. Military university, it is. The two walked side by side across the field, their shadows stretched long by the setting sun. Chen Feng and Suja walked behind them, Chen Feng still muttering about the team name, while Suja checked the admission requirements for the military university on his phone. In the distance, lights came on in the dormitory building. Top floor principal's office. Shen Yuanzhong stood at the window, watching the 6 figures gradually receding. The sunset light fell on his face, dividing his expression into light and shadow. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. It rang 3 times before someone answered. Old Joe, I've got the team ready for you. 6 of them, all good prospects. Come to the school next week to take them on. A young voice came through the phone, laced with amusement. 6. Old Shen Yu finally decided to hand them over. I thought you were going to keep those 2 precious gems hidden until graduation. Shen Yuanzhong snorted. Let's talk. A stage 5 fire type leading 6 newly awakened rookies will keep you busy. Busy is good. I get restless when I'm idle, the voice laughed. Alright, see you next week. By the way, are those 2 really Shrank? Shen Yuanzhong paused for a second. Come and see for yourself. Got it. The call ended. Shen Yuanzhong placed his phone on the desk and looked out the window. The sun had fully set, leaving only a final streak of dark red on the horizon. He recalled what Dean Lin had said on the phone. Those 2 children are not ordinary children. Shen Yuanzhong had said, I know. Dean Lin said, no you don't. Thinking about it now, Shen Yuanzhong realized he indeed didn't know. Ability fluctuation since age 10, awakening as SS rank at 16 time and space systems, 7 missions, 28 kills, 0 casualties. These data were just numbers on paper, but Shen Yuanzhong knew what they meant behind the numbers. It meant these 2 children had been hiding since they were 10. Hiding for 6 years. 6 years of forbearance, 6 years of disguise, 6 years of waiting. For a 16-year-old to achieve this, he had to be either a genius or a monster. Or both. Shen Yuanzhong closed the window and drew the curtains, plunging the office into darkness. He turned on a desk lamp and took out a sealed file from a drawer. On it were 2 names, Lin Yue, Lu Chen. He opened the file. The first page had only 1 line. Morning Light Orphanage Adoption Numbers 007008. Shen Yuanzhong stared at that line for a long time, then closed the file and locked it back in the drawer. On Monday, in the main conference room of the 1st Military Academy in the Imperial Capital, the 6 members of the slaughter team arrived early after receiving the notification, but no one spoke. I heard this week's instructor Zhou was transferred from the Northern War Zone. Bai Lu suddenly spoke up. I wonder how strong he is. Suja quickly flipped through his phone for information, reading aloud. Zhou Jing, 31 years old, major level 5, a grade fire affinity. He comes from the Special Operations Brigade of the Northern War Zone, having completed 37 overseas missions killing. Chen Feng asked, how many? 123 Dark Zone ability users. The conference room fell silent for Dark Zone ability users are not ordinary soldiers, not mere D or C rank characters. They are fugitives who have survived and fought their way out of places like the Dark Zone. Lin Yue flicked off the ash from his cigarette. We've killed before. Suja glanced at him. He killed mid-tier. We were dealing with low-tier and ordinary people. Lin Yue did not refute. The door was pushed open. A young officer in training uniform walked in. He stood about 1.78 meters tall, with a crew-cut dark skin and an old scar running from his eyebrow to his cheekbone, the stitching resembling a centipede resting on his face. His build was not particularly stout, but standing there he resembled a drawn sword, exuding an unsettling sharpness. He scanned the 6 individuals, his gaze lingering on Lin Yue and Lu Chen for an extra moment. Slaughter team, he asked, his tone flat, making it hard to discern whether he was affirming or mocking. Suja's face turned bitter. Is the news spreading that fast? Lin Yue stood up. Are you Instructor Zhou? Zhou Zheng nodded. Zhou Zheng. From today onwards, I am your team lead. He did not introduce himself, walking directly to the whiteboard and picking up a marker. Time is limited, so I won't waste words. Let's discuss what you need to know. Zhou Zheng sketched a rough world map. The outline was crooked, but each region was labeled. You have learned about Blue Star's current pattern in your cultural classes at the academy. But the material in textbooks is filtered. Now I will tell you the truth. He drew 2 large circles in red ink over Southern and Central Asia. Southeast Asia, the Middle East. These 2 places are now called the Dark Zone. There is no government, no law, only criminal organizations and cults, but overall they have their own order. The overseas missions you previously conducted were on the edge of the Dark Zone. Chen Feng raised his hand. What's it like inside the Dark Zone? Zhou Zheng glanced at him. Everything you've seen in horror movies multiplied by 100. In the central area of the Dark Zone, ordinary people cannot survive more than 3 days. For ability, users less than half can make it out alive. He used blue ink to mark Europe, drawing a large circle and labeling it European Union. He marked North America in green, drawing a line from Canada all the way to Chile, labeling it American Empire. The European Union was formed by the merger of several countries, establishing the European Union community. Their research on abilities is at the forefront of the world, but their combat capabilities are generally inferior to those of Huaxia and the American Empire. The American Empire, the dominant power in the Americas. 70 years ago, when spiritual energy resurged, they reacted the fastest, using force to integrate the entire American continent. From southern Canada to Chile, everything is under their control. Finally, he used a black marker to cover the Australian continent, writing 2 words: monsters. Australia. When spiritual energy resurfaced, the animals there mutated first, and the mutation speed went out of control. Now there are no human cities on the Australian continent, only monsters. It is the most dangerous place in the world without exception. As for other places, there is only chaos and the unknown. Zhou Zheng pointed specifically at the Dark Zone and Australia, turning to look at everyone. I'm telling you this, because these places will be your main battleground in the future. He set down the marker, turned to face them, and placed his hands on the table. Before we discuss cultivation, I need to correct a misconception you have. The levels of abilities from D to SSS do not just determine your upper limit. With each level you advance, your physical attributes will also be enhanced by ability energy. Strength, speed, reaction, endurance, and recovery will all improve simultaneously. Suju adjusted his glasses, so high-tier ability users can defeat low-tier ones without using their abilities. Above level 4, relying solely on physical strength can crush levels 1 and 2. The combat firearms and tactics you learned at the academy are the foundation for your survival before level 4. After level 4, those skills will become your capital to overpower opponents of the same level. So starting tomorrow, your physical training will double. Chen Feng's face turned pale. The theory part is done. Zhou Zheng took off his outer coat, revealing a black tight combat suit, his muscle lines distinct. Let's get practical. He led the 6 of them through the main building to the practical training hall of the academy. The spacious hall had shock-absorbing mats on the floor, and the walls were coated with energy-absorbing material. Usually used for real combat training involving abilities, it had been cleared for today. Zhou Zheng walked to the center of the hall and turned around. You 6 come at me together. Use all your means: combat skills, tactics, props, and ability attacks against me. I won't use more than level 3 power, nor will I actually injure you. Suja's eyes lit up. You said it. That's right, I said it. Put that thing away. As Suja pulled out a specially made anti-tank rocket launcher from his spatial storage equipment, Zhou Zheng immediately shouted loudly. "This, what a shame." Suja retracted the raised launcher, his face full of regret. "Heavy weaponry is strictly prohibited. This is a school, not a battlefield. You can't blow this place up." Zhou Zheng was almost laughing from anger. Bai Lu did not wait for him to finish and charged in. Her speed was astonishing. With just 2 steps, she covered 10 meters. She condensed an ice spike in her right hand, holding it like a dagger, and thrust it directly at Zhou Zheng's chest. Zhou Zheng sidestepped with minimal movement. The ice spike grazed past his clothes. At the same time, he delivered a short punch to Bai Lu's abdomen, controlling the force just right to cause an injury, but not to kill. Bai Lu flew back, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and charged again. Zhou Zheng frowned. A punch like that would have taken down an ordinary person, yet this girl could still move. Bai Lu's fist was already coming at him, and she wasn't using her abilities, just pure fists filled with a fierce determination that said, "I'm going to take you on." Zhou Zheng raised his hand to block, and another punch struck her shoulder, sending her flying. Bai Lu flipped in the air and landed on one knee. Her mouth, already bleeding, blood dripped down her chin onto the mat. "Come again," she shouted, her voice hoarse but full of strength. Zhou Zheng's mouth twitched slightly. At the same time, Chen Feng charged in from the side, his arms metallicized, glinting with a grayish-white sheen. He barreled toward Zhou Zheng like a tank with no skill involved, just a hard charge. Zhou Zheng lifted his leg, intending to kick him away, but as soon as his foot touched Chen Feng's chest, Chen Feng clasped both hands tightly around his lower leg. "Got you," Chen Feng shouted. Zhou Zheng looked down at the boy gripping his leg and felt a headache coming on. He lifted his leg, trying to shake him off, but this kid clung on like he was glued to his leg, his metallicized arms holding on tightly. Zhou Zheng kicked hard, and Chen Feng was sent flying, rolling on the ground twice before getting back up. Suja knew he couldn't contribute in a heated fight. His mental perception was completely ineffective against an opponent 5 levels higher than him. However, although heavy firepower was not allowed, he had other methods. He pulled out a round ball from his tactical belt and smashed it to the ground. A flashbang. The blinding white light filled the entire training hall, and both Bai Lu and Chen Feng closed their eyes, cursing. Zhou Zheng closed his eyes, but Suja had already thrown the second one. A smoke grenade. Thick white smoke spread, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters. Chen Feng coughed in the smoke. Suji, you can't tell friend from foe. Suji pulled out a third one, shouting, open your mouth. A sound wave emitter. A piercing shriek pierced their eardrums, and everyone covered their ears. Chen Feng squatted on the ground by Lu, gritted her teeth. Lin Yue frowned tightly, and even Lu Chun tilted his head slightly. Suji was also dizzy from the noise, but he adjusted his glasses and shouted in the smoke, hold on. Take him down. Zhou Zheng closed his eyes and switched to thermal perception. As a fire ability user, he could sense the temperature changes around him. In the smoke, the body temperatures of the 5 individuals appeared like 5 balls of fire, by Lu charging from the front, Chen Feng circling from the left, Suzhou at a distance, and Lin Yue and Lu Chen on the right. He locked onto the 5 heat sources, preparing to take them down one by one. But he overlooked one person. Yili. With Shadow walking in the alternating environment of smoke and bright light, her temperature was disturbed by the props, making her almost undetectable by thermal perception. She silently moved behind Zhou Zheng. The dagger struck out. Target the back of his neck. Zhou Zheng felt a chill at his neck and spun around abruptly, his right fist swinging backward. Clang. His fist hit the side of the dagger, sending it flying over 10 meters away. Yili was knocked back, the heel of her right hand split open, blood dripping down her fingers. Her wrist quickly swelled up, causing her to bite her lip in pain. But her mission was accomplished, drawing Zhou Zheng's attention. At that moment, Lu Chun appeared on Zhou Zheng's left side, rushing out of the smoke swiftly, his footsteps landing silently. Lin Yue shouted from the smoke, Lu Chen, the gun. Lu Chen's hand reached for his waist, making a motion as if to draw a gun. Zhou Zheng instinctively sidestepped to avoid it. This was a reflexive response to firearms. Ability users below level 6 who are not enhanced can be injured by bullets hitting vital spots. Zhou Zheng had executed numerous missions in the dark zone, had been targeted by snipers, swept by rifles, and shot at close range by handguns. The action of drawing a gun had been ingrained as a conditioned reflex. But Lu Chun had no gun at his waist. His right hand swept past his waist, forming a fist, and taking advantage of Zhou Zheng's sidestep, he punched toward his temple. Bang! This punch used all his strength. Lu Chen's knuckles cracked loudly, as if striking a steel plate. Zhou Zheng's head jerked to the side, leaving a red mark on his cheekbone. But he did not fall, not even feeling dizzy. The physical attributes of a level 5 ability user cannot be shaken by a single punch. But Lu Chen's purpose was not to knock him down, it was merely to create an opening. Yili reappeared, stabbing toward Zhou Zheng's neck from another direction. Her movements were faster than before, carrying a... This time Zhou Zheng did not hold back. He punched down on Yili's wrist, the sound of bone colliding clear and distinct. The dagger flew out again, and Yili was sent flying, landing 3 meters away on the mat, her left wrist bent at an unnatural. At the same time Zhou Zheng sent Yili flying, a sudden numbness shot through his waist. A needle, thin as a hair, wider than skin, the needle tip had already pierced into the muscle of Zhou Zheng's waist. The needle tip was coated with a transparent liquid nearly invisible under the light. Lin Yue's fist was pressed against his waist, the needle wedged between his fingers. His expression shifted from serious to a smile. Instructor Zhou, it's a sedative, effective in 30 seconds. Zhou Zheng looked down at the needle, then up at Lin Yue's face, which was so close. It was too close. When did Lin Yue get this close? Was his temperature masked by the smoke? Or had he been waiting for this opportunity all along? Zhou Zheng fell silent for a second. Then he laughed. You little bastards. He raised his hand to try to pull out the needle, but the needle was too small, embedded in the muscle, and his fingertips couldn't grasp it. The numbness began to spread from his waist, rippling outward like water waves. Zhou Zheng felt his thighs begin to weaken and his arms start to feel heavy. He took a deep breath, using his fire ability to accelerate blood flow. With his level 5 physique, combined with the active metabolism from the abilities, he could suppress the effects of the sedative. He looked at the 6 youthful figures in front of him, all swaying, but with bright eyes. Bai Lu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze even brighter than before. Chen Feng got up from the ground, covered in footprints. Suzhou rubbed his ears, still buzzing from the noise, and Yili lay motionless on the mat. Lin Yue stepped back 2 paces, and Lu Chen stood beside him, his right hand's knuckles swollen. Zhou Zheng took a deep breath. The test is over. Zhou Zheng sat cross-legged on the training mat, eyes closed, and completely still. Bai Lu leaned against the wall, wiping the dried blood from the corner of her mouth and pouring water into it. Chen Feng lay flat on the mat, the imprint of a foot on his chest, still faintly painful each breath, sending a twinge through him. Suzhou rubbed his buzzing ears, recording the usage data of equipment on his phone. Yili curled up on the corner, mat motionless. Lin Yue approached and squatted down to look at her. Her left wrist was swollen, the skin tinged with purple, and her fingers trembled slightly. But she remained silent, even her breathing was light, as if afraid of being noticed. Are you dead? Lin Yue asked. Yili did not move. After a while her fingers moved slightly as a response. Lin Yue picked up her water bottle from beside her backpack and placed it by her hand. Yili did not take it, he did not wait, and Lu Chen sat down next to Lin Yue, his right finger joint swollen. He took out a bandage from his backpack and wrapped it around slowly. After each wrap, he moved his fingers to test the flexibility of the joints before continuing to wrap. Lin Yue washed his hands and asked, are your bones okay? It's just a small fracture, Lu Chen replied. I feel I'll be fine by tomorrow. The hardness of a 5th-tier body is comparable to striking a steel plate. Lu Chen's finger bones were not fractured, just cracked, which was already an impressive level of strength. Lin Yue took out a needle from his pocket and examined it under the light. There was still some anesthetic residue on the needle tip, shimmering slightly under the light. He put the needle back into the small pocket of his lining and patted it. 5 minutes later, Zhou Zheng opened his eyes and stood up to stretch his waist. The numbness had mostly faded. He twisted his body and joints cracked a few times. The anesthetic formula is quite good, he said. Who prepared it? Lin Yue raised his hand. I prepared it myself. I learned it in the military chemistry class, plus a little personal touch. Zhou Zheng glanced at him. Personal touch. Lin Yue smiled without saying anything. Zhou Zheng did not ask further, looked at his watch, and said, rest for half an hour. Well, review in half an hour. He walked to the window, took out a cigarette, and took a deep puff. The smoke gathered on the glass outside was the military academy's playground, and the sun had begun to set. Chen crawled up from the mat and leaned towards Suja. Did you hear that Instructor Zhou killed over 100 people in the dark zone? True or false? Suja did not look up. That's what the information says. The Northern War Zone Special Operations Brigade has undertaken 37 foreign missions, killing 123 ability users from the dark zone. That's an average of more than 3 per mission. Bai Lu, listening beside them, capped her water bottle and said coldly, only 123 for 5th tier. Suja glanced at her. Those he killed are not the same as those in your missions. Bai Lu scoffed him, only 16. Half an hour later, Zhou Zheng extinguished his cigarette on the windowsill, turned around, and clapped his hands. Get up. Time for review. The 6 lined up in front of the whiteboard. Zhou Zheng took a marker and wrote keywords under each person's name. Bai Lu. He wrote her name in the upper right corner of the whiteboard and added one word underneath: reckless. Strengths: brave, unafraid of pain, charges to the front. Weaknesses: when you charged in for the first time, I could have easily hit your throat instead of your abdomen. Bai Lu fell silent. You're an ice-type ranged attacker, yet you insisted on engaging in close combat, and there's no coordination whatsoever between you and your teammates. I want to beat you up, Bai Lu said. Wanting to beat me and actually being able to hit me are 2 different things, Zhou Zheng replied, looking at her. Next time, think before you act. Bai Lu fell silent, but did not avoid his gaze. Chen. Zhou Zheng wrote down the second name on the whiteboard. Strengths: unafraid of death, decisive when grabbing my leg. Weaknesses: what else can you do besides grabbing my leg? Chen scratched his head. I can take a beating. No one laughed. Zhou Zheng did not smile either. Your metal transformation is of the enhancement type. Your defensive power and strength are your advantages. You could have limited me more, but you chose only to hold my leg tightly. Did you waste 5 years in the military academy? Chen nodded, his expression serious. I understand now. Suja. Zhou Zheng wrote down the third name, noting can't distinguish friend from foe. I won't comment much on you. Your abilities do not manifest much before you reach the next tier. However, your equipment has reduced Bai Lu's and Chen combat effectiveness by 30%. Suja adjusted his glasses. Firearms cannot be used. I'm not skilled in this type of combat, but I will improve later. Never rely solely on one skill. Zhou Zheng paused. Also, what's with the anti-tank rocket launcher? Suja remained unflappable. It's for training with a reduced charge, warhead power slightly decreased. Who authorized you to bring it into the school? I did. A voice came from the doorway. Shen Yuanzheng leaned against the door frame with his thermos cup, wearing an expression as if had been watching a good show for a long time. Zhou Zheng glanced at Shen Yuanzheng and remained silent. Shen Yuanzheng raised his thermos cup towards him and then turned to leave. Yili. Zhou Zheng looked towards the corner. Yili still held her swollen wrist, her head down, not daring to look at him. Zhou Zheng wrote down the 4th name on the whiteboard. Strength: stealth capabilities are the strongest in the team, decisive in action. Weaknesses: defense is too weak. If I hit you once, you're out with one hand gone. On the battlefield, you only have one chance to strike. If you miss, you're dead. Yili whispered. Also, if you had waited another 3/10 of a second to strike, when Lu Chen's punch drew my attention, you might have succeeded. Yili did not speak, but nodded. Zhou Zheng put down the marker and looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. You two speak together. He wrote down Lin Yue and Lu Chen's names on the whiteboard and noted the same term, tactical dependence. Your tactical collaboration. The feint that tricked my instinct for firearms is a valid approach. However, you exposed a problem. You rely too much on tactical collaboration and ignore the disparity in individual strength. Even if your tactics were perfectly executed, if Lu Chen's punch hit me on the temple, I wouldn't fall. Even if Yili's knife struck my nape with her 5th tier body strength, her dagger might not penetrate. Lin Yue's anesthetic needle was the only attack that truly posed a threat to me, but that was equipment, not your own strength. Tactics can make up for gaps, but cannot replace strength. Lin Yue put away his smile. Zhou Zheng capped the marker and turned to face the 6 of them. I've finished addressing your issues. I won't mention your strengths to avoid making you arrogant. But there's one thing I must say. He scanned the room. You are the best coordinated rookie squad I have ever seen. Achieving such coordination on the first attempt is rare. But this is just the beginning. The training ahead will be 100 times harder than today's battle. Prepare yourselves. Next, try to enter the next tier. He drew a circle on the whiteboard representing the location of the dance. The energy of each person's abilities is stored here. After awakening, the energy is dispersed like a stagnant pool of water. The first step in cultivation is to turn that stagnant water into flowing water, allowing the energy to circulate within the body. For each complete circulation of energy, it will grow stronger. When the energy accumulates to the upper limit of the current tier, you can attempt to break through. Upon successful breakthrough, your body will be strengthened by the energy entering the next tier. He paused, his tone growing. One thing you must remember: after experiencing battle, the energy fluctuations in your body are most active, making it easier to perceive and guide the energy. Therefore, true cultivation is not about meditating in a quiet room, but rather killing on the battlefield, seizing the moment when your body's energy is still boiling and capturing that instant to harness the energy for yourself. So we should practice while fighting? Chen Feng asked. Yes. This is the biggest difference between military academy training and regular universities. They use instruments to assist in cultivation in laboratories, while we cultivate with our lives on the battlefield. This is also why military academy students generally have stronger practical abilities than those from regular universities. It's not because of talent, but because we shed more blood than they do. No one spoke. Zhou Zheng looked at the expressions of the six, some excited, some anxious, some expectant, and some uneasy. Close your eyes. Feel the energy within your body. Where is it located? What color is it? Is it moving or still? The six closed their eyes. The training hall fell silent with only the low hum of the air conditioning and distant whistle from the playground. Zhou Zheng's voice echoed in the spacious hall. After finding it, try to get it to move. Don't rush, don't force it, gently guide it. 5 minutes passed. Bai Lu opened her eyes, frowning. I didn't find it. Chen Feng opened his eyes. I felt it. But it won't move. Suja opened his eyes. I sensed it but can't guide it. Yili shook her head as she opened her eyes. Lin Yue and Lu Chun did not open their eyes. Another 5 minutes passed before they opened their eyes in succession. Lin Yue said, I felt it. It's very vague, like being separated by a layer of mist. Lu Chun responded, Zhou Zheng looked at them, not surprised. It's normal for a first attempt to fail. The entry difficulty for a tier and above awakeners is much higher than for B and C tiers. Your energy reserves are too large, requiring stronger control to guide. For tier awakeners with good luck, they can enter the next tier in a week. For a tier and above, it varies from 1 month to 3 months. He glanced at Lin Yue and Lu Chun, but said nothing more. That's all for today. We continue tomorrow. During the break, Lin Yue and Lu Chun walked to a corner of the training hall. Lin Yue lowered his voice. Did you feel it? Lu Chun replied, I felt it. How big? Lu Chun hesitated for 2 seconds. Very big, like a sea of stars. Lin Yue took a deep breath. Me too. The old man said the entry difficulty for a tier and above is high, but isn't this difficulty too high for us? Lin Yue and Lu Chun walked back from the corner. Almost forgot. Zhou Zheng suddenly said, follow me to register the team. Chen Feng was the first to react. Register. Now. Otherwise wait until you reach the 9th level. Zhou Zheng put on his jacket, pushed open the door of the training hall, and strode outside. What do we need to prepare for the team registration? Chen Feng leaned over to ask Suya. Fill out the form, take a photo, get the certificate, and receive the team uniform. Suja replied succinctly. You don't even know this. But I've never registered before. Haven't you registered your ID card? The administrative building was on the other side of the campus, and it took crossing half the campus to walk from the training hall. The setting sun had already sunk halfway, and the sky was ablaze with orange hues. They encountered a few groups of students on the way who glanced curiously at Zhou Zheng leading 6 people. Some recognized Zhou Zheng and murmured among themselves. Others recognized Lin Yue and Lu Chun, their gazes lingering briefly on Lin Yue before quickly moving away. Lin Yue ignored their gazes, striding forward with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lu Chun followed closely behind, scanning each person who came near as if conducting a threat assessment. The registration office was on the 1st floor at the end of the corridor. The door was open, revealing a small office filled with various team emblems on the walls. Shields, swords, fierce beasts, flames, an array of designs, some even edged in gold gleaming under the lights. Chen Feng's eyes widened, wishing he could touch each one. Wow, this eagle looks amazing. This dragon is also stunning. This skull is cool. He pointed at the emblems on the wall, commenting on each one. Tacky, Suja said expressionlessly from behind him. What's It's a dragon. Dragons are the epitome of tackiness. 3 out of 10 teams use dragons, 2 use tigers, 2 use eagles, and the rest use skulls and shields. Can't you have any taste? Then design one that isn't tacky. Suja didn't respond, but his mind started to wonder what the team emblem for the pig slaughter team would look like if they ever had one. But upon remembering the name Pig Slaughter, he abandoned the thought. Forget it, no emblem could redeem a name like Pig Slaughter. The staff member was a young female officer with short hair and glasses, looking very capable. She was typing something on the computer when she looked up, glancing at the group in front of her, her gaze stopping for a moment on Zhou Zheng. Instructor Zhou, registering a team. Yes, Zhou Zheng replied, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it over. 6 people all listed here. The female officer took the paper, glanced at the list, then typed a few times on the keyboard. A form appeared on the screen, and she filled it out item by item, reading aloud for confirmation. Team name Pig Slaughter. Confirm. The office fell silent for a moment. Bai Lu closed her eyes as if enduring something. Suja maintained a blank expression, but the reflection in his glasses concealed his eyes. Chen Feng scratched his head, wanting to say something, but opened his mouth, and then closed it again. Yili lowered her head, her ears turning red again. Lin Yue said confirm. The female officer's lips twitched slightly, but her professionalism kept her calm. She typed the final words on the keyboard, then took out a metal card from the drawer, brushing it across the card reader. Pig Slaughter Team Number X023. Team Leader Lin Yue, Vice Captain Lu Chun. Members by Lu Chen Feng, Suja Yili. She handed the card to Lin Yue. This is your team certificate. The team uniforms will be delivered within 3 days, basic style black training clothes with the team number printed on the left chest. Lin Yue took the card. It was made of metal, cold to the touch, with a magnetic strip on the back and the school emblem and team information printed on the front. Team name Pig Slaughter. Number X023. Members Lin Yue Lu Chen by Lu Chen Feng, Suja Yili. Tasks completed 0. Level unrated. Chen Feng leaned over to take a look, excitedly reading aloud. Tasks completed 0. Suja asked, what are you so excited about? Starting from 0, ITLL quickly become 100. Bai Lu finally opened her eyes, glancing at the card, her gaze lingering on the words pig slaughter for a moment before moving away. She remained silent, but her expression was clear. She was enduring it. Chen Feng looked back at the emblems on the wall, increasingly coveting them. Instructor Zhou, when can we have our own emblem? When can we design one? We could draw a... He nearly said draw a pig, but after seeing Bai Lu's gaze, he swallowed the words. Zhou Zheng glanced at him. You must complete 10 level tasks before applying for an independent emblem. Until then you own 10 level tasks. We haven't even completed an level task yet. Chen Feng's expression fell. So don't think about... Zhou Zheng turned and walked outside, saying, think about how to survive the first level task first. Suja caught up, adjusting his glasses. Instructor Zhou, are there regulations for the emblem design? Or can we decide on our own? You can decide on your own, but it needs military approval. Right now you are just in the embryonic stage. It will be a true independent team when you reach the military academy. Zhou Zheng did not look back. Complete 10 level tasks first. With your current strength, one wrong move could lead to a... Chen Feng muttered under his breath. That's really an ominous thing to say. Bai Lu, walking ahead, replied without looking back. He's speaking the truth. The female officer handed over the uniform application form, which Bai Lu took, glanced at the size column, and wrote down her size. Chen Feng leaned over to take a look, but she slapped his hand away. What are you looking at? I just wanted to refer to the size. Get lost. Chen Feng left. By the time they exited the administrative building, the sun was nearly set. Only the last hint of dark red remained in the sky, and the streetlights in the campus hadn't turned on yet, leaving a grayish twilight everywhere. Bai Lu walked at the front, suddenly stopping and turning to look at Lin Yue. Lin Yue looked up. Can you give me a copy of that anesthetic formula? Lin Yue paused for a moment, then smiled. Why do you want to learn? A formula that can anesthetize a 5th level for 5 minutes? I genuinely want to learn it. Lin Yue glanced at her. This person's mind worked faster than he had imagined. Alright, I'll write it down for you when I get back. Bai Lu nodded and turned to continue walking. Suja behind her quietly said to Chen Feng, she's actually thinking now. Bai Lu didn't look back, and an ice needle shot out from her fingertips, grazing past Suja's ear and embedding itself into a tree by the roadside. Suja remained unfazed. Pretend I didn't say anything. The next day, after the training class, the 6 of them emerged from the training hall soaked in sweat. Chen Feng was stretching his shoulders as he walked, muttering, leveling up. Leveling up. Why is it so difficult? Do you think leveling up is as easy as eating? Bai Lu, walking ahead, replied tersely, Instructor Zhou said it takes 1 to 3 months for a level and above. I know, but I want to do it faster. If you want to speed it up, go fight. Fight? Who? Bai Lu didn't answer, but her gaze swept across the students coming and going on campus, as if selecting opponents. A small team was walking towards them. 6 people dressed in military training uniforms, each wearing a gold bee emblem on their chests, intricately crafted. The wings of the bee shimmered in the sunlight. Leading them was a tall, slender boy with black hair and black-framed glasses, looking refined like a top student. But his eyes didn't have the scholarly depth. They were heavy like a bottomless pool. They all bore injuries, and the last member was being helped along, visibly unwilling to put weight on one foot, grimacing with the... Zhou Zheng stopped. He recognized these individuals. The tall, slender boy opposite him also spotted Zhou Zheng, froze for a moment, then quickened his pace to stand at attention in front of Zhou Zheng, saluting. Instructor Zhou. His voice was not loud, but clear. Zhou Zheng nodded and said seriously, 5th Chongqing, the captain of the Hive team with this level ability, Shared Soul. A cult stronghold on the edge of the Dark Zone, 12 ability users. It was a bit tough to handle. What about Linen? With your Shared Soul, how did he get so badly injured? 5th Chongqing glanced at the injured team member. Lei Ming's divine corpse was slightly out of control. He got backfired while helping, but he'll be fine after resting for a few days. Zhou Zheng's gaze swept across each member of the Hive team, as if assessing something. Then his eyes landed on 5th Chongqing, taking a moment to scrutinize him. How long have you been at peak first stage? 2 months. Stuck at a bottleneck. Yes, 5th Chongqing pushed up his glasses. I'm stuck. It feels like there's just a layer of paper separating me, but I can't break through it. Zhou Zheng nodded, not saying much. Bottlenecks like these cannot be helped by others. It's something one must break through themselves. 5th Chongqing's gaze shifted to the 6 people behind Zhou Zheng. His eyes lingered for a moment on Lin Yue and Lu Chen, then swept over by Lu Chen Feng Suja, and finally stopped briefly on Yili, almost overlooking her presence. Is this your new team? He asked. Zhou Zheng replied yes. The pig slaughter team. 5th Chongqing's expression remained. He adjusted his glasses calmly, saying, good name. Suja's expression soured. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, it's pig slaughter, not pig slaughter team, but upon seeing 5th Chongqing's unflappable face, he swallowed the words back. Forget it, it's pointless to explain to someone like him. Lei Ming stepped out from behind 5th Chongqing, towering at nearly 6 feet 3, with a burly build, a bald head, and tattoos on his neck resembling a wall. He looked down at the 6 members of the pig slaughter team, his gaze pausing briefly on Bai Lu. Bai Lu looked up at him, her gaze unwavering. Lei Ming grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Instructor Zhou, why are you here at the military academy? Weren't you doing well in the Northern War Zone? Zhou Zheng glanced at him. I was transferred here. Bringing in new recruits. Lei Ming looked again at the pig slaughter team, his gaze lingering for a second longer on Lin Yue and Lu Chen. What makes these new recruits so special? Zhou Zheng didn't answer. Fifth Chongqing shot Lei Ming a look and Lei Ming fell silent. The discipline of the Hive team was evident. With a glance from the captain, the vice-captain kept quiet. Instructor Zhou, Fifth Chongqing said, "We need to head out now. We still have a task report to submit." Zhou Zheng nodded. Fifth Chongqing nodded at the 6 members of the pig slaughter team as a form of greeting before leading the Hive team away. As Lei Ming left, he glanced back at Bai Lu, who glared at him in return, making Lei Ming grin even wider. Once they were out of earshot, Chen Feng could no longer hold back. Instructor Zhou, what are shared soul and divine corpse? They are abilities. Why do their ability names sound so cool? His voice carried a hint of frustration. Shared soul, divine corpse. They just sound powerful. My ability is metal, Bai Lu's is ice, Su Zhe's is mental, Yi Li's is shadow. Isn't that too ordinary? It feels like a name thought up on the spot, not cool at all. Su Zhe pushed his glasses up, surprisingly siding with Chen Feng. I also want to ask this question. Are there rules for naming abilities, or can we choose ourselves? If we can choose, what you want to call it doesn't matter, but the true name isn't something you create yourself. Zhou Zheng interrupted him. Standing under the streetlight, the scar on his face looked deeper in the twilight. He looked at Chen Feng, and then at the others, his expression more serious than before. Your current ability names are just broad categories. After leveling up, your abilities will reveal their true names. Bai Lu frowned. What do you mean? Every Awaken one's ability is unique, Zhou Zheng explained. Ice is merely a general term indicating that your ability falls under the ice category. However, the ice you truly control is different from others. Your ice might be colder, harder, or possess certain unique attributes. These characteristics will coalesce into a true name once you level up. He paused. That name isn't something you come up with. It's revealed to you at the moment of leveling up, as if you inherently know what it's called, just like you know your own name. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. So my metal ability will have a cool name after leveling up. Possibly. What will mine be? Indestructible diamond. Iron bones. You'll know once you level up. Zhou Zheng looked at him. Guessing now is pointless. You haven't even leveled up, so speculation is futile. Chen Feng scratched his head, but remained undeterred. What about you, Go? What will the time ability be called after leveling up? King of Time. Time Stopper. Zhou Zheng glanced at Lin Yue. Lin Yue maintained a blank expression, a cigarette dangling from his lips, seemingly indifferent to the question. But his fingers lightly tapped on his pants seam. Those who knew him could tell he was listening. Once he levels up, he will know as well. It's too early to discuss this now, Zhou Zheng said, turning to walk forward. After taking a couple of steps, he stopped without looking back and added, "One thing you should know is that the name of an ability sometimes reveals its essence. Some ability names sound very ordinary, yet hold incredible power. Some names are cool, but their practical value is limited. The name isn't important, what matters is how you use it." He continued walking. Bai Lu stood still, gazing at her hand. An ice spike formed in her palm, gleaming coldly in the twilight. What will my ability be called? She mused aloud. Su Zhe walked past her, expressionless. Call it Violent Ice Spike. The ice spike flew towards him. Su Zhe was prepared, sidestepping to avoid it. The ice spike embedded itself in a tree behind him with a muffled thud. Chen Feng whispered, "Can you two stop fighting?" Bai Lu and Su Zhe simultaneously looked at him. "Shut up." Chen Feng. Yi Li walked behind her, head lowered, concealing her expression. But her right hand gripped a dagger in her pocket, her fingertips tracing the patterns on the handle. Lin Yue and Lu Chen walked at the back of the group. Lin Yue took the cigarette out of his mouth and tucked it behind his ear. He gazed at the gradually darkening main road of the campus where the streetlights had just lit up, casting long shadows of the group. "What do you think ours will be called?" Lu Chen remained silent for a few seconds. "I don't know. I hope it's called King of Time." Lu Chen said nothing. "Do you think that's too cliché?" "Yeah. You're really boring." Lu Chen glanced at him. In the twilight, half of Lin Yue's profile was illuminated by the streetlight, while the other half remained in shadow, a smile playing on his lips, but Lu Chen could tell it wasn't a true smile. Lin Yue was deep in thought. From the moment Zhou Zheng mentioned true names of abilities, he had been pondering. Time ability. Space ability. What would the names of these two powers be? The next morning in the training hall, Zhou Zheng stood before the whiteboard, his expression more serious than usual. On the whiteboard, several large characters were written: National College Ability Competition, 2 months, Capital City. All military high schools, military academies, and high schools with ability majors across the country will participate. Zhou Zheng turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 6 individuals. This is the first time the military high school is participating this year. Chen Feng raised his hand. Why didn't we participate before? Previously, the military high school looked down on competing with ordinary high school students, Zhou Zheng stated flatly, as if declaring a fact. But this year is different. The champion's reward is a source crystal. Su Zhe paused while adjusting his glasses. Source crystal? His voice rose slightly. The one that can directly elevate an ability user by 1 rank. Yes. A naturally formed energy crystal of abilities. There are less than 50 remaining in the world. 100% success rate for those below the 3rd rank to ascend by 1 rank. Zhou Zheng looked at them. The military department has issued a strict order. The military high school must win the championship. I will lead the team, and the participants are you 6. Bai Lu's eyes brightened. Us. The premise is that all 6 of you must advance within 2 months. 1 missing, and it won't work. Zhou Zheng's gaze was like a knife cutting across each person's face. If you can't do it, I will request the Hive team to take over. All 6 of them were above the 1st rank, with team leader Wu Chongqing at the peak of the 1st rank, ready to break through to the 2nd rank at any moment. The training hall fell silent. Chen Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Bai Lu bit her lip, her eyes filled with defiance. Yi Li raised her head, glanced at the words on the whiteboard, then lowered her head again. Suja maintained a blank expression, but his fingers tapped lightly on his knee. Lin Yue took the cigarette from his mouth and pinned it behind his ear. Practice. Zhou Zheng glanced at him, the corner of his mouth twitching, unsure if it was a smile or something else. Starting today, you will take on tasks every day, completing one before moving to the next. Task levels start at D rank and gradually increase. Rest time will not exceed 6 hours. I will accompany you, but will not intervene directly. Additionally, the use of firearms is prohibited. The expressions of the crowd changed. Your bodies do not need rest, your abilities require combat to activate. This is the way of the military high school. If you can't handle it, you can withdraw now. No one moved. Very well. The first task is at 2 in the afternoon. Now prepare. On the first day, D-rank task, outskirts of the capital, an abandoned warehouse. A small criminal gang operating on the edge of the city, 7 members with a leader of D-rank physical abilities. Bai Lu was the first to rush in, her ice spikes pinning 2 to the ground. Chen Feng followed closely, punching 1 away. Yi Li emerged from the shadows, her dagger silently slicing through 2 throats. Lin Yue and Lu Chun hardly needed to strike, and the battle was already over. 8 minutes total, annihilation, 0 casualties. Zhou Zheng's voice came through the communicator pass. The next day, C-rank task, an abandoned village. A small cult stronghold, 15 members with a leader of C-rank mental abilities. This time it wasn't so easy. The leader's mental interference significantly reduced Suja's perception. Bai Lu received a cut on her left arm. Yi Li bled from all 7 orifices due to the mental shock, and Chen Feng's armor was cracked by a C-rank physical attacker. But in the end, they were still annihilated at the cost of 3 sustaining minor injuries. Zhou Zheng remarked, barely passing. On the third day, C-rank task, smuggling gang hideout. 20 members, 3 C-rank ability users. Bai Lu faced off against a wind ability user, but the opponent's speed was too fast, making her ice spikes always half a beat slow. She used ice spikes to block the opponent's movement path, forcing him to crash into a wall, with 1 ice spike piercing his shoulder. But at the cost of having 3 of her ribs broken by a punch from a physical ability user. Yi Li's right shoulder was burned, the leader's fireball grazing past. Chen Feng was shot in the left arm. Total annihilation, 3 injured, no serious injuries. Zhou Zheng said pass. On the 4th day, half a day's rest, medical room. Bai Lu lay on the hospital bed, her ribs wrapped in a brace, cursing that wind user runs like a rabbit. If I catch him next time, he'll freeze his legs. Chen Feng sat on the adjacent bed, a bullet hole in his left arm, with the military doctor extracting the bullet. He gritted his teeth, not uttering a word, but sweat dripped from his forehead. Yi Li sat in the corner, her right shoulder bandaged, head lowered. Lin Yue walked over and placed a bottle of water beside her. She touched the bottle with her fingers and moved it onto her lap. On the 5th day, C-rank task. Edge of the Dark Zone Mercenary Stronghold. 25 members, leader of C-rank lightning abilities, peak of the 1st rank. The speed and destructive power of the lightning type were far stronger than previous enemies. Bai Lu's ice spikes were shattered by lightning, Chen Feng's metallic armor turned red from the strikes, and Suja was grazed by a stray bullet. Lin Yue and Lu Chun teamed up to confront the leader, with Lin Yue's time deceleration slowing the leader's lightning by 20%, while Lu Chun used teleportation for a side attack, wearing him down with repeated strikes. In the end, Lin Yue risked being struck by lightning, closing in to stab the leader's heart with his blade. When the leader fell, Lin Yue's left hand was scorched black from the electric shock, causing him to curse. Everyone was injured. Zhou Zheng said next. That night in the military high school training hall, Chen Feng lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The scenes of battle from the day replayed in his mind, the pain of bullets hitting his chest, the sensation of his fist smashing into the enemy's face, and the numbness when the lightning leader struck his chest. Something within his body was stirring. Not a heartbeat, not breathing, but a deeper sensation, like magma churning. Chen Feng turned over and sat up. Suja, he called out. Suja on the adjacent bed turned over. What? I feel. I'm about to break through. Suja sat up, adjusting his glasses, and looked at him for 2 seconds. Then he got out of bed, put on slippers, and said, let's go to the training hall. The two crossed the campus and arrived at the training hall. The door was unlocked and the inside was empty. Chen Feng walked to the steel target, the equipment used in the training hall to test attack power, with a 5mm thick steel plate, which normally only left dents when struck. Chen Feng took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He threw a punch. Bang! The steel plate was directly penetrated. His fist went through the edge, charred black. It wasn't friction generating heat. It was the glow on his fist, a dark golden light. Chen Feng looked at his fist. The metallic color had changed. It was no longer the previous gray-white, but a dark golden color. There was a faint halo around his fist, as if something was flowing beneath his skin. He tried to activate his ability, and the dark golden light suddenly brightened, causing Suja to squint. You can glow now? Suja shielded his eyes. Chen Feng was stunned. He looked at his hand, and 2 words suddenly emerged in his mind. Not heard, not seen, just suddenly known. Golden body, he murmured. Suja looked at him through his fingers. What? My ability. It tells me it's called golden body. Suja put down his hand and recorded it on his phone. Chen Feng, 1st rank, true name of ability, golden body. Metal enhancement system, entire body metallicized to dark golden color, greatly enhancing defense and strength, can emit strong golden light, suspected flashbang effect. A punch can penetrate a 5mm steel plate. Specific parameters to be tested. Chen Feng looked at his fist and grinned golden body cool. On the 6th morning in the dormitory, Suja gritted his teeth and sat up closing his eyes. His perception range was expanding. Previously, his mental perception radius was 500 meters. Now that number was skyrocketing 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters, 1000 meters. He could perceive everyone's location, body temperature, heartbeat, and breathing within the dormitory. He could even distinguish that someone in the adjacent room was turning over, someone downstairs was washing up, and far away in the training hall by Lu was hitting a sandbag. Then he saw something different. He could see the flow of energy. The paths, speeds, and intensities of each person's ability energy circulating within their bodies were clearly presented in his consciousness like a precise circuit diagram. He could even see the residual traces, faint tracks where energy had passed just seconds before. He opened his eyes, and the headache disappeared. Omniscient domain. Chen Feng peeked his head out from the bed. You broke through too. Yeah, what's it called? Omniscient. Chen Feng fell silent for 2 seconds. Damn, yours is cooler than mine. Suju adjusted his glasses, unusually not. Second week, 3rd mission. Sea level deep within the dark zone, a medium-sized cult stronghold. 30 people leader, a Clevel fire type, 2 Clevel guards, all at the peak of the first stage. Zhou Zheng parked the car 2 kilometers away, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he observed through binoculars. This one's tougher than last time. Bai Lu, you'll take the lead this mission. Lin Yue and Lu Chen aren't participating. If you can't win, run. Bai Lu flexed her left arm. The fractured ribs had mostly healed, but strenuous movement still caused pain. Run? Not possible. The battle turned intense from the very start. The leader's fire-type ability burned at an extreme temperature nearing 1500 degrees. Half of Bai Lu's ice spikes vaporized before they even got close. She immediately changed tactics, abandoning ranged attacks to charge in for close combat, wielding an ice spike like a dagger. Have you lost your mind? If you really can't handle it, let me. Chen Feng shouted from behind. Shut up and cover me. Chen Feng charged forward, his golden body activated, casting a dark golden glow across half the battlefield. He blocked a punch from one Clevel guard and sent the man flying with a backhand strike. Another Clevel guard rushed in from the side, but Yili emerged from the shadows, her dagger piercing his nape. Enraged, the leader unleashed flames surging like a tidal wave toward Bai Lu. Bai Lu didn't dodge as she plunged into the inferno, driving her ice spike toward his heart. He blocked with his arm the spike, embedding into his forearm, while flames scorched Bai Lu's right shoulder. Act! Bai Lu gritted her teeth, refusing to let go, and formed another ice spike in her other hand to strike again. A barrier of fire repelled the second spike, but Bai Lu was already upon him. She punched him in the face, her fist coated in frost, landing with a crisp crack. Stunned, the leader faltered. Chen Feng charged from behind his golden body at full power and smashed his fist into the back of the leader's head. The leader pitched forward, his flames spiraling out of control. Yili darted out from the shadows, her dagger slicing across his throat. The battle was over. Bai Lu collapsed to the ground, her right shoulder charred black, and 3 more ribs cracked. Yet she still cursed through her teeth. Damn. A Clevel being this hard to kill. Chen Feng crouched beside her. Sis, I want that. Bai Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. Help me up. Yili stood nearby, a bullet hole in her left arm from a stray shot, blood dripping down her fingers. The medical team arrived. As Bai Lu was lifted onto the stretcher, the burn on her right shoulder made her clench her jaw in pain, but she didn't cry out. At 2 in the morning, the lights in the infirmary were still on. Bai Lu suddenly opened her eyes. She felt the ice-type energy within her churning, as if something was about to burst forth. That energy surged from her dantian, rushing through her blood vessels to her limbs and bones, freezing her until she trembled. She bit down hard, refusing to let out a sound. The burn on her right shoulder hadn't healed, and the fracture in her left arm was still mending, but the energy inside her cared nothing for that. It demanded release. Bai Lu pulled out her 4-tube and rolled off the bed. Her feet barely touched the floor before her knees buckled, nearly sending her to the ground. She steadied herself against the bed frame, waiting for the dizziness to pass, then walked step by step out of the ward. The corridor was empty. Barefoot, she walked across the cold tiles to the open ground below the infirmary. The moonlight was bright. Bai Lu extended her right hand. Ice-type energy gathered in her palm, condensing into a hammer. The head was the size of a human skull. No, even larger, nearly half a meter long, its surface etched with crystalline ice patterns, the handle fitting perfectly in her grip. The entire hammer glowed with a faint blue light, its temperature so low that water vapor in the air instantly condensed into frost, forming a ring of white mist around her. Bai Lu gripped the ice hammer, feeling it as an extension of her own arm. She raised it and smashed it into the ground. A crack split the earth, filled with ice. Frost spread outward from the fissure, coating the ground within a 2-meter radius in a layer of white rime. Where the hammer struck, concrete shattered into powder, the debris clinging with ice crystals. Bai Lu stared at the hammer in her hand, frozen for a second. Then 3 words surfaced in her mind. Big Ice Hammer. She fell silent. A long silence stretched on. Who came up with that name? She demanded into the air, her tone laced with murderous intent. No one answered. She took a deep breath and shrunk the hammer, reducing it from live size to the size of a fist, spinning it like a tiny toy on her fingertip. But the miniature hammer's temperature hadn't dropped at all. The crystalline patterns were even finer than before. Bai Lu dismissed it and turned to walk back to the ward. Chen Feng bumped into her in the hallway. He saw Bai Lu, barefoot, blood seeping through the bandage on her right shoulder, the brace on her left arm crooked, but her eyes shone brighter than ever. Sis, Bai Yu. I've advanced. Bai Lu walked past him. Huh, shut up. Chen Feng fell silent. That afternoon, Yili also broke through. She lay in her hospital bed, left hand bandaged. No one else was in the room. The lights were off, the curtains drawn. Yili's body suddenly merged into the shadow of the bed. Her form turned into shadow, sliding down the sheet onto the floor like a pool of black water, silently flowing into the darkest corner of the room. 5 seconds later, she reformed from the shadow in the corner of the ceiling, landing silently barefoot on the floor. A sliver of sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains. She looked down at her hand. Her fingers were solid in the sunlight, but when she reached into the shadow under the bed, they vanished. Pulling her hand back, 2 words surfaced in her mind. Eternal darkness. She whispered it once, glanced around, raised her right hand, and leaped lightly. Woo! Then she returned to bed, pulled the covers up to her chin, and closed her eyes. 3rd week, 4th mission. Level deep within the dark zone, a medium-sized cult stronghold. Over 40 people, leader, up-level lightning type, multiple level guards. Zhou Zheng accompanied them this time, but stayed on the periphery to oversee, not directly intervening. This one's level, he said over the comms. If you can't win, run. I won't save you, but he'll collect your bodies. Chen Feng swallowed hard. Instructor Zhou sure knows how to joke. Him not. Bai Lu flexed her right shoulder. The burn had scabbed over, but movement was still a bit restricted. Her left arm was still in a brace, but she claimed, it doesn't affect me. Let's go. The stronghold was an abandoned factory 3 stories tall, surrounded by walls and watchtowers. Su Zhe's omniscient domain expanded, fully covering the entire compound. 23 people. The leader is on the 3rd floor, level lightning type. At least 6 level guards. Over a dozen regular gunners. Defensive formation, organized. Lin Yue tactics. Su Zhe thought for a moment. Bai Lu and Chen Feng will break through the front to draw fire. Yili clears the gunners quickly, then infiltrates from the rooftop. Lin Yue and Lu Chen cut in from the flanks for a decapitation strike. Bai Lu frontline again. You excel at the front. Fine. The battle was bloodier than any before from the very. As soon as Bai Lu and Chen Feng charged into the courtyard, they were locked down by 2 level ability users. 1 strength type, 1 wind type, working in perfect sync. The wind type accelerated the strength type, who barreled forward like a tank, but Chen Feng caught him and flipped him into a suplex. Then with his golden body fully unleashed a dark golden explosion of light, he punched the strength type user square in the chest, caving it in by 2 centimeters. Bai Lu squared off against the wind type user. His speed was overwhelming. She shrunk her ice hammer to the size of a fist and hurled it like a bullet. It struck the wind type user's shoulder, instantly freezing half his arm solid. Oh! He screamed, his speed plummeting. Bai Lu rushed in, forming a life-sized ice hammer in her right hand, and smashed it into his chest. He flew back, crashing into the wall, his chest caved in, frost spreading from the wound. Don't you know I hate wind types the most? Bai Lu roared. On the 3rd floor, Yili had cleared the gunners and emerged from the rooftop shadows, landing without a sound. 2 level guards were in the hallway, 1 fire type, 1 metal type. She crouched in the shadows, waiting for them to turn. In that instant, she struck her dagger, slashing the fire type's throat, while her left-hand short blade pierced the metal type's lower back. Both guards fell almost simultaneously, but the metal type's death throes sent out a dull thud, alerting those inside. The leader burst out of the room, blue arcs of lightning coiling around his body, his hair standing on end. He saw the 2 corpses, then Yili lurking in the hallway shadows. With a wave of his right hand, a bolt of lightning shot toward her. Yili dodged into the shadows, and the lightning blasted a gaping hole in the wall. She emerged from another shadow, her dagger aimed at the back of his neck. But the leader was lightning fast. He spun and punched her wrist, the electric arcs traveling along the dagger into her body. Yili was paralyzed by the shock, her old shoulder wound reopening, blood gushing out. Little pest, the leader sneered. Lin Yue charged up the stairs, activating time deceleration. The leader's lightning slowed by 20%, but a level lightning type speed was still too great for Lin Yue to gain an advantage. He sidestepped a bolt of lightning and pulled out an anesthetic needle, his last one. Lu Chen appeared behind the leader, his blade thrusting toward the leader's nape. Without even turning, the leader unleashed a burst of electricity from his back, forcing Lu Chen back 3 steps, his right leg numb. Lin Yue dashed in front of the leader, aiming the anesthetic needle at his kidney. The leader blocked with his arm. The needle pierced his forearm, but missed the vital point, so the anesthetic took effect slowly. Enraged, the leader clasped his hands together, forming a massive ball of lightning in his palms, making the lights on the entire 3rd floor flicker. All of you die. The lightning ball exploded. 2nd stage. Lin Yue couldn't dodge in time. The shockwave threw him against the wall, scorching his back and burning a large patch of his clothes. Lu Chen teleported to a corner, avoiding most of the damage, but his right leg was grazed by the lightning, the flesh torn open. Chen Feng charged up the stairs and saw Lin Yue leaning against the wall, his back smoking, his eyes turning red. Brother Yue. He lunged at the leader, his golden body at full power, the dark golden light making the leader squint. Chen Feng threw a punch at the leader's face, but the leader dodged and struck Chen Feng in the chest. Crack. The sound of ribs breaking was unmistakable. Chen Feng flew backward, crashing into the wall at the end of the hallway, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chen Feng. Bai Lu charged up from below, saw Chen Feng lying in a pool of blood, and her eyes turned red. Raising her giant ice hammer, she swung it at the leader. The leader dodged, and the hammer smashed into the floor, cracking the entire 3rd floor slab and spreading frost everywhere. Yili emerged from the shadows again, her dagger aimed at the back of the leader's head. Without looking back, the leader sent her flying with a bolt of electricity. Bai Lu charged again, swinging her giant ice hammer like a windmill, strike after strike. The leader was forced back, his lightning constantly shattering the ice hammer, but Bai Lu seemed tireless. Each time it broke, she reformed it and kept swinging. Lin Yue slid down the wall, wiping blood from his mouth. He watched Bai Lu's fight with the leader, then glanced at Chen Feng lying in a pool of blood, and finally looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen met his gaze. No words were needed. A trace of anesthetic remained on the needle tip. He gripped the needle between his fingers and took a deep breath. Lu Chen nodded. Lin Yue charged at the leader, forcing time deceleration to its maximum. The leader's lightning slowed, but Lin Yue's left arm was already burned, the needle in his right hand glinting faintly in the light. Lu Chen teleported behind the leader once more, his blade stabbing toward the leader's nape. The leader spun to block a barrier of lightning, deflecting the dagger. Now was the moment. Lin Yue rushed in from the side, driving his fist with the needle into the leader's kidney. The leader's body stiffened. With a Blevel second-stage physique and an incomplete dose of anesthetic, it would take at least 10 seconds to take effect. The leader turned, gathering his last bolt of lightning in his right hand, and aimed it at Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue couldn't dodge. Lu Chen appeared in front of him, taking the strike. The electric arc struck Lu Chen's chest. He grunted, but didn't fall. Gritting his teeth, he drove his blade into the leader's throat. The leader's eyes widened, the lightning dissipated, and his body pitched forward. The battle was over. Chen Feng lay in a pool of blood, his chest charred black, 3 ribs broken, internal organs damaged. His golden body armor had shattered, the dark golden light extinguished his face, as pale as paper. Bai Lu crouched beside him, her hands trembling. Chen Feng, say something. Chen Feng opened his eyes, his lips twitching. Sis Bai, I'm fine. You call this fine? It's just a little painful. Lu Chen, helped up by Lin Yue, looked at Bai Lu and forced out the words, Bai Lu. Finish them. Bai Lu paused, turned to see the blade still lodged in the leader's neck, her mouth twitching slightly, as she got up and delivered a finishing blow with her hammer. Zhou Zheng stood at the factory entrance, his cigarette burned down to the filter. He looked at the 6 of them, Chen Feng and Yi Li on stretchers, Lin Yue and Lu Chen leaning on each other, Bai Lu and Suja drenched in blood. Not bad, he said. Go back and recover. Continue tomorrow. Bai Lu glared at him. Chen Feng is practically dead, and we continue tomorrow. Zhou Zheng met her gaze. He won't die. The military academy's medical tech is better than you think. Bai Lu clenched her jaw, but said nothing. Chen Feng's injuries were more severe than expected. 3 of his ribs were fractured, one of which punctured a lobe of his lung, and his internal organs suffered varying degrees of damage. The golden body saved his life. Oh, without that layer of metallic armor, the lightning strike would have directly pierced his chest. The military's advanced medical technology was indeed impressive. On the 2nd day after the surgery, Chen Feng woke up. By the 3rd day, he could sit up, and by the 4th day, he could get out of bed and walk. However, his golden body was temporarily unusable. The doctor said he needed to wait for his ribs to fully heal, or else the metallic structure would compress the bones and hinder recovery. Chen Feng lay on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. You go, am I holding you back? Lin Yue sat by his bed, cigarette in mouth. But you didn't hold us back. You blocked a punch from a class tier 2, saving my life. If that punch had hit me, I would already be in a coffin. Chen Feng fell silent for a moment. Have you broken through your abilities? Lin Yue and Lu Chen exchanged glances. Lin Yue replied, I feel at the bottleneck. What does it feel like? Lin Yue thought for a moment, organizing his words. It's like there's a sea of stars within me. Very deep, very vast. I can sense something at the bottom of the sea, but it's too deep for me to reach. Lu Chen said, me too. Chen Feng blinked. A sea of stars. What does that feel like? Lu Chen didn't answer. Bai Lu walked in through the door holding an apple, took a bite, and walked to Chen Feng's bedside, placing the remaining apple on his nightstand. Eat, she said. Chen Feng glanced at the bitten apple. Sister Bai Lu, you've bitten it. Disgusted. No. Chen Feng picked up the apple and took a bite. Bai Lu leaned against the wall, watching Lin Yue and Lu Chen. How do you plan to break through your bottleneck? Lin Yue replied, I don't know. Bai Lu pondered. You need a good beating. What? Suja said that you all need to be beaten. Someone needs to hit you hard until you break through. Lin Yue paused for a moment, and then laughed. That makes sense. In the 4th week after Chen Feng's injury stabilized. Training hall. Zhou Zheng looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen, remaining silent for a long time. You've hit a bottleneck. That's normal. The bottleneck for class is much thicker than for a class. He said practicing in isolation won't help. You need an opponent one stronger than you, but not one that will kill you. He picked up his phone and sent a message. 10 minutes later, the door to the training hall was pushed open. Di Wu Changqing walked. He was wearing military training gear and black frame glasses, looking like a top student studying in a library. Yet his expression was heavy, scanning Lin Yue and Lu Chen without any emotion. Lei Ming followed behind him, bald, broad-shouldered like a moving wall. He saw Bai Lu and grinned. Injured again. Bai Lu glared at him. None of your business. Lei Ming laughed even harder. The other 4 members of the Hive team followed behind Lin and Feng Hen, Zhao Tai Zhong, Yan Zhou Xiaoyu Revival Light, and Sun Yifan Arc Light. 6 people, all above tier 1. Di Wu Changqing walked up to Zhou Zheng. Instructor Zhou. You said we need to be sparring. Zhou Zheng nodded. These 2 are stuck at a bottleneck. Use your shared soul and divine corpse to pressure them. Don't kill or maim them, and do whatever else. Di Wu Changqing adjusted his glasses and looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. I'm familiar with this. Are you 2 ready? Lin Yue stood up and moved his left arm. The burn was mostly healed, the new skin still tinged with pink. Let's go. Lu Chen stood next to him, saying nothing, but his expression had changed. Bai Lu leaned against the wall, her left arm still in a brace, watching this scene. Can they do it? Zhou Zheng replied, cigarette in mouth, either break through or get knocked down. Both are good outcomes. Chen Feng, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed over by Su Zhe to watch the match. His chest was still wrapped in bandages, but his eyes were bright. Yu Chen go beat them up. Bai Lu stood beside him, a small ice hammer spinning on her fingertip. Shut up and watch. Yili sat in the shadows on the rooftop, the moonlight unable to reach her face, but her eyes shone in the darkness. The lights in the training hall were all turned on. Di Wu Changqing stood in the center of the arena, Lei Meng by his side, flexing his wrists, the joints cracking. The other 4 members of the Hive team stepped back to the sidelines, but didn't sit down. They closed their eyes as if waiting for something. Zhou Zheng lit his cigarette, taking a deep drag. Rules. 2 against 2. Di Wu Changqing and Lei Meng won't use power beyond Tier 1 peak, but they will fight with full strength. Lin Yue and Lu Chen, your task is to last for 10 minutes. Lei Meng grinned. Instructor, Zhou, isn't 10 minutes too long? Zhou Zheng glanced at him. Do you think they can't last? Lei Meng didn't answer, but his smile said it all. Di Wu Changqing, his pupils began to glow, a thin layer of light covering his irises, as if something was swirling within. Shared soul. The 4 members of the Hive team opened their eyes simultaneously. A dark golden sheen appeared on Lei Meng's body. Zhongyan. His right hand conjured a pulsating blue arc of electricity arc light. A gentle breeze swirled around his feet. Feng Hen. Chen Feng's eyes widened. They're cheating. Are you ready? Lin Yue took the cigarette out of his mouth and tucked it behind his ear. He didn't answer, just glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Zhou Zheng flicked the ash off his cigarette. Begin. Lei Meng charged forward first. His speed, enhanced by the full-scale boost of Divine Corpse, was astonishing for someone of his size, and the wind attribute acceleration further improved his explosive power. He threw a punch towards Lin Yue's face, blue arcs of electricity trailing his fist. Lin Yue sidestepped, activating. Lei Meng's punch slowed down, but only by less than 20%. The Tier 1 peak Divine Corpse combined with Earth-type defense made his bonus density astonishing, significantly weakening the effect of time dilation. Lu Chen teleported behind Lei Meng, thrusting a knife towards his neck. The moment the blade touched his skin, the dark golden sheen flashed, and the dagger slid off the Earth-type defense as hard as rock. At the same time, the electric arc traveled through the dagger to Lu Chen's hand, numbing his entire right arm, nearly causing him to drop the dagger. Lei Meng didn't look back, elbowing backwards. Lu Chen teleported out of the way, the elbow strike missing, but the pressure from the wind caused him to stagger slightly. Di Wu Changqing stood by the sidelines, unmoving, but his eyes were growing brighter. He was using shared soul to analyze Lin Yue and Lu Chen's fighting patterns, capturing every habitual action, every evasion preference, and every attack rhythm, and sharing it in real time with Lei Meng. To the left, Di Wu Changqing said. Lei Meng immediately stepped left, throwing a punch towards Lin Yue's escape route. Lin Yue's time dilation had just ended, leaving him no time to activate it again. He could only brace himself, crossing his arms to block. Lei Meng's fist struck his forearm with a cracking sound, sending Lin Yue staggering back 5 steps, his arms numb. To the right, Di Wu Changqing said again. Lei Meng turned, throwing a punch towards Lu Chen's landing spot. Just as Lu Chen had just teleported to that position, the fist waiting there. Lu Chen had no time to teleport again, so he could only dodge to the side, the fist grazing his ribs, tearing away bits of clothing and a layer of skin. Blood droplets splattered in the air. Damn! Bai Lu cursed from the wall, her ice hammer stopping its spin. Chen Feng, sitting in his wheelchair, clenched his fist. Yu Chen go. Su Zhe was using Omniscient Domain to observe, recording Di Wu Changqing's command style and analyzing the operational patterns of shared soul. It's been 5 minutes. Zhou Zheng's voice came from the sidelines. 5 more minutes. Lin Yue got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His arms trembled. Lei Meng's punches were too heavy. Each one felt like being hit by a truck. He looked at Lu Chen. Lin Yue took a deep breath, no longer confronting Lei Meng directly, instead charging towards Di Wu Changqing. Time dilation activated, his speed increased within the slowed field like a shadow skimming past Lei Meng's side. Lei Meng turned to chase. Lu Chen teleported behind him, landing a punch on the back of his head to draw attention. Lei Meng indeed fell for it, turning around to punch Lu Chen, who dodged, causing Lei Meng's fist to smash into the floor, creating a dent. Lin Yue had already reached Di Wu Changqing. His fist aimed at his waist. Di Wu Changqing didn't dodge. He adjusted his glasses, smiling slightly. Lin Yue's fist halted in midair. His body refused to obey, his fingers froze, his arms stiffened, and he felt as if he had hit the pause button on his whole being. Shared soul. Di Wu Changqing said, it's not just about exchanging abilities. I can also temporarily take over your consciousness. Though not for long, it's enough. He reached out and gently pushed Lin Yue's chest. Lin Yue fell to the ground, the back of his head striking the floor with a dull thud. At the same time, Lei Meng landed a punch on Lu Chen's abdomen, causing Lu Chen to bend over, stepping back several paces, dropping to one knee, a line of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Time's up. Zhou Zheng's voice. Lei Meng retracted his fist, standing up straight. Di Wu Changqing's eyes returned to normal. Lin Yue lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, gasping for breath. Lu Chen came over and reached out to pull him up. Lei Meng looked at them. Are you convinced? Lin Yue smiled, revealing bloodied teeth, a little convinced, but not much. Lei Meng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. You've got spirit. I like it. Di Wu Changqing looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen and said one sentence. You're not far from a breakthrough. Another round and you'll be close. He turned and walked out of the training hall with the other members of the Hive team following behind. As Lei Meng left, he glanced back at Bai Lu, who didn't give him the finger this time, but looked at him with a complex expression. Zhou Zheng extinguished his cigarette on the windowsill. Tomorrow same time. Late at night the lights in the training hall were still on. Lin Yue and Lu Chen did not return to their dormitory. They stood in the empty arena facing two punching bags. Lin Yue moved his left arm, still feeling the residual pain from Lei Ming's punch, but his bones were fine. He looked at his right hand, clenched it, released it, then clenched it again. What do you think our ability should be called? Lu Chen pondered. I don't know. I hope it's called King of Time. You didn't sound so childish this time. Lu Chen glanced at him. You're injured. I wanted to cheer you up. Lin Yue smiled, the movement pulling at the wound on his mouth, causing him to wince. He walked up to the punching bag, took a deep breath. Tomorrow, let's take them down. The two walked out of the training hall, the door closing behind them. The lights went out, plunging the training hall into darkness. In the distance, several lights in the dormitory were still on. Bai Lu watched in the direction of the training hall from the window, gripping the small ice hammer in her hand, which glowed a ghostly blue in the moonlight. She raised the ice hammer to her eyes, gazing at the light refracted through its icy patterns. Great ice hammer, she whispered, then sighed. All right then. She closed the window. Diwu Changqing and Lei Ming stood in the center of the arena, their expressions vastly different from yesterday. Diwu Changqing's glasses reflected light, obscuring his gaze, while the smile that once graced Lei Ming's lips had vanished. Zhou Zheng stood at the sidelines, lighting a cigarette. This time there are no time limits, he said. The fight continues until one side can no longer stand. Lei Ming flexed his wrist, his joints cracking audibly. Diwu Changqing adjusted his glasses, his pupils beginning to glow. Zhou Zheng declared. Lei Ming surged forward like a cannonball, targeting Lu Chen. Lu Chen teleported to evade, but Lei Ming's fist crashed down where he had just stood, creating a pit in the floor with debris exploding outward. Lu Chen appeared behind Lei Ming, stabbing towards his neck. The moment the blade touched the skin, a flash of dark golden light glinted, causing the dagger to slide off. At the same time, an electric arc transferred through the dagger to Lu Chen's hand. Lei Ming turned, delivering a punch to Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen couldn't teleport in time, crossing his arms to block. Bang! Lu Chen was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, his arms fractured. Lu Chen, Lin Yue shouted. Not dead. Lu Chen stood up, his left arm hanging at his side, pulling out the dagger. Lei Ming had already turned towards Lin Yue, moving at least twice as fast as yesterday, throwing a punch at Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue activated his time slowdown ability. However, Lei Ming's fist pierced through the slowed field still astonishingly fast. Lin Yue sidestepped, the fist grazing past his ear, the resulting wind pressure causing his eardrum to bleed. He retaliated with a punch aimed at Lei Ming's ribs, his fist crashing against the dark golden armor, his knuckles cracking as if striking steel. Lei Ming looked down at him, grinning straight. Is this all you've got? He punched Lin Yue in the abdomen. Lin Yue doubled over the acidic bile rising in his throat, which he forcibly swallowed. The second punch landed on his shoulder, the sound of dislocated bone ringing clear. The third punch hit his chest, sending Lin Yue crashing into the wall, tearing the skin on his back. You go. Chen Feng stood up from his wheelchair, blood seeping from the bandages on his chest. Lei Ming stood in the center of the arena, enveloped in dark golden light and blue arcs resembling a war god. Your abilities are strong, he said, but you are too weak. The unrefined time and space are nothing before me. He charged forward again, landing a punch to Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue fell to the ground, darkness enveloping his vision. He heard Lu Chen's voice, distant, as if coming from the depths of water. Lin Yue. Lu Chen teleported in front of Lin Yue, thrusting his dagger towards his eyes. Lei Ming seized the dagger, countering with a strike to Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen's chest cracked audibly, and his ribs broke. Lei Ming's eyes began to turn red. His pupils were laced with blood vessels, his breathing becoming ragged. The dark golden glow around him began to flicker, erratically resembling a bulb with unstable voltage. Lei Ming. Diwu Changqing shouted, control yourself. Lei Ming did not respond. He turned to look at the fallen Lin Yue, and Lu Chen, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Come again. He charged towards Lin Yue. This punch was delivered without restraint, combining wind-based acceleration, earth-based weight, increase electric attacks, and the inherent power of Shun Hai, merging four elements into one, creating a sonic boom as the air compressed, emitting a shrill cry. Lin Yue watched that fist grow larger in his field of vision. He couldn't evade. Time slowdown was ineffective. Time freeze was beyond his reach. He was too weak. The fist came crashing down. Enough. A hand reached in from the side, gripping Lei Ming's fist. Lei Ming's entire body froze, his fist suspended in midair, just 5 centimeters from Lin Yue's face, unable to advance even a fraction. Zhou Zheng stood before Lei Ming's cigarette and mouthed, the scar on his face appearing deeper under the lights. He gripped Lei Ming's fist, his arm not even bending. I said enough. Zhou Zheng's voice was low, but each word pierced Lei Ming's ears like nails. Lei Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Zhou Zheng move aside. Zhou Zheng replied, the side effects of Shun Hai have become this severe. Lei Ming's arms began to tremble. More dark golden patterns surfaced on his skin, like veins swelling, as if something was trying to burst forth from beneath. His breathing became more laborious, blood vessels proliferating in his pupils, nearly covering his entire cornea. Let go. Lei Ming's voice turned hoarse, unrecognizable as human. Zhou Zheng did not relent. He released Lei Ming's fist, taking a step back, raising his right hand. A ball of fire ignited in his palm, causing the surrounding temperature to soar by several degrees. Calm down. He slapped his palm against Lei Ming's chest. The flames seeped into Lei Ming's body like water. The dark golden glow began to fade, the electric arcs dissipated, and the wind-based acceleration came to a halt. His eyes gradually returned to normal, the blood vessels receding, his breathing stabilizing. Then his legs buckled beneath him, and he knelt on the ground. Sorry. Lei Ming lowered his head, gasping for air. I couldn't control it. Diwu Changqing approached, standing beside Lei Ming, placing a hand on his shoulder. Zhou Zheng removed the cigarette from his mouth, flicking away the ash. Shen Hai and Great Ability, the pinnacle of body enhancement. He looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chun. Its power derives from the user's emotions. The more excited you are, the stronger you become. But the stronger you are, the more prone you are to losing control. Lei Ming's peak Shen Hai at the first level can unleash power equivalent to the mid-second level when out of control. He paused. If this continues, someone will really die. Lin Yue lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling. His left shoulder had been dislocated and reset, his chest bruised, the skin on his back torn, and blood still trickling from his mouth. But he did not look at his injuries, he was focused on his hands. Will I die? He repeated Zhou Zheng's words. What are we waiting for? He struggled to turn himself over, the movement pulling at his wounds, causing him to wince in pain, but he stood in the center of the training hall, covered in blood, his left shoulder dislocated, his right leg trembling, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. Come again. Lei Ming knelt on the ground, looking up at him, stunned. Diwu Changqing's expression shifted from worry to astonishment. Lu Chen also rose from the ground. His left forearm was fractured, at least 2 ribs in his chest had broken, each breath stabbing like a knife. Yet he stood beside Lin Yue, just a half step away, as he had every day for the past 10 years. Again, Lu Chen shouted. Lei Ming stood up, gazing at the two of them, silent for a long time. You two really don't care about... Zhou Zheng burned the cigarette in his hand down to ash. Diwu Changqing, Lei Ming. The last 5 minutes. Use all your strength. Diwu Changqing adjusted his glasses. This could really kill them. They chose this themselves, Zhou Zheng replied. Their bottleneck has been loosened, no pain, no gain. Diwu Changqing looked at Zhou Zheng, silent for 2 seconds before nodding. He turned to face Lin Yue and Lu Chen, reactivating Commune of Souls. Lei Ming took a deep breath. In these last 5 minutes, I won't hold back. Come. Lei Ming charged forward. Wind-based acceleration, earth-based defense, electric attacks. 3 elements combined, delivering a punch at Lin Yue. Lin Yue activated time slowdown. This time, he poured every ounce of energy into the field. Lei Ming's speed decreased by 40%, but it was still very fast. Lin Yue sidestepped, countering with a punch to Lei Ming's abdomen, his fist infused with the effects of time slowdown. At the moment of contact, he accelerated his punch, making it feel like it appeared out of thin air to Lei Ming. Lei Ming stepped back, the dark golden glow on his abdomen flashing briefly. He was not injured, but his expression shifted. Your punches have become heavier. He said nothing in response. Blood streamed from his nose, veins bulging on his forehead, the energy lost from time slowdown exhausting him greatly. Lu Chen teleported in from the side, stabbing towards Lei Ming's ribs. Lei Ming blocked with his arm the dagger, sliding off, countering with a punch directed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen teleported to evade, but Lei Ming's fist altered its trajectory in midair, predicting his landing point. Lu Chen was sent flying once more, his left forearm completely shattered, the bone protruding abnormally from beneath the skin. Gritting his teeth, he aligned his left arm with his right hand, the pain making his vision go black. Lei Ming offered no respite. He turned, striking towards Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue activated time slowdown again. This time his field shrank to a 2-meter radius, but its effect intensified, reducing Lei Ming's speed by 50%. Lin Yue dodged the first punch, evaded the second, but the third punch struck his shoulder. His left shoulder dislocated again, the intense pain momentarily breaking his time slowdown, and in that instant Lei Ming's fourth punch hit his chest. He felt the bones in his chest groan, the taste of blood filling his mouth, his left shoulder crooked, and his right leg trembling. Yet he did not fall. He leaned against the wall, slowly, inch by inch, rising to his feet. Lei Ming observed him, a complex light flashing in his eyes, a blend of respect and pity. Enough, Lei Ming said. You already. There is no enough. Lin Yue's voice was hoarse yet calm. He stood leaning against the wall, gazing at Lei Ming. His vision blurred, unable to clearly see Lei Ming's face, but he could feel the ocean within him surging. Something was rising from the ocean's depths. Lin Yue closed his eyes. Within that boundless starry sea, every star was a node, every beam of light a fragment of history. Time was not a line, it was a river flowing from source to end, encompassing all. And he was part of this river. No, he opened his eyes. Lei Ming was charging towards him, fist accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. Lin Yue watched that fist approach inch by inch. He could see the flow of time around Lei Ming's fist, each second clear in his consciousness, like glowing threads entwined around Lei Ming's arm. He extended his hand. His fingers brushed against Lei Ming's fist, and he nudged one of the threads. He shifted the trajectory of Lei Ming's fist by 1 centimeter to the side. Lin Yue stood still, unmoving. Lei Ming appeared behind him. Lei Ming froze, staring at his fist, then at Lin Yue. You? Lin Yue's eyes transformed, something emerging from deep within his pupils, as if countless tiny rivers. Time in his eyes was no longer a straight line, it was three-dimensional, multifaceted, a tangible entity that could be touched and nudged. Lei Ming took a step back, a deeper instinctual fear creeping into his heart, akin to peering over the edge of an abyss. Lu Chen sensed it too. Leaning against the wall, his right arm supporting his body, his left arm hanging by his side, he looked at Lin Yue before closing his eyes. He sensed Lin Yue expanding from the starry sea within him outwards. The training hall, the military academy, the imperial capital, Huaxia blue, star, the atmosphere, the starry sky. Space was not a blank canvas, it was alive. Every inch of space breathed and pulsed. Lu Chen opened his eyes. His eyes transformed to starlight appearing deep within his pupil stars, twinkling nebulae swirling countless points of light flickering in the profound darkness. The two stood in the center of the training hall bloodied and battered, yet their eyes one pair flowing with the river of time, the other reflecting the universe's myriad phenomena. Diwu Changqing took a step back the first time he had ever retreated in battle. They. His voice caught in his throat. Zhou Zheng removed the cigarette from his mouth, saying nothing. He watched Lin Yue and Lu Chen, his gaze deep, as if he had waited for this moment a long time. Then the world changed. Lin Yue and Lu Chen's bodies lit up simultaneously. The river of time surged from Lin Yue's chest. The people in the training hall witnessed the essence of time. They saw the past with glimpses of their childhood flashing before their eyes. They saw the present where this moment was infinitely stretched, every frame vividly clear. They saw the future with countless diverging paths unfolding before them, each leading to a different ending. Some saw themselves graduating 3 years later, some saw their aging selves, while others glimpsed paths they had never chosen. Fifth Changqing saw himself along with countless strange beasts and species never before encountered. Lei Ming witnessed the scene of him losing control for the first time and harming his family. He knelt on the ground, his fists clenched, white, repeatedly murmuring, "I'm sorry." Bai Lu saw someone turn to ashes to protect her. She leaned against the wall, silent tears streaming down her face, yet she did not wipe them away. Chen Feng recalled the mission where Lin Yue saved him for the first time. He sat in a wheelchair, a smile on his lips, tears glistening in his eyes. Suja saw himself as a child browsing through ability documents in his father's study. He pushed up his glasses, remaining. Yi Li's eyes widened as she sat in the shadows, curling up like a frightened cat. No one saw her face, yet her shoulder. The river of time surged out of the training hall, passing through the walls. It flowed towards the campus of the military academy, towards the sky of the imperial capital, and beyond the atmosphere. The people of the entire imperial capital looked up. A glowing river spanned across the night sky. The river was not water, but the accumulation of countless moments, and everyone saw their past, present, or future. In the military headquarters building of the imperial capital, an old man stood by the window, his hands gripping the windowsill tightly, knuckles turning white. His voice was hoarse. The time system. The true time system. Then the myriad phenomena of the universe surged from Lu Chen's body. The people in the training hall witnessed the essence of space. They saw the folding, twisting, stretching, and compressing of space, countless parallel spaces layered upon one another, and the birth and destruction of stars compressed into an instant within space. Fifth Changqing saw a version of himself who had not chosen the military academy, but had instead enrolled in an ordinary university, wearing a white lab coat, conducting research in a laboratory. That version of him pushed up his glasses, as if sensing something, lifting his head to gaze into the void. Lei Ming saw a version of himself unburdened by the side effects of divine corpse, smiling 100 times more easily than now, his eyes reddening. Bai Lu saw a version of herself who had not entered the military academy, had not awakened her abilities, attending an ordinary high school. That version of her wore a ponytail and a school uniform, chatting with friends on the playground. Two anomalies converged in the skies above the imperial capital. The river of time collided, fused, and intertwined with the myriad phenomena of the universe. Time flowed within space, and space extended within time. They were not independent, they had always been one. The people of the entire imperial capital stood before the source of time and space, feeling as small as dust. The anomalies did not cease. The river of time soared into the sky, piercing the night above the imperial capital, extending to greater heights. The myriad phenomena of the universe spread from beneath Lu Chen's feet, reaching further away. Everyone on Blue Star with the ability to sense powers felt it. In Huaxia, in the imperial capital, in the military headquarters building, the old man opened the window, gazing at the river of time and the myriad phenomena of the universe in the sky, his pupils contracting to their utmost. He was one of the 3 8th-tier ability users in Huaxia, having lived for 80 years and witnessed countless phenomena, yet he had never seen anything like this. His voice was hoarse. Time and space. Awakening simultaneously. This is impossible. In the depths of the dark zone, a man in a black robe raised his head, catching a glimpse of the residual light of the phenomena in the sky through the gaps in the dense forest. A strange smile crept across his lips, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth. I found it. Finally found it. Countless pairs of eyes lit up in the shadows behind him, red, green, yellow, like a pack of hungry wolves. In the European Union, Geneva, the red alert at the headquarters of Ability Research rang out, and the entire building shook. The screen displayed energy fluctuation data coming from Huaxia, with the curve exceeding the chart's limits. Technicians frantically hammered on their keyboards, but every terminal reported errors. A white-haired woman burst into the control room, staring at the screen, her fingers trembling. What level of awakening is this? SSS. No. Higher than SSS. Our instruments can't measure it. In America, in Area 51, deep within an underground laboratory, a person trapped in a transparent container opened his eyes. His hair was gray, his face wrinkled, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, yet his eyes. Those were the eyes of a young man, clear, sharp, carrying an indescribable essence. He gazed at the eastern sky, his lips moved slightly, but no words were spoken. All the instruments outside the container exploded with readings, and the screen was filled with static. In Australia, deep within the Beast continent, 2 children, who appeared to be only 10 years old, stood atop a high mountain staring at the northern sky. The boy wore white clothing and had white hair that shimmered like silver under the moonlight. The girl donned a black dress, her black hair gently swaying in the night breeze. Their faces were identical like twins. The boy's eyes reflected the intertwined light of the river of time and the myriad phenomena of the universe, smiling gently. Little Yue and little Chen have awakened. I told you they could. You didn't believe me. The girl stepped back slightly, the black hem of her dress fluttering in the wind. The boy ruffled her hair gently. When did I say I didn't believe? Shall we go see them? It's been a long time and I miss them. The boy shook his head. No, we have things to do. And he looked towards the north, something deep in his eyes, as if an adult was gazing at a child in the distance, filled with concern and restraint. Someone is watching them. The girl pouted but did not retort. She knew who her brother was referring to. Outside the atmosphere of Blue Star, above the space station's orbit, a tall man floated in the vacuum. He was bare-chested without any protective gear. Below him, Blue Star rotated, covered by a web of light woven from the river of time and the myriad phenomena of the universe. He gazed at that light, his eyes calm, a slight smile gracing his lips. They've grown up. He extended his hand, clutching the void, and an invisible force spread from his palm, covering the sky above Blue Star, erasing certain information from the phenomena. Those things that should not be seen were hidden by him. Those fluctuations that should not be perceived were blocked by him. No one noticed his presence. In Huaxia, in the imperial capital, at the Morning Light Orphanage, Director Lin stood in the yard looking up at the sky. His eyes were red, tears streaming down his face along the wrinkles which he did not wipe away. Your brothers have awakened. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself or to someone absent. The night breeze blew, gently swaying the swing in the yard. It was Lin Zai's favorite swing. The paint chipped away, but the iron chains remained sturdy. The lights were on in the second-floor window. Lin, she was already asleep. On the nightstand lay a bag of snacks that Lu Chun had brought her last time, containing 2 pieces of chocolate and a packet of cookies. She couldn't bear to eat them, saying she would save them to share with Lin Yue and Lu Chun when they returned. Director Lin turned and walked back inside, closing the door. He took out an album from the drawer, its cover yellowed, and he opened the first page, lightly brushing his finger over the photograph. There were 8 people in the photo. A man in his 50s stood in the center holding 2 infants. His face was obscured by light, making his features indistinguishable, but one could sense his smile. It was not a polite or courteous smile, but a genuine warm smile. Standing beside the young man were 6 children. The eldest appeared to be 11 or 12, while the youngest looked around 7 or 8. Their faces were also blurry, only outlines visible. Only the 2 infants in the swaddling were clear. Director Lin gazed at that photo, remaining silent for a long time. In the training hall, the river of time and the myriad phenomena of the universe began to converge like 2 giant dragons, spiraling, intertwining, and slowly returning to Lin Yue and Lu Chen's bodies. Light was drawn back from the sky of the imperial capital, from beyond the atmosphere, from every corner of the training hall, reintegrating into their skin, blood, and bones. In Lin Yue's pupils, the river of time no longer flowed. It solidified, transforming into an eternal river that existed simultaneously from start to finish in his eyes. In his vision, the past, present, and future no longer held any distinction. 5 words emerged in his mind. Primal sequence time. In Lu Chen's pupils, the myriad phenomena of the universe also ceased to rotate. It became still, transforming into an eternal universe that existed simultaneously in his eyes. Every galaxy, every star, every speck of dust was vividly clear in his perception. 5 words surfaced in his mind. Primal sequence void. The first stage has arrived. Lei Ming stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his knees, glanced at Lin Yue and Lu Chun, then turned and walked out. His voice was a bit hoarse. If I keep watching, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but become a disciple. Fifth Zhongqing's hands were still shaking as he looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chun. His lips moved twice, and he finally said 2 words. Congratulations. He turned and followed Lei Ming, his steps somewhat unsteady. The other members of the hive team filed out, and no one spoke. The door of the training hall closed. It was quiet for 3 seconds. Bai Lu leaned against the wall, the ice hammer reformed, spinning at her fingertips. So, her gaze shifted from Lin Yue to Lu Chun, then back to Lin Yue. What is the true name of your abilities? Original sequence time. Lin Yue said. Original sequence void. Lu Chun said. Bai Lu's hand paused for the ice hammer almost fell to the ground. What? Original sequence time. Lin Yue repeated, his tone calm, but the corner of his mouth curled up. Sounds nice, right? Bai Lu took a deep breath. She looked at the small ice hammer in her hand, then at Lin Yue, and then back at the small ice hammer. Chen Feng stood up from his wheelchair, walked in front of Lin Yue, scrutinized him several times, and then reached out carefully, poking Lin Yue's shoulder. Brother Yue, are you still human? Lin Yue brushed his hand away. No. Oh, Chen Feng nodded. That makes sense. Suja walked to the whiteboard and picked up a marker. Let's confirm everyone's abilities and effects, starting with myself. He wrote on the whiteboard, omniscient domain, sensing range of 1,000 meters, can lock onto targets, predict actions, perceive energy flow, and residual traces. The sensing range has doubled compared to before. Previously, I could only sense positions, but now I can see your energy adjustments before you move. He pushed up his glasses. So in the future, you guys won't be able to ambush me. Chen Feng raised his hand. Can I ambush you? No. Why not? Because your brainwaves are too obvious. I know what you want to do before you even move. Chen Feng lowered his hand. Bai Lu walked to the whiteboard, snatched the pen from Suja's hand, and wrote Big Ice Hammer. After writing those 3 words, she stared at it for a second, and then wanted to break the pen. Who came up with this name? She went mad. Who the hell came up with this name? Suja said expressionlessly. Your ability named itself. Is my ability sick? I don't know, but your ability is very honest. Bai Lu took a deep breath and added from the side, can switch sizes, big hammer adds 3 times strength, small hammer adds 3 times speed, long range ability weakened. Duration depends on stamina. When she wrote big hammer adds 3 times strength, the pen tip poked a hole in the whiteboard. Chen Feng leaned over to take a look and read aloud, big ice hammer. Bai Lu turned to look at him, her eyes deadly. Chen Feng shrank back, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Yue walked over, patted Bai Lu on the shoulder with a sincere expression. I think it's quite a nice name. Bai Lu looked at him. Are you serious? Very serious. Big Ice Hammer, what a straightforward name. You know exactly what it means just by hearing it. Unlike those fancy names like Frost Grave or Eternal Freeze, they sound nice, but who knows what they mean. Big Ice Hammer is different, bit simple and brutal, striking at the soul. Bai Lu's ice hammer grew from fist-sized to human-sized. She raised the hammer, aiming it at Lin Yue's face. Try comp. Lin Yue laughed and took 2 steps back. Chen Feng finally couldn't help it and burst into laughter, calling out loud. Ignoring Chen Feng, who was sent flying, Bai Lu slammed the ice hammer onto the ground, cracking the floor. Everyone fell silent. Whoever laughs again will taste the big ice hammer too. No one laughed. Bai Lu shrank the hammer, tucked it back into her palm, and took a deep breath. Continue. Chen Feng hurriedly climbed up and walked to the whiteboard, writing Golden Body, all-round amplification of 1-time defense, 3 times duration 10 minutes. Golden Body, he repeated his ability, named Grinning, sounds nice. Yili stood up from the shadows. She walked to the whiteboard, picked up the pen, and wrote very small, Eternal Shadow, merge into shadows, cannot be locked, reduce presence, physical attributes, doubled in darkness. After she finished writing, she retreated back into the shadows, and no one saw when she returned. Suja looked at the content on the whiteboard and nodded. Chen Feng, your Golden Body lasts for 10 minutes. How long is the cooldown? Chen Feng scratched his head. I don't know. I haven't tried. Try when you go back. Bai Lu, does your size switch have a delay? Half a second. That's a bit long, but would be best to switch seamlessly. Bai Lu. Suja looked in Yi Li's direction. Yi Li, your twofold enhancement in darkness, does it include all physical attributes? A small voice came from the shadows. Speed, strength, reaction. Good. Lin Yue, Lu Chen. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Lin Yue walked to the whiteboard and picked up the pen. He thought for a moment and wrote original sequence time 1. A 10-meter radius, time flow rate slowed by 20, can be permanent, no consumption. 2. Designate a 10-meter area, stop time for 1 second, 1 full state. 3. Select a target, revert to a state 10 seconds before or after 1 full state. After writing, he handed the pen to Lu Chen. Lu Chen wrote original sequence void 1. Invisibility about 10 seconds, can be segmented. 2. Teleportation 20-meter range about 10 times. 3. Storage space about 10 cubic meters. The writing on the whiteboard was crooked, but each stroke was forceful. Bai Lu stared at those 2 lines for a long time. Your abilities are on a completely different level from ours. Her tone was flat with no jealousy, just stating a fact. Lin Yue held a cigarette in his mouth, not lighting it. I still like Big Ice Hammer. Bai Lu shot him a glare and said nothing. Zhou Zheng walked in from the door. He had just gone out and didn't know what he talked about with the hive members. When he returned, the atmosphere in the training hall had changed. He glanced at the content on the whiteboard, but said nothing. 3 weeks until the big competition, he said. In these 21 days you will only do one thing, practice. He pointed at the words on the whiteboard. Fight each other. Fight until someone throws up. In the following 3 weeks, the Killing Pig team did not take on a single task. 3 weeks later, 3 days before the big competition. Training hall. The last full team practice. Zhou Zheng stood by the side with a timer in hand. Rules 2 against 4. Lin Yue and Lu Chen on one team, by Lu Chen Feng, Suja, and Yi Li on another. No rules, fight until one side surrenders, or I call stop. Bai Lu stretched her wrist. 2 against 4. Aren't they a bit too confident? Chen Feng activated his golden body, and a dark golden light shone. Brother Yue, I won't hold back. Lin Yue pointed at Lu Chen. He won't hold back either. Lu Chen stood beside Lin Yue holding a dagger in each hand. Yi Li had already merged into the shadows. No one knew where she was. Suja closed his eyes, and the omniscient domain covered the entire training hall. Start, Zhou Zheng said. Bai Lu was the first to rush up in small hammer mode with 3 times speed enhancement. Her speed was so fast that it left only an afterimage. The small ice hammer struck towards Lin Yue's face. As she approached Lin Yue, her speed suddenly dropped by 20. Lin Yue tilted his head and reached out to grab Bai Lu's wrist. The time domain contracted, enhancing the deceleration effect. Bai Lu's hand could no longer move. Chen Feng rushed from the side, fully activating his golden body, throwing a punch towards Lin Yue's ribs. Lin Yue released Bai Lu and stepped back, and Chen Feng's fist struck empty air. Suja's voice came through the communicator. Bai Lu 3 steps to the left. Oh, Chen Feng retreat. Yi Li is 3 meters. Bai Lu immediately moved 3 steps to the left. Chen Feng retreated, and Yi Li emerged from the shadows behind Lin Yue, stabbing at his neck with her dagger. Lin Yue did not turn around. He extended his hand, palm facing backward. Time stopped. Within a 10-meter radius centered on his palm, time stood still. Everyone and everything froze. Only Lu Chen and Lin Yue could move. In the instant time stopped, Lu Chen teleported between Bai Lu and Chen Feng, pressing his left-hand dagger against her throat and his right-hand dagger against Chen Feng's chest. Lin Yue seized Yi Li's dagger, playing with it in his hand. Time resumed its flow. Bai Lu's feet hit the ground. Chen Feng's fist swung through the air, and Yi Li's empty-handed thrust pierced through the air. Their expressions were dazed. Bai Lu's throat and Chen Feng's chest were pressed against the daggers. Yili stared blankly at her hands. The three of them froze in their movements simultaneously. Suja's voice came from the communicator, the last word caught in his throat. The training hall fell silent. Bailu looked down at the dagger on her throat, and then raised her gaze to Lin Yue. You damn it. Chen Feng looked at the dagger in his chest, and swallowed. Brother Chen, there's no need to try this, I can. Yili raised both hands indicating surrender. It's 3 against 1 now. Suja, do you still want to fight? No more fighting. He took off his glasses and wiped the lenses. Can't win. Bailu put away the ice hammer. She looked at Lin Yue, then at Lu Chun, took a deep breath. You two will be my targets from now. Lin Yue looked at her. I'm easier to catch, he's a bit harder. With a loud bang, Lin Yue flew into the distant soft mat. Bailu's ice hammer reappeared in her hand. Both. Chen Feng picked up Yili's dagger from the ground and handed it to her. Yili, your knife. Yili took the dagger, her head lowered. Thank you. Suja wrote the last line on the whiteboard. The final practice match, Lin Yue Lu Chun versus Bailu Chen Feng. Suja Yili. Lin Yue's time stopped Lu Chen's teleportation, instantly defeating 4 people. Conclusion: unable to contend at this stage. After writing, he stepped back 2 paces and looked at all the content on the whiteboard. The growth of everyone from 3 weeks of training was all written on it. Suja put down the pen and shook his head. The unluckiest cohort in the university competition. In the imperial capital, the National High School Ability Competition is underway, held every 3 years with 32 teams. Top ability practitioners aged 16 to 18 from ordinary military high schools, university-affiliated high schools, and a few private ability high schools are all gathered here. The venue is the Imperial Capital Stadium, which can accommodate 80,000 spectators, and today it is fully packed. On the podium sit generals from the military, officials from the Ministry of Education, directors of admissions from various universities, and several elderly individuals with gray hair, reportedly retired class ability users. The resting area is underground with 33 rooms lined along the corridor. The room number for the pig slaughter team is 023. Zhou Zheng walked in holding a stack of documents and threw them onto the table. The draw results are out. In the first match, we faced the East China Normal University Affiliated High School. Suja opened his eyes. East China Normal University Affiliated High School team, Captain Luo Yiming, a level electric system, first stage. The team has an average level of B and an average stage of 0 stage. 3 members have not entered a stage, and 3 have just entered a stage. Bailu remarked, easy pickings. Zhou Zheng glanced at her. Military school rule number 3. Never underestimate the enemy on the battlefield. I know. Zhou Zheng flipped a page of the documents. In your first match, the goal is to make everyone remember the military high school. He paused for a moment. Finish it within 3 seconds. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. In the first round, 3rd match, the Imperial Capital First Military High School Pig Slaughter Team versus East China Normal University Affiliated High School Qingfeng Team. As soon as the name Pig Slaughter Team was announced, the audience was silent for half a second before erupting into various sounds. Some laughed, some murmured, and others repeated the name to confirm they hadn't misheard. Pig Slaughter Team. Seriously. Imperial Capital First Military High School. That military high school. Don't they never participate in such competitions? Why are they here this year? I heard it's because the champion prize is a source crystal. Look at their lineup, they're all second year. Most other teams consist of third-year students. Oh, why did they send second years to compete? For the students of Imperial Capital First Military High School, what's the difference between second year and third year? I heard they start battling at 15. In the resting area of East China Normal University Affiliated High School, 6 students stood in a row. Captain Luo Yiming clenched his fists as he watched the 6 people walking out from the opposite corridor. Don't be afraid, he told his teammates. They are from a military school, but we are not lacking either. We have 3 who have entered a stage. Their information can't be found online, so they can't be that skilled. His voice, because the formation of the 6 people walking out from the opposite side was unusual. Lin Yue walked at the forefront, Lu Chun half a step behind him, by Lu and Chen Feng on the wings, with Suja slightly behind in the middle, and no one saw where Yili was. Their line of sight covered all directions, and the distance between them was just right to support each other within 3 seconds. For them, this was not a competition, it was a battle. Luo Yiming swallowed hard. The referee stood in the center of the field, raising his hand. Both teams are ready. The rules are as follows: lethal attacks are prohibited, disabling attacks are prohibited, and the use of firearms is prohibited. The match ends if one side is completely wiped out or voluntarily surrenders. Anyone exceeding the boundary will be judged as losing. He glanced at both sides. Are you ready? The 6 members of Qingfeng team nodded. The 6 members of the Pig Slaughter team remained silent, but the referee noticed their breathing patterns were synchronized. Begin. Except for Suja, the other 5 instantly stepped forward. The big ice hammer switched to hammer mode, tripled in power. Bailu stomped her foot, shattering the floor, and crossed half the field in one step, smashing the ice hammer into the chest of the boy at the front of Qingfeng team. That person was still preparing his ability when he was sent flying, crashing into the energy barrier at the edge of the arena. At the same time, Chen Feng unleashed his golden body, the dark golden light exploding in the center of the arena, blinding the remaining 5 members of Qingfeng team, who closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, each of them had a military dagger pressed against their necks. They didn't even see the third person's ability before the match ended. The referee raised his hand. Match over. The winner, Imperial Capital First Military High School Pig Slaughter Team. The host glanced at the timer, opening his mouth. 2 seconds and 7 tenths. After 2 seconds and 7/10 of silence, the 80,000 spec 2 seconds and 7/10. I didn't even see it end. What ability does that girl's hammer have? How did she pull out such a big hammer? That boy can emit light. He just emitted light. Like a flashbang. Wait, only 2 of them used abilities and the others didn't. Are they here to compete or to show off? Is this the Imperial Capital First Military High School? They've never participated before, and now they come in like this. At the commentary table, a middle-aged man wearing glasses regained his composure and spoke steadily. Imperial Capital First Military High School Pig Slaughter Team. The match duration was 2 seconds and 7/10. Captain Lin Yue, Vice Captain Lu Chen, along with by Lu Chenfeng, Su Zhe, and Yi Li. All 6 members are second-year students. This is their first time participating in the national high school competition. 2 seconds and 7/10. How does that rank in the history of the competition? The middle-aged man flipped through the documents. First place, the fastest record from the last session was 12 seconds. They broke the record by over double. 4 times. 4 times. In the corridor of the resting area, the doors of the other 31 teams' restrooms opened one after another. 2 seconds and 7/10. Did you see clearly? That girl's hammer has at least a 3-fold power increase. That boy's light has a range of at least 10 meters. And 4 others didn't even use their abilities. At the end of the corridor, a girl in a dark blue team uniform leaned against the wall, her hands in her pockets. Her hair was long, tied into a ponytail, with the ends dyed light purple. Her eyes were beautiful, but her gaze was unsettling, as if she were observing ants. Pig Slaughter Team. She repeated the name, a slight smile on her lips. Interesting. In the corridor of the resting area, when the Pig Slaughter Team returned, the surrounding noise noticeably quieted. A tall boy in a white team uniform approached from the end, with silver-white hair and pale gray eyes looking mixed red. The school emblem was embroidered on his chest. Imperial Capital University Affiliated High School. He looked at Lin Yue, and Lin Yue looked back at him. The two stared at each other for a second. The silver-haired boy smiled warmly. Pig Slaughter Team. That's an interesting name. Lin Yue took the cigarette out of his mouth. Your name is also interesting. I haven't introduced myself yet. The silver-haired boy was taken aback. You don't need to introduce yourself. Lin Yue put the cigarette back in his mouth. Your eyes already tell me you want to test our strength. All right. See you in the match. He turned and walked away. His teammates followed behind him, and as they passed the Pig Slaughter Team, a short girl curiously glanced at Lin Yue, but was pulled away by her teammates. Once they had walked far enough, Lu asked, "Who was that?" Su Zhe, eyes closed, replied, "Ji Tianming, captain of Imperial Capital University Affiliated High School's class ability, Heaven's Punishment Peak, first stage. Class." Chen Feng swallowed hard. Class. Moreover, his Heaven's Punishment is an attack-type ability. What about the girl next to him? Lu pondered. Su Zhe opened his eyes. Pandora, Vice Captain S class ability. Everyone fell silent. Chen Feng's voice trembled slightly. SS. Besides Brother Yu and Brother Chen, who else in our school is SS? Su Zhe glanced at him. No one. In the military high school in the second year, only Lin Yue, Lu Chen, and Bai Lu are S-class. Su Zhe continued, moreover, she is a rules-type S-class with unclear effects. Like us, she just awakened in the second year, and it's not simple to enter a stage in a regular high school in such a short time. What is a rules type? Bai Lu asked. It doesn't rely on energy or physical output, but fights based on rules. For example, if she says, you cannot use your right hand, then you really can't use your right hand. No matter how strong you are, as long as the rule takes effect, you must comply. Bai Lu looked at her right hand. Then what about, that depends on what her rule is. If her rule is you cannot condense ice-type abilities, then your ice hammer will not come out. Bai Lu lowered her hand. In the afternoon at the viewing platform, the 6 members of the pig slaughtering team sat at the highest point overlooking the entire venue. Su Zhe closed his eyes, fully opening his omniscient domain to record the battle data of each team. The host's voice resounded throughout the arena. In the next match, the affiliated high school of the Imperial Capital University will face the Northeast Military Academy. Applause and whistles erupted from the audience. The previous year's top 8 universities were competing against the runners-up, making it the most anticipated match of the first round. Bai Lu straightened her posture. Northeast Military Academy. Are they also a military school like us? Su Zhe nodded. Directly under the Northern Military District, with an average team level of A and an average rank of first tier. The Captain Han Bing is in a grade ice-type peak first tier. It's said to be much stronger than their previous captain. Bai Lu's ice hammer rotated on her fingertips. Just like mine. Not quite. His ice type is traditional, focused on long-range output. You are a close combat ice type. You are rather unique. Bai Lu was unsure if this was a compliment or an insult. In the center of the venue, the 2 teams entered. On the left, the team wore white uniforms with a golden Qilin embroidered on their chests, the affiliated high school of the Imperial Capital University, Qilin team. On the right, they wore deep blue uniforms with a white wolf's head embroidered on their chests, Northeast Military Academy, Snow Wolf team. Leading the Qilin team was Ji Tianming, his silver-white hair shining under the lights. 5 people followed him, with Pandora bringing up the rear, hands in her pockets, head down, appearing rather listless. The formation of the Snow Wolf team was entirely different. The 6 members entered in a sharp arrow formation, with Captain Han Bing at the front and the 5 others fanning out behind him. Their footsteps were synchronized, each step landing on the same beat, the sound of their boots striking the ground like a single heartbeat. Chen Feng paused with popcorn at his mouth. This formation resembles ours a bit. Su Zhe adjusted his glasses. They are from a military school, their tactical training is likely not lacking. The referee stood in the center of the arena and raised his hand. The rules are the same. Killing, maiming, and the use of firearms are prohibited. The match ends when one side is entirely defeated or concedes. Begin. The 6 members of the Snow Wolf team shot out in different directions like 6 bullets, their speed astonishing. Captain Han Bing remained in place, waving his hands as 3 ice walls rose from the ground in a triangular formation, separating Ji Tianming from the other 5 members of the Qilin team. Ji Tianming was trapped alone within the ice walls. Beautifully done, Suja noted from the viewing platform, first cutting off the opponent's strongest output point before dealing with the rest. The tactical execution of the Northeast Military Academy is quite effective. Bai Lu focused on Han Bing on the field. His ice walls are thicker than mine. You're not the same type. Bai Lu fell silent. Inside the ice walls, Ji Tianming looked around at the icy barriers, extending his hand with his palm facing up. Lightning gathered in his palm, but did not strike down, and the ice walls were too thick, and he needed visibility for precise strikes. Blindly attacking would consume a huge amount of energy, and it might not even break through. Han Bing's tactics are very clever, Suja commented. He doesn't need to defeat Ji Tianming just to contain him. With the remaining 5 against 5, the Northeast Military Academy is not at a disadvantage. In the center of the arena, the other 5 members of the Snow Wolf team had already engaged with the 5 members of the Qilin team. The 5 members of the Northeast Military Academy, 3 strength types, 1 speed type, and 1 fire type. They coordinated well, their offensive fierce. The Qilin team had only 1 strength type ability user, yet was holding its ground against 2 opponents to protect Pandora. Not right, Suja furrowed his brow. The members of the Qilin team are retreating. Bai Lu watched the field. Indeed, the 5 members of the Qilin team were contracting their formation. They are waiting, Lin Yue said. Waiting for what? For Ji Tianming to come out. And that Pandora, she hasn't made a move yet. The ice wall cracked. It wasn't Ji Tianming who broke through from the inside. It was Han Bing who voluntarily dispelled the ice walls. His face was pale, maintaining 3 ice walls while trapping a peak first-tier class ability. User consumed more energy than he anticipated. If he continued, his energy would be depleted prematurely. The moment the ice walls dissipated, Ji Tianming saw the situation on the field. But Han Bing had already rushed in front of him. Han Bing's right hand formed an ice dagger slashing towards Ji Tianming's chest. Ji Tianming sidestepped, lightning erupted in his palm, and the arc struck Han Bing's left arm. Han Bing groaned, his left arm instantly losing feeling, yet he did not retreat. He switched the ice dagger to his left hand and slashed backwards towards Ji Tianming's neck. Ji Tianming retreated, arcs of electricity shot from his palm, 3 bolts of lightning fanning out towards Han Bing. Han Bing raised an ice wall to block 2 of them, while the third struck his right shoulder, scorching a patch of his clothing. He gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. In the audience, someone stood up. Is Han Bing challenging Ji Tianming unknown? He's not an output type, he's a control type. He's using close combat to stall Ji Tianming, buying time for his teammates. The 5 members of the Northeast Military Academy had already pressured the Qilin team to the front of their formation. The 3 strength types charged simultaneously, the speed type flanking from the side, and the fire type providing long-range suppression from the rear. The Qilin team's defense was still contracting. The Qilin team can't hold on much longer, Chen Feng said. Not necessarily, Suja focused on Pandora. She stood at the back of the Qilin team formation. From the start of the match until now, she hadn't made a single move or said a word. The speed type from the Northeast Military Academy flanked behind her, his dagger aimed at her neck. Pandora raised her head. Don't move. Pandora's prank, everyone froze. The rule manifested. No one in this area could move. The lightning in Ji Tianming's palm was frozen. Han Bing's ice dagger hung in midair. The 3 charging members of the Northeast Military Academy were like statues, unable to move. The speed type's dagger halted a centimeter from Pandora's neck, unable to advance any further. The members of the Qilin team were also immobilized. Wind blades were stuck at her fingertips, water balls paused midair, and the strength type charging towards Pandora was suspended in place. Pandora herself could not move. Her lips still bore a smile, but her body felt locked. The entire venue fell silent. The 80,000 spectators were completely quiet. The referee raised his hand, unsure whether to call a stop. Suja stood up at the viewing platform. His omniscient domain was operating frantically, trying to analyze this ability. Rule type. She released a rule that prevents everyone from acting, including herself. Bai Lu stared at Pandora. She can't move either. No, the rule is bidirectional. Her rule doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Then how can she win? Wait for the other side to exhaust their energy first. During the duration of the rule, everyone's bodies were locked, but their energy continued to deplete. They couldn't even interrupt their energy release. Whoever's energy ran out first would be the first to fall. Chen Feng's mouth dropped open. Isn't this just a contest of energy? Exactly. An S-grade ability. Truly terrifying. In the center of the venue, everyone stood frozen, motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. The members of the Northeast Military Academy began to tremble. Their energy was quickly depleting. Maintaining their bodies still required energy, and resisting the rule's confinement also consumed energy. Their average rank was first tier, but rank does not equate to energy reserves. 40 seconds in, the first member of the Northeast Military Academy collapsed. Energy exhausted, the body automatically slumped. The referee did not rush in immediately to save him. Doing so would affect the duration of Pandora's prank. 50 seconds. The second one fell. 1 minute. The third one fell. Han Bing gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His ice dagger was still in hand, but his energy was nearly depleted. He looked at Pandora on the opposite side. Her face was also pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Your ice type. Pandora's voice was soft, but the entire venue heard, is far inferior to that hammer-wielding one. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Han Bing's eyes. As the captain of the Northeast Military Academy, he was in a grade ice type at peak first tier, and last year, he led his team to the top 8. But before this S-grade rule type ability, he had no opportunity to strike. He fell. All 6 members of the Northeast Military Academy were down. Pandora closed her eyes and withdrew her ability. Everyone regained the ability to move. The 5 members of the Chen team gasped for breath. Ji Tianming stood still. He hadn't even had a chance to strike. He looked at Han Bing lying on the ground, and then at Pandora. To deal with them, there's no need to use your ability. What if luck runs? Pandora pouted. They have already broken through Zhao Heng's defense and are almost cutting at me. Ji Tianming said. The referee raised his hand. The match is over. The winner is the affiliated high school of the Imperial Capital University Chen team. The timer displayed 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Applause erupted from the audience. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Much slower than the pig slaughtering team. But that girl's ability is terrifying. Nobody can move. How do you fight against that? Her ability doesn't differentiate between friend or foe, as she can't move herself either. If the opponent has long-range attack capabilities, they could defeat her before she activates her rule. The problem is, how do you take her down before she activates it? She activates her rule as if it were instantaneous. A middle-aged man at the commentary booth cleared his throat. The Chen team won, taking 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Vice Captain Pandora demonstrated powerful suppression. However, it is worth noting that this ability has a significant flaw. It does not differentiate between enemies and friends, and she cannot act herself. If the opponent has sufficient energy reserves or long-range attack, means the outcome could be different. The female commentator replied, even in defeat, the Northeast Military Academy showed honor. They completely suppressed the Chen team in the first 40 seconds, executing their tactics very well. Captain Han Bing's ice wall tactic effectively contained Ji Tianming, creating a 5-5 opportunity for his teammates. If it weren't for Pandora's rule-based ability, the result of this match would still be uncertain. The middle-aged man nodded. Northeast Military Academy displayed the tactical qualities expected of a military school. I wonder what kind of sparks would fly if the pig slaughtering team encountered the Chen team. In the stands, no one from the pig slaughtering team spoke. Bai Lu's ice hammer spun slowly on her fingertips. Suja replayed the battle in his omniscient domain, analyzing every detail, every energy trajectory. Lin Yue's gaze flickered as he stared at Pandora's departing figure. Lu Chen sat beside him, eyes closed. 3 minutes and 12 seconds, Suja said. If her rule applies to us as well, can we hold out? Bai Lu asked, what about your omniscient domain? I can't feel the energy flow when she releases her ability. Bai Lu's ice hammer paused momentarily. What about Lin Yue's time stop? Lin Yue took the cigarette from his mouth. Time stop halts time, not locks bodies. If time stopped, would her rule still exist? Suja pondered for a moment. I don't know. Her rule is don't move. Time stop is time has stopped, so you can't move. The surface effects are the same, but the underlying logic is different. Which takes precedence? I don't know until we try. Then let's give it a shot. Lin Yue's gaze returned to normal. How do you plan to test it? During the match. Yes, during the match. Bai Lu fell silent for 2 seconds before retracting her ice hammer into her palm. Fine, then I'll test her rule. Lin Yue glanced at her. Aren't you afraid? Bai Lu chuckled coldly. Afraid of what? At worst, we both get locked. Anyway, you can't move either, so we can embarrass ourselves together. Lin Yue laughed, reaching for his pocket as Lu Chen passed him a cigarette. There won't be any embarrassment. Her ability is called Pandora's Prank. 32 teams, 16 matches. The time of 2 minutes and 7 seconds set by the pig slaughter team remains at the top of the scoreboard, unmatched by anyone. The third fastest is the affiliated high school of the Imperial Capital University at 3 minutes and 12 seconds, while the second fastest is the Northwest Army High School's Wolf Fong team with 48 seconds. Shen Feng looked at the rankings on his phone and read aloud, they're much slower than us. Suja leaned against the wall of the lab. Their opponents are formidable. The affiliated high school of East China Normal University is one of the weakest in this competition. Our record holds no reference value. Bai Lu spun the ice hammer on her fingertip. What about the next round? The opponents in the next round are not weak. Zhou Zheng entered holding a printed match schedule and posted it on the whiteboard. The top 16 have been announced. He circled several names with a marker. Upper bracket Imperial Capital First Army High Pig Slaughter Team versus South China Experimental Middle School Flying Feather Team, Northwest Army High Wolf Fong Team versus East China Army High Thunder Team, Southern University of Science and Technology Affiliated High School Vermilion Bird Team versus Chongqing Military High Mountain City Team, Imperial Capital University Affiliated High School Chen Team versus Central China Experimental Middle School Spark Team, Lower bracket Northeast Army High Snow Wolf Team versus South China Army High Sharp Sword Team, North China Army High Mad Dragon Team versus Southeast Army High Tsunami Team, East China Normal University Affiliated High School Qingfeng Team eliminated. Wait. Bai Lu pointed at the whiteboard. Didn't the Northeast Army High get defeated by the Chen team? Why are they still here? Zhou Zheng glanced at her. That was last year's top 8. The Northeast Army High has 2 teams participating this year. One was eliminated by Chen, while the second team remains. The second team's strength is not as strong as the first, but they still made it to the top 16. Bai Lu frowned. There can still be 2 teams. Each school can register a maximum of 2 teams, and each military high school in every military district can register separately. The Northeast Army High belongs to the Northeast Military District. Both their first and second teams are directly under the Northern Military District. Chen Feng scratched his head. Why does our school only have 1 team? Zhou looked at him. Because your principal thinks 1. Actually, most schools only have 1 team. Talents are not as numerous as you imagine. Chen Feng fell silent. Suja walked to the whiteboard and looked at the match schedule. South China Experimental Middle School's Flying Feather Team, Captain Lin Yue, a grade wind element first tier. The entire team's average level is B with an average tier of 0. 4 members have not entered a tier, while 2 have. He adjusted his glasses. They are slightly stronger than the opponents in the first round. Bai Lu asked how much stronger. 1 tier stronger. The opponent in the first round was resolved in 3 seconds. This round's opponent is likely resolved in 5 seconds. Bai Lu put the ice hammer away. 5 seconds. Fine. Lin Yue leaned back in his chair smoking an unlit cigarette. What about the other teams? Are there any worth watching? Suja pointed at several names on the whiteboard. Northwest Army High's Wolf Fong team. All members are above first tier. Captain Zhao Lang, a grade wolf transformation peak, first tier. They cooperate very well like a pack of wolves. They took over a minute in the first round, and their opponent was not weak. Their competitive value is higher than ours. Southern University of Science and Technology's Vermilion Bird team. Last year's top 4 school captain Su Ran's grade Phoenix Nirvana peak, first tier. Fire element possesses self-healing abilities. They took 45 seconds in the first round. Imperial Capital University affiliated high school's Qilan team. 3 minutes and 12 seconds was due to Pandora's ability delaying the time. If they wanted to go faster they could. G Timing's Heaven's Punishment has high output. There are also several military high school teams. North China Army High's Mad Dragon team and Southeast Army High's Tsunami team. Their strength is not weak either. Bai Lu listened, her ice hammer spinning faster on her fingertip. So the strongest are these few. Yes, us, the Qilan team, the Wolf Fong team, and the Vermilion Bird team are the 4 favorites for the championship. Chen Feng raised his hand. Are we already favorites for the championship? Suja glanced at him. 2 minutes and 7 seconds. It would be strange if we weren't. The next day, the top 16 matches. The atmosphere in the venue was even more fervent than in the first round. 80,000 seats were even fuller with people standing in the aisles. A new batch of generals took their seats on the podium, reportedly of higher rank. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. First match of the top 16 Imperial Capital First Army High. Pig Slaughter Team against South China Experimental Middle School, Flying Feather Team. The audience erupted in applause and whistles louder than in the first round. The record of 2 minutes and 7 seconds hung there. Everyone wanted to see what results this team could achieve. The Pig Slaughter Team walked out from the passage. Their formation remained unchanged. Lin Yue at the front, Lu Chen half a step behind Bai Lu, and Chen Feng on the wings, Suja slightly behind in the center, and Yi Li in the shadows. The 6 members of the Flying Feather Team stood opposite wearing light blue uniforms with white feathers embroidered on their chests. Captain Lin Yue was a tall, slender boy looking a year or 2 older than Lin Yue. His gaze was focused, showing neither fear nor underestimation. Flying Feather Team Captain Lin Yue, a grade wind element, first tier. Suja's voice came through the communicator soft. Their tactic is air suppression, using the mobility of wind abilities to perform guerrilla warfare. Be cautious of their ranged attacks. Lin Yue took the cigarette from behind his ear and placed it in his mouth unlit. The referee stood in the center of the field and raised his hand. Match rules prohibit lethal force, serious injury, and the use of firearms. Start. The Flying Feather Team's formation instantly scattered. The 6 members simultaneously dispersed in a zigzag pattern, moving quickly, utilizing the acceleration and direction changes of wind abilities, making it hard to aim. Lin Yue rose into the air standing on a whirlwind and waved his hands. 6 wind blades shot towards the Pig Slaughter Team from different directions. Bai Lu didn't wait for him to land. She stomped, shattering the floor, and leaped halfway across the field. The power of her giant ice hammer tripled, but she did not strike at Lin Yue. Her target was the 5 members of the Flying Feather Team on the ground. At the same time, Chen Feng unleashed his golden body. Dark golden light erupted in the center of the field, causing the 5 members of the Flying Feather Team to close their eyes. Yet trained while they formed a protective circle back to back. Bai Lu's ice hammer struck the first person, sending him flying into the energy barrier, sliding down. The second person heard the sound and sidestepped to dodge Bai Lu's second strike, but Chen Feng charged in from the side, landing a punch on his chest, sending him flying. The third and fourth persons retaliated simultaneously. One threw a water ball at Bai Lu while the other used a wind blade to slice at Chen Feng. Bai Lu smashed the water ball with her ice hammer, while Chen Feng blocked the wind blade with his metallicized arm, leaving a white mark on it. Suja's voice came through the communicator. The 5th person is behind you, Bai Lu. Bai Lu did not turn around. She shrank the ice hammer to fist size and swung it backhanded. The small ice hammer struck the 5th person's shoulder at high speed, causing him to groan and kneel on one knee. Lin Yue and Lu Chen did not make a move, nor did Yi Li. In the air, Lin Yue's wind blades had already reached Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue did not dodge. The time domain within 10 meters automatically activated, and the moment the wind blades entered the domain, their speed dropped by 20, changing from fast as lightning to fast as a gale. Lin Yue tilted his head slightly, and the wind blade grazed past his ear, cutting off 3 of his hairs. Lin Feiyu's expression changed. His wind blades represented the full output of an A-grade first tier. Even opponents of the same level must take it seriously. But this person, he merely tilted his head. Lin Yue looked up at Lin Feiyu in the air, taking the cigarette from his mouth. What are you still doing up there? Lin Feiyu's pupils constricted. He realized he had made a mistake. All his teammates were already down. From Bai Lu's first strike to the 5th person falling, it took less than 4 seconds. He was alone in the air, while 6 opponents lay on the ground. Bai Lu looked up at him, spinning the ice hammer on her fingertip. Come down. Lin Feiyu gritted his teeth and descended to land in the center of the field. He looked at his 5 fallen teammates, and then at the 6 members of the pig slaughter team. I concede, he said. The referee raised match over. The winner is Imperial Capital 1st Army High Pig Slaughter Team. The timer displayed 4 seconds and 3/10. The audience erupted in cheers again. 4 seconds and 3/10. A bit slower than the previous match, but still very fast. The Flying Feather team is much stronger than the opponent in the first round. They lasted 4 seconds. Did the Pig Slaughter team only send out 2 members? No, this time 3 came out. The one wearing glasses must have also acted. That guy smoking only tilted his head the whole time. The girl with the hammer is incredibly fierce. Oh, 1 strike per person. The voice of the middle-aged man at the commentary booth held a hint of admiration. The Pig Slaughter team once again showcased overwhelming strength, ending the match in 4 seconds and 3/10. Notably, they sent 3 members this time by Lu Chen Feng and Suja directing. Captain Lin Yue and Vice Captain Lu Chen still did not take the initiative to strike. The female commentator added the performance of the Flying Feather team was actually not bad. They maintained a back-to-back defensive formation even while being blinded by flashbangs, demonstrating high tactical quality. But the individual strength of the Pig Slaughter team is too strong. Bai Lu's giant ice hammer is nearly impossible to counter. The middle-aged man nodded. In the next match, Northwest Army High's Wolf Fong team faces East China Army High's Thunder team. This will be an internal battle between military academies worth looking forward to. In the stands, the 6 members of the pig-killing team sat back in the highest seats. Chen Feng held a newly bought bucket of popcorn, and Bai Lu snatched a handful from his hand, causing Chen Feng to remain silent. 4 seconds 3, Bai Lu chewed on the popcorn, slower than expected. Suja closed his eyes and reviewed. The coordination of the Feiyu team is stronger than that of their first-round opponents. Even after being blinded by Chen Feng, they quickly formed a defensive formation, indicating they have practiced many times. If it were an ordinary team, 2 seconds would suffice. In the center of the venue, the referee was already clearing the field. In the next match, the Northwest Military Academy's Wolf Tooth team will face off against the East China Military Academy's Thunder team. The host's voice rang out again. The internal battle of these 2 military academy teams is worth looking forward to. Bai Lu swallowed the popcorn. The Wolf Tooth team, is that the one with great coordination? Suja nodded. What about the Thunder team? Directly under the East China Military District, led by Captain Lei Ming, an A-class Thunder Peak first tier. Individually capable, but their teamwork is not as good as that of the Wolf Tooth team. Who will win? Wolf Tooth with a 70% probability. The 2 teams entered the arena. The Wolf Tooth team's formation was quite loose, with significant distances between the 6 individuals, but upon closer inspection it became clear that each person's position was within the support range of their teammates. Captain Zhao Wolf walked at the forefront, his hair gray, and his eyes also gray, slightly hunched over, as if he were a wolf. The Thunder team's formation was a standard arrowhead formation, with Captain Lei Ming at the front, tall and imposing, his arms wrapped in blue arcs of electricity. Start. Lei Ming was the first to charge forward. His electricity-based ability accelerated his neural reactions and muscular explosiveness, making him resemble a blue lightning bolt directly lunging at Zhao Wolf. Zhao Wolf did not evade. He leaned forward, hands on the ground. Wolf transformation, his fingers, thickened nails, lengthened gray fur sprouted on his face, and his pupils turned into slits. His speed surged, instantly weaving through the arena like a wolf, making it difficult for Lei Ming's electric arcs to lock onto him. Lei Ming unleashed 3 electric arcs in quick succession, each one narrowly missing Zhao Wolf's body. Zhao Wolf closed the distance quickly. The other 5 members of the Thunder team charged forward as well. 1 was strength-based, 2 were speed-based, 1 fire-based, and 1 earth-based. The strength-based member punched the ground, shaking the arena. The fire-based member continuously unleashed fireballs, blocking the Wolf Tooth team's escape routes. But the Wolf Tooth team did not panic. The 2 speed-based members flanked from both sides. 1 strength-based member held the front, a wind-based member provided support from the air, and a healing-based member stayed at the back, ready to heal at any moment. There was no commander, no communication. Each person knew where they needed to go. In less than 30 seconds, members of the Thunder team began to fall. The first was the fire-based member, ambushed from the side by the Wolf Tooth team's speed-based member, who swept a leg at his knee, causing him to topple sideways and be quickly subdued. The second was the strength-based member, who was broken through by Zhao Wolf, receiving a punch to the chest that made him stagger back 5 steps before being locked down by another Wolf Tooth team member from behind. Lei Ming charged around the arena, but his teammates fell one by one. In the end, he faced Zhao Wolf alone, electric arcs gathering in his palms, but Zhao Wolf did not give him a chance, landing a punch to his abdomen that made Lei Ming bend over, followed by a second punch to his chin, sending him crashing to the ground. The referee raised his hand. The match is over. The winner is the Northwest Military Academy, the Wolf Tooth team. The timer displayed 41 seconds. Applause erupted from the audience. The Wolf-Tooth team's coordination is indeed excellent, Lu remarked. Suja nodded. In the next match, the Southern Technology University affiliated high school's Zhuke team will face the Chongqing Military Academy's Shanqing team. The Zhuke team, the one with the S-Class Fire ability, led by Su Ran S-Class Phoenix Rebirth Peak, first tier. The fire type has self-healing capabilities. They were in the top 4 last year. In the center of the venue, the two teams entered. To the left were scarlet uniforms with a fire-like Zhuke totem embroidered on the chest belonging to the Southern Technology University affiliated high school Zhuke team. To the right were dark green uniforms with mountain patterns embroidered on the chest belonging to the Chongqing Military Academy Shanqing team. Zhuke team's captain Su Ran walked at the forefront. She was a girl with a high ponytail, her deep red hair resembling burning coal. Her eyes were also red, warm, and flickering like flames. Behind her followed 5 individuals, each with varying degrees of scorch marks on their uniforms. The Shanqing team's formation was tight, with 6 individuals almost sticking together. The captain's surname was sure an A-class Earth-type peak first tier. Their strategy was clear defense and counterattack. Renowned for their defense, the Shanqing team advanced to the top 16 last year with their impenetrable defense. The referee raised his hand. Start. Captain Sure of the Shanqing team immediately clapped both hands on the ground. 6 stone walls rose from the ground, enclosing the 6 of them in the middle like a small fortress. The thickness of the stone walls was estimated to exceed half a meter, glistening with a metallic sheen. The advanced application of earth abilities compressed the soil into rock, and then compressed the rock into a denser material. Damn, how can his ability be so exaggerated when they are all first tier? Chen Feng exclaimed. Suzhou, the Shanqing team's defense is their trademark. In the first match, their stone walls blocked the opponent's attacks for a full 3 minutes. Lu asked, how will the Zhuke team counter this? Watch Su Ran. Su Ran stood in the center of the arena, looking at the stone walls across from her. She did not rush to attack, but closed her eyes. 3 seconds later, she opened her eyes. Her hair began to burn, transforming into flames, deep red flames shooting from her hair tips and spreading along her strands to her shoulders. Her pupils also changed to the color of flames, making her look like a torch ready to ignite. Phoenix fire, Suja whispered. Su Ran extended her hand palm, facing the stone wall. A ball of flame erupted from her palm, a fire column half a meter in diameter with a temperature high enough to distort the air, visible even hundreds of meters away. The fire column struck the stone wall, instantly turning its surface red with cracks spreading from the impact point like a spider web. Yet the wall did not collapse. Captain Sure of the Shanqing team gritted his teeth, pressing his hands to the ground, continuously repairing the stone wall. As soon as the cracks appeared, they were filled with new rock, and the reddened surface was covered with a new layer of soil. His repair speed is impressive, Lu remarked. Suja nodded. A peak first-tier Earth type indeed has top-notch defense. Su Ran retracted the fire column, gazing at the stone wall, tilting her head as if contemplating something. Everyone together. The other 5 members of the Zhuke team moved simultaneously. 1 fire-type B-class launched a fireball from the left side at the stone wall. A 1 wind-type B-class released a wind blade from the right side to cut. 1 strength-type A-class charged forward to punch the wall, and 1 speed-type B-class circled behind the stone wall, attempting to break through from the back. However, the Shanqing team's defense was not just a single wall, it was 6 walls with each member responsible for 1 wall supporting each other. Captain Sure in the center connected everyone's defenses with earth abilities, forming a complete defensive system. Very stable, Lin Yue commented, but too passive. Su Ran took 2 steps back. She took a deep breath, bringing her hands together, a small fire seed appearing between her palms, only the size of a fingernail, its color not red, but white. It glowed white. What is that? Chen Feng asked. Suja's glasses reflected the white light. Flames with a temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees, it should be her limit. Su Ran pushed the fire seed outward. The fire seed flew toward the stone wall at a slow pace, as if a falling leaf. However, where it passed, a bright trail appeared in the air like a meteor streaking through the night sky. The fire seed struck the stone wall. There was no explosion, no loud noise. The fire seed melted through the stone wall, creating a half-meter diameter hole, the edges flowing with lava-like liquid. The fire seed continued flying, piercing through the 2nd wall, 3rd wall, 4th wall, 5th wall, and 6th wall. 6 stone walls, 6 holes. The fire seed flew over the heads of the 6 members of the Shanqing team, landing on the field barrier behind them, causing a multitude of cracks. The arena fell silent. The 6 members of the Shanqing team stood still, staring at the cracks behind them, speechless. Captain Sure still pressed his hands to the ground, but his repair speed could not keep up with the melting. Su Ran withdrew her hand, the flames on her hair extinguished, and her complexion paled slightly. Do we continue fighting? Captain Sure remained silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. I concede. The referee raised his hand. The match is over. The winner is the Southern Technology University affiliated high school Zhuke team. The timer displayed 1 minute 18 seconds. Applause erupted from the audience. Su Ran's fire seed had an extremely high temperature. The defense of the Shanqing team was already quite abnormal, with 6 stone walls, each half a meter thick. Yet Su Ran's fire seed penetrated through 6 walls. Lu watched as Su Ran left the arena. Her ice hammer spun slowly at her fingertips. Can her fire burn away my ice? Suja glanced at her. Although you are ice-based, your ability path is actually strength and speed. As long as you can dodge, she is not your match. Lu retracted the ice hammer into her palm. In the next match, the Beijing University affiliated high school's Qilin team will face the Central China Experimental Middle School's Xinghuo team. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. The Xinghuo team, led by Jiang Ran S-Class Starlight Peak First Tier. This team is always above the top 8 in any competition. The 6 members of the pig-killing team sat up straight. Pandora is going to use that trick again, Chen whispered. Suja shook his head. Not necessarily. Jiang Ran of the Xinghuo team has strong energy reserves. Pandora's rules might not be effective against him. Moreover, she used it once in the last match, consuming a lot of energy. Consecutive uses might be overwhelming. In the center of the arena, the two teams entered. The Qilin team walked in front. Ji Tianming's silver-white hair was striking under the lights. Pandora walked at the back, hands in her pockets, appearing even more lethargic than in the previous match, her eyelids drooping, as if she had not woken up. Jiang Ran, the captain of the Xinghuo team, was a slender boy, but his eyes were bright, as if 2 flames were burning inside them. Start. Jiang Ran waved his hands, and dozens of sparks flew from his palms, scattering across the arena. The moment the sparks landed, flames ignited with tiny flames dotting the entire arena. Here we go again, Chen commented. However, the Qilin team's response was entirely different from the last match. Ji Tianming did not wait. He extended his hand palm facing up. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, not aimed at Jiang Ran, but at the empty spot in the center of the arena. The moment the lightning exploded, shockwaves spread out, extinguishing most of the flames. At the same time, a water sphere sliced toward Jiang Ran from the side, and a dirt wall rose from the ground, blocking the support routes of the other members of the Xinghuo team. Another strength-type member abandoned, protecting Pandora, and sealed off Jiang Ran's retreat. For people attacking from 4 directions simultaneously, Jiang Ran reacted quickly. He waved his hands, and the remaining flames all flew back to him, forming a circle of flame around him as a barrier. Wind blades were swallowed by the flames, electric arcs were blocked by the flames, and the dirt wall was burned and cracked by the flames. However, he overlooked one person. Lin Yue, a healing type with no attacking capabilities. But she stood behind Ji Tianming, her hands pressed against his back, transferring energy to him. Ji Tianming's lightning grew brighter with much of the consumption offset by Zhou Xiaoyu's healing abilities. Jiang Ran's expression changed. Bearing the attacks of 4 had already been quite strenuous. Ji Tianming was still accumulating power, and if that lightning struck, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. I concede, Jiang Ran said. The referee raised his hand. The match is over. The winner is the Beijing University affiliated high school Qilin team. The timer displayed 28 seconds. The audience applauded, though not as fervently as in the previous match. Much faster than the last match. Pandora didn't make a move. She just stood at the back, not doing anything. The Qilin team didn't need her to act, the others were enough. The Xinghuo team is an S-class team. How did they only last 28 seconds? Ji Tianming is too strong. His heaven's punishment output is high, plus Lin Yue provides him energy. A middle-aged man nodded at the commentary desk. The Qilin team has shown another side of themselves. They are still a strong team without needing Pandora's rules. Ji Tianming's heaven's punishment, combined with Lin Yue's energy transfer, formed an almost invincible output cycle. Although Jiang Ran of the Xinghuo team had strong energy reserves, it was still too difficult to bear the attacks of 4 alone. The female commentator interjected. In this case, all 4 championship favorites have advanced to the top 8, the pig-killing team, wolf-tooth team, Zhuke team, and Qilin team. The upcoming matches will be very exciting. The top 8 have been decided. The final match of the afternoon concluded, and the top 16 rounds were all completed. Zhou was in the lounge posting the new matchup chart. Top 8 matchups: Beijing First Military Academy Pig-Killing Team versus Northwest Military Academy Wolf-Tooth Team, Southern Technology University Affiliated High School Zhuke Team versus North China Military Academy Huanglong Team, Beijing University Affiliated High School Qilin Team versus Northeast Military Academy Snow Wolf Team, Second Team South China Military Academy Sword Team versus Southeast Military Academy Tsunami Team. Bai Lu looked at the matchup chart, her ice hammer spinning at her fingertips. The Wolf-Tooth Team isn't that fun. Suja nodded. Their coordination is better than ours. Their individual strength is also not bad. All 6 members are above first year, so we must not underestimate them. How do they compare to the Qilin team? They're different. The Qilin team has both Pandora and Ji Tianming, both above S-class, with individual abilities overwhelming. The Wolf-Tooth team lacks an absolute core, but with 6 members working together, they are equally challenging. Lin Yue leaned back in his chair, cigarette in mouth. What time tomorrow? Zhou glanced at him. 10 in the morning. First match. Lin Yue took the cigarette from his mouth and tucked it behind his ear. All right, tomorrow, everyone will take action. Bai Lu looked at him. Including you. Including me. Bai Lu was taken aback. Since the competition began, Lin Yue and Lu Chen had not actively made a move. The first round only involved Bai Lu and Chen. The second round included Bai Lu, Chen and Suja. Lin Yue merely tilted his head while Lu Chen had not moved at all. Finally willing to make a move, eh? Bai Lu asked. Lin Yue smiled. Since we are here, we might as well. Yili extended a hand from the shadows, making an okay sign. Chen clenched his fists. Tomorrow, let's defeat. On the morning of the quarterfinals, the Imperial Capital Sports Stadium was packed to capacity. People stood in the aisles, squatted beside the emergency exits, and even the press area was crowded. Oh, it was more filled than the previous finals. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue, announcing, today's first match features the Imperial Capital First Military Academy's pig slaughtering team against the Northwest Military Academy's Wolf Fang squad. The clash of these two military academy teams will determine who advances to the top 4. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Pig slaughtering team. 2 seconds 7. Wolf Fong. Wolf Fong. Wolf Fong. The cheering squad from the Northwest Military Academy beat war drums, the sound rumbling like distant thunder. The pig slaughtering team had no cheering squad, no one from their school had come. Only Principal Xin Yuanjing sat at the VIP seat, still holding his old thermos. In the waiting corridor, both teams were poised to enter. The 6 members of the Wolf Fong squad stood in a line silent. Their captain Zhao Lang stared intently at the light at the end of the corridor, his fingers trembling slightly. When emotions run high, wolf transformation activates certain features automatically. His nails had already grown long. Pig slaughtering team, Zhao Lang murmured. Only 3 of them have been deployed in the first 2 matches. Vice Captain Lu Quan stood behind him in a class speed type, first tier. Those 3 who haven't made a move give me a terrifying. I know. Do you feel confident? Zhao Lang was silent for 2 seconds. No. Lu Quan didn't ask again. In another corridor, the 6 members of the pig slaughtering team were also waiting. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, appearing as if he were waiting for a bus. Bai Lu was stretching her wrist. Chen Feng was taking deep breaths. Su Zhe had his eyes closed with his entire awareness open, while Yili stood in the shadows meditating. Lu Chen stood next to Lin Yue holding a dagger in each hand, checking the blades. Are you nervous? Lin Yue glanced at him. No. Then why check 3 times? It's not like you're going to kill someone. Lu Chen's hand paused momentarily. He sheathed the dagger and didn't take it out again. The light at the end of the corridor brightened, and the referee's voice came through the loudspeaker. Both teams enter. Lin Yue took the cigarette from behind his ear and placed it in his mouth. Let's go. The 6 of them walked out of the corridor. The roar of the venue hit them like a wave. The cheers, drums, and whistles of nearly 100,000 people mixed together like a wall. Bai Lu frowned. Chen Feng gaped. Su Zhe adjusted his glasses, and Yili shrank further into the shadows. Lin Yue led the way, his pace steady. The Wolf Fong squad emerged from the opposite corridor, spreading out. The distance between each person was over 5 meters. However, a closer look would reveal that no matter which person was attacked, at least 2 others could support within 2 seconds. Captain Zhao Lang walked at the front, his nails, already elongated fingertips, shimmering with a grayish hue. The 2 teams met in the center of the arena. Zhao Lang locked eyes with Lin Yue, who returned the gaze. You are strong, Zhao Lang said, but we won't let you finish us. Lin Yue winked at him. Good luck. The referee raised his hand. No lethal strikes, no crippling, no hot weapons. Zhao Lang moved first. Wolf transformation, his body expanded instantly, gray fur covering his arms and back, his pupils turning into slits, and his mouth twisting open to reveal sharp canine teeth. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could scarcely follow. His target was Su Zhe. The tactical analysis of the Wolf Fong squad was spot on. Su Zhe was the commander of the pig slaughtering team. Without his full awareness, the coordination of the pig slaughtering team would drop by at least 30%. Zhao Lang lunged at Su Zhe, claws aimed at his chest. Su Zhe did not dodge. He couldn't dodge as his physical condition was the weakest among the 6. Lin Yue appeared between Zhao Lang and Su Zhe. His speed wasn't fast, but his time domain slowed Zhao Lang's speed. Lin Yue reached out and grasped Zhao Lang's wrist. Zhao Lang's pupils contracted. His full force strike was caught by one hand. You have the wrong target, Lin Yue said. Zhao Lang did not respond. He drew a dagger from his waist and aimed it at Lin Yue's abdomen. Lin Yue's time domain contracted to a 1-meter radius, and the deceleration effect increased from 20 to 50. Zhao Lang's dagger slowed down to the point where Lin Yue could see the patterns on the blade. He shifted his waist, and the dagger grazed past his clothing, tearing through a layer of fabric without injuring his flesh. Lu Chen appeared behind Zhao Lang, pressing his dagger against the back of Zhao Lang's neck. Don't move, Lu Chen said. Zhao Lang's body stiffened. His wolf transformation was in a frenzy of warning. The person behind him could easily sever his spinal cord with a gentle push of the dagger. Yet he did not stop. His teammates would not let him bear it alone. Vice Captain Lu Quan dashed in from the side. In a class speed type first tier, his speed was even faster than Zhao Lang's. His target was Lu Chen. As long as he knocked away Lu Chen's dagger, Zhao Lang could escape. Bai Lu stood in his way. The big ice hammer switched to hammer mode, tripling its power. One blow struck Lu Quan's face. Lu Quan was fast, but his strength was no match for Bai Lu. He sidestepped the hammer and countered with a punch aimed at Bai Lu's ribs. The giant ice hammer was too large for her to retract, but she had Chen Feng. Chen Feng charged in from the side, his golden body fully unleashed, a dark golden light exploding. Lu Quan's eyes were momentarily blinded, causing his punch to miss by several centimeters, landing on Chen Feng's shoulder. Chen Feng's metallized shoulder absorbed the punch without budging. Your opponent is me, Chen Feng said. Lu Quan stepped back, but Chen Feng followed up, delivering punch after punch. Lu Quan was fast, but Chen Feng's defense was high. Lu Quan threw 3 punches, and Chen Feng felt none, but when Chen Feng hit him once, it made him wince. The other 3 members of the Wolf Fong squad charged in as well. One was a strength type, one was a wind type, and one was a healing type. The strength type rushed towards Bai Lu, the wind type provided aerial support, and the healing type stayed in the back ready to heal. Su Zhe's voice came through the communicator. Bai Lu, take 3 steps to the left, hammer down. Bai Lu stepped left 3 times, the big ice hammer smashing into the ground. The ground cracked, frost spreading. The strength type's footing was hindered by the frost, causing him to lean forward, almost falling. Chen Feng 2 meters to the right, front uppercut. Chen Feng's 2 meters to the right front was exactly where the wind type was descending from the air. He delivered an uppercut to the wind type's abdomen, sending the wind type flying into the energy barrier. Yili the one in the back. Yili emerged from the shadows, having been hidden behind the healing type of the Wolfang squad. The dagger pressed against the healing type's neck. Don't move. Yili's voice was soft. The healing type dared not move. From start to now, less than 10 seconds had passed. Of the 6 members of the Wolfang squad, Zhao Lang was held by Lu Chen. Lu Quan was entangled by Chen Feng. The strength type was slowed by Lu's frost. The wind type was knocked away by Chen Feng, and the healing type was controlled by Yili. Only one person remained free to act the Wolfang squad's second speed type, a slender boy named Li Fei. He had not made a move. He was waiting. He was waiting for Lin Yue. Zhao Lang's tactic was never for one person to fight until the end. He was the bait tasked with drawing the attention of the 2 strongest members of the pig slaughtering team, Lin Yue and Lu Chen. The real killing move was Li Fei. Li Fei's speed was even faster than Lu Quan's, but he was not a class. His special ability was not speed type, but space type, a low-tier space type. He could only do one thing: short-distance teleportation, 3 meters 3 times. He appeared behind Lin Yue. The dagger aimed at Lin Yue's nape. Lin Yue did not turn around. His time domain was still maintaining a 50 deceleration effect within a 1-meter range, and the moment Li Fei's dagger entered the domain, its speed plummeted. But at such a close distance, even a 50 deceleration was not enough. The dagger continued forward. 2 centimeters 1 centimeter. Li Fei saw victory with his dagger just a centimeter away from Lin Yue's nape. Time froze. Centered around Lin Yue's palm, within a radius of 10 meters, everything stood still. He grabbed Li Fei's wrist with his left hand and pressed the dagger against his throat with his right. Time resumed. Li Fei found his dagger caught by someone. He looked up dazed into Lin Yue's face. You lost. Li Fei released the dagger. The referee's whistle blew. Match over. The winners, the Imperial Capital 1st Military Academy's pig slaughtering team. The timer displayed 11 seconds. After a brief silence in the audience, it erupted. 11 seconds. The Wolfang squad only lasted 11 seconds. What was that just now? Why did everyone stop? Rule type. Does the pig slaughtering team also have a rule type? Everyone was frozen except him. How do you fight? The Wolfang squad was already impressive. They lasted 11 seconds. The combined time of the previous 2 teams was less than 10 seconds. The voice of the middle-aged man at the commentary booth trembled noticeably. The pig slaughtering team advanced to the top 4 in 11 seconds. This was their first time with all members participating and showcasing the abilities of Captain Lin Yue and Vice Captain Lu Chen. Based on on-site observations, Lin Yue's ability appears to be time-related. Yue at the final moment of the match time seemed to stop. As for Vice Captain Lu Chen, his teleportation distance is incredibly long. He is definitely not an ordinary space type. The female commentator chimed in. Time type and space type. These are the first appearances of these 2 top-tier abilities in this competition. The strength of the pig slaughtering team far exceeds our previous estimates. The middle-aged man nodded. Although the Wolfang squad lost, they demonstrated extremely high tactical quality in the first 11 seconds. Zhao Lang's bait tactic almost succeeded. Li Fei's dagger was only 1 centimeter away from Lin Yue's nape. But Lin Yue's ability rendered all of that meaningless. In the stands, UK teams, Su Ran stood up. She watched the pig slaughtering team leaving the arena, her deep red pupils reflecting Lin Yue's silhouette. Time type, space type. She murmured. A teammate beside her asked, Captain, can we beat them? Su Ran was silent for a few seconds. I don't know. In the Kirin team's lounge, Ji Tianming sat in a chair watching the screen was replaying the last second of the pig slaughtering team's match. The moment when time stopped. Time stop, he repeated, radius of 10 meters lasting at least 1 second. Pandora stood beside him, her hands in her pockets, the light catching her light purple hair at the tips. She looked at the screen, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Whose time stop is stronger, his or my rule? Ji Tianming glanced at her. Your rule is powerful but unstable. His time stop is to some extent a stable rule. What I asked was which is strong. Ji Tianming pondered for a moment. I don't know, it depends on luck. Ji Tianming stood up, patting her shoulder. Don't think about taking him on alone. Oh, we are a team. Pandora brushed his hand away. I know. In the pig slaughtering team's lounge, the 6 of them sat back on the long bench. Bai Lu retracted her ice hammer, leaning against the wall, legs crossed. 11 seconds. Slower than expected. Chen Feng rubbed his fists. The Wolfang squad was much stronger than the previous 2 opponents. Their tactics nearly succeeded. Suja kept his eyes closed, his full awareness still active. Zhao Lang's bait tactic was clever. He knew he couldn't beat Lin Yue and Lu Chen, so he sacrificed himself to create an opening for Li Fei's ambush. If it weren't for Lin Yue's time stop, Li Fei's dagger would have struck home. Lin Yue pinched the butt of his cigarette. It didn't hit. That's because your ability is freakish. Bai Lu remarked. If you hadn't stopped time, you would have been hit by that strike. Lin Yue pondered. Maybe. Lu Chen, sitting beside him, sheathed his dagger. He looked at Lin Yue, who met his gaze. The 2 spoke simultaneously. Next time, don't stand so close. Next time, don't stand so close. They fell silent in unison, with Bai Lu rolling her eyes. Zhou Zheng walked in, holding the matchup sheet for the next round. The matchups for the top 4 have been announced. He wrote on the whiteboard: Imperial Capital 1st Military Academy's pig slaughtering team versus South China University of Technology's UK team, Imperial Capital University's Kirin team versus South China Military Academy's sword team. Bai Lu looked at the words UK team on the whiteboard. Su Ran, that's glass fire type. Suja nodded. Her Phoenix Rebirth has self-healing abilities, and the temperature cap is at least 2,000 degrees. It can't be taken heated. Lin Yue. I have something to tell you. She stood up and walked towards the door. Lin Yue glanced at her and followed. The two exited the lounge, and in the corridor, Zhou Zheng was leaning against the wall smoking alone. Zhou Zheng glanced at them, but remained silent, continuing to smoke. At the end of the corridor, Bai Lu stopped and turned to look at Lin Yue. Zhuke team. Can you leave them to me? Lin Yue was taking. What do you mean? Ice against fire. I have a strong urge to fight. Su ran unknown. Lin Yue looked at her speech. Bai Lu spun her ice hammer on her fingertip, spinning it rapidly. Her Phoenix Rebirth is glass fire type, and my big ice hammer is glass ice type. The moment I saw her, all I could think about was how to defeat her. You want to unknown? Yes, can you let me take this match? If we win, we advance. If we lose. No, Lin Yue said sternly. Bai Lu's ice hammer stopped. Why not? Because this isn't an individual. Lin Yue stated, your win or loss determines the entire team's outcome. That's not fair. Bai Lu stared at him. You don't believe I can win? I believe you can win, but I want to accept the unknown deciding the result. Lin Yue looked at her. You say you want to fight her unknown, fine, but your win or loss does not affect the outcome. Bai Lu was taking. Lin Yue pointed to the team name on his chest. The pig slaughtering team is not just yours or mine, and don't forget our purpose. Besides, she wouldn't agree to it either. Bai Lu was silent for a long time. She spun her ice hammer half a turn and stopped. All right, she said. Lin Yue turned to walk back. Lin Yue, Bai Lu called out to him. He turned around. Bai Lu looked at him, her lips moved slightly, and in the end, she only said one thing, thank you. Bai Lu followed Lin Yue back to the lounge, her expression somewhat strange, as if she had just finished an argument that was left unfinished. Chen Feng glanced at her, but dared not ask. Zhou Zheng was holding a document and knocked on the door. The arrangements for tomorrow. Take a day off, he said. Everyone turned to look at him. Rest for a day. Chen Feng was the first to react. Rest? Really? Really? The semifinals will be the day after tomorrow, and there are no matches tomorrow. You can go out and have a look, just don't cause any trouble. Chen Feng almost jumped out of his chair. Finally, we can go out. How long have we been cooped up at school? Bai Lu's ice hammer spun around her fingertips before suddenly stopping. She looked at everyone, her eyes shining with an unsettling light. Since we have a day off tomorrow. Chen Feng's smile froze. You all have to accompany me to go shopping. Chen Feng's shopping. Bai Lu, aren't you the one who hates shopping the most? That was before, now I want to go. Suja pushed up his glasses. Why? Bai Lu glanced at him. Because I need to buy something. And I can't carry it by myself. What do you want to buy? You'll find out when the time comes. Suja fell silent for 2 seconds, sensing a hint of foreboding. Yili sat in the corner, head down, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. She flushed slightly when she heard the words go shopping. Ew, she had never gone shopping with anyone before. Chen Feng was still making his final attempts. Bai Lu, can I skip it? I just want to sleep in the dorm. No. Why not? Because you're the strongest in the team, you can help me carry things. What time? Chen Feng glanced at his muscles, then at Bai Lu's expression, and chose to remain silent. Lin Yue, 10 in the morning, meet at the entrance of the guest house. Whoever is late treats everyone to a meal. Lin Yue nodded. Lu Chen glanced at him, but said nothing. The next day, at 9:50 in the morning at the guest house entrance. Bai Lu had already arrived. She wasn't wearing the military training uniform and had changed into a white hoodie and jeans with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, finally looking like a 16-year-old high school girl. If one ignored the small ice hammer she was spinning on her fingertips. Chen Feng arrived second, dressed in sportswear, his hair slicked back with water, looking as if he had made a deliberate effort to tidy himself up. Suja arrived third, wearing a dark gray casual suit, looking like he was going to a business meeting. His phone kept ringing. He glanced at it and silenced it. Whose call is it? Bai Lu asked. My dad asking about the match. Why don't you answer? If I do, it'll turn into a half-hour chat, and I don't want to listen. Yili walked out from the shadows of the corridor, dressed in a black dress and black canvas, shoes, her hair cascading down and covering half her face. She kept her head down, her fingers twisting anxiously, looking extremely uneasy. Bai Lu looked her up and down. You're wearing. Yili lowered her head further. It looks quite nice. Yili's ears turned red again. Lin Yue and Lu Chen arrived last. Bai Lu checked the time. 9:58. Not late. Where to? Bai Lu thought for a moment. To the mall. The biggest one in the capital. There are many malls in the capital. Which one is the biggest? Suju adjusted his glasses. It's the biggest one, with a cinema, game hall, clothing stores, and food vendors. The central business district of the capital, Hunglong Plaza, 7 floors, over 300 brands. Yes, that's the one. Suja took out his phone and dialed the number. Uncle Wong, send a 7-seater vehicle to the military guest house. Yes, right now. Chen Feng watched him. Is it your family's car? Suja hung up the phone. It's my family's driver. Bai Lu glanced at him. Aren't you a rich sec? Why aren't you driving a sports car to pick us up? Suja's expression remained unchanged. A sports car can't fit 6 people. And I don't have a sports car. A rich second generation doesn't necessarily have to drive a sports car, and I don't even have a driver's license. Bai Lu thought for a moment. Then you're not rich enough. Suja ignored her. 20 minutes later, a black Mercedes-Benz business car stopped in the underground parking lot of the central business district. Bai Lu jumped out first and looked around. So big. Where do we start? Suja was the last to get out and lock the car. What did you say you wanted to buy? Bai Lu's expression turned subtle. She looked around to confirm that no one was paying attention to them, then leaned closer to Suja and lowered her voice. Lend me some money. Suja was taken aback. How much? Bai Lu held up 5 fingers. 50,000. 500,000. Suja nearly dropped his glasses. What? 500,000. Suja took a deep breath. What do you want to buy? A car. A bag. An apartment. No. Bai Lu's voice dropped lower. I want to buy figurines. Anime figurines. Limited edition. I saw a pre-sale online, and it goes on sale today. Bai Lu's face showed an expression rarely seen, not the ferocity of battle, but a kind of embarrassment of being caught in a secret. Will you lend it? Suja stared at her silent for 3 seconds. He had known Bai Lu for over a year, and it was the first time he saw her show such an expression. Do you have a concept of money? Suja asked. Bai Lu was stunned. What do you mean? 500,000. Do you know what 500,000 can buy? A decent car, a small house in a city. As a high school student spending 500,000 on figurines, are you serious? Bai Lu's expression became conflicted, but that figurine is really limited. Only 100 in the world. I've been waiting for a long time. Why don't you just sell Chen Feng? Chen Feng, who had been listening nearby, exclaimed, what? Sell me. Why would you sell me? How much can he sell for? Suja replied expressionlessly. Decent muscles, average face, too noisy personality, probably around 20,000. If he can maintain his golden body, the value is immeasurable. Chen Feng's face fell. Suja, you. Deal. Bai Lu said 20,000, I'll pawn him off to you. Suja sighed, took out his phone, and transferred 20,000 to her. Spend it wisely, don't buy useless things. Bai Lu looked at the transaction notification on her phone, her lips curling up. Thanks, I'll help you block an attack more during the competition. I don't need you to block attacks, I need you to pay me back. I will. Chen Feng stood aside, touching his biceps and muttering quietly. Him only worth 20,000. That's too underestimating. Yili stood in the corner watching Bai Lu and Suja borrow money, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. She wanted to say something, but opened her mouth without making a sound. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and glanced at it. It was a text message. Miss, are you going out today? Do you need? Yili deleted the message without replying. The elevator arrived at the 7th floor, and Bai Lu rushed out first. She stopped in front of a store, staring through the glass window at a life-size figurine displayed in the center, a female character in armor, holding a large sword with a flowing cape crafted so intricately that one could see every scratch on the armor. This one, Bai Lu's voice carried a rare excitement. Only 100, globally priced at 488,000. Suja stood behind her, gazing at the figurine. So you want to borrow 500,000 to buy this? Yes. No say. Bai Lu ignored him and pushed the door inside. 10 minutes later, she came out holding a small bag, her expression somewhere between excitement and disappointment. Did you sell it? Suja asked. They sold out. I came late. Bai Lu sighed. But the clerk said there's a display item which they can keep for me if someone doesn't want it. A display item for 488,000. Who would want that? Bai Lu did not reply, opening the bag to reveal a small version of the same figurine, much more poorly crafted and only the size of her palm. I bought this for 300, a consolation for myself. Suja looked at the small figurine, silent for 2 seconds. So you borrowed 20,000 and bought an item for 300. Not just that, I bought other things too. Bai Lu pulled out several boxes from the bag, all figurines, some anime characters, some game characters, varying in size. She laid them out on the bench in the mall's rest area, as if showcasing her spoils. This one 1,200. This one 800. This one 2,000. This one 500. This one. She picked up the last box, which contained a schoolgirl figurine. This one is my favorite, 3,006, totaling over 8,000. With the leftover money, he'll treat you to a meal. Suja looked at the row of figurines. You used the 20,000 I lent you to buy over 8,000 worth of figurines and still want to treat me to a meal with the leftover. Yes, isn't that my money? He'll pay it back. When? Bai Lu pondered. When we win the championship and have prize money. Suja gazed at her and took a deep breath. Fine. Chen Feng squatted in front of the row of figurines, picking them up one by one. Bai Lu, you're so fierce when hitting people. Do you really like these things? Bai Lu shot him a glare. Say that again. Chen Feng set down the figurine. Lin Yue and Lu Chen did not follow Bai Lu into the figurine store. They headed to the children's section on the 4th floor. Shi's birthday is next month, Lin Yue said. She grew 3 centimeters since the last time we went back. She probably can't wear her clothes anymore, so we need to buy 2 new ones. Lu Chen nodded, following behind him. The two entered a children's clothing store where a salesgirl greeted them with a bright smile. Are you two buying clothes for your sister? How old is she? 10 years old, Lin Yue replied, about this tall. He gestured, indicating roughly to his chest level. The salesgirl showed them around, and Lin Yue picked out 2 hoodies, a skirt, and a pair of sneakers. Lu Chen remained silent, but each time Lin Yue picked something up, he would glance at it, nodding or shaking his head. The salesgirl noticed this and looked a bit curious. Are you brothers? Kind of, Lin Yue said. From an orphanage. The salesgirl's smile shifted, not awkward, but something softer. She didn't ask more questions, wrapped the clothes and handed them to Lin Yue. Took the bag and paid. The two walked out of the children's clothing store, strolling slowly along the corridor. What else do we need to buy? Lu Chen asked. Lin Yue thought for a moment. Snacks, the ones we brought last time, are almost gone. The two headed toward the supermarket. As they passed the toy store, Lin Yue stopped. In the window there was a plush toy, a white rabbit a little bigger than his palm, wearing a pink dress with a flower sewn on its ears. Lin Yue looked at the rabbit and remembered something. When she first arrived at the orphanage, she hugged a rabbit. It was very old, and one of its eyes had fallen out. The director helped her sew it back on, and she cried for a long time. Lu Chen remained silent. Lin Yue pushed the door open and bought the rabbit. When he came out of the toy store, Lin Yue had 2 bags in his hands. Lu Chen took one, and the two continued toward the supermarket. At the corner of the corridor, a woman stood by the railing looking down at the atrium. Lin Yue slowed his pace. He glanced at the woman, then at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was also looking at the woman, and they both stopped simultaneously frowning. The woman turned her head. Her face was quite ordinary, not the type of beauty that stands out at first glance, but warm and comfortable like the sunshine of a spring afternoon. Her eyes were deep brown with an indescribable quality, as if hiding many, many years of stories. She looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen and smiled. Hello, her voice was soft yet clear. Lin Yue stared at her, feeling something stir in his chest. It wasn't a racing heartbeat or nervousness, but a deeper feeling, as if he had known her for a long time. Do you? Lin Yue asked. The woman tilted her head. I don't know you. Then why are you looking at us and smiling? Because you seem very... Lin Yue was taken aback. He didn't know how to respond to that. Lu Chen stood beside him, silently watching the woman, his hands hanging by his side, not gripping his dagger, which was quite unusual. His body was not in a combat state. His vigilance had not been triggered. He looked at this woman as if he were looking at someone he had known for a very long time. Have we met? Lu Chen asked. The woman pondered. Maybe. In a dream. Lu Chen fell silent. The woman stood up straight from the railing and walked toward the other end of the corridor. After taking a few steps, she paused and turned back to look at them. She will like that rabbit. Lin Yue's pupils constricted. When he bought the rabbit, there was no one around. He had confirmed it, and Lu Chen had confirmed it too. On the 5th floor in the dining hall, 6 members of the pig slaughter team sat around a large round table. In front of Bai Lu lay 200,000 worth of spoils, 8 figurine boxes piled into a small hill. Chen Feng carried Bai Lu's purchases in his canvas bag, indeed becoming the porter. Suzhou was handling messages on his phone, while Yili sat in a corner with a glass of plain water in front of her. Lin Yue and Lu Chen arrived last, each carrying clothes and snacks for Shishi along with a white rabbit. Bai Lu glanced at the bags in their hands. What did you buy? A birthday gift for my sister. Lin Yue placed the bag on a nearby chair. Bai Lu's gaze fell upon the bag in Lu Chen's hand, on top of which was a transparent plastic bag containing a white rabbit doll dressed in a pink dress. That rabbit, Bai Lu said. Did you buy it? Lin Yue nodded. Bai Lu glanced at him, and then at the rabbit, smiling slightly. Suzhou looked up from his phone. I just received a message. The admissions office of the Imperial Capital University wants to talk to us. Bai Lu's chopsticks froze in midair. Imperial Capital University. Right now? Yes, they want to invite us to tour the campus. Isn't the finals not over yet? Are they already poaching? Suzhou adjusted his glasses. It's normal. The stronger the team, the earlier they are targeted. Last year's top 4 had already received invitations from more than a dozen universities even before the finals were over. Chen Feng scratched his head. But we are only in the 2nd year of high school. Even 2nd-year students can have spots locked in early. If they like you, they will send you a pre-admission notice allowing you to enroll directly after graduating from 3rd year, or even be recruited directly from 2nd year. Is there a bonus? Bai Lu pondered. Suzhou glanced at her. Yes, generally ranging from 100,000 to 500,000 a year. Bai Lu's eyes brightened. Then I want to go. You don't even know which university. Wherever pays more, you'll go there. Suzhou rubbed his temples while Lin Yue tilted his head to look at him. Which universities are there? Imperial Capital University, Hucking University, Southern University of Science and Technology, Huaxia Military Supernatural University. Military University. Chen Feng interjected. They're coming too. Yes, they want to talk to us. Lin Yue thought, let's talk after the competition. Suzhou nodded. That's what I was thinking too. Bai Lu picked up a figurine box and opened it. After the competition, win the championship, and then go grab the money. Chen Feng looked at her. Sister Bai Lu, can't you think of something else? Such as, for the glory of the country. To serve the people. Bai Lu toyed with the figurine, not lifting her head. For the glory of the country, one still needs to eat. To serve the people, one still needs to buy figurines. Chen Feng fell silent. Yili sat in the corner, her glass of water untouched. Her phone vibrated, and she took it out to glance at it. Miss, your father is asking when you will be home for dinner. Suzhou noticed her movement, but didn't ask. He adjusted his glasses and turned to Lin Yue. By the way, just now someone from a university's admissions office asked me if your supernatural ability is time-based. Lin Yue took the cigarette out of his mouth. What did you say? I said I didn't know. You clearly know. But I'm not telling him. Lin Yue smiled. After finishing their meal, the 6 of them exited the mall. Bai Lu carried 2 bags, Chen Feng 4, while Yili didn't buy anything, but she had a small bag containing a strawberry cake bought from the bakery on the basement level of the mall, which she kept to herself. Lin Yue and Lu Chen walked at the back. That woman, Lin Yue said. Lu Chen remained silent. She called us you guys. She knows there are 2 of us. She didn't turn around as she knows there are 2 of us. Lu Chen was silent for a few seconds. She knows about the rabbit. Who exactly is she? Lu Chen didn't answer, but his mind kept replaying that woman's smile, warm like the sunlight on a spring afternoon. He was sure he had never seen her before, but her smile reminded him of a word. Home. He couldn't remember where he came from, nor what his parents looked like, nor events before the age of 6. Yet that woman's smile recalled something he had long forgotten. Lin Yue glanced at him. Did you cry, eh? Lu Chen touched, no tears, but his eyes were red. No, he said. Lin Yue didn't ask again. The 2 walked side by side toward the parking lot with the sunset casting long shadows behind them. Bai Lu shouted from the front, hurry up. The car is about to leave. Chen Feng, carrying 4 bags, pretended to follow. Sister Bai Lu. Next time. Could you buy a little less? Next time buy more. Chen Feng's face fell. Suzhou opened the car door, and everyone got in. Yili was the last to get in. She sat in the last row, leaning against the window, holding the strawberry cake and looking at the sunset. Her phone vibrated again. Miss, your father said if you don't reply, he will come to pick you up himself. Yili turned her phone face down, placing it on her lap. The car started leaving the parking lot and merging into the evening rush hour traffic. The dusk in the imperial capital was beautiful, the sky painted with orange-earth hues and the clouds thick like they had been brushed by someone. Lin Yue and Lu Chen leaned back in their seats, eyes closed. Neither of them had fallen asleep. They were thinking of the same person, the woman in the cream-colored trench coat, her smile, her last words. That rabbit, she will like it. How did she know about the rabbit? The car fell silent for a moment. Suddenly Chen Feng spoke up. What do you think our odds are against the Zhuke team tomorrow? Suja pondered. 90%. Only 90%. Chen Feng sat up straight. Suja looked at him. The Zhuke team has SSS-Rank team coordination and tactics. Moreover, Su Ran's Phoenix Nirvana is fire-based, countering Bai Lu's ice-based abilities. Bai Lu twirled her ice hammer on her fingertips. I'm not afraid of her. I know you're not afraid. But a counter is a counter. Your ice will melt in her fire. It's a physical law. My ice is not ordinary ice. Her fire is not ordinary fire either. Bai Lu fell silent. Lin Yue looked out at the traffic. Let's just fight. Win in advance, lose and go home. Why overthink? I just don't like to speak too confidently. Bai Lu's ice hammer paused momentarily. You seem quite open-minded. Lin Yue chuckled. Those who can't handle it have long since perished. The car fell silent again, and no one took this remark as a joke. When they returned to the guest house, it was nearly dark. The six of them got out of the car, each carrying their belongings. Yili held her strawberry cake like it was a treasure. Lin Yue and Lu Chen walked at the back, carrying clothes and snacks for Shi along with the white rabbit. Yili did not go back. She walked alone to the small garden behind the guest house and sat on a bench. It was dark and the streetlights were not yet on, making the garden very dim. Her eternal darkness would automatically activate in this environment, blending her body into the night, making her nearly invisible. She took out the strawberry cake from the bag and opened the box. The cake was small, just enough for one person to finish. It was topped with fresh strawberries and the cream was light pink, looking quite sweet. Yili stared at the cake, but didn't eat. She pulled out her phone, which had 17 unread messages, all from the same person. Miss, your father is asking when you will. Miss, your father said if you don't reply, he will personally come to pick you up from school. Miss, your father has already booked a plane ticket for Miss. Yili read through each message and then marked all of them as read. She did not reply. She put her phone back in her pocket, picked up the plastic fork from the cake, took a small bite, and put it in her mouth. It was very sweet. She took another bite. She ate about half of it, and then stopped, staring at the remaining cake. Bai Lu neatly arranged the 8 figurine boxes on the shelf, ordered by size from large to small from left to right. She took 2 steps back, looked at them, felt dissatisfied, and rearranged them again. When Yili pushed the door open, Bai Lu was adjusting the angle of the 3rd figurine. You're back. Bai Lu didn't turn her head. Come help me see, is this crooked? Not crooked. Yili walked over and took a glance. Are you sure? I feel like it's tilted a bit to the left. Not tilted. Bai Lu looked at it for a while longer, finally satisfied. She turned around and saw Yili holding the cake. You haven't eaten. Yili looked down at the box. I ate half. Then why did you bring it back? Yili didn't answer. She placed the box on Bai Lu's desk and opened it. There was still more than half a cake left, with 2 strawberries missing and the cream dug out in uneven patches. You eat, Yili said. Bai Lu was taken aback. For me, MHM. Bai Lu looked at the piece of cake, and then at Yili, who was looking down, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her ears slightly red. Bai Lu picked up the fork, took a big bite, and stuffed it into her mouth. Delicious. Where did you buy it? On the basement level of the mall. Let's go buy more next time. Yili smiled a bit. MHM. Bai Lu took another bite, but suddenly stopped halfway. By the way, your phone has been buzzing. Who's looking for you? Your parents. Yili's smile faded a bit. My dad. What does he want? Asking when I'll go back. Go back where? Yili remained silent for a few seconds. Home. I guess. Bai Lu thought for a moment, but didn't pursue the matter further. She had known Yili for a long time, but never knew her family situation, nor had she ever seen her family members. Yili never mentioned them, and when others asked, she would look down and not speak. Don't want to go back? Bai Lu asked. MHM. Then don't go. Yili looked up at her. Bai Lu was already looking down, continuing to eat the cake, her tone as casual as saying, the weather is nice today. Yili watched Bai Lu's profile, a smile creeping into her eyes. Thank you. Bai Lu didn't raise her head. What's there to thank? You bought the cake. Well, I should be thanking you for eating your cake. Yili remained silent. She sat on Bai Lu's bed, watching as Bai Lu finished the remaining cake piece by piece, even scraping the bottom of the box clean of cream with her fork. After finishing, Bai Lu closed the box and tossed it into the trash can. She wiped her mouth, leaned back in her chair, and looked at the figurines on the shelf. Tomorrow we fight the Zhuke team, she said. Yili nodded. Su Ran's fire is very powerful. Yili nodded again. But I won't lose. Yili looked at her, remaining silent. Bai Lu's ice hammer twirled on her fingertips. Ice and fire are natural enemies. My ice will melt in her fire, but her fire will extinguish in my ice. It's about who is stronger. She stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the training ground of the guest house. The streetlights were on, illuminating the track. Tomorrow I want to fight her. Yili sat on the bed watching Bai Lu's silhouette. Good luck. Bai Lu glanced back at her. Aren't you going to say something else? Yili thought for a moment. Don't lose. Bai Lu laughed. I won't. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Feng lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His phone was charging on the bedside table, and it lit up with a message from his mom. Son, good luck in the competition tomorrow. Mom is watching you on TV. Chen Feng picked up his phone, typed a few words. Mom, don't worry, He stopped midway staring at the screen for a few seconds, then deleted those words. He wanted to say, I'm fine, but his mom didn't know about him getting 3 ribs broken last week, and he didn't want her to know. He wanted to say we will win, but what if they lost? His mom would be disappointed. He wanted to say don't worry, but if he said that she would worry even more. Chen Feng stared at the blank input box, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he typed 2 words, MHM, and sent it. The message showed as read. The other party was typing. It flashed a few times, stopped, flashed a few more times, and finally sent sleep early. Chen Feng flipped his phone over screen down and placed it on the bedside table. He closed his eyes but couldn't fall asleep. His mom used to be different. In the past, when he sent MHM, she would reply with a string of voice messages asking, what does MHM mean? Are you hurt again? Have you eaten? Now she only replied, sleep early, and had learned not to ask further. Because asking would yield no answers, only longer silences. Chen Feng rolled over, pulling the blanket over his head. Suja sat at the desk with the tablet displaying the UK team's match footage, which he had watched several times. Each time noticed, he jotted down notes in his notebook recording Su Ran's attack habits, teammates, coordination, and tactical flaws. Lin Yue lay on the bed, holding an unlit cigarette. Lu Chen sat on the edge of the bed, sharpening his dagger. Suja, Lin Yue said. MHM. What are you watching? The UK team, Su Ran's attack habits. How many times have you watched it? 17 times. What have you found out? Suja adjusted his glasses. Her Phoenix Nirvana is not just self-healing. When she gets injured, the temperature of the flames increases. The more severe the injury, the fiercer the flames. The first injury raises the temperature by 10%, the second by 25%. The third injury raises it by 50%. He flipped a page in his notebook. If she gets injured a 4th time, her flame temperature might double. Self-harm. Lin Yue took the cigarette out of his mouth. Not self-harm, it's her supernatural ability mechanism. Her body converts the damage into energy. The heavier the injury, the more energy it generates. Suja paused for a moment. So the longer you fight her, the stronger she becomes. Dragging it out makes it even harder to defeat her. Lin Yue thought for a moment. Then we should aim for a quick victory. That's difficult. Her teammates won't allow you to win quickly. The UK team's tactics are designed around her. Her teammates protect her while she stacks damage and then bursts out. Chen Feng popped his head out from under the blanket. So how do we fight? Suja paused for a few seconds. Interrupt her rhythm, prevent her from getting hurt, or outputting, or... He glanced at Lin Yue. Directly eliminate her. Suja placed the tablet on the desk and turned to look at Lin Yue. Have you considered that Bailu's supernatural ability might not be that simple? Lin Yue looked at him. What do you mean? SSS-Rank Ice ability cannot simply be a hammer. Suja adjusted his glasses. Her supernatural ability is truly called Great Ice Hammer. Don't you find that name strange? Chen Feng sat up on the bed. Are you saying her ability has other capabilities? Suja nodded. That's my guess. No evidence, but SSS-Rank Ice ability cannot merely be about creating a hammer to hit people. Ice abilities can do so much: ice walls, ice prisons, ice storms, absolute zero. If her Great Ice Hammer is just a hammer, then her strength status is too weak. You should ask her. Lin Yue replied, taking the cigarette back. Suja shook his head. She might not even know herself. Because her supernatural ability's true name is Great Ice Hammer. When she heard that name, she was so angry, she wanted to break her pen. If she knew her ability had other capabilities, she wouldn't be so mad. She is angry because she thinks her ability is just a hammer. Chen Feng scratched his head. Then what does her ability actually have? Suja remained silent for a long time. I don't know, but perhaps we'll discover it during the match against the UK team tomorrow. Lin Yue stared at the ceiling, smoke curling from his lips, swirling in the light before dissipating. Tomorrow, he said, let's allow her to try first. Suja looked at him. Are you sure? Sure. She said she wanted to fight Su Ran. I'll let her fight. If she can't handle it, we'll take over. Lu Chen sheathed his dagger. He had been silent, but was listening. When he heard Suja say, Bailu's supernatural ability might not be that simple, his hand paused. When he heard Lin Yue say, let her fight, his hand paused again. He looked at Lin Yue, who was also looking at him. They didn't speak, but Lu Chen knew what Lin Yue was thinking. He was betting that Bailu's ability was more than just a hammer, betting that Bailu could break through herself under Su Ran's pressure. If he was right, the pig slaughter team would have an extra trump card. If wrong, Bailu would lose, but she wouldn't die. It was a competition, not a battlefield. Losing meant they could try again. Lu Chen placed the dagger on the bedside table and lay down. What time tomorrow? 2 in the afternoon, Suja replied. Going to sleep now. The light went off and the dormitory fell silent. Lin Yue closed his eyes, but couldn't sleep, nor could Lu Chen. In the darkness, both kept their eyes open, thinking about the same thing, not the competition tomorrow, but the words Suja had said. Her supernatural ability might not be that simple. If Bailu's ability is not simple, then what about theirs? The host's voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing, in the first match of the semifinals, the Imperial Capital's 1st Military Academy, Pig Slaughtering Team, against the Southern Technology University Affiliated High School, Vermilion Bird Team. In the audience, the battle drums of the Northwest Military Academy had been withdrawn yesterday, and today they were replaced by the flaming banners of the Vermilion Bird Team, dozens of red flags waving in the stands like a burning cloud. The pig slaughtering team's cheer squad still consisted of just one person, Chen Yuanjing, sitting at the podium, holding a thermos, his expression emotionless. In the rest area, the 6 members of the pig slaughtering team stood in a row. Zhou Zheng stood before them, glancing at each person before his gaze finally landed on Bailu. Su Ran's Phoenix Nirvana has a distinct feature. He said, the heavier her injuries, the hotter the flames. If you drag it out with her, you will surely lose. Bai Lu spun her ice hammer with her fingertips. So we mustn't drag it out, right? A quick fight. Or, he paused, make sure she won't have time to heat up. Bai Lu nodded. Zhou Zheng turned to leave. Bai Lu, leave Su Ran to you. Bai Lu fixed her piercing gaze on Lin Yue. Are you sure? Sure, since you said you want to fight her, let you fight her. If you can't win, well, step in. Bai Lu looked at him silent for 2. I won't lose. That's good. Su Zhu adjusted his glasses. Bai Lu, your great ice hammer might not be so simple. Bai Lu frowned. What do you mean? Ensemble ice ability shouldn't just be a simple hammer of acceleration, and Su Zhu said, your ability's true name is Great Ice Hammer, but the hammer is just its form. It may have other capabilities that you haven't discovered yet. Bai Lu looked at her hand, the ice hammer coalescing in her palm, and then dissipating. How do I discover it? When you're Su Zhu said, Su Ran's fire will pressure you. Perhaps when you reach your limit, your ability will reveal itself to you. Bai Lu retracted the ice hammer and took a deep breath. All right. Chen Feng raised his hand beside them. What about me? Who do I fight? Lin Yue glanced at him. You protect Su Zhu. Chen Feng's expression fell. Protect again. His omniscience is his eyes while you're his shield. Your task is more important than anyone else's. Chen Feng thought about it and found this reasoning quite acceptable, puffing out his chest. Okay, he'll protect Su Zhu. Su Zhu remained expressionless. I don't need your protection. Just stand in front of me and don't block my view. Chen Feng's chest deflated again. Yi Li peeked out from the shadows, glancing at Lin Yue. Lin Yue nodded at her. She said nothing and retreated back into the shadows. The light at the end of the corridor brightened. Both teams enter. The 6 of them walked out of the corridor. The roar of the crowd was fiercer than yesterday, the cheers of 97,000 people like a moving wall. The Vermilion Bird team's cheer squad waved their flaming banners in the stands, chanting in unison, Vermilion Bird, Vermilion Bird, Vermilion Bird. The pig slaughtering team's formation remained unchanged, with Lin Yue in front, Lu Chen half a step behind Bai Lu, and Chen Feng on the flanks, Su Zhu slightly behind the center, and Yi Li in the shadows. The Vermilion Bird team emerged from the opposite corridor clad in crimson uniforms, with a flame-patterned Vermilion Bird totem embroidered on their chests. Captain Su Ran walked at the forefront, her deep red high ponytail and deep red pupils resembling 2 burning coals. Behind her were 5 others, 2 with fire abilities, 1 with wind, 1 with strength, and 1 with healing. Su Ran's gaze swept across the arena, landing on Bai Lu. Bai Lu looked back at her, their eyes clashing midair. The referee raised his hand. No killing, no permanent injury, no start. The Vermilion Bird team's formation was compact, with 5 members forming a semicircle around Su Ran, their strategy clear, protect Su Ran while she built up damage. Bai Lu moved. She stomped on the floor, shattering it, and took a step that crossed half the arena. The Great Ice Hammer shifted to hammer mode, tripling its power. She didn't charge at Su Ran's teammates, but instead aimed directly at Su Ran herself. Su Ran's teammates reacted quickly. The 2 fire users unleashed fire walls, simultaneously blocking Bai Lu from reaching Su Ran. The wind user sent wind blades slicing toward Bai Lu from the side, while the strength user punched the ground, sending shockwaves toward her. Bai Lu didn't dodge. She held the ice hammer horizontally in front of her, blocking the wind blades and shockwaves. The surface of her ice hammer was marked by the wind blades vibrating from the shockwave. Her footsteps didn't falter. Bai Lu take 3 steps to the left and smash the ground. Su Zhu's voice came through the communicator. Bai Lu stepped left 3 times, the Great Ice Hammer smashing down, cracking the ground, and spreading frost toward the Vermilion Bird team's formation. The 2 fire users' firewalls were suppressed by the frost, their flames reduced by half. The strength user found their feet frozen by the frost, slowing their movements. Su Ran made her move. She stepped out from behind her teammates' cover, waving her right hand. A thin, deep red fire line shot out from her fingertips, slicing toward Bai Lu's neck. Bai Lu leaned back, the fire line grazing her chin, the searing heat causing her skin to redden. She smelled her own hair. Her fire temperature is very high. Su Zhu's voice warned, don't take it heated. Bai Lu didn't respond. She switched to small hammer mode, tripling her speed, propelling herself like an ice projectile towards Su Ran, the small ice hammer aimed at her face. Su Ran didn't dodge. Her right hand conjured a flame shield to block the small ice hammer. The instant ice and fire collided, steam erupted, filling the arena with mist. Bai Lu stepped back 2 paces, gasping for breath. A layer of water had melted on the surface of her ice hammer, droplets flowing down the handle. Su Ran's flame shield dimmed slightly, but quickly brightened again. Both combatants charged at each other once more, the ice hammer and flame shield colliding, steam bursting forth again as Bai Lu struck with 7 consecutive blows, while Su Ran blocked each one. The ice hammer diminished with each strike, while the flame shield grew dimmer. After the 7th strike, Bai Lu's ice hammer shattered. Ice shards scattered across the ground, rapidly melting on the heated surface. Bai Lu stood empty-handed, weaponless. Su Ran's flame shield extinguished as both faced each other less than 2 meters apart. You don't have a weapon anymore, Su Ran. Bai Lu looked at her hand. I know. Su Ran's right hand coalesced a fireball, its temperature even higher than the previous fire line, its color shifting from deep red to orange-white, the heat distorting the surrounding air. Surrender, Su Ran declared. Your ice can't compete with my fire. Bai Lu did not concede. She gazed at her hand, recalling Su Zhu's words. Your great ice hammer might not be so simple. Perhaps it has other forms, other capabilities. When you reach your limit, your ability will reveal itself to you. Have I reached my limit? Her ice hammer was shattered, her arm trembled, burns marked her face, half her hair was singed, her energy nearly depleted, and her stamina on the verge of exhaustion. She looked at the fireball in Su Ran's hand, which grew larger and brighter. She thought of giving up. It was just for an instant. Then she remembered her words, "I will not lose." Bai Lu closed her eyes. She felt the ice energy within her churning and boiling. Something was about to burst forth from her body, from her bones, from her blood, from every nerve ending. She opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned ice blue. Something flowed within her pupils like glaciers melting, or frost had formed on her hair. A thin layer of ice covered her skin, and her breath turned into white mist. Su Ran's fireball froze in midair. She looked at Bai Lu, her pupils constricting. "You." Bai Lu extended her hand, her palm devoid of the ice hammer, empty. But Su Ran felt it. The temperature was dropping. The entire arena was cooling down, water stains on the ground, freezing, the water vapor in the air condensing into tiny ice crystals falling between the two. In Bai Lu's palm, a sword began to coalesce. The blade was long and entirely transparent, as if carved from a solid block of ice, with intricate ice crystal patterns on the blade, glowing as they extended from the hilt to the tip. The hilt fit perfectly in her grasp, and the moment she held it, Bai Lu felt a surge of icy power radiate from the hilt throughout her body. She looked at the sword in her hand, the words Great Ice Hammer floating in her mind, but it was another name. The true name of her ability, the complete version. Great Ice Hammer. She uttered it, pausing for a moment before repeating it. Great Ice Hammer. She understood. The Great Ice Hammer was not merely a hammer. The Great Ice Hammer was a hammer of great ice, where hammer meant forging. Her ability was not to conjure a hammer to smash, it was to forge ice. To mold ice into any form she desired. Hammer, sword, shield, armor, anything. She looked at Su Ran, smiling. Bring it on. Su Ran's fireball came crashing down. Bai Lu swung her sword, the ice sword slicing through the fireball, flames parting to either side as they swept past her. A corner of her clothing was singed, but her body remained unscathed. The chill from the ice sword formed a barrier before her, isolating her from the intense heat. Su Ran unleashed 3 fireballs in succession. Bai Lu swung her sword 3 times, slicing through all 3 fireballs. She stepped forward, inching closer to Su Ran. Su Ran stepped back. It was the first time she had retreated in the match. The temperature of her flames had reached their peak, orange-white, approaching 2500 degrees. Yet Bai Lu's ice sword did not melt. When the ice sword sliced through the fireballs, the blade would melt a layer, but the internal structure remained intact. Moreover, the melted water would immediately refreeze, restoring the sword to its original form. Your ice. Su Ran's voice held disbelief. Why doesn't it melt? Bai Lu did not respond. Her ice was not non-melting. Her forging speed surpassed the melting speed. Su Ran's fire melted her ice, while she simultaneously reforged it, melting one layer and forging another, always maintaining the sword's integrity. This was the true ability of the Great Ice Hammer, not the hammer, but the forger of ice. Bai Lu stood before Su Ran, the ice sword pressed against her throat. You lost. Su Ran looked at the ice sword, droplets still dripping from the blade, hitting the ground and instantly freezing. She was silent for a few seconds before retracting her flames. I concede, she said. The referee raised his hand. Match over. The winner is the Imperial Capital's first military academy, the pig slaughtering team. The timer displayed 4 minutes and 12 seconds. In the audience, 97,000 people erupted into applause after a brief silence, more fervent than any previous match. 4 minutes and 12 seconds. They fought for over 4 minutes. Bai Lu's ice hammer transformed into a sword. What kind of ability is that? Wasn't her ability a hammer? How can it turn into a sword? Ice abilities can do that too. That's so cool. The middle-aged man's voice at the commentary booth was filled with evident excitement. The pig slaughtering team advances to the finals. Bai Lu showcased a new form of Great Ice Hammer, the Ice Sword. Based on on-site observations, her ability seems not merely to generate simple weapons, but to forge the form of ice. Hammer, sword, and possibly more forms are all within her ability's scope. The female commentator added, although Su Ran of the Vermilion Bird team lost, she still holds her head high. Her fire's temperature has exceeded 2500 degrees, but Bai Lu's ice forging speed outpaced the melting speed. This was a pure test of strength. The direct clash between 2 level ability users was arguably the most thrilling battle of this competition. Su Ran stood still, gazing at Bai Lu. Bai Lu retracted the ice sword into her palm, which then dissipated into ice crystals fluttering in the air before landing on her shoulder like snow. What's your name? Su Ran asked. Bai Lu paused for a moment. Bai Lu, I know. What I meant was, what's the name of your ability? Bai Lu fell silent for a second. Great Ice Hammer. Su Ran's expression shifted slightly, not mocking, but tinged with something unexplainable, like envy and relief. Great Ice Hammer. That's a great name. She turned and walked away, her teammates discreetly following her, and no one spoke. Bai Lu stood in place, watching her back. The ice crystals in her hand had yet to disperse, glimmering in the sunlight. Half her hair was singed, her face bore burns, and her clothes had several holes, yet she smiled. Chen was the first to rush over. Sister Bai Lu, you were amazing. Your ice hammer turned into a sword. How did you do that? Bai Lu pondered. I don't know. I just wanted to change, and it changed. Suju approached and adjusted his glasses. Your ability isn't to create a hammer, it's to forge ice. A hammer is a forging tool, not a weapon. You've been using it wrong all this time by smashing people with it. Bai Lu looked at him. Why didn't you say that earlier? I just found out myself. Bai Lu's ice hammer appeared on her fingertip, a smaller version about the size of a fist. So I've hit you with a hammer so many times, why didn't you tell me? You never asked me. Bai Lu hurled the ice hammer, but Suja was prepared, dodging to the side, the ice hammer embedding itself in the wall behind him. The wall cracked. Lin Yue and Chen approached. Lin Yue had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, eyeing Bai Lu up and down. Are you injured? Just surface wounds. What about the ice sword? Transform it again, and let's see. Bai Lu extended her hand, coalescing an ice sword in her palm. It was one size smaller than during the match, but identical in form. The ice crystal patterns on the blades sparkled in the sunlight. Lin Yue looked at the sword and nodded. Looks good. Bai Lu retracted the sword. Is that it? Can't you say something more? Lin Yue pondered. Next time make a bigger one. Bai Lu rolled her eyes. Zhou Zheng stood at the entrance of the corridor watching them. He didn't approach or say anything. He watched for a while before turning and leaving. Shen Yuanzheng stood up from the podium, holding his thermos, leisurely walking down the steps, stopping for a moment as he passed the pig slaughtering team. Good job, he said before continuing on his way. Chen Feng stared at his retreating figure. The principal said we did well. The principal actually praised someone. Suju adjusted his glasses. He said good job, not you did well, you did great, or you're amazing. His tone was flat, indicating he felt no emotion. Chen Feng scratched his head. Can you stop analyzing everything? Suju ignored him. Bai Lu looked at her hand where remnants of ice crystals sparkled in the sunlight. Great ice hammer. She recited it, then she smiled. Actually, it sounds quite nice. Lin Yue took the cigarette from behind his ear and placed it in his mouth. Let's go. Time to sleep. Tomorrow is the finals. The six of them walked toward the corridor with Bai Lu leading the way, Chen Feng following, Suju recording data on his phone, and Yili moving in the shadows. Lin Yue and Lu Chen walked at the back, their shadows stretching long in the corridor's light. Tomorrow we face the Qilin team, Lin Yue said. Lu Chen nodded. Pandora, have you figured out how to fight them? Lu Chen thought for a moment. No, Lin Yue, I haven't figured it out either. The two of them walked side by side into the corridor, the lights behind them extinguishing one by one, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. So does that mean we can go home after today's match? Chen Feng leaned against the wall of the lounge, propping his legs up on the chair. With an hour left before the finals, he had already changed into his training uniform, and his boots shone brightly. Suja, without lifting his head, looked at his phone. After the match, there's an award ceremony, then photos, and after that interviews, followed by waiting for the transportation arranged by the organizers. We should arrive at school around 8 o'clock tonight. Chen Feng's expression fell. That means it'll take the whole day. You can surrender now and head back early. Chen Feng lowered his legs. Then let's just finish the match. I've finished compiling the data on the Qilin team. G. Tianming's rank Heaven's Punishment Peak of the first stage. Pandora S-Rank Pandora's prank rules system. The effects should be random. Chen Hao rank Tiger Bull Strength first stage. Lu Yi rank Healing System. Tang Hamo rank Water System first stage. Lu Ming rank Earth System first stage. Random. Pandora's prank has different effects each time it is used. Even Pandora herself doesn't know what the outcome will be. Suju adjusted his glasses. In the last match, it was no moving, before that it was no speaking. It said that previously there were rules like no blinking, no breathing, and no farting as well. Shen Feng's mouth dropped open. No farting. Is that really a rule? Rules system, any rule is valid. Bai Lu frowned. Then how does she fight? If she doesn't know the effects herself, how can she coordinate with her teammates? She doesn't coordinate. Her ability only activates under special circumstances. Teammates adjust their tactics based on the rules. They win when the effects are favorable and lose when they aren't. Suja paused, but so far she hasn't had a time when her effects were unfavorable. Lin Yue thought for a moment. The essence of a prank is to embarrass people, not to defeat them, Lin Yue said. Every time she uses her ability, the effects are random. But a prank has one characteristic. It won't truly harm anyone. No moving, no speaking, no blinking. These are all. Think about it, if it were a real rules system, why wouldn't it include no heartbeat, no breathing, or no thinking? Suja's glasses glinted. Are you saying her ability has limits? It has lower limits and upper limits. At least that's how it is for now, Lin Yue said, looking down the corridor. So there's no need to fear her. She won't cause any significant problems. Suju adjusted his glasses again. The other members of the Qilin team, aside from Ji Tianming and Pandora, are of average strength. Chen Hao's Tiger Bull Strength enhances strength rank. Lu Yi's Sweet Rain is a healing ability rank. Tang Hanmo and Lu Ming are both rank. Bai Lu's ice hammer began to spin on her fingertips. Then why even fight? Just crush them straight away. At the end of the passage, staff poked their heads out. Pig slaughtering team prepare to enter. Lin Yue tucked his cigarette behind his ear. Let's go. The six of them stood up. Bai Lu walked in front, Chen Feng followed closely, Suja was in the middle, Yili was in the shadows, and Lin Yue and Lu Chen brought up the rear. After today's match, Lin Yue said, we'll head back to sleep. Inside the venue, the referee raised his hand. Finals: Beijing's First Military Academy's Pig Slaughtering Team versus Beijing University Affiliated High School's Qilin Team. The match begins. Ji Tianming and Pandora did not move. The Qilin team's formation was tight, with Chen Hao standing at the front, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms as Tiger Bull Strength activated. Lu Yi stood at the back, her hands pressed together, ready to heal. Tang Hanmo and Lu Ming flanked her, the water and earth systems ready to defend. Bai Lu made the first move. She stomped down hard, shattering the floor as her ice hammer switched to heavy hammer mode. Her target was Chen Hao, the strongest melee fighter on the Qilin team. Chen Hao crossed his arms to block, unleashing all of his Tiger Bull strength. Bai Lu's ice hammer struck his arm, producing a Chen Hao staggered back 3 steps, the veins on his arms bulging even more, but he did not fall. He was the only one on the Qilin team capable of taking Bai Lu's strike in terms of strength. But he could only take one hit. Bai Lu's second strike followed quickly, and Chen Hao once again blocked it, this time retreating 5 steps, his arm beginning to tremble. When the third strike came down, Chen Hao sidestepped and dodged the ice hammer, smashing into the ground, cracking it open. Chen Feng rushed in from the side, his golden body fully activated, a dark golden light exploding forth. Tang Hanmo and Lu Ming simultaneously closed their eyes, but their defenses did not falter. Tang Hanmo's water wall stood in front of Chen Feng, and Lu Ming's earth wall followed behind it. Chen Feng punched through the water wall, then struck the earth wall with a second punch. The faces of Tang Hanmo and Lu Ming turned pale simultaneously, their defenses crumbled like paper before Chen Feng. Yi Li emerged from the shadows, her dagger pressed against Lu Yi's throat. Lu Yi's healing light hadn't even been released yet before she froze up. "Don't move," Yi Li said. Lu Yi dared not move. In less than 20 seconds, all 6 members of the Qilin team were in disarray. Chen Hao was suppressed by Lu Tang Hanmo, and Lu Ming's defenses had been breached by Chen Feng, and Lu Yi was under Yi Li's control. Ji Tianming glanced at Pandora. "Use it." Pandora bit her lip, her ability unstable. Each effect varied, sometimes useful, sometimes not. But if she didn't use it now, they would lose, or losing would be worse than the preliminaries. She extended her hand. Pandora's prank, everyone felt it. The energy within them was still there, but they could not release it. It was as if an invisible lock had jammed the switch for their powers. However, Lin Yue and Lu Chen felt nothing. Lin Yue's time domain was still active, he could still stop time. He glanced at Lu Chen, who was also looking at him. "You?" Lin Yue asked. "I'm here," Lu Chen replied. The two of them simultaneously looked at Pandora. Pandora shivered under their gaze. "Why are you?" Her voice caught in her throat. Lin Yue didn't answer. He took the cigarette from behind his ear and put it in his mouth. "You guys go ahead, I'll just watch." Bai Lu was the first to react as she looked at her empty hands, and then at Chen Hao. "No powers." Bai Lu twisted her wrist. "Well, that's great." She charged forward with no ice hammer and no triple strength, just the martial arts she had trained for 5 years at the military academy, landing a punch on Chen Hao's chest. Chen Hao stepped back, but being a strength-type fighter, he was not lacking in martial skills, and retaliated with a fist aimed at Bai Lu's face. Bai Lu turned her head to dodge her knee driving into his abdomen. Chen Hao blocked with his arms, taking 2 steps back. Bai Lu followed up with 3 rapid punches, landing 2 on his face and 1 on his ribs. Blood trickled from the corner of Chen Hao's mouth. Chen Feng also reacted. His golden body was gone, but his fists were harder than Bai Lu's. In the military academy's physical skills assessment, he had received an excellent rating. "No powers. That's perfect." He charged at Tang Hanmo, landing a punch on his face. Tang Hanmo staggered back as Chen Feng followed up with another punch to his shoulder and a third to his abdomen, causing Tang Hanmo to double over, after which Chen Feng executed a knee strike that sent him crashing to the ground. "Don't move," Chen Feng said. Tang Hanmo truly did not move. It wasn't compliance, he simply couldn't get up. Suja crouched at the edge of the arena. His martial skills were the poorest in the team. But he didn't need to rush into against ordinary people. Bai Lu, Chen Feng, and Yi Li were more than enough. Yi Li got up from the ground, her dagger still in hand. She charged at Lu Ming. He couldn't release his earth abilities and held up a small round shield. He blocked Yi Li's first strike with the shield, but the second cut into his arm, and the third pressed against his throat. Lu Ming dared not move. Lu Yi crouched on the ground, hugging her head. Without powers, she was just an ordinary high school girl. She hadn't even attempted to run. Among the 6 members of the Qilin team, Chen Hao was bloodied by Lu Tang Hanmo lay on the ground unable to rise. Lu Ming was controlled by Yi Li, and Lu Yi was crouched in surrender. Only Ji Tianming and Pandora remained standing. Ji Tianming observed everything. His heaven's punishment was unusable, his martial skills were average, and his teammates were falling one by one. He glanced at Pandora. "Your ability," Ji Tianming said, "doesn't work on those 2. Pandora looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen, biting her lip. "It doesn't," she admitted. "Why? I don't know." Ji Tianming fell silent for 2 seconds. He watched the match. Bai Lu was still beating Chen Hao, who had stopped fighting back, but Bai Lu continued. Chen Feng lifted Tang Hanmo from the ground and slammed him back down. Yi Li pressed her dagger against Lu Ming's neck, and Lu Ming raised his hands. "Surrender," Ji Tianming said. The referee was taken aback. "Are you sure?" "Yes, it's meaningless now." The referee raised his hand. Match over. The winner, Beijing's first military academy, the pig slaughtering team. The timer displayed 1 minute and 41 seconds. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. "It's over." Did the Qilin team surrender? Did that girl's ability malfunction? The 2 strongest on the pig slaughtering team didn't move at all from start to finish. 1 minute and 41 seconds. Faster than the semifinals. This match truly is unprecedented. Ji Tianming walked up to Lin Yue and extended his hand. "Congratulations." Lin Yue looked at his hand and shook it. "Your ability hasn't been used yet." Ji Tianming smiled wryly. "It can't be used. Her ability is useless against you, but useful against us." Pandora stood in place, noticing Lin Yue looking at her and sticking her tongue out at him. Lin Yue ignored her. Bai Lu stood up from the ground, dusting off her knees, and glanced at Suja. "What were you doing crouching there?" "Tying my shoelaces." "You tied them twice." "I was tightening them." Yi Li sheathed her dagger, glancing at Lu Ming, who still held up his hands, too scared to lower them. Yi Li said nothing and turned to leave. Lin Yue patted Chen Feng on the back. Let's go, it's time for the awards. The six of them walked towards the center of the arena, sunlight pouring down from the transparent dome above, illuminating them. They were only there to fulfill the champion's mission. The award stage was set up in the center of the venue with a red carpet stretched from the entrance to the front of the stage. 6 source crystals lay on a tray covered with black velvet, each about the size of a fist, completely transparent, with faint light swirling inside, resembling solidified starlight. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue, reading out a long list of sponsors' names. Ji Tianming glanced at the silver medal in his hand, expressionless, as he hung it around his neck. Pandora turned the medal over several times before stuffing it into her pocket. Chen Hao had a bandage on his face. Lu Yi had red eyes. Tang Hamo walked with a slight limp, and Lu Ming had his arm wrapped in a bandage. The 6 of them stood in the runner-up position, silent. Champion, the first army of the capital, the pig slaughtering team. The host's voice rose an octave. The 6 source crystals were brought up. Bai Lu picked one up and looked at it under the light. Is this the source crystal? It looks like rock candy. Suja picked one up and weighed it in his hand. The purity is very high. The market price is at least 50 million for one. Chen Feng's hand trembled. How much? 50 million each. Chen Feng cradled the source crystal carefully, as if holding a bomb. So that makes 300 million for our 6 market price, but it's hard to find. You can't buy it. Chen Feng fell silent, holding the source crystal even tighter. Lin Yue picked up a source crystal and examined it twice. How do you use this thing? Just absorb it. Hold it in your hand and guide the energy inside into your body. It guarantees a 1-level increase for those below tier 3. Are there any side effects? None, but each person can only absorb one. The second one won't have any effect. Bai Lu looked at the source crystal in her hand, as she was currently tier 1, and using it would allow her to reach tier 2. However, she had only just reached tier 1, and her foundation was not yet stable. Furthermore, her Great Eyes hammer had only just touched the true threshold, and her ability to forge eye soldiers was just beginning to practice. She did not want to use external objects to jump forward. He'll use it later, Bai Lu said. I want to break through to tier 2 on my own first. Chen Feng also put it down. Me too, I still have many things to practice for my golden body. Suja nodded. Using it at tier 2 will be more beneficial for us. Yili extended a hand from the shadows, pushing the source crystal back. Without speaking, the meaning was clear. Lin Yue looked at Lu Chen. What about you? Lu Chen thought for a moment. They'll keep it. Lin Yue took the cigarette out of his mouth. Then let's keep it, but it will lose energy if kept too long, right? Lu Chen extended his hand palm, facing the 6 source crystals. One by one, the source crystals disappeared as he collected them into his storage space. It won't lose energy, Lu Chen said. Suju adjusted his glasses. Is your storage space in a time-stopped state? After dealing with the reporters, the group returned to the military academy, and the sky was already tinted with a soft amber hue. A person stood at the school gate, Shin Yuanjun. Principal, Lin Yue took the cigarette out of his mouth. Shin Yuanjun glanced at them. Come in. Someone wants to see you. The principal's office was filled with people. The director of the admissions office of the Capital University, an old professor with graying hair, wore round glasses and smiled kindly. The director of the admissions office of Huaqing University, a middle-aged woman with short hair and sharp eyes, looked somewhat unapproachable. The director of the admissions office of Southern University of Science and Technology, a young man in a suit and tie, looked very professional. Several other representatives from other universities squeezed onto the sofa at the back. Shin Yuanjun entered, sat down in his chair, and took a sip from his thermos. Everyone is here. You can discuss among yourselves. The director of Capital University spoke first. Bai Lu, your ice type ability is outstanding. Capital University has the best ice type research lab in the country. If you come, you can go directly into the lab exempt from general courses and receive a scholarship of 100,000 each year. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. 100,000. The director of Huaqing University interjected. Huaqing University offers 150,000, and our ice type research lab is twice the size of Capital University's. The director of Capital University's expression changed. Our research output is double yours. Bai Lu watched the two argue, her ice hammer spinning at her fingertips. The director of Southern University of Science and Technology smiled and spoke. Bai Lu, Southern University offers 200,000, and the weather is better than the cold in the capital. Bai Lu thought for a moment. I'm not afraid of the cold, who I am an ice type. The director of Southern University's smile stiffened. Chen Feng raised his hand beside them. What about me? Look at me. I am in a class golden body. I can shine. I can take hits. The director of Capital University glanced at him. Chen Feng, your physical skills test scores are excellent, but your academic scores. What's wrong with my academics? Your academic ranking is 3rd from the bottom in the entire grade. Chen Feng's face fell. The director of Huaqing University chimed in. Huaqing University has a channel for physical skill special students, and academic requirements can be lowered. If you come, you can enter without an exam. Chen Feng's eyes brightened again. Suju adjusted his glasses. What about me? My omniscient domain should be worth more than physical skills. The director of Southern University of Science and Technology immediately turned to him. Suju, your omniscient domain is the core ability for tactical analysis. Southern University has the best tactical analysis laboratory in the country. If you come, you can directly enter the laboratory to participate in practical projects. Yili stood in the corner unnoticed by anyone. It wasn't that she didn't want attention, it was because her eternal darkness had automatically activated, giving her almost no presence in the shadows. But one person's gaze swept across her corner. The director of Huaqing University, the short-haired woman, glanced at Yi Li and then looked away. She looked again. Yi Li lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes unnoticing. Lin Yue and Lu Chen sat on the sofa with no one speaking to them. It wasn't that the universities didn't want to recruit them, it was that they didn't know how to start. The time system and space systems class national college competition champions had barely made a move. Such students were desired by any university, but no university dared to speak casually. Xin Yuanjing took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Have you all made up your minds?" Bailu shook her head first. "No, I want to hear what the military academy has to say." The office fell silent for a moment. The directors of the other universities looked at each other, their expressions turning grim. The military academy, Huaxia Military Ability University, is directly under the military department, with top-notch faculty equipment and training resources in the country. Xin Yuanjing put down his thermos. "The military academy's personnel are outside, oh let him in." The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in military uniform entered with a colonel insignia on his shoulder. His face was ordinary, the kind you couldn't pick out in a crowd, but his eyes were heavy like a deep pool of water. "I am the director of the military academy admissions office. My surname is Chen. I want to negotiate terms with you. I will only tell you the real situation of the military academy." He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and wrote one word: tired. "At the military academy, your daily training volume is twice that of the military high school. You get up at 5:30 in the morning and lights out at 11 at night. There are no weekends, no holidays. There are 3 practical assessments each year, and those who fail will be expelled directly." He wrote another word: injury. "Injuries during training at the military academy are commonplace. Fractures, muscle strains, backlash from abilities, happening every month. The infirmary is open 24 hours. He wrote another word: death. "The practical assessments at the military academy are conducted in the dark zone. Last year during an assessment, a student was severely injured by an ability user in the dark zone and almost didn't make it back. The year before last, a student went missing and has not been found to this day." The office fell silent, and no one from the other universities spoke. Director Chen put down the marker. "The military academy will not offer you high scholarships, will not exempt you from general courses, and will not provide you with any special treatment. When you come here, you are just ordinary students training like everyone else, undergoing assessments like everyone else, taking on the same risks of injury and death as everyone else." He turned around and looked at the 6 of them. "But the military academy will make you very strong. Strong enough that you won't even dare to believe it. The military academy's treasury is the national treasury. Everything you want. Resources for ability cultivation, equipment, training grounds, practical opportunities. If you have the ability, you can strive for it. No one will give it to you for free, but you can fight for it yourself." He paused. "You choose for yourselves." The office was quiet for a long time. "I'll go," Bailu said first. "Me too." Chen Feng and Su Zhe raised their hands simultaneously. The 3 of them looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen, whose gaze was also directed at them, looking at them like fools. "Do we even have a choice?" "Me too. Wherever you go, I will go," Yi Li said softly in the corner. Xin Yuanjing nodded at Director Chen while holding the thermos. Director Chen nodded back. "All right, the entrance test for the military academy is next month. Prepare yourselves." Bailu frowned. "Next month? We are only in the 2nd year. Another test? Aren't we the champions?" Chen Feng scratched his head. "You are students from the military high school. It is normal to advance to the military academy due to outstanding performance. The military academy's testing does not look at rankings. We need professional soldiers, not champions." Director Chen glanced at Lin Yue, Lu Chen, and Yi Li in the corner. "You 3 do not need to take the exam exempted." "Why?" Bailu seemed a bit dissatisfied. "Because Lin Yue and Lu Chen's ability levels are class 1 in the time system and 1 in the space system. The military academy has only ever recruited 1 from the time system and 3 from the space system, all below a class. Elise Eternal Darkness stealth ability scores full marks in the military academy's evaluation system. Moreover, the 3 of them have completed more tasks in the military high than first-year students at the military academy." Bailu did not put down her ice hammer. "I am also class. Your ice hammer scores 80 in the evaluation system. You need to take the test." Bailu put. The directors of the other universities exchanged glances, and the director of Capital University cleared his throat. "Bailu, if you don't want to go to the military academy, Capital University welcomes you anytime. I will go to the military academy." The director of Huaqing University also spoke. "Chen Feng, Huaqing University's channel for physical skill special students. I will go to the military academy." The director of Southern University of Science and Technology side. "Su Zhe, I will go to the military academy." No one asked about Yi Li because she had shrunk back into the shadows again, and no one could. "So are the 3 of you also taking the military academy exam?" Bailu sat on the mat in the training hall watching as Di Wu Changqing and Lei Meng walked in. The other 4 members of the Hive team didn't come, it was just the 2 of them. Di Wu Changqing adjusted his glasses. "Yeah. Are you also participating in the exam?" "Yeah." The 2 exchanged glances for a second before simultaneously averting their eyes. Lin Yue leaned against the wall holding an unlit cigarette. "Are you guys going to the military academy?" "What about the Hive?" Di Wu Changqing asked. "It's disbanded, some of the others are going to different universities, and some are directly assigned to the army. Why are you 2 going to the military academy?" Chen Feng peeked in from the side. Di Wu Changqing glanced at him. "Because the military academy can make us stronger," Lei Meng added from the side. "And the military academy has the best supernatural ability research lab in the country. Di Wu's shared soul needs research and my divine skeleton needs control." Zhou Zheng walked in from the door holding a stack of documents. The military academy's test arrangements have been released. Everyone in the training hall turned to look at him. Zhou Zheng laid the documents on the ground, spreading them out one by one. The Dark Zone map was marked with red dots, blue dots, and black lines. Test content: execute tasks in the Dark Zone. Groups of 3 randomly assigned. Task objectives drawn at random with difficulties ranging from level to a level. He glanced at Bai Lu, Chen Feng, and Suja. You 3 are in one group. Lin Yue, Lu Chun, and Yi Li are exempt from the test, but need to observe. Bai Lu frowned. Observe. Observe. No participation in the task, no assistance. Only intervene if life-threatening situations arise. Bai Lu's ice hammer twirled on her fingertips. Then who are we competing against? You're not competing with anyone. Zhou Zheng said, the standard for the test is to complete the task and return alive. The training hall fell silent. Chen Feng swallowed hard. Return alive. Yes, last year 12 people participated in the test, and 9 came back. Chen Feng's hand. What about the other 3? They died. Lin Yue took the cigarette from behind his ear and put it in his mouth. What about us? Observe. Watch them die. Zhou Zheng looked at him. You will intervene before they die. But the cost of intervening is that their test will fail and they will have to retake it next year. Lin Yue took the cigarette from his mouth and extinguished it against the wall. Next year, will the military academy still accept them? Yes, but the Dark Zone won't wait for them. Lin Yue fell silent. Zhou Zheng collected the documents. The groups have been decided by Lu Chen Feng, and Su Zhu will be in one group. Task objective: the edge of the Dark Zone, eliminate the Reaper stronghold. Difficulty: B with 12 to 15 enemies inside the leader being AC level mental type. Task time limit: 48 hours. He looked at Bai Lu. Any objections? Bai Lu shook her head. I have one. Su Zhu raised his hand. Why is our task B? What about Di Wu Changqing and the others? Zhou Zheng glanced at Di Wu Changqing. Di Wu Changqing adjusted his glasses. Our task is a level. In the depths of the Dark Zone, eliminate a medium-sized cult stronghold. The leader is level. Chen Feng's eyes widened. A level? Just the 2 of you? 3 people, Lei Meng said, and 1 randomly assigned teammate. We don't know him. The next morning at the military academy, 3 military vehicles stopped by the roadside, their engines rumbling deeply. Bai Lu carried a tactical backpack filled with a first aid kit, compressed biscuits, water, a dagger, and ammunition. Chen Feng carried a larger bag containing his metal armor. Though his golden body was harder than the armor, he still... Suja carried a light backpack with his tablet and several props inside. Yi Li stood in the shadows carrying nothing. Her dagger was at her waist, and her eternal darkness was the best equipment. Lin Yue held an unlit cigarette, standing next to Lu Chen, both of them carrying nothing. Di Wu Changqing and Lei Meng got off another vehicle. Di Wu Changqing carried a light backpack, while Lei Meng carried a huge bag filled with ammunition and water. Zhou Zheng stood next to the first vehicle holding a list. Groups: Group 1 by Lu Chen Feng Suja. Group 2 Di Wu Changqing, Lei Meng Zhaoheng. He glanced at Di Wu Changqing. Zhao Heng is a first-year senior at the military academy, a level fire type 2nd tier. He'll be waiting for you at the edge of the Dark Zone. Di Wu Changqing nodded. Zhou Zheng looked at Bai Lu. Get in the vehicle. Bai Lu boarded the first vehicle, with Chen Feng following behind, and Suja last. As the door closed, Bai Lu glanced at Lin Yue. Lin Yue stood outside holding a cigarette and nodded at her. Bai Lu rolled. What if we don't come back? Lin Yue took the cigarette from his mouth. They'll go in and find you. Bai Lu looked into his eyes. There was no hesitation, no comfort, just stating the facts. Okay. Bai Lu rolled up the window. The vehicle started and drove out of the military academy's gates. Bai Lu watched the rapidly retreating street scenery outside the window. Familiar streets, familiar buildings, familiar pedestrians. She had been at the military academy for nearly 5 years, never realizing how precious these ordinary things were. Now she was heading to the Dark Zone, uncertain if she would return. Chen Feng sat beside her, hugging his backpack. Sister Bai Lu, are you scared? Not scared, Bai Lu replied, looking out the window. Really? Really? Bai Lu paused. Lin Yue said he would come to find us. What if, brother, you can't find us? Chen Feng fell silent for a few seconds. He can find us. Chen Feng didn't ask. Suja sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, his omniscient field already activated, but only covering a radius of 100 meters around the vehicle. There were too many unknown dangers at the edge of the Dark Zone, and he didn't dare to fully activate it for fear of backlash. The vehicle was quiet. Only the rumble of the engine and the sound of tires rolling over the road could be heard. Bai Lu watched the scenery outside the window gradually become desolate, with fewer tall buildings and more fields than trees, and finally mountains. The outline of the imperial capital grew smaller in the rearview mirror, eventually disappearing over the horizon. The vehicle drove for 6 hours. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon it stopped. The driver was a young man in military uniform who turned back and glanced at them. We're here. The Dark Zone edge is ahead. I can only take you this far. Bai Lu pushed the car door open and jumped down. The feeling of her feet on the ground was different. The soil beneath her was black, as if scorched by fire or soaked in blood. There was a faint odor of decay in the air, not from corpses, but from the land itself. Chen Feng covered his nose. What is that smell, eh? Suja squatted down and touched the soil with his fingers. There are large amounts of organic matter decomposition residues in the soil, from people, animals, and plants. Chen Feng lowered his hand from his nose. Zhou Zheng's voice came through the communicator. Bai Lu, Chen Feng, Suja. Your task objective is 15 kilometers southeast. An abandoned factory, a cult stronghold. 12 to 15 enemies. The leader is C-level mental type. Complete the task within 48 hours. The communicator will contact you every 6 hours. Remain silent at other times. Bailu clicked the communicator to her belt. Receive. Be careful. The communicator went silent. The three stood on the scorched earth, gazing southeast. The distant sky was a grayish-yellow, indistinguishable between fog and smoke. There was nothing on the horizon. No trees, no houses, no people. Bailu condensed her ice hammer in her palm. Let's go. The three set off. Chen Feng led the way. His golden body partially activated, the dark golden sheen flickering beneath his skin. Bailu walked 5 meters behind him, her ice hammer spinning at her fingertips. Suja brought up the rear, his omniscient field covering a radius of 500 meters, scanning every inch of land, every tree, and every stone around them. 300 meters ahead there are 2 people. Suja's voice was soft. They're not enemies, they're corpses. Chen Feng, corpses? They've been dead for at least 3 days. Wearing civilian clothes. Bailu remained silent as the three continued walking. As they passed the 2 corpses, Bailu took a glance. 1 man, 1 woman, both dressed in ordinary clothing with bullet holes and stab wounds on their bodies. The woman still clutched a photograph in her hand which depicted a little girl, probably 5 or 6 years old. Bailu squatted down and pulled the photo from the woman's hand. The photo was soaked in blood, obscuring the little girl's face. She placed the photo in her pocket. Continuing on. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the three reached the outskirts of the abandoned factory. The factory was large, covering at least dozens of acres. The surrounding walls had collapsed more than half, and the main 3-story building still stood, with shattered windows and walls marked by bullet holes and explosion scars. Suja closed his eyes. 12 people. The leader is on the 3rd floor, a mental type. 2 clever guards, 1 strength type, and 1 speed type. The others are all level and ordinary gunners. Bailu looked at the factory. How do we attack? Suja thought for a moment. Chen Feng will draw fire from the front. I will use flash grenades to disrupt from the side. Bailu will cut in from the rooftop and take out the leader directly. Bailu nodded. Okay. The three moved. Chen Feng fully activated his golden body, the dark golden light exploding outward as he charged towards the factory's entrance like a cannonball. The guard at the door hadn't even had time to raise his gun before Chen Feng punched him away. The enemies inside were alerted, and the sounds of gunfire, shouting, and supernatural explosions mixed together. Bailu circled around from the side, kicking off the wall and soaring onto the rooftop. She jumped through the skylight onto the corridor on the 3rd floor. 2 clever guards rushed over from the left and right, the strength type in front and the speed type flanking from behind. Bailu switched her ice hammer to the hammer mode, smashing it into the strength type's chest. The strength type staggered back 5 steps, but didn't fall. His defense was stronger than expected. The speed type's dagger lunged in from the side. Bailu dodged to the side. Switching to the small hammer mode, she enhanced her speed threefold, smashing the hammer into the speed type's shoulder. The speed type grunted, dropping to 1 knee. The leader's room was at the end of the corridor. The door was open and a low chant could be heard from within. Bailu charged in. The leader was a man in his 50s, bald with tattoos on his face, eyes closed and hands resting on it. There was a faint mental power fluctuation around him, like some form of barrier. Bailu's ice hammer struck the barrier. It shook but didn't shatter. The leader opened his eyes and looked at her. A kid from the military academy. He laughed. Did your instructor never teach you that close combat is a weakness for mental types? Bailu didn't answer. She struck 3 times in succession and the barrier showed cracks, but didn't break. The leader stood up, waving his hands, sending a mental shockwave towards Bailu. Bailu stepped back, blocking the shockwave with her ice hammer. The hammer buzzed with vibration and her hands went numb. The leader waved again and a second shockwave hit harder. Cracks appeared on Bailu's ice hammer. A 3rd shockwave. The hammer shattered. Bailu's hands were empty. The leader laughed. Where's your ice hammer? An ice sword extended from her palm, the blade adorned with intricate ice crystal patterns shimmering in the dim light. The leader's smile froze. Bailu charged forward, slicing through the leader's barrier with the ice sword, cutting through his mental shield and halting just 1 centimeter from his throat. My ice hammer, Bailu said, is not just a hammer. The leader raised his hands. Below, Chen Feng had already dealt with 6 enemies. Fully activated golden body, 1 punch for each, and no one could withstand his blows. Suja disrupted from the side with flash grenades blinding the enemies, and Chen Feng seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow. When the last enemy fell, Chen Feng panted heavily, the dark golden glow on him extinguished. He looked at the corpses littering the ground, his hands trembling. Suja walked over and patted his shoulder. It's over. Chen Feng nodded. Where's Sister Bailu? Bailu walked out of the factory gates holding the bald man, the leader. She threw the leader on. Alive capture. Suja looked at the leader on the ground. Alive capture. The task was elimination, not capture. Bailu wiped the dust off her face. He's useful. He knows information about the Reapers. Suja's glasses flashed with light. Did he say so? The Reapers have a stronghold at the edge of the Dark Zone, specifically capturing supernatural beings aged 10 to 16. He provides them with intelligence in exchange for money. Suja remained silent for a few seconds. He's lying. He wants to live. I know. Bailu lifted the leader from the ground, but what he knows is enough for us. Sister Bailu, how do you know what he said isn't false? Bailu thought for a moment. I don't know, but someone will judge it when we bring. Chen Feng didn't ask again. The communicator beeped, and Zhou Zheng's voice came through. Task completed, time taken 4 hours, wait for extraction at the location. The 3 sat on the ground at the factory entrance. Chen Feng leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Suja recorded data on his tablet. Bai Lu retracted her ice sword, gazing at the distant sky. It was grayish-yellow, indistinguishable between fog and smoke. She touched the photograph in her pocket, soaked in blood, the little girl's face unclear. You know, Bai Lu suddenly spoke, how many people like them are still in the dark zone? Suja's fingers paused on the tablet. I don't know. Chen Feng remained silent. Bai Lu put the photo back in her pocket. Bai Lu put the photo back into her pocket. The communicator remained silent. Chen Feng leaned against the wall, pulled out a bottle of water from his backpack, twisted off the cap, took a couple of gulps, and handed it to Bai Lu. Bai Lu took a sip and passed it to Suja. Suja capped it and set it down on the ground. When is the pickup arriving? Chen Feng asked. Suja glanced at his watch. According to plan, in 6 hours. There are 3 hours and 40 minutes left. That's so long. The journey takes 6 hours, they can't fly here. Chen Feng leaned back against the wall again. The three of them sat quietly at the factory entrance, the grayish-yellow sky pressing down on them like a dirty rag. Inside the factory there were dull thuds of bodies falling, and a few that were not completely dead were convulsing. Bai Lu closed her eyes. The ice sword had been retracted, but the ice crystals still lingered at her fingertips, ready to coalesce again at any moment. Since her great ice hammer had comprehended the ability to forge, the precision in controlling ice had vastly improved. She could now transform it into any shape, not just a hammer, although she was still not proficient. Suja suddenly opened his eyes. Someone's coming. His voice was very low, a lot. Coming from the east, and the ice sword shot out from Bai Lu's palm in an instant. How many? Suja closed his eyes, fully activating his omniscient domain. His face paled for a moment. At least 30. They are not ordinary enemies. All are ability users. Chen Feng sprang up from the ground, his golden body half activated, with dark golden light surging beneath his skin. 30. What level? I can't perceive their specific rank, but they are much stronger than those at the base. Suja opened his eyes. Their formation is very organized, not a disarrayed mob. They are coordinated. Bai Lu glanced at the leader on the ground. The bald man was still unconscious, froth at the corner of his mouth. She crouched down and slapped him across the face. The leader woke up, his gaze unfocused. Your people, eh? Bai Lu asked. The leader hesitated for a second, then laughed, a grotesque smile with blood and saliva mixed at the corners of his mouth. No, it's the people above. You killed my subordinates, they won't let you go. Bai Lu slapped him again across the face, knocking him out. She stood up, spinning the ice sword in her hand. How long until they arrive? Within 2 minutes. Bai Lu looked at Chen Feng. Can you still fight? Chen Feng threw his backpack to the ground, fully activating his golden body, the dark golden light brighter than before. Bai Lu turned to Suja, who walked over to his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out a long silver metal case with military markings and numbers on the corners. He inputted a password and the case popped open. Inside lay an assembled individual rocket launcher and 2 spare rounds. Chen Feng's eyes widened. You brought this too? Suja expressionlessly slung the rocket launcher over his shoulder. This is real combat. He loaded a rocket into the back of the launcher, the latch making a crisp click. The omniscient domain locked onto the center position of the more than 30 enemies coming from the east, where a target with the strongest energy fluctuation was located above the second tier. It should be the captain. Step back, Suja instructed. Bai Lu pulled Chen Feng back behind the factory column. Suja crouched down, resting the rocket launcher against his shoulder. The omniscient domain calculated the distance to the target, wind speed, and deviation, with the data projected directly into his consciousness. He pulled the trigger. The rocket flew out with a tail flame extremely fast, leaving a white trail in the grayish-yellow. The crowd across had not fully reacted yet. They saw the fire but had no time to dodge. The rocket exploded in the center of the crowd, flames soaring into the sky, and the shockwave sent 7 or 8 people flying, limbs and dirt mixing together, falling like rain. Chen Feng peeked out from behind the column, his face pale. Suja, how many did you kill? Suja was already loading the 3 seriously injured. There should still be more than 30. He pulled the trigger again. The second rocket flew towards the left side of the crowd, where a group of enemies was preparing to encircle. The explosion sounded again, and another 4 or 5 people fell. The flames reflected on Suja's glasses. His expression did not change at all. Bai Lu looked at him. How many rounds did you bring? 3 rounds. The last one is reserved. Suja lowered the rocket launcher, pulled out 2 high-explosive grenades from his backpack, removed the safety pins, and threw them. The grenades exploded above the enemies' heads, shrapnel sweeping across, and another 2 or 3 people screamed and fell. But there were too many enemies, over 40. Suja killed a dozen, leaving nearly 30. They began to disperse, no longer clustering together, encircling from 3 directions. Chen Feng fully activated his golden body and charged forward. He punched one of the speed-type enemies flying and kicked a strength-type enemy to the ground. However, his golden body began to crack after enduring continuous attacks, the dark golden glow flickering like a bolt. Bai Lu's ice sword sliced through 2 wind blades and pierced the shoulder of a fire-type enemy. Her left arm was scorched by arcs of electricity, her skin charred black, at least 2 ribs broken, and every breath felt like a knife cutting through her. Suja threw the last grenade, knocking down 2 more. But his backpack was empty. The rocket launcher was spent, the grenades were all used, and the flashbangs and smoke bombs had been exhausted in the first wave. He crouched behind the factory column, his hands trembling. Is there any left? Bai Lu asked. Suja shook his head. Bai Lu's ice sword shattered. Her energy was depleted, and she could no longer forge ice. She stood at the factory entrance, unarmed, blocking Chen Feng and Suja. The bald man had not moved. He stood 50 meters away, watching Bai Lu. His black combat suit was covered in dust from the shockwave of the rocket, but a military brat, he said, "Are you done?" Bai Lu did not respond. "It's my turn now." He raised his hand, and the remaining 20 or so enemies charged forward simultaneously. The voice of Zhou Zheng came through the communicator. "Bai Lu Chen Feng Suja. The pickup vehicle is on the way. There are 3 hours left." "Hold on." Bai Lu's communicator had been damaged by the earlier electrical arcs, and she did not hear it. Chen Feng got up from the ground. His golden body was nearly extinguished, but he still stood in front of Bai Lu. "Sister Bai Lu, you go first." Bai Lu did not move. "Go," Chen Feng shouted. Bai Lu remained still. She looked at the more than 20 enemies rushing forward and suddenly smiled. "Why should I leave? Who will collect your corpses if I go?" Chen Feng was taken aback. Bai Lu's palm condensed another ice hammer. She gripped the handle with both hands, standing at the factory entrance, blocking Chen Feng and Suja. The ice hammer came crashing down, knocking away one strength-type enemy. But the attacks from the other 4 fell upon her simultaneously. Wind blades sliced into her shoulder, fireballs scorched her back, electric arcs struck her calf, and ground spikes tore. Bai Lu fell down. The ice hammer shattered. Ice shards scattered across the ground, gleaming under the grayish-yellow light like broken stars. She lay on the ground, her face pressed against the charred soil, fingers trembling. Her eyes remained open, staring at the bald. The bald man walked towards her. His steps were slow, each footfall on the scorched earth producing a dull sound. "Are you?" He crouched down, looking at Bai Lu's face. Such a pity. Even in glass, corpse is valuable. He reached out, gripping Bai Lu's neck. A hand seized his wrist. This hand came from the side with slender fingers and distinct joints, the nails neatly trimmed, and an old scar on the wrist, a mark from a knife. The bald man's pupils constricted. He looked up and saw a young face holding a cigarette, eyes half open, looking as though he had just... But this hand had great strength enough to make his wrist bones groan. "Your hand," Lin Yue said. "Don't you want it anymore?" The bald man's other hand gathered lightning and swung towards Lin Yue's face. The lightning slowed down just 10 centimeters from Lin Yue's face, moving like slow motion, advancing centimeter by centimeter. Lin Yue tilted his head slightly, and the lightning grazed past his ear. The bald man tried to retreat, but his feet wouldn't move. Not because he was immobilized, but because someone had grabbed his shoulder from behind. That hand was very cold, like ice. No, it wasn't cold, though it had no temperature. It felt as though he was being grasped by a shadow. The bald man turned around. He saw a girl dressed in black, her head lowered, face hidden in shadows, her hand pressing on his shoulder, rendering it numb. His body was still there, but his shadow no longer belonged to him. Yi Li's voice was soft. "Don't move." The bald man did not move. Not from obedience, he truly couldn't move. His shadow was locked by Yi Li's eternal darkness, unable to move, and his body was also immobile. Lin Yue released the bald man's wrist and walked past him. He crouched down in front of Bai Lu and took the cigarette from his mouth. "Are you dead?" Bai Lu lay on the ground, her fingers moved slightly. "Not yet. Can you still fight?" Bai Lu gritted her teeth and pushed herself up from the ground. Her arms trembled, her ribs ached as if they were about to break, but she stood up. She faced Lin Yue, covered in wounds, her clothes torn in several places, her face smeared with dirt and blood. "I can't," she said. Lin Yue glanced at her and put the cigarette back in his mouth. "Then keep fighting." He turned to face the remaining 20 or so enemies. Lu Chen appeared beside him at some point, each hand holding a dagger, his expression neutral. Yi Li peeked from behind the bald man's shoulder, her dagger pressed against his nape. Her eyes shone in the shadows like 2 dark stars. The more than 20 enemies halted. Their captain was restrained, their attacks ineffective against the cigarette-smoking man, and their speed could not match that of the one holding the dagger. No one dared to move. Lin Yue took the cigarette from his mouth and flicked the ash. "Your mission is over." He glanced at Bai Lu. "Now it's our turn." He put the cigarette back in his mouth and took a step forward. The more than 20 enemies took a step back simultaneously. Suja crouched behind the factory pillar, his all-knowing domain still active. His nose was bleeding and his head felt like it was about to split open, a consequence of the continuous high-intensity use of the all-knowing domain. But he dared not deactivate it. Then he sensed something. To the east, 2 energy fluctuations were rapidly approaching. They were not ordinary 1st or 2nd tier, but 5th tier. One was fire-based, the energy fluctuation scorching hot, like a moving volcano. The other was enhancement-based, the energy fluctuation steady and heavy like a moving wall. The 2 figures moved quickly, faster than the previous enemies, by more than double. Suja's voice trembled. "Lin Yue." To the east, 2 5th tiers. Bai Lu leaned against the wall, just getting up from the ground, 2 ribs broken, her left arm charred. Upon hearing the words 5th tier, her body froze for a moment. Chen Feng knelt on one knee, his calf, pierced by a spike from the ground, blood had filled his boots. He raised his head, his face smeared with dirt and blood. 5th tier. Suja nodded. His nosebleed worsened, dripping onto the screen of the tablet, which he did not wipe. Lin Yue took the cigarette out of his mouth and glanced toward the east. On the gray-yellow horizon, 2 black dots were growing large. He turned back, looking at Bai Lu, Chen Feng, and Suja, then glanced at Yi Li. "You all run," he said. "I'll hold them off." Bai Lu froze for a second, then exploded. "You a 1st tier, hold off 2 5th tiers. What kind of nonsense is that?" Lin Yue looked at her without a smile. "I said hold them off, not defeat them. Just buy you time to escape." Bai Lu gritted her teeth, the ice sword reforming in her palm, the blade half as thin as before, the icy patterns blurred. Her energy was truly running low. But she raised the sword. "I want run." Chen Feng stood up, blood still flowing from his calf, his golden body nearly extinguished, a thin layer of dark golden light remaining. He stood beside Bai Lu. "I want run either." Suja removed the pin from a grenade. There was no grenade left, but he had something else, pulling out a flare gun from his backpack compartment, raising it high. I won't run either. Yili withdrew her dagger from the shoulder of the bald man, who collapsed to the ground. His shadow returned. Yili stepped back behind Lin Yue, the dagger switching to her left hand, her right hand drawing another short blade from her waist. She said nothing, but her position spoke volumes. Lin Yue looked at them, silent for a second. Then he put the cigarette back in his mouth. Then let's do this. The two fifth tiers, one wore a black robe, bald with red tattoos on his face resembling flames. His hands bore no weapons, but flames danced in his palms. This was not a fireball, but something more condensed, the temperature high enough to distort the surrounding air. An aggrave fire user, fifth tier. The other wore a black combat suit, his physique robust, larger than Lei Ming. His hands were clad in metallic gauntlets, the spurs on the gauntlets stained with dried blood. Upgrade enhancement user, fifth tier. The two stood 50 meters away, gazing at the corpses strewn about and the injured team of pig hunters. The fire user laughed. A bunch of kids from the military. First tier. You killed one of our outposts. The enhancement user said nothing, his gaze sweeping past Lin Yue and Lu Chen, pausing for a moment. Time type, space type. His voice was low, valuable. The fire user extended his hand, gathering a fireball in his. This was not an ordinary fireball, but compressed with a temperature of at least 3,000 degrees, its color shifting from orange-white to blue-white. Which one should I kill first? That one with the ice sword. Her gaze makes me uncomfortable. Bai Lu gripped her ice sword tighter. The fire user pushed the fireball forward. The target was not Bai Lu, but Lin Yue. The fireball sped toward Lin Yue with incredible speed, almost instantly reaching him. Lin Yue's time domain fully opened with a radius of 3 meters, slowing the fireball by 50. The fireball speed decreased, but the fifth tier's attack was too powerful. Even with 50 reduction, it was only enough for Lin Yue to dodge to the side. The fireball grazed his shoulder, crashing into the factory wall behind him, blasting a large hole. Debris flew everywhere, flames burning at the mouth of the hole. Lin Yue's shoulder was scorched. Just a graze, yet the skin burned, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. You dodged it. The fire user raised an eyebrow. The time type is indeed interesting. The enhancement user charged forward. His speed was astonishing for someone of that size. A punch aimed at Bai Lu's face. Bai Lu's ice sword was horizontally positioned to block, but the punch shattered the ice sword. The spurs of the gauntlet tore through Bai Lu's arm, blood splattering. She was sent flying, crashing into the factory wall, sliding down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chen Feng charged from the side, his golden body fully activated, throwing a punch at the enhancement user's ribs. The enhancement user did not dodge, taking the punch heat in. Chen Feng's fist struck him, as if hitting steel, his knuckles cracking, causing him to wince in pain. The enhancement user looked down at him, retaliating with a punch to Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, his golden body completely extinguished. His hands bent at unnatural angles, not broken but bent. The metallic bones were forcibly bent by external force, exposing the white bone, the white shafts jutting out from beneath the skin, blood dripping from his fingers. Chen Feng stared at his hand, frozen for a second, then screamed in horror, not from pain, but from fear. Suja, the red flare ascended into the sky, exploding on the gray-yellow horizon like a firework. This was not an attack, but a call for help. The fire user glanced at the flare in the sky. Calling for help. It's too late. He extended his hand, another fireball coalescing in his palm. Yili dashed out from the shadows. She had been waiting for the moment the enhancement user turned his back. The dagger lunged toward the back of his neck. The enhancement user did not look back, his reaction speed far exceeding Yili's. He retaliated with a punch to Yili's chest, sending her flying into the factory wall, where the wall collapsed halfway, burying her under the bricks. Bai Lu crawled up from beside the wall. Her ice sword was shattered. She could no longer condense the ice hammer. Her energy was truly at its limit. But she still had her fists. She charged at the enhancement user, landing a punch on his face. The enhancement user's head turned slightly the corner of. He looked at Bai Lu, surprise flickering in his eyes. You can still fight. Bai Lu did not respond, and landed another punch on his. The enhancement user grabbed her wrist, twisting it hard. There was a crack, and Bai Lu's right arm dislocated. She did not cry out, instead her left fist aimed at his abdomen. The enhancement user released her wrist, delivering a punch to Bai Lu's temple. Bai Lu's eyes rolled back, her body slackened, collapsing to the ground, unmoving. Bai Lu. Chen Feng crawled up from the ground, his hands already incapacitated, yet he still charged forward. He rammed his shoulder into the enhancement user, who kicked him in the knee, causing Chen Feng to kneel on the ground. The enhancement user followed up with another kick to his chest, sending him crashing into the wall beside Bai Lu, sliding down, also motionless. Suja crouched behind the pillar, his flare gun already spent. His all-knowing domain was still active, allowing him to see Bai Lu and Chen Feng's life signs declining. None fatal, but without treatment problems would arise. His hands trembled, but his mind remained sharp. He saw something. Inside the factory, the leader Bai Lu had previously knocked out lay sprawled on the ground. He had a dagger on him. Suja charged inside, not running, but crawling. His physical skills were the worst in the team, but he crawled to the leader's side, pulled the dagger from his waist, and crawled back out. The fire user watched him emerge holding a dagger. Are you going to use that against me? Suja stood up, raising the dagger above his head. His legs trembled, his hands shook, his all-knowing domain told him. He was still 15 meters away from the fire user. He couldn't make it, but he still charged forward. The fire user shook his head, a small fireball struck at his feet, the explosion's shockwave, knocking Suja to the ground. The dagger flew out, embedding itself in the dirt far away. Suja lay on the ground, his glasses shattered, blood covering his face. The fire user turned to Lin Yue and Lu Chen. It's just you two left. Lin Yue stood at the factory entrance, his left shoulder grazed by the fireball, his skin charred, half of his cigarette still in his mouth unlit. Lu Chen stood beside him, a dagger in each hand, expressionless. Their energies were both less than half. Should you go first or should I? The fire user asked the enhancement user. The enhancement user moved his wrist. Together. Don't waste time. The two moved simultaneously. The fire user's fireball came crashing from the front, while the enhancement user's fist swept in from the side. Lin Yue's time domain fully opened, a radius of 5 meters, slowing everything by 50. The fireball slowed, the enhancement user's fist also slowed, but the fifth-tier power was too strong. A 50 reduction was. Lin Yue dodged the fireball, but the enhancement user's fist struck his shoulder, the sound of bones cracking echoing, his left shoulder dislocated. Lin Yue staggered back a few steps, using his right hand to pop his left shoulder back into place, pain causing his vision to darken. Lu Chen teleported behind the fire user, stabbing the dagger toward the back of his neck. The fire user did not look back. A fireball exploded from behind the shockwave, knocking Lu Chen away. In the air, he phasing out for 0.5 seconds, dodging most of the damage, but stumbled upon landing. The enhancement user charged again. A punch aimed at Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue's time domain shrunk to a radius of 1 meter. The slowing effect increased to 70. The enhancement user's fist slowed down slow enough for Lin Yue to see every spur on the gauntlet. He dodged to the side, while simultaneously throwing a punch at the enhancement user's ribs. His fist carried the effect of time slowdown, and at the moment of contact he accelerated his own punch. The punch struck the enhancement user's ribs, causing him to frown. Your punch has become heavier, he said, but still too light. He retaliated with a punch to Lin Yue's chest. Lin Yue was sent flying, crashing into the factory wall, the wall cracking, embedding him into it, blood spewing from his mouth. The bones in his chest were groaning, not broken, but close. Lu Chen teleported in front of the enhancement user, both daggers aimed at his eyes. The enhancement user closed his eyes, the daggers struck his eyelids, not penetrating. His skin was harder than the golden body. The enhancement user opened his eyes, delivering a punch to Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, blood spitting, a small dent formed in his chest, a rib broken. The fire user looked at Lin Yue embedded in the wall, and Lu Chen lying on the ground. A first tier can last this long, not bad. He extended his hand, the last fireball gathering in his palm, this one larger, hotter, the color shifting from blue-white to white. He'll send you on your way. Yili crawled out from the pile of bricks. Her face was covered in dirt, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her left arm hanging at an unnatural angle. She looked at the fire user's back, then at the fallen by Lu Chen foam, and Suja, finally at Lin Yue embedded in the wall, and Lu Chen lying on the ground. Something shattered in her eyes. Not tears, but something deeper, darker. Her body blended into the shadows of the ground, her eternal darkness automatically activating in that moment of emotional turmoil, pulling her body into the depths of the shadows. The fire user did not notice. His fireball had already coalesced and was about to be released. A hand emerged from the shadows of the ground, grabbing his ankle. That hand was cold, devoid of warmth. The fire user's body stiffened, his shadow rejecting him. His foot could not move. What? He looked down and saw a black shadow rising from the ground, eyes shining with a dark light. Yili emerged from the shadows, her dagger aimed at the fire user's throat. The fire user reacted quickly, a fireball exploding in front of him, the shockwave knocking Yili away. The dagger missed, grazing his chin, blood splattering. The fire user touched the wound on his chin, looking at the blood on his finger. You hurt me. His voice was low, and a grayed shadow user hurt me. He extended his hand, the fireball gathering in his palm, this time larger than any previous instance, hotter than any before. The playful smile had vanished from his eyes, replaced by killing intent. You will be the first to die. Try it. A voice came from afar, very distant, but clear. The fire user's fireball paused for a moment. He turned to look in the direction of the voice. On the eastern horizon, a military vehicle was speeding toward them, a person standing on its roof. Not standing, but crouching, one hand on the roof, the other hand holding something. Not a gun, but flames in his palm. Zhou. The military vehicle stopped 300 meters away, Zhou jumping down from the roof. The moment he landed, the scorched earth beneath him exploded into a crater. He did not stop charging directly at the fire user. His speed was so fast that his black combat suit left a trail in the air. The fire user turned, launching a fireball at Zhou. Zhou did not dodge, he extended his hand, palm against palm, fire against fire. The two fireballs collided, the explosion's shockwave sending debris and corpses flying several meters away. Zhou burst forth from the flames unharmed. Military High Instructor. The fire user frowned, 5th tier. A great fire user. Zhou did not answer. He glanced around. Bai Lu lay on the ground, Chen Feng leaned against the wall with deformed hands, Suja lay beside shattered glasses, Yili was blown into a pile of bricks, Lin Yue was embedded in the wall, and Lu Chen lay on the ground. His expression unchanged, but his right hand clenched tight. You are facing me, Zhou said. The fire, you alone against both of us. The enhancement user walked over from the side, standing next to the fire user. Two of them, one a grade fire user 5th tier, and one grade enhancement user 5th tier. Zhou looked at them. That's enough. Lin Yue broke free from the wall, landing on the ground, kneeling on one knee. His chest was bruised, his left shoulder askew, his right leg trembling. He raised his head to look at Zhou. Can you handle both at the same time? Zhou did not look back. Are you underestimating me a bit too much? He took off his coat and threw it on the ground. Beneath the coat was a tight black combat suit, the chest adorned with the military high insignia. Killing them is no problem. But I can't protect you. Lin Yue looked at him. Kill them. Just you alone. Zhou Zheng moved his wrist. Are you questioning? Lin Yue fell silent for a second. He slid down from the wall, walked over to Bai Lu, lifting her from the ground. Bai Lu was still unconscious, a bruise on her temple, blood at the corner of her mouth. Chen Feng walked to Bai Lu's side, his hands still hanging, bones exposed, but he used his shoulder to support Bai Lu's other arm. Suja crawled up, his glasses shattered, unable to see the path, but he felt Bai Lu's foot. Yili crawled out from the pile of bricks, her left arm broken, using her right hand to pick up a dagger, walking to Lin Yue's side. Lin Yue looked at Zhou Zheng. After you kill them, how will you find us? Zhou Zheng pulled a dagger from his waist, tossing it to Lin Yue. The dagger had a locator. Run. The further you run, the better. He'll come find you. Lin Yue caught the dagger, taking a quick glance. He tucked the dagger into his belt, lifting Bai Lu from Chen Feng's shoulder and carrying her on his back. Let's go. The six of them began to run. Lin Yue, carrying Bai Lu, led the way, Lu Chen supporting the limping Chen Feng, while Suja pulled Yili along. Yili's left hand was broken, but she did not cry out, biting her lip as she followed behind. Sounds of explosive flames and metal clashing echoed behind them. Zhou Zheng had already engaged with the two. Lin Yue did not look back. He ran over the scorched earth with Bai Lu on his back. Bai Lu lay on him, still unconscious, her breathing weak, but still there. Chen Feng's hands hung limply, bones glistening white under the moonlight, blood dripping all the way, but he did not stop. Suja's glasses shattered, unable to see the path, but he had the all-knowing domain. Its range reduced to less than 100 meters, and his energy was nearing exhaustion. Yili's left hand was broken. She held the dagger with her right hand, walking at the back, occasionally glancing back. They ran for about 10 minutes. The sounds of explosions from behind grew fainter, but were still present. Zhou Zheng was still fighting. Lin Yue stopped, placing Bai Lu on the ground, gasping for breath. Each breath made his chest hurt like a knife, at least 3 ribs broken. He leaned against a tree, taking the cigarette from behind his ear, putting it in his mouth. The cigarette was already out, half of it hanging from his lips. He did not throw it away. Lu Chen approached, crouching beside Bai Lu, checking her pulse. She's still alive. Chen Feng leaned against another tree, staring at his hand. Bones exposed, blood no longer flowed, not stopped but drained. His face was as pale as paper. My hand. Can it still be reattached? Suja crouched on the ground, eyes closed. His all-knowing domain still operated. 500 meters ahead there are 2 people. Energy fluctuations. Peak first tier. 1's grade, 1 a grade. Lin Yue took the broken cigarette from his mouth. Enemies. Suja shook his head. No. It's Wu Changqing and Lei Ming. A sound of explosion echoed behind him. It wasn't the crisp pop of a fireball bursting, but a continuous low rumble, like an engine operating underwater. Lin Yue did not look back. He carried Bai Lu on his back, running across the charred ground. 5th Changqing squatted down, pressing his hand against Bai Lu's wrist. After 2 seconds, he released her. 3 ribs are broken, the left arm is dislocated, and there is a mild concussion. She won't die. He stood up and looked at Lin Yue. Who did you encounter? 2 5th-tier opponents. One is in a grade fire type, and the other is a grade enhancement type. Instructor Zhou is holding them off alone. Lei Ming frowned. Instructor Zhou. 1 person fighting 2 5th-tier opponents. He said he could kill them, but couldn't protect us. 5th Changqing pushed up a broken corner of his glasses. Zhou Zheng was previously with the Special Operations Brigade of the Northern War Zone, and his nickname is Spark. Chen Feng leaned against a tree, his hands hanging down, the bone fragments glistening white in the moonlight. Spark. His abilities are not of a common fire type. His fire doesn't burn at a high temperature, but once it touches something it cannot be extinguished until the target is reduced to ashes. 5th Changqing paused. He can perceive everything within his flames. The area covered by the flames is his. Lei Ming took out bandages and a splint from his backpack, squatting down to treat Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, not making a sound. Lei Ming aligned his bones, securing them with the splint and wrapping them with bandages. The movements were not gentle but quick. You guys go first, 5th Changqing said. He'll go back with Lei Ming to support Instructor Zhou. Lin Yue looked at him. You two are 1st tier, and you're going to support a 5th tier. Lei Ming grinned. Our captain's abilities have a much greater impact on high-level battles than yours. 5th Changqing had already turned to head back. Lei Ming followed him, and the two disappeared into the night. Suja closed his eyes. Zhou Zheng's energy fluctuations are decreasing, but the two opposing him are also declining. He is suppressing them. Lin Yue put Bai Lu down from his back, leaning her against a tree. Bai Lu had not yet awakened, her breathing steadier than before. He crouched down, drawing out the dagger Zhou Zheng had given him from his belt. The dagger had a locator, its screen lit up, showing a red dot moving slowly. Let's go, Lin Yue said. To the east, the vehicle is on the east side. Chen Feng pushed himself up from the tree, his hands wrapped in bandages, moving like 2 white hammers. He walked slowly, each step crunching on the scorched earth, producing a rustling sound. Suja supported him. Yili walked at the back, her left hand still hanging, holding the dagger in her right, glancing back occasionally. The sound of explosions grew fainter behind them. Zhou Zheng stood at the factory's entrance, the ground around him burned into glass. The blackened earth melted under high temperatures, cooling into a smooth, hard shell that creaked underfoot. Half of his combat suit was burned away, exposing the skin on his right arm and chest. There were burn marks on his skin. The fire-type, bald man knelt on the ground, his left leg pierced by a glowing steel rebar, which had exploded from the factory ruins, entering his calf and exiting on the other side. He gritted his teeth, pressing his hands against the wound as flames seared it to stop the bleeding. The enhancement-type man leaned against a crumbling wall, his right arm bent at an abnormal angle. Zhou Zheng took a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with the flames nearby. He took a deep drag, smoke spilling from the corner of his... "Do you know who I am?" Zhou Zheng asked. The fire-type, bald man gritted his teeth. "Northern Warzone Special Operations Brigade Spark, Zhou Zheng. Your name ranks 7th on the bounty list in the Dark Zone with a reward of 50 million. Zhou Zheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Only 50 million. That's too little." The enhancement-type man stood up from the wall, his left arm hanging limply, his right fist clenched. Several spikes on his fist were broken, with charred marks on its surface. "You alone fighting against us too? How long can you keep pretending?" Zhou Zheng did not answer. He tucked the cigarette in his mouth, crouching down to press his hands on the ground. The ground began to glow red. Heat seeped from his palms into the scorched earth, spreading outwards, turning the ground, within a 20-meter radius, dark red, like a freshly forged iron plate. "This is my domain." Zhou Zheng stood up. "It's not large, but it's sufficient." The fire-type, bald man's expression changed. "You're 5th tier, and you have a domain." Zhou Zheng did not respond. With a wave of his right hand, a row of fire pillars erupted from the ground, surrounding them, the pillars forming a wall of fire that trapped them inside. "My fire doesn't burn at a high temperature, only around 3,000 degrees, but you cannot extinguish it." Zhou Zheng removed the cigarette from his mouth, flicking away the ash. The fire-type, bald man gritted his teeth, trying to suppress Zhou Zheng's fire with his own flames. His flames burned hotter, but upon contact with Zhou Zheng's fire, they melted into it. The two flames intertwined, gradually being consumed. The enhancement-type man charged toward the fire wall, attempting to break through. His body had high hardness, but Zhou Zheng's fire did not burn the skin, it burned energy. His enhancement energy ignited upon contact with the flames like gasoline meeting a spark. He screamed in pain, retreating, his right arm scorched by Zhou Zheng's fire, which wouldn't extinguish no matter how hard he tried. The fire-type bald man and the enhancement-type man exchanged glances. Their energies were nearly depleted, and their expressions turned resolute. "Together," the fire-type bald man said. The enhancement-type man nodded. The two charged toward Zhou Zheng simultaneously. The fire-type bald man poured all his remaining energy into one last fireball, its temperature soaring to 4,000 degrees, changing from blue-white to white. The enhancement-type man focused all his enhancement energy into his right fist, the spikes on his fist standing tall, the surface of his fist coated in a metallic sheen. Zhou Zheng stood his ground, refusing to retreat. He removed the cigarette from his mouth, tossing it to the ground. With his hands open, the flames in his palms ignited. Not a fireball, but two lines of fire shot out from his palms like two snakes. The fire lines collided with the fireball and the fist, the explosion, deafening flames consuming everything. Zhou Zheng was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing against the factory wall, the wall cracking. He slid down from the wall, kneeling on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His hands trembled, the flames in his palms extinguished. The fire-type bald man and the enhancement-type man still stood. Their bodies were ablaze, Zhou Zheng's fire clinging to them unextinguishable. But they did not retreat. Instead, they charged toward Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng tried to stand, but his legs would not obey. A hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. "Soul sharing." It was 5th Chanking's voice. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of power flow into him. The power of the divine corpse transferred to him through 5th Chanking's soul sharing. His muscles began to swell, his bones hardened, and a layer of dark golden sheen appeared on his skin. Zhou Zheng stood up. The fireball from the fire-type bald man came crashing toward him. Zhou Zheng did not dodge. He extended his hand, directly grabbing the fireball. The fireball exploded in his palm. His hand unharmed, the enhancement from the divine corpse, boosting his body's hardness and strength by at least 3 times. The enhancement-type man's fist came crashing toward him. Zhou Zheng reached out, gripping his fist. The fist stopped 10 centimeters in front of him, unable to advance any further. The enhancement-type man's pupils constricted. "You?" Zhou Zheng did not answer. He exerted strength with his right hand, crushing the enhancement-type man's fist, the spikes embedded in Zhou Zheng's palm, but the defense of the divine corpse allowed the spikes to only penetrate a centimeter. Blood seeped from the wound, but Zhou Zheng did not let go. He gathered a small flame in his left hand. A tiny flame, only the size of a fingernail, white in color. The temperature was not high, only 1,200 degrees. But this was his fire. He pressed the flame against the enhancement-type man's chest. The fire clung to the clothing, to the skin, and began to burn. The enhancement-type man screamed, trying to pat it out, but it wouldn't extinguish. He tried to suppress it with energy, but it wouldn't hold. The fire grew stronger, spreading from his chest to his shoulder, from his shoulder to his entire body. The fire-type bald man rushed over, trying to use his flames to save his teammate. His flames burned hotter, but upon contact with Zhou Zheng's fire, the two flames intertwined, neither able to extinguish the other. Zhou Zheng turned to face him. His right hand still dripped with blood, the flames in his palms reignited. "Your teammate is dead," Zhou Zheng said. "Next is you." The fire-type bald man took a step back. He looked at the enhancement-type man, charred and burning on the ground, then back at Zhou Zheng. His lips trembled. The fire line shot from Zhou Zheng's palms, striking the fire-type bald man's chest. 5th Changqing stood behind Zhou Zheng, his face pale. Soul sharing consumes a lot of energy to maintain the transfer of divine corpse, and his energy was nearly depleted. Lei Meng stood beside him. After the divine corpse was transferred away, his body became weak, barely able to stand. Zhou Zheng turned around, looking at them. "Useful." Lei Meng's knees buckled, kneeling on one knee. He struggled to stand again, took 2 steps, and then knelt down, this time not getting back up. Zhou Zheng walked over, slinging Lei Ming over his shoulder. The influence of the divine corpse was still strong, and Lei Ming was completely exhausted. The three of them traversed the scorched earth, passing through collapsed walls and scattered bodies. In the distance, Lin Yue stood under a withered tree, seeing Zhou Zheng carrying Lei Ming. His combat suit burned away, his body covered in black char and fresh blood. "Is he dead?" Lin Yue asked. Lei Ming lay on Zhou Zheng's shoulder, not responding. "Not dead," Fifth Chongqing said. "Both fifth-tier opponents are dead." Lin Yue glanced at Zhou Zheng, then at Fifth Chongqing and Lei Ming. "The vehicle is to the east, let's go." He turned and walked at the front, Lu Chun following half a step behind him. Yi Li emerged from the shadows, bringing up the rear. Suja supported Chen Feng, whose hands were wrapped in bandages. He grimaced with each step. Bai Lu had already awakened, leaning against a tree, standing up by herself. "Sister Bai Lu, can you walk?" Chen Feng asked. Bai Lu did not speak. She took a step, stumbled, and leaned against the tree. Taking another step, she steadied herself. She walked in the middle of the group, not allowing anyone to assist her. The 9 of them walked toward the military vehicle in the east under the moonlight, the factory still burning behind them, its flames painting half the sky red. The scorched earth was strewn with bodies and shell casings. The wind blew, stirring up ashes. The military vehicle halted on the dirt road, the engine still rumbling. The driver spotted a figure approaching in the distance, jumped down from the driver's seat, and opened the car door. 9 individuals boarded the vehicle, one after another. Lu Chen sat beside Lin Yue with an ashen face, gazing out of the window, lost in thought. Zhou Zheng occupied the passenger seat, his combat suit burned away, draped in a military coat provided by the driver. Fifth Chongqing sat behind him, one corner of his glasses shattered but not replaced. Lei Ming leaned against Fifth Chongqing's shoulder, his face pale, lips cracked, eyes half open. The vehicle set off. Silence enveloped the cabin, interrupted only by the roar of the engine and the sound of tires crunching over gravel. Chen Feng's breaths were heavy, each inhale accompanied by a frown. Bai Lu's breaths were so light they seemed non-existent. The military truck entered a checkpoint featuring iron barriers, sandbags, searchlights, and armed sentinels. A man dressed in an officer's uniform approached and tapped on the car window. Zhou Zheng rolled down the window. "Instructor Zhou," the officer saluted. "The military department is waiting for you." Zhou Zheng nodded, and the window rolled up. The vehicle continued on, passing the checkpoint, the road becoming smoother. The asphalt surface was marked with white lines flanked by streetlights. The yellow glow of the lights flickered over the... Chen Feng gazed at the streetlights outside, counting them. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching the 17th light, the vehicle came to a stop. Several black sedans were parked in the yard, their plates military issued. A middle-aged man in military attire stood on the steps, bearing the insignia of a colonel. His hair was graying, deep wrinkles lined his face, and his gaze was solemn. Zhou Zheng stepped out of the vehicle and stood before him. Reporting in. The Major General scrutinized him, his gaze lingering on Zhou Zheng's burn wounds and charred combat suit. "Injured quite severely. Just some surface wounds." The Major General nodded, his eyes shifting past Zhou Zheng to the 9 individuals disembarking from the vehicle. Lin Yue walked at the forefront, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth, unlit. Bai Lu followed behind, limping slightly, but maintaining a straight posture. Chen Feng's hands were wrapped in bandages resembling 2 white hammers hanging at his sides. Suzhou adjusted the glasses wrapped in tape, while Yi Li stepped out of the shadows, standing at the back. Lu Chen peeked out from behind Lin Yue, glancing at the Major General before averting his gaze. Fifth Chongqing and Lei Ming were the last to exit, with Lei Ming being supported by Fifth Chongqing swaying slightly as he walked. The Major General's gaze paused on Fifth Chongqing. "Fifth Chongqing. Present. Come with me." Fifth Chongqing did not question why. He released Lei Ming and followed the Major General into the building. Lei Ming remained in place, watching Fifth Chongqing's silhouette disappear through the door. His lips moved slightly, but no sound emerged. Lin Yue took the burnt cigarette from his ear and placed it in his mouth. "Where is he going?" Zhou Zheng didn't respond. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Waiting inside, 8 individuals entered the conference room on the first floor. A long table, chairs, a whiteboard, and the emblem of a military academy on the wall. The expressions of everyone were grim. Although the mission was accomplished, they had never faced such a life-and-death crisis. The true battlefield revealed to them that unseasoned levels were merely stronger ants in the eyes of high-level abilities. Zhou Zheng stood by the window, smoking, observing the state of each individual in the conference room. About 20 minutes later, the door opened. Fifth Chongqing entered, his expression unchanged. Lei Ming stood up. "Captain, what do they want with you?" Fifth Chongqing sat back down. "The military department wants to assign me to a special division." "What division?" Lei Ming was taken aback. "A department tailored specifically for me." Fifth Chongqing adjusted his glass. "My shared soul can connect multiple teammates, simultaneously exchanging abilities. Perhaps in the future my capability will evolve to connect hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, covering the entire battlefield." Lei Ming opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Fifth Chongqing looked at him. "The hive has disbanded, you will go with them. Is that all right?" He glanced at Lin Yue. Lin Yue nodded. Lei Ming remained silent for a long time. "How long will you be gone?" "I don't know." Lei Ming sat down, his fists clenched, then relaxed. The door to the conference room opened again, and the colonel walked in, followed by 2 young officers holding folders. The colonel stood at one end of the long table, looking at the 8 individuals. "The results of the military academy's entrance examination are out." He flipped open the folder. "By loose level, ice type, first tier. Combat score, A. Tactical score, B. Teamwork, A. Overall rating, A." Bai Lu opened her eyes, but said nothing. Chen Feng, a level golden body, first tier. Combat score B. Tactical score C. Teamwork B. Overall rating B. Chen Feng gazed down at his bandages. Suzhou, a level omniscient domain, first tier. Combat score B. Tactical score A. Teamwork A. Overall rating A. Suzhou adjusted his glasses. Lei Ming, a level divine skeleton, first tier. Combat score A. Tactical score B. Teamwork B. Overall rating B. Lei Ming nodded. The Major General turned and left the two young officers following him, and the conference room fell silent. Chen Feng stared at his bandages. B. Reality is quite harsh. Bai Lu leaned back in her chair. A. Not bad. Tactical score A. That's sufficient. Suzhou murmured. Lei Ming remained silent, focusing on the chair Fifth Chongqing had just vacated. Lin Yue stood up. Let's go back to school. 8 individuals exited the conference room, the corridor long and illuminated by white lights making the floor gleam. Lin Yue walked at the front with Lu Chun half a step behind him. As they reached the end of the corridor, Lu Chun suddenly stopped. Lin Yue turned back. Lu Chun gave. You nearly died. Lin Yue took the burnt cigarette from his mouth. Didn't die? Almost. Lu Chen's tone was calm, but his eyes told a different story, something shifting in his pupils, not the starry sky, but a darker, heavier essence. When you were embedded in the wall, I was contemplating one thing. Lin Yue looked at him. What? Lu Chen remained silent, and turned, smashing his fist into the adjacent wall. The concrete wall cracked, fissures spreading from the point of impact, like a spider's web. Blood dripped from his laceration. He did not stop. He struck again, causing a corner of the wall to collapse, debris falling to the ground, and stirring up dust. Yili stood in the shadows, watching Lu Chen's bloodied hand. Lin Yue stepped forward and grasped Lu Chen's wrist. That's enough. Lu Chen's hand trembled. His breaths were heavy, his chest rising and falling. When you were embedded in the wall, I couldn't move. My teleportation was exhausted, my phasing was depleted. I could only watch his fist strike your chest, watch you fly out, watch you get embedded in the wall. His voice remained calm, yet his hand trembled. I had promised the dean I would keep an eye on you. Lin Yue released his grip. I didn't die. Lu Chen looked at him, his eyes reddened, but no tears fell. What about next time? Lin Yue did not respond, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, stuffing it into Lu Chen's pocket. Next time you stand in front of me. Lu Chen stared at the cigarettes in his pocket, silent for a long while. Bai Lu leaned against the wall, observing the two. Let's go. Back to school. I need to sleep. Chen Feng followed behind her. Sister Bai Lu, don't your ribs hurt? Then why are you walking so fast? Pain or not, I have to go. Yili stepped out of the shadows, producing a roll of gauze from somewhere and handing it to Lu Chen. Lei Ming walked alone in the middle of the group, without Fifth Chongqing beside him, his figure appearing somewhat empty. Lin Yue halted, turning around to look at Lei Ming. Lei Ming joined the pig slaughtering team. Lei Ming was taken aback. What? The pig slaughtering team needs a front line. Chen Feng can bear the brunt, but can't break through. You can hit, but can't hold. Together, you'll stabilize the front. Before, only Bai Lu could coordinate with Chen Feng, but it wasn't suitable. Bai Lu is more fitting to flank with Yili. You want me to join the pig slaughtering team? The captain just left. Fifth Chongqing is Fifth Chongqing, and you are you. Lin Yue interrupted him. He left, but you're still here. The pig slaughtering team needs a capable frontline, and you're the most suitable candidate. Lei Ming remained silent for a few seconds. He'll think about it. Bai Lu approached and slapped him on the back with considerable force, causing Lei Ming to stumble forward. How can you, a grown man, be so indecisive? Just join, or don't. Why think about it? Lei Ming turned to look at her. Bai Lu's hand remained raised, her palm shimmering with ice crystals. 3 of her ribs were broken, and she limped while walking, yet her strength in slapping was undiminished. Doesn't your hand hurt? Lei Ming asked. It does. But you hurt more. Bai Lu withdrew her hand. So will you join? Give me a definitive answer. I don't have an answer. Suzhou stepped in front of Lei Ming, sizing him up. You're at second tier, right? Lei Ming looked at him. How do you know? Your energy fluctuations are a notch higher than peak first tier. I sensed it in the vehicle earlier. When Fifth Chongqing transferred Divine Skeleton using Shared Soul to Zhou Zheng, your body bore the feedback of 5th tier power. Although you were exhausted, your tier must have been broken through. Suzhou paused. Lei Ming clenched his fists. The skin on his palms bore traces of burns, but his strength felt undeniably different now. At first tier, his Divine Skeleton could penetrate 10 centimeters of concrete wall. Now he was uncertain, but it felt like at least double. Zhou Zheng approached from behind, standing before Lei Ming. The military squad consists of 7 to 9 members. The pig slaughtering team currently has 6 members, adding you make 7, just right. Lei Ming looked at Zhou Zheng, his expression calm, as if discussing something ordinary. Chen Feng squeezed through his hands wrapped in bandages, unable to lift them. He nudged Lei Ming's arm with his shoulder. Come on. He'll handle the front, you handle behind me. No, you handle the front, he'll handle behind you. That's not right. He pondered. Either way, when we're together, nothing can stop us. Lei Ming glanced at Chen Feng's bandages, which bore dried blood and remnants of bone were faintly visible. His hand had been bent back, bones exposed, and had only just recently healed. Doesn't your hand hurt? Lei Ming asked. It does, but it shouldn't hurt after you calm. Chen Feng grinned. You said he'll bear the brunt while you strike. I think that's feasible. Lei Ming remained silent. Lu Chen approached, extending his hand, already wrapped in gauze. Welcome aboard. Lei Ming looked at the hand before him, fingers tightening. All right. He shook Lu Chen's hand. Bai Lu slapped him on the back again. Why not say so earlier? Lei Ming didn't stumble this time and stood firm. He looked at Bai Lu, the corners of his mouth twitching. Doesn't your hand really hurt? It does, but slapping you is addictive. Lei Ming laughed. The military bus arrived the next morning. A middle-aged man in military uniform jumped down from the vehicle, a colonel's insignia on his shoulders, his face devoid of expression. Behind him followed two young officers, one male and one female, both dressed in tactical uniforms, holding a list in their hands. Zhou Zheng stood at the entrance of the main building, a cigarette in his mouth. Colonel Chen, you came to pick them up personally. Colonel Chen nodded. This batch of students is different. The higher-ups requested my presence. Zhou Zheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. Shall we go inside and sit? No need, we'll leave once everyone is here. The 7 members of the pig slaughtering team stood in the lobby of the main building. Colonel Chen entered the hall, glanced at the list, and then at the 7 individuals. Lin Yue, Lu Chun by Lu Chenfeng, Su Zhe Lei Meng Yi Li. 7 people, all present. All present. The car is outside, let's go. The 7 individuals walked out with Lin Yue leading the way. Just as he stepped out of the lobby, a black sedan drove in from the school gate. The car was moving at a steady pace, not too fast. The sound of tires rolling over the pavement was soft like a cat walking on carpet. The sedan stopped beside the military bus, and the door opened. 2 men dressed in black suits got out, first tall and wearing sunglasses with communication device wires behind their ears. Their gazes swept across the surroundings, their movements synchronized like one person and a shadow. Then the back door opened. A middle-aged man stepped out dressed in a dark gray suit without a tie, the top button of his shirt undone. His hair was neatly combed with a few strands of white at the temples. His face was quite ordinary, indistinguishable in a crowd. Yet his eyes were deep and heavy like a bottomless pool. Yi Li's body trembled slightly, shadows on the ground twisting wildly. Dad! Everyone turned to look at her simultaneously. Yi Li stood in place, her lips quivering, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes reminiscent of the day they first met. Yiming, Yi Li's father, the head of the largest commercial group in China, Tianeng. His assets span real estate, energy, military industry, and technology, earning him the nickname Midnight Country in the business world. Half of China's commerce is related to him. Yiming approached, Yi Li looking down at her. He stared for 3 seconds. What happened to your hand? Yi Li hid her left arm behind her back. Her left arm had been broken in the dark zone. Though the military's advanced medical technology had reattached it, it was still in a sling. It's nothing. Yi Li's voice was very soft. Yiming looked at her bandage, then at her face. His expression remained unchanged, but his fingers clenched slightly at his side. He turned to face Colonel Chen. Did my daughter participate in the military academy's entrance test? Colonel Chen nodded. She did. Did she pass? Yes. What rating? Yiming fell silent for a second. She is not going. Yi Li raised her head. Dad, shut up. Yiming's voice was not loud, but each word was like a nail. He looked at Colonel Chen. I know the training content of the military academy. Real combat in the dark zone, high-risk missions with a mortality rate of over 6% annually and a 100% injury rate. That's true, Colonel Chen did not deny. My daughter is not going. Bai Lu stepped forward, standing in front of Yiming, looking up at him. She was 1.72 meters tall, while Yiming was over 1.8 meters, a half head taller, yet her gaze did not look up. Uncle Yi Li is on our team. She wants to go to the military academy. Yiming looked at her, his gaze shifting from her face to her ribs, where Bai Lu had a bandage wrapped around her left side, her clothing slightly bulging. Then it moved to her left arm, where the dark skin had not yet faded and the new skin was pink. What level are you? Bai Lu was taken aback. 1st level. Were your injuries left by the dark zone? Yes. Yiming turned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's hands were wrapped in bandages raised in front of his chest. The bandages were very white, new, yet underneath were hands that had been exposed to the bone. What level are you? 1st level. Chen Feng's voice was slightly weak. Yiming looked at the others again. You 7-1 at 2nd level, 6 at 1st level. With broken ribs, broken hands, burns, and knife wounds, standing here, you want to take her to the military academy. Can you protect my daughter? Lin Yue took the cigarette from his mouth. Yes. Yiming smiled slightly. You all look like this and still claim to protect. The hall fell silent. Chen Feng lowered his head, Bai Lu bit her lip, and Su Zhe glanced at Yi Li without speaking. Yi Li stood in place, her fingers twisting until her knuckles turned white. Lin Yue looked at Yiming. Uncle Yi Li wants to go. I know she wants to go, Yiming replied. But wanting to go and being able to go are 2 different matters. You have been admitted early by the military academy and may one day become the backbone of China. But that is not a reason for my daughter to accompany you into danger. Lin Yue did not back down. Yi Li's Eternal Dark is in a level stealth ability. Her performance in the dark zone surpasses anyone else on our team. If it weren't to save us, she wouldn't have been injured. I know, Yiming said. I review her ability rating report every week. I know my daughter's capabilities better than you do. Yiming looked at Lin Yue. But I know the dark zone even better. I spent 3 years there. I have seen too many corpses of geniuses. S-level, S-level, 1st level, 3rd level, 5th level. Dying there, it's all the same. There's no distinction between one corpse and another. Yi Li raised her head. Dad, shut up. Yiming did not look at her. Your life is not just your own. Yi Li's eyes turned red. Yiming looked at Lin Yue. Let's put it this way, I'll propose a condition. Within a year, all of you must reach the 4th level, and I won't interfere with her decision anymore. Bai Lu's eyes widened. 4th level? In a year? Can't do it. Yiming looked at her. The training intensity at the military academy allows for a year to go from 1st level to 4th level. It's not without precedent. Being admitted early means you have the potential. If you can't do it, what right do you have to take her with you? Chen Feng looked at his bandage. 4th level. I'm currently at 1st level. 1 year, Yiming stated. After 1 year, if all 6 of you are at 4th level, Yi Li can go to the military academy. If you can't do it, she'll go to the Imperial Capital University. Her mother graduated from the Imperial Capital University. The environment there is more suitable for her. He paused. You can continue to be friends. I won't stop you. But her life cannot be entrusted to a group that can't even protect themselves. No one spoke. Yiming turned and looked at Yili. Let's go. Home. Yili stood in place, her eyes red as she looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chun, then at Bai Lu Chenfeng and Suja. Bai Lu patted her on the chest. Go. We'll come to find you in a year. Yili's lips moved slightly, but made no sound. Chenfeng raised his bandaged hand and smiled at her. Yili, your dad is right. We are too weak right now. But in a year, Suja counted on his fingers. It's theoretically possible to go from first level to fourth level in a year. The training intensity needs to triple, nutritional supplementation needs to keep up, and ability development needs. Suja. Lin Yue interrupted him. Suja fell silent, but his hands were still trembling. Yili watched them, and tears finally fell. Yiming stood behind her watching her tears. His expression showed no change, but his hand came out of his pocket, and then went, let's go, he said. Yili followed him. After taking 2 steps, she stopped, turned back, and pulled something from her pocket, placing it on the ground. A small strawberry cake in a transparent box with light pink cream and strawberries on top. It was small, just enough for one person to finish. She stood up, turned, and walked away without looking back. The black sedan drove out of the school gate, turned a corner, and disappeared. Bai Lu walked over, squatting down to pick up the piece of cake. The transparent box was intact, the cream still good, and the strawberries undamaged. When did she buy this? Chenfeng asked. Bai Lu did not answer as she held the cake in her hands as she stood up. Lin Yue shifted his gaze from the school gate, scanning the familiar buildings of the military academy. Let's go, we should leave this place. In the vehicle, Bai Lu looked at the cake in her hands. 1 year. Chenfeng leaned over from the back seat. Moi. After 1 year we will go pick her up. Chenfeng nodded. Suja did not look up. 1 year from first level to fourth level, averaging 1 level every 3 months. Each level requires. Suja. Suja met Bai Lu's almost murderous glare and silently closed his mouth. Lin Yue looked out the window, the cigarette, but almost burned down. Lu Chun reached out to snuff it out, tossing the butt into storage space, casually pulling out a source crystal and handing it to him. Northern War Zone. The vehicle drove for 13 hours. From the imperial capital to the northern border, it was highways, national roads, and mountain paths, with the final stretch being a military road. The asphalt road was newly laid, flanked by barbed wire, and beyond that there were dense woods. The trees were tall, obscuring the sky. Chenfeng leaned against the car window, his bandaged hand resting on his knee. Are we there yet? Suja looked outside the window. Almost there. You said almost an hour ago. This time the military bus slowed down and entered a checkpoint. The barbed wire was 3 times higher than the road, topped with razor wire. Sandbag bunkers, searchlights, heavy machine gun positions. Not just for show, the gun barrels still gleamed with oil. The sentry carried a loaded rifle with ceramic plates inserted into his bulletproof vest. A second lieutenant approached, glanced at the license plate, and saluted. Pass. Colonel Chen handed over a document from the front passenger seat. The second lieutenant flipped through a couple of pages and returned it to him, turning to wave. The bus drove through the iron gate. On either side of the road there were no longer woods, but barracks. Gray square structures with no decorations. The windows were small and made of bulletproof glass. Slogans were painted on the walls. Walk from here to the battlefield. On the playground people were training. A group in military training uniforms were clashing with cold weapons, and the sound of blades colliding could be heard even through the bus window. Another group was practicing their abilities, conjuring fireballs, ice spikes, and lightening the ground of the shooting range charred black. Chenfeng's mouth fell open. Is this a university? Suju adjusted his glasses. Huaxia Military Ability University. The name contains the word military. I thought it was just a name. It's not just for show. The bus stopped in front of a building with a sign that read, New Student Reception. A woman in military uniform stood on the steps, around 30 years old, with the rank of major, her hair styled in a bun and a flat expression on her face. Colonel Chen got out of the car and exchanged a few words with her. The woman nodded and boarded the bus. I am Instructor Song, responsible for your special recruitment class this term. Get off and follow me. Instructor Song walked ahead, quickly, speaking fast. The military university does not have winter or summer vacations. You are special recruits 3 months earlier than the normal new students. For these 3 months you will attend cultural classes with other special recruits, and after the normal new students enroll you will be placed in the first year. Bai Lu frowned. Cultural classes? Yes, your practical ability has already reached the first year level of the military university, but you still lack significantly in cultural subjects. Geography of the Dark Zone, biology of alien species, battlefield medical care, tactical theory, what you learned in military high school, is not enough here. Chenfeng raised his hand. What about practical classes? Instructor Song glanced at him. Is your hand healed? Chenfeng retracted his bandaged hand. Instructor Song led them through the camp to a dormitory building. Boys on the 2nd floor, girls on the 3rd floor. 4-person rooms, names on the beds. I put your things away and gather downstairs in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later 6 people gathered downstairs. Instructor Song led them through the camp for about 10 minutes until they reached a larger building with a sign that read Teaching. On the 3rd floor there was a classroom with a blackboard, a podium, and desks and chairs. It was no different from the classrooms in military high school, but above the blackboard was an additional line, your knowledge determines your life and death. There were already people in the classroom. Pandora sat in the 3rd row, her hands in her pockets, the tips of her light purple hair shimmering under the fluorescent lights. Seeing the members of the pig slaughtering team enter, she smirked slightly. Oh, the injured soldiers. Bailu looked at her in surprise. How are you here? Special recruitment, what else? Pandora's gaze swept over Lin Yue and Lu Chen, pausing for a second on Lu Chen's hand. Even you guys are injured. Lu Chen ignored her. Another girl sat in the front row with short hair, a round face, and big eyes, dressed in military university training gear, but her clothes bore no military high school insignia. Her skin was very pale, unhealthily so, as if she hadn't seen the sun in a long time. Instructor Song walked to the podium. Sit. The seven found their seats, with the seat next to Pandora remaining empty. Bailu sat at the farthest point from her. Instructor Song pointed at the short-haired girl. Ning S-level healing ability revival, second tier. She was previously part of the medical team in the Northern War Zone. Ning stood up and bowed to everyone, her movements a bit awkward. Hello everyone. My name is Ning. Please take care of me. Her voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing others, and her fingers intertwined together, somewhat reminiscent of Yuli. Instructor Song continued. Ning has been with the medical team in the Northern War Zone since her awakening, having treated over 200 injured. Her revival is an S-level ability with no consumption, but it doesn't truly bring the dead back to life. S-level healing, no consumption. Isn't that a perpetual motion machine? Ning heard this and smiled slightly at still. Far from it. Pandora leaned her head in from the back. She's being modest. People in the Northern War Zone call her living bodhisattva. Instructor Song tapped the blackboard. Quiet. Then he took a remote control from below the podium and turned on the screen. You are all special recruits with at least a level ability ratings and practical skills at least at the first-year level of the military university. However, there is one thing you do not know. The image on the screen changed to a map, but not an ordinary one. Red dots, blue dots, black lines marked with dates and casualty numbers. The sand erosion country located north of the Northern War Zone was occupied by alien species 15 years ago. The screen displayed photos not of people. Humanoid creatures walking upright with limb proportions different from humans, their arms longer than human arms, and their hands having 6 fingers with claws for nails. They had large heads with no noses, only 2 nostrils, pure black eyes with no whites. Their skin was grayish-white, resembling that of a corpse. Chen Feng leaned back slightly. What is this? Aliens, the beings that occupied the sand erosion country. Based on years of research on corpses, they are not life forms from Blue Star. Instructor Song flipped to the next photo, showing more aliens of different types, most of which were difficult to describe in words. Currently, 17 types of aliens have been discovered with low intelligence, most equivalent to 4 to 6-year-old human children from Blue Star, difficult to communicate with. Attempts have been made using translators, spiritual type ability users, and even S-level abilities, but none worked. They do not accept any form of communication. Instructor Song flipped to the next slide. Burnt earth shell craters, charred alien corpses, human soldier corpses, severed limbs, pools of blood, and toppled tank wreckage. Conventional weapons are effective against most aliens, but their numbers are overwhelming. After the sand erosion country was occupied, they continued to expand southward. The mission of the Northern War Zone is to keep them at bay beyond the national borders. Bailu raised her hand. How do the alien beasts in Australia compare to them in terms of danger? They are not the same. The alien beasts in Australia are mutated from Blue Star species, possessing biological instincts of food chain and territorial awareness. These beings, Instructor Song pointed at the aliens on the screen, are not from Blue Star. Their purpose, origin, and reasons for occupying the sand erosion country remain unknown to this day. The classroom fell silent. Pandora withdrew her hands from her pockets and placed them on the table. Her fingers lightly tapped on the surface without rhythm, as if deep in thought. Lin Yue took the broken cigarette from his mouth and placed it on the table. Do students from the military university have to go to the battlefield? Instructor Song looked at him. Students at the military university have a practical assessment once a year, which will take place on the front lines of the Northern War Zone. Lin Yue did not ask further. Instructor Song turned off the screen. For these 3 months you will begin with cultural classes. The courses include biology of alien species, geography of the dark zone, battlefield, medical care, tactical theory, and principles of abilities. 6 classes daily, 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, with evening self-study, no weekends. Chen Feng raised his hand. No weekends. Once you possess sufficient strength you may have them. After dinner Ning arrived. She stood at the foot of the boys' dormitory holding a medical kit. Bailu came out of the building on her way to the training ground, and upon seeing her paused for a moment. Did Instructor Song send you? And Ning nodded. I'm here to conduct the entrance physical examinations and treat any injuries. Do you still need to bring a medical kit? Bailu looked curiously at the medical kit in Ning's hand. Sometimes some people feel embarrassed to ask me for treatment, so I give them medicine first. And Ning's tone was light, but steady. 6 people were called to the medical room. She unwrapped the bandage on Chen Feng's hand. The bone had healed, but the flesh had not fully recovered, and the scar lay on his hand like a centipede. She placed her palm over it, and a pale light began to glow softly. Chen Feng's fingers twitched. It doesn't hurt anymore. Just wait a moment. And Ning did not look up. The light lasted about 10 seconds before she withdrew her hand, and the scar on Chen Feng's hand faded a layer, revealing new skin that was tender and pink. Bailu sat beside her watching. Does your ability really not deplete? No, my ability core is different from others. It's like it doesn't draw energy from me. Having spent a year in the Northern Battle Zone, I've treated hundreds of injured personnel. Oh, I've been asked this question many times. Suju adjusted his glasses. Is it effective on those of a higher rank? And Ning shook her head. I can't treat 3rd tier. What about levels? For example, above S level. And Ning paused for a moment. I haven't tried the injured from the northern battle zone or not S level. Chen Feng raised his healed hand to his eyes, inspecting it back, and forth his eyes brightening. Your ability is too strong. Join us. And Ning was taken aback. Huh, we're the pig-slaying team. If you join, I won't have to worry about getting hurt. Chen Feng said seriously, his eyes full of light. Bai Lu shot him a glare. Have you asked Lin Yue? Lin Yue would definitely agree. Do you know her background? What combat experience does she have? Bai Lu's tone was flat. You don't know anything yet you want her to join. Chen Feng opened his mouth, but did not speak. And Ning smiled. I'm second tier S level, and as for combat experience, currently none. I was in the medical team of the northern battle zone. Ooh, I never saw the front lines. Chen Feng opened his mouth again, glancing at Ning, then at Bai Lu. Bai Lu ignored him. He leaned closer to Lin Yue. Brother Yue. Lin Yue shot him a cold glance. Chen Feng immediately fell silent. In front of Lin Yue, the one qualified to act spoiled was never him. Lei Ming walked in from outside, placed his bag in the corner, and sat down next to Chen Feng. And Ning glanced at the burn and knife wounds on his arm, and raised her hand to begin treatment. Were you injured in the dark zone? Lei Ming nodded. And Ning did not ask further. The light enveloped him, healing the wounds layer by layer. After treating everyone, and Ning approached Lin Yue. What about you? No need. And Ning looked at the charred area on his shirt. Your breathing rate is off. The third and fourth ribs on the left side have cracks. If left untreated, it will affect your training. Lin Yue looked at her for 2 seconds, but eventually took off his jacket. His chest was covered with large burn marks and bruises, making it hard to distinguish which were old and which were new. And Ning placed her palm over him, and a pale light began to glow. She closed her eyes. After 2 seconds, she opened. The light did not fade, but Lin Yue's injuries showed no change. And Ning furrowed her brow, pressing her palm tighter, the light brightening, yet Lin Yue's injuries remained unchanged. And Ning's brow was knitted as she placed her other hand against him, as well the brightness doubling, casting a pale halo in the medical room, yet Lin Yue still felt nothing. And Ning withdrew her hands, looking down at her palms, blinking, then looking up at Lin Yue. She glanced at Lin Yue, then at Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat in a chair nearby, his hand still bandaged. And Ning walked over and placed her hand over Lu Chen's. The pale light began to glow, yet Lu Chen's injuries showed no signs of change. And Ning withdrew her hand, her lips moving silently. She looked at Lin Yue, then at Lu Chen. Everyone was watching her. Bai Lu's ice hammer had already moved from her fingertips to her hands, while Chen Feng's bandaged hand rested on his knee, completely still. Suju adjusted his glasses, and Lei Ming leaned against the wall, arms crossed. The medical room was as quiet as a morgue, and Ning lowered her head, closing the medical kit, which emitted a click. Lin Yue smiled at her. It's okay, thank you. Something in the air relaxed. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling. And Ning kept her head down, but she felt it. In those few seconds, there was a murderous intent in the room. It wasn't directed at her, but it was thick enough to make her skin tingle. Instructor Song pushed the door open. Are you done treating them? And Ning stood up. I'm done. Come with me, in the basement. The stairs were long, with iron doors on each level equipped with password locks and fingerprint scanners. Instructor Song swiped her card 3 times and entered a password twice before reaching the bottom. At the end of the corridor was an iron door thicker than the ones before. Instructor Song stood at the door. Inside is one of the 15 alien species codenamed Silent One. It killed 17 soldiers on the battlefield and was captured only after having 2 legs broken. The iron door opened. The room was small, with concrete walls on all sides and a drainage ditch on the floor. The alien huddled in the corner, its legs broken below the knees, the stumps covered in black scabs. Its skin was grayish-white, hairless, thick like leather. Its head was twice the size of a human's, with no bridge of the nose, only 2 nostrils. Its eyes were pure black, without pupils, resembling 2 black glass beads. It lifted its head, its black glass-like eyes sweeping over the people standing at the door, inspecting them one by one. Lin Yue took a step inside. The alien's body abruptly shrank back, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. Its mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, emitting a low, throaty hiss. Lu Chen stepped out from behind Lin Yue, standing beside him. The alien hissed louder, curling its body into a ball. For the first time, emotions appeared in its black eyes. Fear. It trembled in the corner. Chen Feng stood at the door watching this scene, his jaw dropping. Bai Lu scratched her head. Is it afraid of you too? Suju adjusted his glasses. It is indeed afraid, but why? He looked at the alien, then back at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Instructor Song was also looking at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. It has never shown fear, not even in front of 5th-tier powerhouses. Lei Ming stood at the back, arms crossed. Then why is it afraid of them? No one answered. The alien huddled in the corner, its black eyes fixed on Lin Yue and Lu Chen, its body pressed against the wall, trying to stay as far away from them as possible. In the corner of the ceiling was another alien hanging there and not moving. Instructor Song looked up. That one is codenamed. It was captured last year at the border of Shay country. It is a rare type among aliens, not participating in battles, but responsible for command. Among all the aliens discovered so far, it is the only one exhibiting intelligence above that of a beast. This alien hung on the wall, its limbs adhering to the concrete surface like a gecko. Its size was much smaller than the Silent One, only the size of a human torso. Instructor Song walked to the corner and pressed a switch on the wall. An iron cage descended from the ceiling. Unlike the Silent One, this alien had complete limbs, showing no signs of damage. However, it was locked in a smaller cage, the bars thicker than a thumb, with a dark silver sheen. An alloy cage. Lei Ming recognized it. For containing a level ability users. Instructor Song nodded. Its energy level is only tier 3rd level, but its danger level is rated as a level. Because it can control other aliens, the Silent One behaves like a dog in front of it. Chen Feng leaned in a bit. Will it be afraid of Brother Yu? Instructor Song glanced at him. I don't know, it has never shown any emotions. It neither attacks nor avoids nor looks at anyone, it is like a stone. Lin Yue took a step forward. The watcher did not move, its black eyes were fixed on Lin Yue and not avoiding like the Silent One, nor unresponsive like a stone, it was observing. Lin Yue took another step, now only 2 meters away from the cage. The watcher's head tilted slightly, just a tiny movement so subtle that it would be unnoticed if one were not watching it closely. Lu Chen stepped beside Lin Yue, and the watcher's head tilted again. Its body began to shift to the other side of the cage, moving slowly and cautiously like a cat, trying not to be noticed while hiding. Bai Lu's ice hammer spun around her fingertips. It's afraid too. Suju adjusted his glasses. Not quite the same. The Silent One shows fear, a primal reaction. This one is alert, it is assessing us. The watcher huddled in the farthest corner of the cage, its black eyes fixed on Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Its mouth moved slightly as if attempting to make some sound, but nothing came out. Or rather, it didn't dare to make a sound. Instructor Song stood still watching the alien, then looking at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. She remained silent, but her fingers were slowly clenching in her pocket. Back on the ground, the sunlight was bright. And Ning walked at the back of the group, holding the medical kit. Her expression was no different from before, calm, gentle, with a faint smile. But her hands were trembling. Not from fear, but because she had learned something she shouldn't have. Chen Feng leaned closer to her. Is it true that your ability can't bring the dead back to life? Then you should still join our team. No, wait, Brother Yu hasn't agreed yet. Lin Yue walked ahead without looking back. And Ning glanced at Lin Yue's back, then lowered her head, Then you should still join our team. No, wait, Brother Yu hasn't agreed yet. Lin Yue walked ahead without looking back. And Ning glanced at Lin Yue's back, then lowered her head, her fingers tightening around the handle of the medical kit. The red light of the gravity chamber extinguished. Chen Feng crawled out from the door, his bare torso glistening with sweat dripping onto the floor and leaving clear marks. He leaned against the wall to stand, a dark golden sheen flowing slowly beneath his skin. For a month, under the tireless treatment of the Bodhisattva and Ning, every member of the pig slaughter team, except for Lin Yue and Lu Chen, had endured at least 3 painful cycles of muscle fiber tearing and rebuilding. Brother Yue, I feel like I could punch a cow to death now, but why can't I reach the 2nd tier? Chen Feng touched his skin, which had completely changed color, a hint of confusion in his tone. Lin Yue leaned against the door frame, looking a bit thinner than a month ago, his cheekbones sharper, but his eyes appeared deeper, and when they occasionally opened and closed, even the air seemed to stagnate where his gaze fell. Instructor Zhou said that it's easier to level up after a battle, Lin Yue said. Perhaps the opportunity for breakthrough will be there. So the more you know, the more you have to do. It was actually the easiest when we knew nothing. Suju sighed leisurely. In the corridor, and Ning stood quietly with a large medical box on her back. Beside her, Pandora was playing with a ball of purple light at her fingertips, a characteristic smile gracing her lips. The collective activities of the special recruitment class won't be as interesting without me. Pandora blinked, and I can roughly sense what effects Pandora's prank will have now. Don't look down on me. Bai Lu walked out of the gravity chamber with an ice hammer soaking wet, but her eyes were sharper than a month ago. She glanced at Pandora without saying a word. In this month, Pandora had trained with them 7 times, successfully pranked her teammates twice, and failed to trigger it twice, but Bai Lu admitted that her mere existence was a form of training. You never knew what would happen next. Instructor Song walked in from the end of the corridor, the thud of his military boots echoing on the ground. Everyone check your equipment. Target Northern Combat Zone, Checkpoint 014 Radiation Area, Hanya Town. Mission: eliminate infiltrating alien species and collect mutated samples. This is your first real combat mission since entering the military academy. She paused, her gaze sweeping over each person. Hanya Town has been out of contact for 48 hours. If you die there, I will personally strike your names off the special recruitment. Hanya Town, once a bustling trade hub on the border, is now shrouded in a layer of grayish-yellow fog. The armored bus stopped at the town's entrance. A rotting sweetness mingled with the smell of gunpowder and scorched earth filled the air. Most buildings on both sides of the street had collapsed, riddled with bullet holes, and there were dried bloodstains on the ground, but no corpses. The space here is very chaotic. Lu Chen's hand was already gripping the hilt of his dagger. It's not just the Suju adjusted his glasses, his omniscient domain activated to the limit. I can't perceive the situation at the town center. There is strong magnetic field interference, not natural. The 6 formed a tactical formation to advance. Lin Yue and Lu Chen were at the front, Chen Feng and Lei Meng guarded the flanks, Suju coordinated in the center, and Bai Lu brought up the rear. And Ning and Pandora were protected in the core position. This was the most stable formation they had forged in a month. 200 meters ahead, pharmacy ruins, 10 silencers. Suju's voice came through the communicator, clean and concise, without unnecessary words. Chen Feng, Lei Meng, clear the area. Chen Feng rushed out first. The golden light of his golden body did not scatter like before, but instead contracted inward, a layer of cold, brushed metallic sheen appearing on the surface of his skin. This was the effect he had honed in the gravity chamber, with his defense improved by at least 50%. A silencer's claw grasped his shoulder, producing a harsh metallic scraping sound, without breaking the skin, and Chen Feng smashed its skull with a punch. Lei Meng cut in from the side, His second-tier divine skeleton made each of his punches resonate with a bone-shaking impact. Two silencers lunged at him simultaneously. He punched through the first one's chest and elbowed the second's cervical vertebra, the recoil from the bones being at least half less than it had been at the first tier. The pharmacy ruins were cleared in under 3 minutes. Lin Yue crouched down using the tip of his knife to poke at a silencer's corpse. Its tier is lower than that of the one in the military academy's basement, probably at the peak of the first tier. There are peak first-tier ones outside. What about inside? Bai Lu twirled her ice hammer at her fingertips. No one answered. Pandora suddenly narrowed her eyes, the purple light at her fingertips flickering sharply. There are things underground, more than one. Suja's omniscient domain issued a warning. The ground vibrations are abnormal. At least 4 burrowers are stealthily approaching. Pandora, can you lure them out? They'll give it a try. Pandora threw the ball of purple light into the air. Pandora's prank, the purple light exploded, transforming into a circle of bizarre purple runes that enveloped the entire battlefield. Immediately afterward, everyone felt a sudden lightness beneath their feet. Rubble, corpses, and dead trees all fell toward the sky. Each person felt as if they were being pulled upward by an invisible rope. Bai Lu let out a scream. Pandora. Oops, something went wrong. Pandora kicked her legs in midair. This effect is gravity reversal, lasting 30 seconds. Everyone do your best. Chen flailed his arms in the air. How am I supposed to fight like this? The ambush of the burrowers was completely disrupted as they burst from the ground, losing their gravitational reference. Their sense of direction was thoroughly confused. Some rushed toward the sky, others crashed into nearby buildings, and one lunged from underground, mouth open towards the direction Pandora had fallen. Suja's omniscient domain was already operating at full capacity, red veins covering his eyeballs. At that moment, his brain transformed into a high-speed computing machine, weaving all the burrowers' trajectories, speeds, and attack ranges into a net of consciousness. Lin Yue, 3 o'clock to your left front. That one has opened its mouth. It will spray strong acid in 0.5 seconds. Lu Chen, to your rear side. Its tail will sweep across, reaching waist height in 1 second. Lin Yue forcibly twisted his body in midair, sidestepping as the strong acid shot out the blade of his knife, slicing through the burrower's lower jaw. Lu Chen's body phased out 0.3 seconds before the tail struck. The tail passed through his waist without hitting anything. He rematerialized on the back of the burrower, plunging his dagger into the gap in its shell and twisting with force. Bai Lu switched her ice hammer to an ice sword in midair and hurled it at a burrower below. The ice sword accurately pierced its head, and ice crystals spread from the wound, instantly freezing half of its body. Lei Ming didn't employ any flashy moves. He grabbed a burrower's tail, and using the reversed gravity, swung himself onto its back, alternating punches on the same spot of its shell. The third punch shattered it, and he reached inside, crushing whatever was within. 30 seconds passed. Gravity returned. The burrowers' corpses crashed to the ground. Chen sat down heavily, looking up at Pandora. Sister, your prank almost took us away. Pandora landed on the ground, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and elegantly withdrew her hand. But you found the opportunity for a breakthrough because of it, didn't you? Chen was taken aback, looking down at his hands. That feeling during those 30 seconds of weightlessness, his golden body was no longer passively enduring attacks. At the moment when the tail struck toward his waist, his body automatically made the subtlest adjustments, using the hardest angle of his bones to meet the impact. That wasn't from training, but rather an answer his body found on the edge of life and death. He clenched his fists. The dark golden sheen beneath his skin no longer flowed, but stabilized completely, as if solidified into a second layer of skin. Second tier. Bai Lu stood beside him, the ice sword recongealing in her palm, the blade half as thin as before, but the ice crystal patterns were twice as dense, featuring fine serrations, with the temperature significantly lower than before, causing the air to condense. She had learned to turn ice into fine needles for long-range stealth attacks when cooperating with Yi Li, but now the serrations on the ice sword were essentially small blades that would automatically split upon piercing the enemy's body, tearing from within. Suja stood up from the ground. His omniscient domain had changed. The scanning range expanded, and the precision improved by an order of magnitude. Most importantly, his mental strength was no longer just perception. It could condense into sharp needles that precisely pierced the opponent's brain, destroying their nerve synchronization. It seems like I have attacking power now. Suja was still a bit dazed. The 3 of them had crossed the threshold from the first to the second tier in the same battle in less than 2 minutes. Lin Yue looked at Pandora. It's fine, but this kind of thing can't happen again. Next time, our lives are not your wager. TSK. Pandora was a bit unconvinced, but noticed Lin Yue's gaze and turned away to ignore him. Chen was still grinning foolishly, touching his dark golden skin. Brother Yue, I really can kill a cow now. The fog over Hanya town had not dissipated. In the direction of the town's center, the grayish-yellow mist surged more violently than before. Suja's omniscient domain expanded for the first time after the breakthrough, covering the entire town area. At the town center, there are alien species in large numbers. At least 40 of them, all at tiers between 1 and 2. Bai Lu twirled her ice sword at her fingertips. 40. And one special one. Suja's brow furrowed. The energy fluctuations are different from the silencers, resembling tier 3, but not quite. So strange. Lin Yue pondered for a moment. You all handle the isolated ones first, protect Ning. Lu Chen and I will go check out what that. Don't act rashly, you're still at the first tier. It would be best to return after assessing the situation. Suja understood their thoughts. With Yili not around, he could only sense, but not clarify the specifics, so he had to rely on Lu Chen from the spatial system to scout. However, Lin Yue wouldn't rest easy letting Lu Chen go alone. The six regrouped and advanced toward the town center. Lin Yue and Lu Chen exchanged glances, nodding in tacit agreement. They felt that the opportunity for breakthrough might be there. The fog grew denser. The mist was thick as congealed blood. Lin Yue and Lu Chen advanced along the abandoned main street towards the center of the town, one in front of the other. The buildings on both sides were increasingly fragmented, with not only bullet holes, but also marks left by some immense force that had pressed against them, turning concrete into powder, and the steel bars hung down like twisted noodles. The distortion of space here is more severe, Lu Chen said softly, his fingers slightly spread as he sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space, as if something is continuously tearing and stitching it back together. Lin Yue held a half-burnt cigarette in his mouth, his eyes half closed. Can you teleport? Yes, but the landing point will be off. Lu Chen paused for a moment, about half a meter or so. That's enough. The two continued deeper, the gravel crunching beneath their feet, the sound particularly clear in the dead silence of the street. The grayish yellow in the mist grew thicker, carrying a pungent fishy odor not like blood, but more akin to the rotten fluid of some reptilian creature. The once central plaza was now just a massive pit over 50 meters in diameter with uneven edges, as if something gigantic had heaved it up from beneath. At the bottom of the pit lay a pile of rubble, twisted remains of vehicles, and a dozen corpses of the silent ones. These corpses appeared to have been drained, their grayish-white skin clinging tightly to the bones, eye sockets sunk in deep mouths agape, as if they had experienced extreme terror before death. Lin Yue crouched down, using the tip of his knife to pry open a corpse's skull. The cranial cavity was hollow, the brain tissue completely gone, and the inner surface was smooth as if it had been licked clean by something. It's not a physical attack, he said as he stood up and sheathed his knife. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the pit, eyes closed, sensing the surrounding space. Something is watching us. Lin Yue took a step closer, pressing his back against Lu Chen's. Where? I don't know. Lu Chen opened his eyes, the reflection of the starry sky slowly rotating in his pupils. The entire space is watching us. It's not here, but it's everywhere. Suddenly the air turned cold. It felt as though something was siphoning the vitality from the surroundings, and the stones at the bottom of the pit trembled slightly, at a low frequency, barely audible, yet palpable like a giant heartbeat. Lin Yue and Lu Chen turned simultaneously. On the ruins of the building across the plaza, something was crouching. It looked like a person, but only looked like it stood about 3 meters tall, with long limbs, protruding bone spurs at the joints, and its grayish-white skin was covered with fine scales, the patterns of which constantly shifted, as if it were not solid, but rather congealed smoke. Its head was large, twice the size of a silent one, but its facial features were closer to those of a human, with a bridge of a nose, lips, and even some semblance of expression. It was smiling. Those pure black eyes fixed on Lin Yue and Lu Chen, its lips curling slightly, to reveal 2 rows of translucent fangs, like a hunter assessing its prey, or prey, confirming whether the hunter had noticed it. Third tier. Lu Chen had already gripped his dagger. Not just that. Lin Yue removed the cigarette from his mouth, placing it behind his ear. The energy fluctuations on it are very strange, as if it's intentionally suppressing them. The creature leapt down from the ruins, landing silently, its long legs absorbing all the impact like springs. Its posture was not hunched like that of a silent one. Instead, it stood upright, arms hanging at its sides, moving slowly and gracefully, each step perfectly measured. It stopped about 30 meters away from the two, tilting its head, its pure black eyes moving back and forth between them. Its voice was hoarse like metal scraping against glass, yet it was indeed human language. Lin Yue's pupils contracted for a moment. Not a creature from Blue Star. Instructor Song's words flashed in his mind. You can talk? Lin Yue asked. The creature's mouth widened even further, its smile appearing extremely eerie on its grayish-white face. It did not answer Lin Yue's question, but extended a long finger pointing at Lin Yue's chest. You have. Its voice was intermittent, as if searching for the right words. The taste of him. Who is he? The creature's body suddenly trembled. Not from fear, at least not entirely. Its scales flipped violently, changing color from grayish-white to dark red, then returning to normal after a few seconds. Its expression twisted between a smile and fear, lips curling up, while its brow furrowed, its eyes darting in their sockets. Cannot say. It withdrew its finger and took a step back. Cannot say, but its eyes moved again between the two, this time lingering longer. Lin Yue could feel the weight of that gaze, as if invisible hands were rifling through his memories, his blood, his bones. The creature trembled again, this time clearly in excitement. Its scales flipped once more, changing color from grayish-white to deep red, then to a bizarre purple, its long limbs slightly bending, bone spurs extending a few centimeters further from the joints. Primordial. It let out a long sigh. Primordial seed. Its saliva dripped to the ground, emitting white smoke. Lin Yue looked at Lu Chen, who was also looking at him. They exchanged a glance without any words, but they understood. This creature recognized them, or rather recognized what was within them. So what? Lin Yue drew his dagger. Want to eat us? The creature's smile suddenly vanished, its expression becoming completely blank in an instant, like a machine that suddenly lost power. Fear, primal fear. It truly, seriously, and meticulously looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen for the first time. Its body began to retreat, not turning to flee, but stepping back, knees bending outward like some insect's defensive posture. Its scales all stood on end, each one pointing at Lin Yue and Lu Chen, forming a sharp halo in the mist. Eat, not eat. Its voice changed from hoarse to deep, as if squeezed out from the depths of its chest. Danger. Return. Tell mother. It did not finish, because Lu Chen had already appeared behind it. The landing point of the teleport was off by nearly half a meter. Lu Chen's dagger grazed its shoulder, creating a shallow wound. Grayish-white liquid oozed from the wound, immediately solidifying into a gray scab upon contact with air, and the wound healed within 2 seconds. The creature's head turned 270 degrees to look at Lu Chen behind it. In those pure black eyes, fear was dissipating, replaced by something more primal, greed. Danger. Delicious. It extended its long tongue, licking the cracked corner of its mouth. If I eat you, maybe I won't have to go back. Its body began to swell. Lu Chen is coming to life. Suddenly the space changed. Centered around the creature, the surrounding air began to twist violently. Lu Chen felt the fluctuations in the space, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, extremely unstable. This indicated that the creature's ability was related to space. Its ability is spatial compression. Lin Yue's expression. The creature's body swelled to a critical point, then exploded, splitting into 3 from the center, each piece half the size. The 3 creatures circled around Lin Yue and Lu Chen, moving slowly in opposite directions at the same speed, like a precise geometric pattern. Their steps were completely synchronized. With each step they took, the space compressed, once the center being where Lin Yue and Lu Chen stood. A hint of gloom flickered in Lu Chen's pupils. It's compressing space. The area we are currently standing in is now less than 10 cubic meters. Can we teleport out? No, the spatial boundary has been sealed. The creature's voice emerged simultaneously from the 3 mouths, overlapping into a piercing chorus laced with an uncontrollable greed, like a starving beast finally sinking its teeth into the neck of its prey. Primordial. Consumed. I am new. The 3 creatures suddenly halted, and new flesh buds began to sprout from each one, expanding into complete limbs within seconds, then tearing away from the main body to form new entities. 57911. The creatures were proliferating. Lin Yue opened his time domain fully, the radius shrinking to 3 meters, the slowing effect maximized. It's using spatial energy to split itself. This monster shouldn't be just 3rd tier. Lu Chen's time of phasing was already less than half. Its tier hasn't changed, but this ability, the main body, shouldn't be among these clones. Find the main body. Suddenly the mist exploded. From the outskirts of the plaza came the sounds of psychic explosions. Bai Lu's ice sword pierced the head of one of the creature's clones, ice crystals spreading from the wound. Chen Feng and Lei Meng charged into the plaza side by side, followed by Su Zhe and Din Ning, as well as the misty passage opened by Pandora's explosion. 3rd tier can talk, and can split endlessly. Oh, it feels like we can't kill them all. Bai Lu's ice hammer spun around her fingertips as she looked at the densely packed clones in the arena, then glanced at Lin Yue and Lu Chen, who were surrounded in the center. How come you two always poke the biggest hornet's nest? This is called being the protagonist. Lin Yue positioned his dagger. 11, 13, 15. Su Zhe's voice rang out, each word taut with tension. At least 20 clones are now present in the arena, and their number continues to grow. All emit energy fluctuations consistent with Tier 3. They share energy among themselves. The original. Su Zhe, locate the original. Lin Yue's temporal domain compressed to a mere 2 meters around his body under the encirclement of 20 Tier 3. Clones trembled violently at its edges. Time threads shuddered like fraying silk. Each assault from the alien entities pierced his skull as though stung by needles. Lu Chen had already performed 7 consecutive spatial phasings while in his intangible state. With each blink, he severed limbs from a clone, but the severed fragments dissolved into ashen mist midair before touching ground, instantly absorbed by neighboring clones, their wounds sealing seamlessly within seconds. They share life force. Lu Chen reappeared beside Lin Yue, his phasing duration dwindling to 10 seconds. They cannot be killed. Bai Lu's ice blade pierced the clone's chest, crystalline frost instantly freezing half its body. But the next instant, identical frost patterns bloomed across the surfaces of all other clones. The frozen clone fissured open, ice and flesh shattered together into powder. From that dust, new flesh sprouted, then rose whole and renewed as another clone. How the hell do we fight this? Chen Feng's golden body withstood 3 simultaneous claw strikes, the dark golden skin bearing only faint white scars. He retaliated with a crushing fist that shattered a clone's skull, but as it collapsed, its form dissolved into smoke, drawn instantly through the nostrils and mouths of the 3 nearest clones. Lei Meng unleashed his divine skeletal relic in full resonance. Shockwaves rippled outward from his core, causing 5 clones to freeze mid-motion for 0.3 seconds. Seizing the opening, he delivered 3 rapid blows to the same clone's chest. The 3rd punch punched clean through. His hand plunged inside, gripping something still pulsing, then wrenched it free. The clone fell, never to rise again. Its heart. They possess a heart-like core. Lei Meng roared, clutching a grayish vascularized orb still throbbing in his palm, yet already beginning to melt. Do all clones share one core? Su Zhe scanned energy flows across every clone with his omniscient domain. No, it's moving. It circulates, shifting between every clone's body. Pandora stood beside a Ning, violet light flickering incessantly at her fingertips as she attempted to trigger her prank ability. Yet each nascent glyph warped and detonated midair into chaotic, unreadable runes disrupted by the twisted spatial fabric surrounding them. This space's fundamental rules have been corrupted. Sweat beaded on Pandora's brow. My abilities, they're nullified. The alien clone's chorus resounded once more. over 20 voices overlapping, echoing grotesquely through the warped void. Consume. Primordial. Evolve. All clones surged forward as one. Abandoning containment, they flooded inward like a tide toward Lin Yue and Lu Chen at the center. Elongated claws rending air with shrieking whistles. Fall back. Lin Yue contracted his temporal domain to its absolute limit, a radius of just 1 meter, yet intensified its deceleration effect 50-fold. Clones entering the field moved as if trapped in frozen animation, but their sheer numbers strained the domain's boundaries, cracks spiderwebbing along its periphery. Lu Chen's phasing duration expired. He materialized anew, slashing twin daggers across 2 clones' throats. Grayish fluid sprayed, but the wounds sealed even as they bled. Suja, where's the core now? 7th clone, left rear 3 centimeters right of center. Lu Chen, he rematerialized 1 meter off target, between the 6th and 7th clones. His left dagger drove deep into the 6th's eye socket, his right stabbed toward the 7th's chest. The 7th clone smiled. Its body liquefied like water. Lu Chen's blade passed through its chest, striking nothing. It dissolved into smoke, then coalesced midair into a new, larger clone. A distinct bulge pulsed visibly beneath its chest, something alive, beating rhythmically. Foolish. Its voice cut sharper than the others. Space is mine. It raised its hand, palm splayed. The space around Lu Chen solidified instantly, thick as poured concrete, slowing his movements not through time dilation, but because space itself refused to accommodate his motion. Lu Chen, Lin Yue detonated his temporal domain, forcibly accelerating local time flow 3-fold within a 10-meter radius. All clones jerked forward faster, but coordination shattered, several collided mid-launch. Lu Chen seized that fleeting gap, phasing again, tearing himself free from the petrified space, but the state lasted only 0.5 seconds before collapsing. His face paled, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Its spatial suppression counters me. Lin Yue dashed to Lu Chen's side. Back to back they faced over 20 clones, still multiplying. Chen Feng, Lei Meng, cover us. Chen Feng and Lei Meng charged from either flank, golden body and divine skeleton blazing, ripping 2 jagged breaches in the encircling horde. Bailu's ice blade fragmented midair into hundreds of needle-thin shards, hurled like a blizzard into the clone swarm. Ice-pierced flesh, crystalline veins spread inward, freezing 5 clones in place, temporarily. Suja's omniscient domain locked onto the alien with the chest bulge. The core resides within it now, but its energy flow is anomalous. It's dispersing core energy to the others. Can we eliminate all clones at once? And Ning's voice trembled, even as her hand pressed firmly atop the medical case, pale white light leaking from its seams. Impossible, Lin Yue observed the ever-growing throng, now 30 strong. Our output is insufficient. Then force it to reclaim the core. Lu Chen wiped blood from his lip, eyes locked on the bulging-chested alien. It requires the core to sustain its clones. If they face mortal peril, it will draw the core back to its safest locus. Safest locus, where? The original. Lu Chen and Lin Yue exchanged a glance. The original must hide within one clone, or... Their gazes converged upon the massive crater at the plaza's center. Underground. Suja scanned beneath. Suja closed his eyes, his omniscient domain plunged downward. Blood trickled anew from his nose, but he did not pause. 20 meters down, something slumbers, energy signature, Tier 4. Tier 4. Chen Feng's voice cracked upward an octave. No, not fully formed. Suja opened his eyes, blood vessels webbed across his sclera. It's transforming, ascending from Tier 3 to Tier 4. These clones are vessels for absorption. It consumes the silent ones, and us. The alien core is sharpened, abruptly detected. 30 pairs of pitch-black eyes swiveled in unison, fixing on Suja. The seer shall also be consumed. 5 clones lunged for Suja. Protect Suja. Bailu erected an ice wall before Suja, but claws tore through it like parchment. Chen Feng and Lei Meng interposed themselves, golden bodies and divine skeletons absorbing the impacts, bones groaning under unbearable strain. Lin Yue expanded his temporal domain once more, not to slow but to accelerate, exclusively himself, and within the domain their forms blurred into twin streaks of light, daggers and blades weaving a lethal lattice in midair. 3 clones disintegrated within it, but no core emerged. It's deliberately diverting our focus, Lu Chen said mid-dash. The true target lies underground. Then descend. They sprinted, simultaneously, toward the crater's maw. The alien chorus escalated into a shriek. Halt. 10 clones abandoned Suja, converging upon the crater. In midair their bodies fused, melding into a single colossal abomination, a writhing wall of interlocked limbs sealing the pit's mouth. Lin Yue did not falter. His eyes transformed, the pupils swirling with the river of time itself. Not acceleration or deceleration, but severance. He excised 0.1 second of temporal continuity from the fused monstrosity. 0.1 second, negligible in normal time, proved catastrophic for a being composed of 30 synchronized. That infinitesimal temporal rift fractured coherence. Some segments remained anchored in the pre-severance moment, others advanced into the post-severance frame. Macroscopically, this misalignment manifested as violent physical disjunction, flesh tearing against itself. The abomination split cleanly down its center, as if cleaved by an invisible blade. Lu Chen phased into the fissure the instant it opened. His landing was offset, but this time the deviation placed him precisely at the rift's heart. His dagger thrust deep into the darkness, impaling a grayish pulsating orb veined with capillaries and nerves thrice the size of prior cores. The blade pierced it. The entire plaza shuddered, space itself vibrating with the impact. All clones froze mid-motion, then began melting wax-like into ashen mist. The vapor did not dissipate, instead it streamed en masse toward the crater, pouring downward, vanishing into the earth. A guttural, agonized roar erupted from below. Humans, accursed, the ground fractured. Not mere cracks, but the entire plaza's surface shattered like tempered glass into countless floating fragments. None fell. Each shard hovered, edges shimmering with silver-edged spatial distortion. It's forcing its ascension. Suja shouted. Beware, the space is collapsing. 20 meters below, the slumbering entity awoke. The floating debris on the ground lasted only 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, all the fragments simultaneously contracted inward, as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing the entire square into a ball. The crushed stone, steel bars, wreckage of vehicles, the corpses of clones, and even the air were all compressed into a gray sphere with a diameter of less than 5 meters. The surface of the sphere flowed with silver spatial turbulence, resembling a star on the brink of explosion. Run! Lin Yue activated his time domain to its fullest, not to accelerate himself, but to delay. He pushed the explosion time of the sphere back by 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds was enough for everyone to dash out of the square. 8 people ran madly toward the town's entrance. Chen Feng carried Suja, Lei Meng pulled in Ning, while Bai Lu's ice spikes formed a slick path underfoot. Pandora's purple light finally took shape, not as an attack, but as acceleration, a purple halo enveloping everyone, increasing their speed by 30%. 0.5 seconds passed. The gray sphere exploded like 1,000 pieces of glass, shattering at once, and spatial ripples spread outward, distorting buildings, streets, and even light into abstract paintings. At the moment the shockwave hit, Lin Yue's time domain expanded again, reducing the flow of time within it to 1/10. The shockwave advanced slowly like a slow-motion film, giving everyone time to duck. Get down. All 8 people fell to the ground, the shockwave sweeping over their backs. No physical harm was done, but each person felt something inside them being twisted slightly. Lu Chen lay on the ground, his perception the clearest. The spatial structure of this area had been permanently altered, coordinates were distorted, dimensions folded. This was no longer the normal space of Blue Star. At the explosion center where the gray sphere had vanished, a 3-meter diameter black hole appeared. The edges of the hole flickered with silver turbulence, resembling the flesh around a wound. Inside was pitch black, but the sound of wind could be heard, the howling of spatial turbulence rushing through. What is that? Chen Feng climbed up from the ground, looking at the black hole with a trembling voice. A spatial rift. Lu Chen stood up, brushing off the gray dust. It blew itself apart and tore through the space here. The black hole suddenly trembled. A thicker, more complete claw covered in dark red scales extended out from within. The claw grasped the edge of the hole, followed by a second claw and a head emerging. A brand new alien species crawled out from it. Stood 3.5 meters tall, its size larger than the previous clones, with scales the color of dark red, like congealed blood. The bone spurs at its joints were longer and sharper, its head more human-like, with distinct facial features that even suggested a certain handsome outline. However, its pure black eyes destroyed all aesthetics, filled only with pure hunger and madness. There was a fist-sized hole in its chest inside, which a gray-white meatball pulsated, covered in cracks that were visibly healing at an alarming rate. 4th stage. Suja's omniscient domain provided the answer, incomplete. But it is indeed 4th stage. The alien stood before the black hole, looking down at the hole in its chest, then raised its gaze toward Lin Yue and the others. The corners of its mouth curled into what could be described as an elegant smile, but combined with those pure black eyes, it only evoked a feeling of horror. Thank you. It spoke, its voice no longer a hoarse chorus, but a clear male baritone with a certain eerie magnetism. Without your coercion, I could not have completed my reassembly in the chaos. It took a step forward, the ground beneath its feet flattening automatically, the shattered ground rolling up like a carpet to form a smooth path. To show my gratitude, it extended its tongue, licking its lips. I will devour you. Down to the last morsel. Its body vanished, appearing directly in front of Chen Feng, its claws reaching for his throat. Chen Feng activated his golden body, the dark golden light solidifying. The claws gripped his throat, producing a thunderous metallic clash. Chen Feng was sent flying by the strike, crashing through 3 walls before stopping, his throat marked with 5 white lines, but unbroken. Tough. The alien tilted its head. Then let's start with the soft ones. It turned towards a Ning. Bai Lu's ice wall rose in front of a Ning, 1/2 meter thick, but the alien merely extended its hand, fingers clenched. The ice wall shattered as if crushed by an invisible hand, and the ice crystals evaporated into water vapor before even hitting the ground. Spatial compression. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. It can already manipulate space on a microscopic level. The alien's claw reached for a Ning's head. Lin Yue's time domain expanded, not to slow down the alien, as that was impossible, but to accelerate in Ning. And Ning's body moved 1/2 meter to the side before the claw could touch her. The claw grasped nothing. The alien was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Yue. Time. Its smile widened. So it is indeed the original. It abandoned a Ning and lunged at Lin Yue. Lu Chen teleported to block Lin Yue, his dagger stabbing toward the alien's eye. The alien did not dodge, its eyes closed the moment the dagger struck the space around its eyeball folding. The dagger pierced through the folded spatial rift exiting from behind the alien's head, hitting nothing. Childish. The alien swiped its claw back at Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen became ethereal, but at the moment the claw struck the space around him, it was locked down, rendering his ethereal state ineffective. The claw landed solidly on his chest, the sound of breaking bones clearly audible as Lu Chen spat out blood, his body flying away like a kite with a severed string. Lu Chen. Lin Yue's eyes turned red. The river of time surged within his pupils, not as a trickle, but as a flood. He forcibly accelerated the flow of time within his domain by 50 times. Cracks began to appear on his skin, capillaries bursting, but he ignored it, charging towards the alien with his blade aimed at its neck. The alien extended 2 fingers, pinching the blade. First stage. Even the original is merely an ant. It exerted force, shattering the blade. Lin Yue did not retreat. He released the hilt and punched towards the alien's chest meatball. The alien's expression changed for the first time, hastily retreating, but Lin Yue's fist already struck the meatball. Lin Yue's fist was covered with a layer of temporal turbulence. The moment his fist hit the meatball, its time was reversed by 0.1 seconds, returning it to a state of incomplete healing. The cracks widened. The alien let out a painful roar. Gray-white liquid spewed from the hole in its chest, and it looked down at the meatball in its chest, then raised its gaze to Lin Yue, a pure black eye showing anger for the first time. You seek death. It opened its mouth, and the space in front of it shrank inward like a funnel, drawing everything, crushed stones, dust, light, and even sound, toward its mouth. Lin Yue felt an irresistible pull, his body uncontrollably flying towards the alien's mouth. Lin Yue. Bai Lu's ice spike shot towards the alien's eyes, but the alien didn't even blink. The ice spike was ground to powder by the spatial turbulence the moment it approached its eyes. Chen Feng burst out from the rubble, his golden body fully activated, wrapping his arms around Lin Yue's waist. His feet dug into the ground, plowing 2 deep furrows, but the pull was too strong, and the 2 were still slowly being dragged towards the alien's mouth. Lei Ming's divine body was fully unleashed, a shockwave resonating through his bones hit the alien. The alien extended its other hand, fingers spread wide, and the shockwave collided with an invisible spatial wall 3 meters before its palm, exploding into a swirl of chaos. Suja's omniscient domain was working frantically, searching for weaknesses, but the energy flow of the 4th stage alien had no flaws. Every weakness was instantly protected by folded space. Pandora's purple light flickered again at her fingertips. Gritting her teeth, she hurled the purple light at the alien, prank spatial displacement. The purple light exploded, creating slight distortions in the space around the alien, momentarily halting its absorption for 0.3 seconds. 0.3 seconds was enough. Lu Chen climbed up from the ground, still bleeding from his chest, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The stars in his pupils began to swirl. He extended his right hand, fingers spread, aimed at the alien's chest meatball. Separation. The space of the alien's chest, centered on the meatball, a sphere with a radius of 10 centimeters, was separated from its current spatial coordinates. That section of space, along with the meatball inside, disappeared from the alien's body, appearing in the air 3 inches from Lu Chen's palm, still pulsating. The alien's movements froze. It looked down at the hole in its chest that had vanished into thin air, the edges of the hole smooth like a mirror with no blood flowing out, as the blood vessels and muscle space had also been removed. It looked up at the meatball in Lu Chen's palm. No, it's not possible. Panic crept into its voice for the first time. First stage. How could it manipulate space to such an extent? Lu Chen did not respond. He clenched his fist. The meatball in his palm was ground to pieces by spatial turbulence, turning into gray-white smoke. The smoke did not dissipate, but was sucked into a miniature black hole that opened in his palm. The alien's body began to collapse. Without a core to provide energy, its body could not maintain its spatial structure. Scales began to peel away, skin cracked, bones disconnected at the joints. It knelt on the ground, its pure black eyes fixed on Lu Chen. You are also the original. Its body exploded. The spatial structure completely collapsed, its body torn into countless pieces by an invisible hand, each piece existing in different spatial dimensions. Some floated upward, some fell downward, some drifted left, some right, and others simply vanished into spatial rifts. Yet the shockwave from the explosion did not vanish. The energy from the alien's collapse, along with the undigested corpses of the silent ones within it, fragments of the square's ground, and even the remnants of the previous clones, all mixed together, forming an uncontrollable spatial storm. At the center of the storm, the black hole from which the alien had emerged suddenly expanded, growing from 3 meters to 10 meters, then to 20 meters. Silver spatial turbulence extended from the black hole, like tentacles grasping everything around, crushed stones, buildings, and even people. Hold on to each other, Lin Yue shouted. The 8 people quickly grabbed hold of each other. Chen Feng grasped Lin Yue with one hand, and Suzhou with the other, while Bai Lu held on to Pandora, and Ning with Lei Ming at the back. But the storm's pull was too strong, and they were being pulled toward the black hole like a string of candied haws. I can't hold on. Chen Feng's veins were bulging. Lu Chen was at the front. He glanced back, then at the black hole, suddenly letting go. What are you doing? Lin Yue glared at him. Just trying it out. As he spoke, his body was already half sucked in. Wait for my signal. He was completely absorbed. Lin Yue's mind buzzed. But the next moment, Lu Chen's voice came from inside the black hole, sounding a bit distant, as if separated by a layer of cloth. I can hold for 10 seconds. Enter. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Yue pulled Chen Feng and charged and followed closely by Lu and the others. The moment they entered the black hole, Lin Yue felt his body twisted by something, and everything went dark. Cold. This was the first sensation Lin Yue felt upon regaining consciousness, a bone-chilling cold that pierced through to his very bones. He shivered and pushed himself up to sit. His palm pressed into snow that was deeper than his wrists. Fine snowflakes continued to drift down from the gray sky. He shook his head and looked around, seeing others sprawled out in the snow, gradually waking up. Chen was sitting on a nearby exposed rock, his back straight, as he lowered his head to look at his open palm, where a faint glow seemed to swirl before quickly fading away. Is everyone all right? Lin Yue asked hoarsely. Not dead yet. Chen Feng rubbed his arms. But this damned place is... Where are we? Siberia's giant freezer. Chen stood up and walked over to Lin Yue, speaking in a low voice. The spatial coordinates are completely messed up. But based on the last reference and the characteristics of the atmosphere and vegetation, we are likely in the northern part of Shay, near the polar region. Shay, Lu frowned. Did we get blasted out of the country? That damned thing exploded, and the torn spatial rift has an unstable teleportation effect. Suju adjusted his glasses, trying to keep his voice steady. We must have been randomly thrown to some coordinate point in the area connected by the rift. It's just that. Our luck was good enough to fall directly into the heart of the fallen zone. The atmosphere grew heavier. They were already aware of the news that the entirety of Shay had fallen. This meant that the seemingly pure snowfield beneath them was likely already a hunting ground for the alien race. We need to leave this open area and find a place to shelter from the wind and scout the situation. Lin Yue made the decision. In such a frigid environment, exposing oneself in the wilderness was tantamount to suicide. The 8 of them trudged through the deep snow toward a distant patch of dark coniferous forest. The snow was deep, making it difficult to walk. The wind swept across the snowfield, emitting a mournful sound, and the swirling snowflakes stung their faces. The forest was equally eerily silent, with tall spruces and firs draped in thick blankets of snow. Underneath there were few shrubs, and only occasional animal tracks marked the ground, with no signs of any human presence. It's too quiet. Chen suddenly stopped, crouching down to gently brush away a layer of loose snow. Beneath it lay some chaotic markings, not footprints, but more like dragging traces left by some multi-legged creature, with dark brown frozen stains lingering at the edges. Blood? And Ning asked quietly. Doesn't look fresh. Chen stood up, frowning tightly. But the direction of these marks leads deeper into the forest, and there are more than one. A sense of unease spread among the group. They softened their footsteps, becoming more vigilant as they continued forward. About half an hour later, the outlines of some man-made structures vaguely appeared ahead. It was a watchtower. Or rather, it used to be one. Several low wooden and stone structures were half buried in snow, with roofs caved in and windows shattered, appearing like blind eyes. In the yard sat a tracked transport vehicle, also covered in thick snow, its tracks broken, the hull bearing huge dents and tears, as if it had been violently struck by some massive creature. A tattered Shay flag was frozen on the flagpole, its colors dull. There was no sound, no light, and no signs of life. Should we go inside and take a look? Chen Feng asked. Maybe we can find a map or some supplies. Lin Yue and Chen exchanged glances and nodded. Although Chen and Suju had a habit of keeping supplies stored in their gear and space, with so many people, it wouldn't last long. Who knew when they could leave this place? The 8 of them split into 2 groups, covering each other as they approached the watchtower. Chen, Lin Yue, Chen Feng, and Lei Meng entered the main building through the front door, while Suju, Pandora, and Ning stood guard on the outskirts and searched other buildings. The interior of the main building was a mess, with tables and chairs, overturned documents scattered across the floor covered in dust and frost. There were sporadic bullet holes in the walls and several patches of blood that had long since dried and darkened on the ground. The iron door leading to the basement was ajar, revealing a pitch-black interior. Someone must have resisted here. Chen Feng picked up a crumpled bullet shell from the ground. Chen walked over to an overturned desk, pried open a locked drawer with a dagger, finding only a few boxes of unopened rifle ammunition, a small bottle of medical alcohol, and half a crumpled chocolate bar inside. Food. Lin Yue picked up the chocolate, breaking it to share with everyone, and then picked up the bottle of alcohol to hand it to Ning. We need it for disinfection. In the kitchen pantry, they were fortunate to find several cans of meat and compressed biscuits, some of which were frozen, but still left. More importantly, in a hidden compartment near a fireplace, Chen Feng discovered a folded hand-drawn map. The map was rough sketched in pencil, indicating the mountains, rivers, forests in the area, and several locations marked with. One of the red XS was located at their current watchtower position, with a line of small text written in Shay next to it. Suja. Lin Yue brought the map outside. Suja carefully deciphered. Warning point, lost contact, do not approach. He pointed to the other red XS on the map. These marked points all have noted dates of lost contact. The most recent was 2 months ago. His finger moved to an area marked with dense, slanted lines on the edge of the map. This says, the Silent Land death. It seems the Shay people didn't disappear all at once. They resisted and established observation points, but one by one they were taken out. It's not safe here. We need to grab the supplies and leave quickly. Chen made the judgment. Just as they were preparing to evacuate, Pandora suddenly pointed toward the transport vehicle, her voice trembling. That something seems to be moving under that vehicle. Everyone instantly tensed up. Lei Meng and Chen Feng stood in front, while Lin Yue and Chen focused intently. In the shadow underneath the vehicle, something was indeed writhing slightly, seemingly startled by their movement. The creature was small, about half a meter long, covered in a grayish-white shell resembling rock or frozen earth, with several pairs of thin legs moving rapidly, attempting to burrow back deeper into the snow. An alien. Chen Feng was about to charge forward. Wait. Lu Chen stopped him, his gaze sharp. This doesn't look like an aggressive form, it seems more like a reconnaissance unit. Or a juvenile. The creature seemed to sense danger, its movements quickening, a sinister dark red glow flashing between the cracks of its shell. We can't let it signal or attract others. Lin Yue decisively activated his time domain, enveloping the creature to slow its movements. Almost simultaneously, a flash of silver light flickered from Lu Chen's fingertip. The space around the creature slightly distorted. It emitted a short, sharp shriek as its shell shattered, dark red ooze seeping into the snow, and it lay still. But that shriek seemed to have echoed out. Run! Lu Chen's expression changed. The group had no time to look closely, grabbing any supplies they could find and rushing out of the watchtower, sprinting in the opposite direction of the silent land. Within just a few minutes, a chilling sound echoed from the forest behind them, a dense, teeth-gritting, scraping noise like countless arthropods rapidly moving over the snow and tree trunks mixed with deep, hungry growls. The sounds came from multiple directions, rapidly closing in. We've been discovered. A lot of them. Suge's omniscient domain relayed a vague but dangerous feedback. Up that slope. Use the terrain. Lin Yue shouted, pointing at a higher rocky slope ahead. The 8 of them raced desperately up the slope, the pursuers behind them drawing closer, shadows darting through the snowy forest. Those creatures moved at incredible speed, their forms varied. Some like enlarged insects, others like distorted beasts, but they all shared the common trait of dark red markings or shells, their eyes sparkling with predatory ferocity. As they reached the top of the slope, the vanguard of the pursuers had already arrived at the base, their numbers far exceeding expectations, a dark mass of at least dozens, among which several were particularly large, exuding a fierce aura, clearly at least second-tier and possibly even third-tier beings. The area at the top of the slope was small, with a steep rock wall behind them effectively trapping them there. Prepare for battle. Fight to the death. Lin Yue ground his teeth, fully activating the time domain to cover the slope area, attempting to disrupt the aliens below. The others also prepared their abilities. Chen Feng's golden body, glowed by Lu, was enveloped in a chill. Lei Meng's bones creaked. Pandora's fingertips sparkled with purple light. Suge strained to activate his omniscient domain in search of possible weaknesses, and Ning tightened her grip on the medical bag and a dagger found in the watchtower. The alien horde emitted excited hisses, beginning to surge upward. The battle was about to erupt, and a sense of despair filled the air. Just as the first alien was about to leap onto the slope's summit, a special arrow, its tail bound with a unique device, shot out from a gap in a higher cliff on the other side, tracing an arc and landing in the midst of the alien horde, exploding violently. There was no fire, but it erupted into a thick cloud of white smoke with a pungent smell swiftly enveloping a large area. The aliens within the smoke emitted chaotic shrieks, seemingly extremely uncomfortable with the smoke, their movements becoming sluggish and blind. Following that, several more arrows of the same kind shot in from different directions, the smoke rapidly spreading, nearly obscuring the entire area beneath the slope. A hoarse yet clear male voice with a heavy accent in English came from the cliff. People up there. If you don't want to die, hurry. Follow the rocky crevice on the left quickly. A chance for survival. Lin Yue didn't hesitate for a moment. Follow him. The 8 of them immediately turned left, indeed, discovering a narrow rock crevice half covered by snow and debris. They filed in the crevice, initially cramped, but soon widening and twisting upward. Behind them, sounds of the aliens roaring in anger and colliding reverberated from the smoke, but they seemed to hesitate against the smoke, not immediately pursuing into the crevice. After struggling through the crevice for about 10 minutes, they saw a glimmer of light ahead. They emerged from the crevice to find themselves on a small platform concealed in the recess of the cliff, where 3 people stood. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, weathered and bearded, dressed in ragged but thick fur clothing, holding a modified compound bow in one hand and a quiver on his back. Next to him was a tall, lanky young man holding an old rifle with a bayonet welded onto it, his expression wary. There was also a person with most of their face wrapped in a scarf, revealing only sharp eyes, their gender indiscernible, holding several smoke-emitting arrow launchers. The middle-aged man scanned Lin Yue and the others sharply, especially lingering for a moment on their weapons and the faint aura of abilities emanating from Lu Chen and Lin Yue, before asking in broken English, "Who are you? How did you end up in this dead zone?" Lin Yue panted, knowing that hiding the truth was pointless at this moment. "We are from Huaxia, accidentally thrown here by us." "You are survivors," the middle-aged man replied succinctly, pointing beneath their feet. "Shay people, the lab. This is not a place to talk. The sniffers will not be blocked by the smoke for long. Come with us." He asked no further questions and turned to walk towards a very concealed entrance on the other side of the platform, hidden behind a beast skin curtain. "This is not a place to talk. The sniffers will not be blocked by the smoke for long. Come with us." He asked no further questions and turned to walk towards a very concealed entrance on the other side of the platform, hidden behind a beast skin curtain. After walking for about 15 minutes, faint voices and light emanated ahead. They arrived at a larger underground cavern, reinforced and about the size of half a basketball court, with several areas divided by wooden boards and canvas, housing 2 iron barrel stoves that radiated warmth. About a dozen people were present, men and women of all ages, wearing similarly shabby clothing, looking gaunt, but with a resilient and vigilant demeanor in their eyes. Seeing the middle-aged man bring in strangers, everyone paused in their tasks and looked over quietly. The middle-aged man spoke a few words in Shay to the people in the cave, roughly explaining the situation. Low murmurs arose among the crowd, their gazes complex as they fell upon Lin Yue and his companions, filled with curiosity, doubt, and a flicker of faint hope. It's temporarily safe here. The middle-aged man turned back to Lin Yue, his tone softening slightly. My name is Alexei, are you? Really from outside? Huaxia. Yes. Lin Yue nodded, sensing that Alexei and his companions bore the kind of resilience that came from struggling to survive in dire circumstances completely different from the enemies they had faced before. Alexei took a deep breath, a glimmer of light seeming to flicker in his murky eyes. He mumbled something in Shay, then looked at Lin Yue and the others, especially at Chen and Lin Yue, to have nearly escaped from that horde of predators. You are not ordinary people. Perhaps you truly are sent from above. He paused, lowering his voice further, filled with an almost desperate hope. Are you here to help us reclaim our homeland? Or just another accident? Silence fell over the cave, everyone waiting for Lin Yue's answer. The crackling of the firewood in the stove created a warm glow, illuminating faces etched with suffering and expectation. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment, meeting Alexei's gaze, and slowly shook his head. We are indeed just an accident. But since we are here and have encountered you, we will not stand by and do nothing. We are also deadly enemies of those. Alexei gazed at him steadily for a long time, a slow, faint, but genuine smile formed on his wrinkled face. That's good. At least not enemies. Let's rest for now, though it's simple here, it's a place to stay alive. As he turned, he instructed his companions. Someone silently passed over a few rough beast-skin mats, someone added firewood to the stove, and another brought several iron cups filled with hot water. In this underground refuge deep within the fallen zone of Shay, two desperate groups met in an unexpected way, with the outside world filled with icy landscapes and bloodthirsty aliens, while here the flickering flame and humanity's final stand were burning fiercely. The air inside the cave was murky and heavy, mixed with the scent of damp earth, sweat, low-quality tobacco, and the acrid smell of burning resin from the iron stove. Yet compared to the freezing wind outside that could crack one's lungs, this place was at least warm. Lin Yue leaned against a rock covered with animal skins, slowly chewing on the last half piece of compressed biscuit brought from the outpost. Chen sat a little farther away, leaning against the cold rock while his eyes half closed. His breathing was light, almost inaudible, but Lin Yue could feel that Chen's consciousness was like the most precise radar, sweeping through every corner and crevice of the cave, as well as the dark chaos of the howling wind and snow outside. Alexei, the middle-aged hunter who saved them, was cooking something in a small iron pot on the stove. The pot contained a bubbling, murky liquid with chunks of meat that were unrecognizable and a handful of dried moss-like substance. The aroma was faint, more of a salty, fishy scent. The other 10 or so survivors from Shay sat or lay in silence for the most part. Several children huddled in their mother's arms, their eyes wide, but lacking spirit, simply staring at the newcomers. A few men, including a young armed man named Misha, gathered on the other side, quietly conversing in Shay language, occasionally glancing at Lin Yue and the others, especially at the weapons they carried and their seemingly bulging backpacks. Here you go. Alexei ladled out a few bowls of hot soup with a wooden spoon, first handing them to Lin Yue and then distributing to some children and elderly. There wasn't much soup, just half a bowl for each person, floating with a few meager strands of meat and plant fibers. Lin Yue accepted it and thanked him. The taste of the soup was hard to describe, salty to the point of bitterness with a strong earthy taste, but the scalding liquid sliding into his stomach indeed brought a precious warmth. Chen finished a few sips, smacked his lips, said nothing, but his eyes revealed an assessment of this meal. You came from Huaxia, quite far away. Alexei himself took a bowl, squatting opposite Lin Yue, spoke in stilted English. His gaze swept over the tactical watch on Lin Yue's wrist, which had stopped moving, and the specially made dagger at Chen's waist. Not ordinary people, soldiers. Agents. Sort of. Personnel handling special incidents. Lin Yue carefully chose his words, not revealing specific information. In a completely unfamiliar environment and crowd, retaining necessary secrets was a survival instinct. Alexei nodded without further questioning, seemingly unsurprised by the answer. He took a sip of soup, his murky eyes gazing into the fire. Special incidents. Yes, the whole world is now full of... He forced a bitter smile, that expression appearing particularly bitter on his weathered and scarred face. How did you get here? Airplane. Impossible, they are very sensitive to things in the sky. Spatial rifts. Chen suddenly spoke, his eyes still closed, his voice calm and steady. An unstable spatial passage, we got caught in it. The cave fell silent for a moment. Several Shay men who were quietly conversing halted, and even the children seemed to sense something huddling closer to their mothers. Alexei's grip on the wooden spoon tightened, his knuckles turning white. Rift. Has it appeared again? On your side. Again. Suja quickly seized on the word. Has it appeared here in Shay before? It all started from the north. Alexei's voice lowered as if afraid to disturb something. At first it was just aurora abnormalities, radio failures, occasionally climbers or exploration teams going missing. Later, the rifts appeared small and unstable, but things would fall out from inside. At first it was just aurora abnormalities, radio failures, occasionally climbers or exploration teams going missing. Later, the rifts appeared, they became more numerous and stronger. The army came, fought for a long time, many died, shells, missiles, and even it is said that tactical nuclear weapons of low yield were used. He paused, fear and a deeper kind of pain flashing in his eyes. It was useless, they adapted too quickly. After the explosions, the survivors became even more terrifying, and the rifts grew in number and size. In the end, communications were cut off completely, the command system collapsed, and organized resistance vanished. Then you. Why, Lu asked softly. We oi. Alexei tugged at the corner of his mouth. We are like mice, like insects underground. Hiding, surviving. Hunting the solitary, collecting what can still be used, avoiding large nests and rifts. He pointed to a pile of strange items in the corner, several dark blue stones, some dried, oddly shaped purple leaves, and a few small ceramic jars. Scent smoke is made from these. Blue crystal mine powder, ghost face herb, ash mixed with a bit of secretions extracted from certain dead monsters' glands. Igniting the mixture produces smoke that can interfere with their perception, causing them to become agitated and lost. But it can only deal with lower level ones, and the effect doesn't last long. The materials are getting harder to find. You have relied on this to survive until now. Chen Feng found it hard to believe. Facing such a number and ferocity of the other species, relying solely on this smoke and rudimentary weapons. Not always. Alexei shook his head. We used to have more people. There were even settlements of dozens or hundreds, but they would be discovered and hunted down. Those who could escape were rare, and then they would gather again, find another place to hide, only to be discovered. It was a sight. His gaze swept over everyone in the cave. Everyone here has survived like this time after time, the elderly, children, women. There are very few men. With each relocation, people are lost. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive, and Lin, you could clearly feel the deep-seated despair and fatigue, but also see a kind of almost numb resilience in the silent gazes of these survivors. A living had become a struggle that required exhausting all their strength. What is this silent land you mentioned? Suja pointed at the area marked on the map. Alexei's expression changed noticeably, and he instinctively lowered his voice, as if merely mentioning that name could invite disaster. That place is the seam of hell, one of the earliest and largest rifts to appear. Now, no one knows what it is like inside. No team sent to scout has returned. The last thing transmitted over the radio was only screams and the sound of some say it has become their sanctuary or hatching ground with the most terrible monsters inside. We only know that the closer you get to it, the fewer ordinary predators there are, but those that occasionally appear are extraordinarily strong and somewhat different. How different? Chen opened his eyes and looked at Alexei. Alexei hesitated for a moment, as if recalling an extremely terrifying image. Smarter. Like humans, capable of thinking, setting traps, some even can imitate our voices to lure the sun. He shuddered. We call them imitators or guides. Encountering them is basically a death sentence. The cave fell into a deathly silence. Only the crackling of the fire could be heard. Aliens imitating human voices. That was even more chilling than pure monsters. Just then, Misha, who had been on guard near the cave entrance, suddenly stood up, listening intently, his expression changing dramatically. He quickly spoke a few hurried words in Shay to Alexei, panic evident in his tone. Alexei stood up abruptly. Yelena hasn't returned yet. Misha shook his head, pointed outside, and then indicated his wrist, making a gesture to signify time. Who went out? Lin Yue asked. Yelena went to the small ice crevice to the east to fetch water. It's usually very hidden, with unfrozen spring water beneath the ice layer. Alexei spoke faster. She should have returned over an hour ago. Misha said he seemed to hear some strange noise from that direction just now, like stones rolling, but the wind was strong, so he couldn't be sure. A sense of foreboding instantly gripped everyone. He'll go take a look. Misha grabbed his gun and headed outside. Alexei sharply stopped him. If it's a trap, you'll be walking into your death. He anxiously paced in place for a moment. Pack up. Prepare to relocate. Quick. Just because one person hasn't returned. Chen Feng frowned. Maybe she just got lost or injured. Here there is no maybe. Alexei nearly shouted. A single stroke of luck could bury everyone. Move quickly. His tense emotions and the Shay survivors immediately began to act, though silent. Their movements were swift. They packed up their scant bedding, divided the precious scent smoke materials into several small bags, extinguished the fire, and held the children tightly. Lin Yue and the others also quickly got up, adjusting their packs. Chen stood up, pale, his body slightly swaying, and was supported by Lin Yue. Your injury? It's nothing. Chen pushed his hand away, his gaze sharp as he scanned the cave. They might already know where. As if to confirm his words, a faint yet excruciating scratching sound emerged from deep within the cave, near a vent that had been simply reinforced with wooden planks and stones. It sounded like something was patiently scraping the rocks and wood with hard limbs. Everyone froze in their actions. There. Digging. A Shay woman exclaimed in terror, covering her mouth. Not just one place. Igor, the one guarding the other side of the tunnel, shouted in a hoarse voice, raising his launcher. Scratching sounds began to come from multiple directions, above, to the side, and even beneath. The sounds grew denser and louder, accompanied by a low hissing noise that seemed to emanate from the depths of their chests. Block the gaps. Seal everything you can. Alexei shouted as he rushed to a gap from which the noise was coming, using his body to brace against a wooden board. Misha and several other men also rushed over, using everything they could find, stones, wooden stakes, even backpacks, to fill those gaps. But there were too many gaps. This cave was naturally formed and only simply excavated later, not a sturdy shelter. With a sharp sound, a thin rock wall was broken open, revealing a fist-sized hole and a leg of a creature covered in grayish-white armor with a sharp tip, like a drill, violently thrust and stirring up chaos and expanding the opening. Dark red compound eyes flickered behind the hole. It's a burrowing worm, a scout-type variant. Alexei's face turned pale. They found us. Bang. Misha fired. The bullet hit the limb, sparking fragments of armor, but failing to stop it instead, dropped. More cracking sounds erupted. The entire cave seemed to turn into a fruit being gnawed from the inside by countless insects. We can't hold it, Igor shouted, having already shot a regular arrow from his launcher, pinning a predator that had squeezed half its body through the vent, but more shadows were surging from behind. Use the emergency exit. Quickly. Alexei decisively pointed to a corner at the deepest part of the cave, covered by a tattered blanket. Igor, lead the way. Women and children first. The crowd surged toward that corner. Igor lifted the blanket, revealing a narrow, dark tunnel barely wide enough for one person to pass through. He was the first to crawl inside, followed by several children and their mothers. In the chaos, a small bag containing scent smoke materials fell from an elderly person who was rolling onto the ground. Misha's eyes lit up, and he unexpectedly left his defensive position, lunging to retrieve it. Misha, come back! Alexei shouted fiercely. Just as Misha grabbed the bag, a section of the rock wall next to him suddenly shattered, and a larger predator, a hybrid of a mantis and a beetle, charged in its scythe-like front limbs, striking at his back. Watch out! Chen, who was closest, shouted, angrily activating his golden body and barreling forward like a cannonball. He knocked Misha aside, taking the blow on his own back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Chen let out a muffled groan and fell forward, his back torn open, revealing dark golden skin underneath, with a clear white mark left on it, slightly indented but not broken. The predator was momentarily stunned by the recoil, and Misha, still shaken, got up, clutching the bag, tightly glancing at Chen with a complex look of gratitude, fear, and an almost obsessive tension over resources. Hurry! Lin Yue's time domain had already expanded, enveloping the area near the cave entrance, slowing the movements of the invading creatures and buying precious seconds for their escape. Bailu condensed ice at the entrance, temporarily blocking it, but the ice quickly cracked under the impact of the creatures. Lei Ming protected, and Ning and Pandora, with Suja following closely behind, crawling into the emergency exit. Lu Chen glanced at Alexei, who was still struggling to hold on, and at Lin Yue, who was helping Chen, his fingertips flashing with silver light, slightly warping the space near the gap that Chen had opened, creating a momentary visual distortion and resistance before he too turned and dove into the tunnel. Alexei, go! Lin Yue yanked Chen, shouting at the old hunter who was still chopping at a burrowing worm with his hunt. Alexei killed another one and glanced back at the cave. Most had already entered the passage, but there was still an elderly woman, Yelena's mother, who lagged behind due to her frail legs, looking terrified at the shadows surging in from all directions. Mom! A young woman who had already entered the passage cried out, wanting to rush back, but was tightly held back by those nearby. The old woman looked at the approaching aliens, then at the anxious Alexei, and the cave entrance that was about to be completely overwhelmed, a flicker of determination suddenly flashing in her murky eyes. She pushed a half-grown boy beside her who was still in a daze towards the passage, then turned around, pulling something from her bosom. 2 tin cans tightly bound with cloth strips. Go! She hoarsely shouted in Shay, then lit the fuse made from an oiled cloth strip. Alexei's eyes instantly turned red, but he knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He pushed the boy into the passage, then pulled Lin Yue and Chen, diving fiercely into the narrow opening. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from behind, shaking the entire cave as dirt and debris rained down, nearly burying those who had just entered the passage. The shockwave surged through the tunnel, pushing everyone forward unsteadily. The explosion sound was quickly drowned out by the more frequent sounds of rocks collapsing, and the cave entrance behind them was completely blasted apart. The tunnel was dark, filled only with hurried breaths and suppressed cries, the air thick with the smell of smoke and dust. Lin Yue coughed, fumbling to open a cold light stick, the eerie green glow illuminating the startled faces of the group. Alexei knelt on the ground, pounding his fist against the earth, letting out a beastly whimper from his throat. The young woman who had lost her mother sat helplessly on the ground, silent, tears streaming down her face, while Misha held the retrieved bag tightly, his face pale and expression hollow. Chen adjusted his back, gritting his teeth. Damn, that was quite a force. He looked at Misha, frowned, but ultimately, Lu Chen leaned against the rock wall, the red bandage on his chest expanding further, but he seemed unconcerned, quietly listening to the sounds behind them. The collapsing sounds had stopped, but faintly, they could still hear muffled roars and digging noises from the other side. Will they still chase us? Pandora's voice trembled. They will. Alexei raised his head, his face smeared with tears and dirt, but his gaze had regained its cold hardness. They hold grudges, and their sense of smell is very acute. The collapse can only delay them. We must leave immediately, take another route to the next backup point. He stood up, wiped his face, looking at the startled survivors, then at Lin Yue and the 8 others, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. Those who can move help the injured. Igor, lead the way to Old Bear Cave. Hurry! There was no time to mourn, not even time to catch their breath. The instinct for survival drove everyone forward, following Igor's guidance, with another cold light stick along the dark, damp, narrow passage that led to an unknown destination. Behind them lay the ruins of their buried companions and the imminent threat of death. Ahead was an unknown dark abyss and the faint hope of survival. Moreover, the already dwindling supplies had been further reduced in the chaos, with even less food and water in every. The scent of blood and smoke seemed to have seeped into this land and into the bones of every survivor. The dark passage seemed endless, with slippery rocks and cold, muddy water underfoot, while icy droplets occasionally fell from above, piercing through the collar and sending shivers down the spine. The team moved forward in silence, accompanied only by heavy breaths, suppressed coughs, and the rustling of clothes brushing against the rock walls. The faint green glow of the cold light stick illuminated only a few steps ahead, casting ghostly shadows on everyone's faces. Children were tightly held or led by adults, occasionally letting out faint whimpers that were quickly muffled. Sadness and fear seeped into the darkness like thick ink. Lin Yue walked in the middle of the group, supporting the unsteady steps of Lu Chen. He could feel that Lu Chen's body temperature was low, but the fingers gripping his arm were steady and strong. Chen Feng walked ahead, frequently turning back to check on them. The place on his back, where he was struck, still ached, but the defensive power of his golden body was indeed remarkable. Bai Lu and Lei Meng protected Ning Pandora, and Suja vigilantly watching the rear and sides. Alexei and Igor led the way at the front, the old hunter, seemingly well acquainted with this underground maze. Even in the near total darkness with hardly any reference points, he could choose paths based on touch and a certain intuition. Misha and several other Shay men still capable of fighting were scattered throughout the team, tightly gripping their crude weapons, their eyes wide with fear, yet striving to maintain vigilance. Uncertain of how long they had been walking, perhaps an hour, maybe longer, time lost all meaning in the absolute darkness and ongoing tension. Finally, Igor's low voice came from ahead. We've arrived, there's light ahead. A faint, cold, grayish-white light streamed in through a narrow crack at the end of the passage that was natural light. Everyone perked up, quickening their pace. The crack was very narrow, requiring them to turn sideways to squeeze through. Igor was the first to push out, followed by Alexei. Lin Yue let the others go first, exiting last with Lu Chen. The cold air rushed into their lungs, instantly carrying the unique clarity and chill of the snowfield. They stood in a depression, half surrounded by massive rocks beneath a lead gray sky, with fine snow still falling. Behind them loomed steep snow-covered cliffs. They had just emerged from a crack at the base of the cliff that was nearly buried in. Ahead lay a relatively open, undulating snowfield with distant black mountains shrouded in a snowy mist. This was not a safe zone, it was merely an escape from the confines of the underground space. The cold wind swept through unobstructed, instantly stealing away the meager warmth they had brought with them from the passage, causing everyone to shiver. Alexei quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that there were no obvious signs of other races for the time being, but his expression remained tense. We can't linger here. The old bear cave is to the north, passing through the icy valley ahead. It's about half a day's journey. He pointed towards a narrow gap, glowing with an icy blue light between two distant mountains. We must reach it before dark. Moving outside at night is tantamount to suicide. No one disagreed. After a quick count, the original team of nearly 30, which included Lin Yue and 8 others, was now down to 21, losing nearly a third, most of whom were the elderly and weak. The remaining faces were etched with fatigue, sorrow, and a numbness born from being pushed to the brink. The snow was deep, with the deepest areas reaching up to their thighs, making movement extremely difficult. Children were alternately carried by adults, while the injured, including Chen Feng, Lu Chen, and several others who had sustained minor injuries during the cave battle, were supported forward at a painfully slow pace. Lin Yue walked on the outer edge, maintaining the minimum range of the time domain, keenly sensing the subtle flow of time around him. Any unusual acceleration or stagnation could signify lurking danger. The wind and snow masked most sounds and traces, but his intuition told him that the pursuers had not given up. Sure enough, after less than an hour of travel, Suja suddenly stopped, his face pale, clutching his forehead. Something is watching us, many scattered around as if driving us. Direction? Lu Chen immediately asked. Suja closed his eyes to concentrate, his all-seeing domain spreading out like invisible ripples, but soon he let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from his nostrils. No, the interference is too strong. The wind and snow plus another kind of mental fluctuation, very chaotic, disrupting my perception. He gasped, but they are definitely there. I can feel malice, hunger. Speed up. Alexei growled lowly, clearly believing Suja's judgment. In a place like this, any hint of warning could be a lifeline. The team began to desperately quicken their pace, struggling through the snow, as if rolling and crawling. The increased speed led to a sharp depletion of stamina and heightened the suffering of the injured, but no one dared to stop. The entrance to the icy valley grew closer, a natural passage formed by glacial movement and the compression of the mountain, with towering vertical ice walls on either side, covered in thick snow, presenting an unnatural, lifeless blue-white color. The wind blowing through the valley was even more bone-chilling, accompanied by a hollow wailing sound. Watch your step, the ice may be very slippery, and there are hidden cracks. Igor warned, leading the way at the front, his long wooden stick continually striking the snow-covered ground ahead. The team filed into the icy valley. The light immediately dimmed as the towering ice walls on either side obscured most of the daylight, leaving only a thin line of gray-white above. The path underfoot was indeed difficult, the hard, smooth ice surface half hidden by snow, and one could easily slip. The valley was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of the wind and their own footsteps and breathing echoing and amplifying between the ice walls, creating a strange reverberation. Lin Yue's sense of unease grew stronger. This terrain was a perfect ambush spot. Just as the team reached about a third of the way into the icy valley, arriving at a relatively wide area, but with particularly steep ice walls on either side, an unexpected change occurred. The forward scout Igor suddenly froze, his wooden stick pausing in midair. Immediately after, he lunged to the side, shouting hoarsely above. Everyone looked up in alarm. Above the ice walls on either side, dozens of dark figures had appeared without notice. They did not come from the valley entrance, but had long been lurking atop the ice walls. At that moment, they leaped down from the dozens of meters high ice walls like dumplings. Spread out. Find cover. Alexei's roar echoed in the valley. But where was there any cover? The flat ice surfaced the smooth ice walls. The shadows fell rapidly, but seemed to pause for a moment as they neared the ground, their descent's impact force mitigated by some unseen power, landing lightly and unharmed. A rudimentary application of spatial abilities. The landed beings quickly spread out, forming a loose encirclement, trapping the team in the center of the icy valley. They did not immediately launch an attack, but regarded the group with cold, predatory gazes, slowly tightening the encirclement. These beings were slightly different from the previous predators. Their bodies were more proportionate, closer to human ratios, yet covered in dark red to near black scales with elongated and sharp bony protrusions at the joints resembling blades. Their movements were silent, possessing a peculiar rhythmic grace, not like beasts, but more like trained soldiers. Most unsettling were their eyes, still pure black, yet lacking some of the frenzied animalistic quality, replaced instead by an unsettling focus and calculation. It's a hunter. More troublesome than ordinary predators. Alexei's voice was dry, gripping his hunting knife tightly, while his other hand reached for the small pouch, containing scent smoke, though the supply was nearly depleted. Lin Yue quickly assessed the situation. There were about 30 of the enemy, while their side had 21, most of whom were not combat capable. The terrain was unfavorable, their side was fatigued and injured, while the enemy awaited them, displaying clear organization and tactical intent. A heating clash would mean certain death. Charge through. We can't stop. He gritted his teeth, expanding the time domain in an attempt to disrupt the few hunters blocking their path. However, this time the effect of the time domain was greatly diminished. The surface of those hunters seemed to shimmer with a faint, distorted light, and when Lin Yue's timesthesis power acted upon them, it felt as if he had struck a slick layer of grease, deflected and dispersed, only managing to induce a minuscule delay in their movements. They were resistant to time-space interference. Lin Yue's heart sank. Roar. Chen Feng disregarded everything else. His golden body surged with light, charging forward like a humanoid tank at one of the blocking hunters. He had learned from experience not to crash straight in, but instead abruptly changed direction as he got close, delivering a heavy hook punch aimed at the relatively vulnerable neck joint of the hunter. The hunter did not dodge, merely raising its heavily armored forearm. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Feng felt as if he had struck a high-strength alloy, the recoil, leaving his arm numb. The hunter merely swayed slightly, a few cracks appearing on its scales before its black forelimbs shot out like venomous snakes, the fingertips gleaming with cold light, stabbing towards Chen Feng's ribs. The speed was astonishing. Chen Feng barely managed to twist his body. The bone armor grazed his golden body, making a teeth-grinding scraping sound, leaving several white marks. Almost simultaneously, the other hunters also moved. They did not rush in all at once, but divided into smaller groups, cooperating seamlessly. Some feigned attacks heeded to draw attention, while others flanked to strike at the team's weak spots, and a few patrolled the perimeter, preventing anyone from breaking through. The battle erupted instantly, yet fell into a brutal stalemate. The Shahemen swung their machetes, axes, and even sharpened sticks, fighting desperately, but against the hunters' sharp claws and superior physical prowess, injuries or deaths often followed within 2 or 3 exchanges. The cries of anguish and roars echoed through the icy valley. Bai Lu attempted to create obstacles using ice spikes and walls, but the ice walls were often shattered by the hunters' powerful claw strikes or some invisible shockwaves as soon as they rose. Lei Ming guarded beside Ning, and Suja, his divine body fully activated, bones cracking like explosions, sending 2 hunters that approached flying, but he too was scratched by their claws, blood streaming down his arm. Pandora's purple light flickered irregularly. Her prank ability had limited effectiveness on this frontline battlefield, only occasionally creating minor chaos to disrupt the hunters' precise attacks. Lin Yue and Lu Chen found themselves in a tough battle, targeted by 3 hunters who had evidently sensed their stronger energy fluctuations. Lin Yue contracted the time domain, focusing it on a small area around himself, and Lu Chen just to barely keep up with the hunters' swift attacks. His military knife clashed with one of the hunter's bone blades, sparks flying. His arm shook, the timesthesis effect fluctuating, and the enemy's resistance was adapting. Lu Chen's situation was worse. His chest injury restricted him from executing large-scale or high-intensity spatial maneuvers. He could only rely on his acute spatial awareness for small-range teleportation and evasion, while simultaneously launching precise counterattacks with his dagger. His dagger could indeed leave relatively deep wounds on the hunter's scales, and once he nearly severed a hunter's tendon, but it immediately provoked a more frenzied assault. During one moment of inattention, his left shoulder was slashed by a claw tip, though it did not injure the muscle or bone. Blood immediately stained his sleeve. This can't go on. Lin Yue parried an attack and shouted to Lu Chen, "They are systematically wearing us down. We must break this encirclement." Lu Chen's gaze was icy. He too was searching for a flaw, but the hunters' coordination was exceptionally tight, and among their attacks there occasionally mingled a faint yet clear mental fluctuation, seemingly conveying information and coordinating actions. Just as the situation became increasingly dire, with 2 more Shay survivors falling and Chen Feng entangled by several hunters, sustaining several wounds, an unexpected change arose. A powerful, cold, oppressive mental wave swept through the entire icy valley like an invisible tide. All the hunters engaged in combat froze in their movements, then, as if receiving orders, swiftly retreated from contact, while still maintaining their encirclement. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, seizing this moment to regroup back-to-back into a defensive circle, breathing heavily and warily glancing towards the direction from which the wave emanated. From the exit at the north end of the icy valley, a figure slowly emerged from the swirling snow mist. It was taller than the hunters present, nearly 2.5 meters, but its proportions resembled a perfectly formed human male, even exuding a strange cold sense of elegance. It was not clad in heavy bone armor, but rather draped in a layer of streamlined exoskeleton that seemed to be forged from ice crystals and dark silver metal, reflecting a chilling luster in the dim light. Its facial contours were clear, with a high nose and thin lips, and aside from lacking hair, and possessing a pair of pitch-black bottomless eyes, it was almost like a classical sculpture carved from dark matter. It walked slowly, its steps steady, gliding over the smooth ice surface as if it were flat ground. Wherever it passed, even the wind and snow seemed to lessen slightly, and a deeper chill permeated the air. Not a physical cold, but a spiritual sense of ice and silence. The guide. Alexei's voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with bone-deep terror. The highest rank, hunting command. The alien race halted about 30 meters away from the group, their pitch-black eyes slowly scanning everyone. Each person who met its gaze felt a chilling aura that seemed to freeze their very souls, as if all their secrets and fears were instantaneously laid bare. Finally, its gaze settled upon Lin Yue and Chen. The corners of its mouth slowly curled into a faint arc, resembling the expression of a researcher who had just discovered an intriguing specimen. Then it spoke. A clear, cold, and grammatically peculiar, yet comprehensible mental message echoed in everyone's hearts, delivered in a bizarre mix of broken Chinese and Shay language. Flee. Meaningless energy. Fluctuations. Special primordial. Aura. Weak yet existent. Precious. Specimen. Its gaze seemed to penetrate the bodies of Lin Yue and Chen, examining the otherworldly powers flowing within them. Blue star. Nursery life. Abundant rules. Fragile devour. Evolve inferior. Eliminate superior. Fuse. The fragmented information revealed a chilling purpose. We are the cleaners also. The sours, the two worlds, will eventually unite. Resistance delays the process, providing more evolution resources. It slightly raised a hand covered in silver bone armor, pointing at Lin Yue and Chen. You will come with us. The rest. The command was given. The surrounding hunters glowed with a dark light in their eyes, bloodlust surging as they prepared to pounce again. Dream on. Bai Lu, enraged, disregarded her injuries and charged forward. Lin Yue, however, grabbed her, his mind racing. The power of this guide was unfathomable, and its spiritual strength formidable. Engaging directly would mean certain defeat. Its goal seemed to be capturing advanced ability users for research or devouring evolution. Escape. We must escape. But where to flee? How to escape? His gaze darted to the towering smooth ice walls on either side, then to the blocked exit behind him, and the one ahead obstructed by the guide. At that moment, Chen suddenly whispered urgently to the left front at the base of the ice wall. There's a gap. It's narrow, but it seems empty behind it. I can feel a faint air current. Lin Yue instantly understood his meaning. It was a desperate bid for survival. Alexei, Igor, charged toward the left front ice wall. There's a crack. Lin Yue shouted, simultaneously expanding the time domain to its limits, not affecting the enemy, but enhancing all allies. Accelerate. Full speed ahead. This was the first time Lin Yue attempted to accelerate over 20 targets simultaneously, and it was a directional charge. In an instant, he felt like countless needles were piercing his brain, darkness clouding his vision, warmth trickling from his ears and nose, yet he held on tightly. The accelerated individuals felt their bodies lighten, as if breaking free from an invisible restraint. Their speed surged dramatically. Though it did not reach the level of acceleration Lin Yue typically granted himself in this dire situation, that small increase could mean the difference between life and death. Charge. Alexei, though unsure of what had happened, instinctively reacted, roaring as he led the charge toward the seemingly flawless ice wall ahead. Igor and other Shay survivors followed closely. Stop them. The guide's mental fluctuation carried a hint of the hunters immediately lunged to intercept. Bai Lu. Ice wall. Block the right side. Lin Yue roared. Bai Lu gritted her teeth, extracting all her remaining spiritual power, and 3 thick, uneven ice walls instantly rose on the right side of the group. Though they were quickly shattered by the hunters, they successfully delayed them momentarily. Pandora. Straight ahead. Use any ability. Release. Pandora's face turned pale as she screamed, her hands glowing with purple light, slamming down onto the ice beneath her. The purple light rippled outward, causing the ice surface beneath several incoming hunters to suddenly become exceptionally smooth, even distorting irregularly, throwing them into chaos as they collided with one another. Now's our chance. The group had reached the ice wall. Chen endured the intense pain in his chest and the backlash of space, his eyes flashing with silver light as he clenched his fist toward the region at the base of the ice wall indicated by Igor. Crack, boom. The seemingly seamless ice wall appeared to be twisted by an invisible giant hand, instantly fracturing into a long dark fissure barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Cold air surged out from the crack, and indeed there was another space inside. Get in. Quickly. Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood laced with silver, his body swaying. Igor was the first to dive and followed by Alexei and the other survivors. Lin Yue dragged the nearly exhausted Bai Lu and Pandora, while Chen Feng carried the injured Lei Meng, and Su Jia and Ning supported each other, desperately rushing toward the crack. The guide was evidently enraged by this sudden turn of events. It raised its hand and clenched it toward the direction of the crack. A terrifying, invisible force of spatial compression descended upon the entrance of the crack. The last two Shay survivors about to dive and didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were crushed into bloody mist by an unseen hydraulic press. No. Alexei let out a desperate scream from within the crack. The ice wall at the entrance also groaned under the pressure of that spatial force, the crack widening as snow and ice began to fall, seeming ready to collapse and seal the entrance. Lu Chen. Lin Yue's eyes widened in anguish. He knew Lu Chen had already overexerted himself with that last attempt, and there was no way he could withstand the spatial compression from the guide again. Yet Lu Chen stood still, facing the incoming force of space. He closed his eyes. The next second he suddenly opened them, and in the depths of his pupils it seemed as if countless stars were shattering and reassembling. He no longer attempted to resist or counter that force, but instead extended his bloodied finger toward the edge of the crushing spatial force and gently scratched it. It was like slicing through solidified lard with a red-hot knife. A nearly invisible black crack appeared at the edge of the spatial compression area emitted by the guide, marking the spot where space was forcibly severed. Though this crack existed for less than a tenth of a second and was immediately closed by a stronger spatial force, it indeed caused that crushing power to deviate slightly in direction. It was this slight deviation that made the originally lethal pressure aimed at the crack's entrance graze, by its edge collapsing a large section of the ice wall beside it. Amidst the thunderous crash, snow and ice cascaded down, burying over half of the crack's entrance, leaving only a narrower gap that required crawling to get through, yet the entrance was not completely sealed. Go. After doing all this, Lu Chen's face had turned as pale as paper, blood seeping from his 7 orifices as his body began to fall backward. Lin Yue dashed forward, seizing Lu Chen's collar with all his strength, dragging him toward the remaining narrow gap before the ice and snow completely buried it, forcing their way inside. Boom. A massive sound erupted as the ice wall completely collapsed behind them, along with the guide's cold and furious mental roar, yet it was muffled and distant, separated by the heavy snow. Behind the crack lay a narrow passage sloping downward, filled with shattered ice and rocks. Lin Yue held the unconscious Lu Chen, sliding down the passage with other survivors, tumbling into deeper darkness and the unknown. Above the ice valley, the guide stood before the collapsed ice wall, its pitch-black eyes void of any emotion, only cold calculations. It extended its tongue, licking a trace of space energy backlash blood belonging to Lu Chen from its bone armor, and then the cold corners of its mouth curled up slightly again. Interesting. Spatial. Control growth. Rapid specimen. Priority. Elevated. It turned around and issued a silent mental command to the hunters standing behind. Track them. They won't get far. The spatial ability user must be captured alive. The time ability user. Second arrest. Eliminate. Darkness, weightlessness, collisions. Lin Yue fiercely protected Lu Chen, rolling down through the ice crevice, the sounds of bones colliding with ice and rock, the muffled groans of companions, and the rush of wind blended into one. Bang. They crashed heavily into a snow pile. Lin Yue's vision darkened, his insides churning. In his arms, Lu Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with silver, his body convulsing violently. Lu Chen. Lin Yue struggled to rise. Lu Chen's chest was soaked with blood, and beneath his skin eerie silver lines writhed and bulged as if alive. That was spatial energy backlash, tearing him apart from the inside. And Ning staggered over, her hand barely touching Lu Chen's forehead, when a pale green light flickered violently, only to be forcefully repelled by an invisible power. She staggered back, her face ashen. It's no use. Team leader Lu's energy level is too high. My healing can't penetrate at all. She looked at Lin Yue, her voice trembling. My ability can't heal targets with a higher ability level or rank than me. Team leader Lu's backlash. I can't touch it. Despair washed over them like cold water. Alexei dragged himself over with a severed arm, his voice urgent. There's digging sounds above. The pursuers are almost here. We must go. Lin Yue forced himself to calm down. First treat the external injuries. And Ning, I need you and the others to help. And Ning nodded, quickly stabilizing Alexei's severed arm and treating Lei Meng's painful ribs. Her abilities proved effective in treating these ordinary injuries with no consumption and high efficiency, quickly stopping the bleeding and alleviating pain, allowing the team to retain their mobility. But Lu Chen could only rely on his own strength to endure. Bai Lu approached Lin Yue, whispering, the cold here has changed my perception of ice. I can feel the structure of the ice. A remarkably hard, cold, glinting hexagonal ice crystal silently formed in her palm, then crumbled silently. But it consumes a lot of energy. Su Jia struggled to expand the omniscient domain, and after a few seconds pointed to the southeast corner of the ice wall. There's a faint airflow behind. The space feels odd. Chen Feng punched, sending ice shards flying, but the ice wall remained unmoved. Lin Yue approached the ice wall, closed his eyes, and placed his hand on it. No longer did he attempt to accelerate the entire ice wall. Instead, he concentrated his spirit into a fine needle, piercing into the microscopic world of the ice layer to sense the nearly stagnant thermal movement rhythm of countless ice crystal molecules. Then he tried to nudge a minuscule portion of the time strings to create extremely slight chaotic differences in their movement. Buzz! The ice surface beneath his palm quickly turned gray-white, losing its luster. Now, Chen Feng's dark golden fist crashed down. Crack. The ice wall shattered into powder, revealing a pitch-black opening behind. It's open. Hurry. Lin Yue hoisted the unconscious Lu Chen, the chaotic spatial energy within Lu Chen occasionally surging, causing Lin Yue's skin to sting. It was an unstable bomb. The group once again squeezed through the crack, descending deeper and deeper. Time blurred in their desperate trek. Finally, Igor's trembling voice came through. There's no way out. It's a cliff. Behind them, pursuers were closing in while in front lay an abyss. What if we go downstream? Lin Yue's voice echoed clearly in the dead silence. Are you crazy? Below is icy water, raging currents. Jumping down means certain death. Misha screamed. Staying here guarantees 100% death. Lin Yue turned around, scanning the desperate faces. Jumping down gives us a glimmer of hope. He looked at Bai Lu. We need an ice slide to cushion our impact into the water. Can you do it? Like the special ice crystal you just formed. Bai Lu took a deep breath, walked to the cliff's edge, closed her eyes, and extended her hand. About 10 meters below the cliff, on a rocky platform, the moisture in the air was forcibly extracted, arranged, and condensed, forming an ice slide approximately 1.5 meters wide, smooth as a mirror and slightly tilted, taking shape at a visible speed. The ice shimmered with a metallic cold hardness. Then a second steeper slide extended from the edge of the platform into the dark waters. It can only last for half a minute. Bai Lu swayed, completely exhausted, and was caught by Lei Meng. That's enough. Chen Feng, Lei Meng, tie everyone together with a rope. Suja sensed the water flow. A gamble in a desperate situation. Chen Feng was the first to slide down, plummeting into the water. The child from Shay was held and slid down, screaming as they disappeared into the darkness. One after another, Lin Yue carried Lu Chun, stepping onto the ice slide as the last one. The wind howled. Splash. The bone-chilling icy water instantly engulfed everything. The underground river was freezing cold and flowed rapidly. Lin Yue struggled to surface, coughing. Chen Feng was shouting nearby, his voice torn apart by the sound of rushing water. The rope taut, several silhouettes bobbing in the torrent. Turn left ahead. There are hidden reefs. Suja's voice came intermittently, the omniscient domain severely obstructed underwater. Oh! A short, horrified scream rang out as a man from Shay collided with a hidden reef, the rope suddenly sinking, and he vanished. Death was near. Lin Yue contracted the domain of time to its extreme, covering only himself and Lu Chun. He tried to sense every undercurrent and potential reef's time rhythm in the water flow. A sharp fragment of rock was swept along by the current, hurtling towards his face. There was no time to completely dodge it. Lin Yue's pupils contracted as his spirit condensed into a needle, stabbing at the surface of the fragment, trying to create a millisecond-level, extremely subtle disturbance at the point of impact. Buzz! The surface of the fragment seemed to be covered with a faint gray shadow. The speed of the impact exhibited an almost imperceptible slight delay. Hiss! The fragment grazed Lin Yue's cheek, leaving a bloody mark. He succeeded. A violent headache exploded, darkness clouded his vision, and blood gushed from his nose. He couldn't afford to wipe it away, and continued to try. The second time, the third time. Each successful microscopic time interference was accompanied by a pain that tore at his spirit. His perception became strange in the pain, as if he could see the subtle layered time flow discrepancies in the surrounding water flow rocks, and even his companion's movements. But this perception was extremely draining and unstable. Ahead. Sharp bend. Whirlpool. Suja's voice suddenly turned sharp with fear. Lin Yue looked up. The river ahead suddenly narrowed, the water crashing like a wild horse against the rock wall, forming a massive roaring whirlpool. At the edge of the whirlpool, sharp rocks could be vaguely seen among the churning waves. There was simply no time to turn. Hold on to the rope. Chen Feng's shout was swallowed by the sound of rushing water. The team was swept along by the torrent, hurtling uncontrollably towards the death whirlpool. Lu Chun, on Lin Yue's back, twitched unconsciously, the energy within him fluctuating violently. Time needs time. Not just acceleration or deceleration, but discrepancy. Under the pressure of absolute despair, Lin Yue's spirit seemed to be forced to a critical point. He no longer tried to finally control a certain point, but instead unleashed all his remaining mental power, like casting a net, suddenly spreading it over a small fan-shaped area in front of himself and Lu Chun towards the water flow and rock surface at the edge of the impending whirlpool. Then he forcibly defined the discrepancy, making the time flow of all material movements in that area inconsistent. Some faster by a fraction, some slower by a bit, and some even briefly reversing flow. It was not a controlled operation, but rather a reckless, self-destructive time chaos field. Buzz! An invisible but chilling wave spread out. Within the fan-shaped area ahead, the water flow and the surface of the rocks instantly displayed a bizarre scene. The speed of splashes varied, some moving slowly, as if frozen, others shooting out rapidly, and the light and shadow on the rock surface became chaotic. This was not defense, but the creation of local extreme time turbulence. Boom! The team crashed violently into this chaotic area. The anticipated violent impact and the tremendous force of being pulled into the whirlpool were greatly dispersed, confused, and weakened. It was like crashing into a mass of viscous, directionally confused gel. Lin Yue's 7 orifices bled simultaneously, his vision completely shrouded in blood, and his consciousness felt like shattered glass, plunging him into darkness. Before falling completely unconscious, he seemed to hear the faint sound of some barrier within him shattering. and Lu Chen on his back let out an extremely faint but clear groan. The cold darkness swallowed his consciousness. Time passed, though he did not know how long. Lin Yue was awakened by the bone-chilling cold and a burning pain in his lungs. He found himself lying on a slick rock, his lower body still submerged in the icy river water. The current remained swift, but seemed much calmer now. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly sputtered out several mouthfuls of water, coughing violently, each breath pulling at his chest, his head pounding, and his vision dimming. Lin Yue, wake up. Someone was shaking him. It was Chen Feng, his golden body darkened, covered in scratches and bruises, but his eyes remained sharp. The others. Lin Yue's voice was hoarse as he struggled to sit up, only to feel emptiness behind him. Lu Chen. He turned around suddenly, his heart nearly stopping. Lu Chen was not far from him, also washed onto this narrow rocky platform, still unconscious, but the slight rise and fall of his chest eased Lin Yue's anxiety somewhat. However, the silver patterns beneath Lu Chen's skin had not disappeared, though instead they became more intricate, more inclined towards a certain eerie stability, like a circuit diagram branded within him. Everyone is on this rock, temporarily safe. Chen Feng quickly said, his voice carrying the fatigue of surviving disaster. Old Lei's leg is injured by Lu is severely exhausted. Suja is still unconscious and Ning is taking care of the injured, and 3 from Shay are missing. Lin Yue's gaze swept across. This protruding rocky platform was only about 10 square meters, crowded with wet, trembling, mostly injured people. Lei Meng was leaning against a rock, his right leg bent unnaturally, his face pale, as he gritted his teeth against the pain. Bai Lu curled up beside Pandora, her face as white as paper, breathing weakly. Suja lay motionless beside Ning, and Ning was kneeling beside several injured members of Shay, her hands emitting a soft green light as she quickly tended to their external injuries. Her abilities had become the key to saving lives, stopping bleeding, relieving pain, and stabilizing injuries. Though she could not replenish strength or heal severe wounds, she at least prevented the situation from worsening. Alexei's severed arm was simply bandaged, and Igor's deep forehead wound was slowly stopping bleeding under the group. Team leader Lu, after treating the injured next to her, and Ning immediately moved to Lu Chen's side. As her fingers touched Lu Chen's skin, the green light was repelled again. Her face paled further as she shook her head. It's still no good. That energy barrier has grown stronger. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, propping himself up on the rock, surveying the surroundings. They seemed to have been swept into a larger underground space. The river here widened, the flow slowed, forming a deep underground pool. Above was a towering domed rock wall with numerous stalactites hanging down. The surrounding rock walls were steep and slippery with no obvious exits, only the narrow platform they had been washed onto, and the endless dark waterways upstream and downstream. The only light source came from scattered glowing moss and fungi in the deep pool, emitting a ghostly blue and pale green glow, barely illuminating a radius of several dozen meters, with further distances sinking into absolute darkness. The air was filled with the scent of moisture, the fishy smell of moss, and a hint of an indescribable stale odor. Where is this? Misha's voice trembled as he held a child from Shay. I don't know, but we're definitely still deep in the ice plains, Alexei replied hoarsely. The water is flowing northeast, at least we haven't been swept back. They were temporarily safe, but still trapped in a dire situation, without food, no way out. Numerous injured and pursuers could arrive at any moment via the waterways or other paths. First, let's take stock of our losses, treat the wounds, and recover our strength. Lin Yue forced himself to issue commands, even though he felt as if his brain was being smashed into tofu, with every thought accompanied by stinging pain. The aftermath of forcibly unleashing the time chaos field far exceeded past experiences, but at the same time, he could clearly feel a fundamental change in his perception of time, becoming more delicate, more multi-layered. It was like previously only being able to see blurry shadows, but now being able to discern subtle grayscale differences within the shadows. However, the price of this seeing was an excruciating drain on his spirit. He walked to the edge of the platform, carefully observing the deep pool and the rocky wall across. The pool was so deep it was bottomless, and the opposite rock wall revealed rough textures under the dim light, with some uneven holes and cracks faintly visible, but all located several meters high, making it difficult to climb. We need to go up, find the real way out, or at least a safer place to take shelter, Lin Yue whispered. Chen Feng approached, looking at the steep rock wall. I can try to climb up to secure a rope, but I can't do it with the injured, and I don't know what's above. At that moment, Suja, who had been unconscious, let out a faint groan, his eyelids fluttering. Suja, and Ning immediately bent down. Suja slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused for a moment before gradually sharpening. His face was still pale, but now had a bit more vitality. I think I saw something, he said weakly, filled with confusion. Saw what? When I was unconscious earlier. My omniscient domain seemed to expand on its own uncontrollably. Suja struggled to sit up, pointing towards the opposite side of the deep pool, where a larger crack was partially covered by several protruding rocks about 7 to 8 meters above. There. The spatial structure is very thin, and behind it, there's a cavity, and there's a faint heat source reaction, very weak, but it definitely exists. A heat source in this frozen underground. Everyone's gaze focused on that crack. Can you determine the size? Is there any danger? Lin Yue asked. Suja closed his eyes, struggling to extend his omniscient domain again. After a few seconds, he opened them. The cavity is not small enough to accommodate all of us. The heat source is very stable, no life reactions. At least no obvious strong life fluctuations. But the crack's entrance is small and needs to be widened. Hope flickered to life again like a candle in the wind. Leave the widening of the entrance to me and Chen Feng, Lin Yue said, but first we need to get over there and climb up. He looked at Bai Lu, who had caught her breath, but was clearly too weak to create an ice slide or stairs as large as before. Bai Lu noticed Lin Yue's gaze bit her lip and stood up with the support of the rock. I can try to make a few ice claws and simple climbing spikes, but it will take time and my ice may not last long. Better than nothing, Lin Yue nodded. Hurry, Chen Feng, Lei Ming, you are responsible for guarding underwater and the route back. Alexei, organize your people to rest and recover, prepare to move. A brief rest began the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, and Ning hurried to check and treat everyone's external injuries. Her presence minimized casualties but could not eliminate hunger, cold, and the deep fatigue. Lin Yue sat down beside Lu Chen, watching his furrowed brow and the silver patterns flowing beneath his skin. Lu Chen's breath was somewhat steadier than before, but that inner dangerous feeling of remodeling remained strong. What exactly are you going through? Lin Yue murmured. Suddenly Lu Chen's eyelashes trembled. Lin Yue held his breath. Lu Chen's eyelids slowly opened to crack, his silver pupils dim and filled with confusion and extreme pain. His lips moved slightly, producing a few fragmented syllables. Boundary. Line. Broken. Lu Chen, what are you saying? Lin Yue leaned closer. Lu Chen's gaze lacked focus, as if he were seeing through Lin Yue, looking at some void. He spoke haltingly in a breathy tone that only Lin Yue could barely hear. Space. Reorganization. Anchor point. Key. Each word seemed squeezed out from between his teeth, accompanied by slight spasms of his body. Hold on, we are figuring it out. Lin Yue grasped his cold hand. Lu Chen's fingers barely returned the grip before losing consciousness again, but the silver patterns beneath his skin seemed to brighten slightly, the flow of energy speeding up a bit. He was fighting a storm within himself while trying to seize a breakthrough opportunity, just like Lin Yue himself. Lin Yue withdrew his hand, looking at his slightly trembling fingertips. The feeling of having created the time chaos field still lingered. That crude and dangerous act of forcibly defining local time flow discrepancies, yet tearing open a glimmer of hope in dire straits. His breakthrough might lie in this deeper cost-object mastery of time discrepancies. But the premise was that they needed to survive until the moment of comprehension. Lin Yue, am ready. Bai Lu's voice interrupted his thoughts. She had several pairs of makeshift ice claws made of solid ice with sharp spikes, and some ice nails, one sharp and the other with a ring. The ice claws should help us climb up the slippery rock wall to the crack below, and the ice nails can temporarily secure the rope, but their load-bearing capacity is limited, and they will start to melt in half an hour at most. That's enough. Lin Yue stood up. Chen Feng, you and I will go first to scout the way and secure the main rope. Old Lei, with your leg injury, stay back and assist everyone in moving. Alexei, have your people follow behind Chen Feng and me. Chen Feng nodded, putting on the ice claws, and Lin Yue did the same. The ice claws felt cold and hard, with the spikes digging deep into the slippery rock, providing unexpected grip. The two of them slid into the icy deep pool, one after the other, swimming towards the opposite side. The water was still bone-chilling, but after experiencing the earlier torrents, it felt gentler now. Minutes later, the two reached the edge of the crack, one after the other. The entrance to the crack was narrow, allowing only one person to bend down to pass, and it was pitch black inside, but indeed a faint airflow was surging out, carrying a hint of warmth, dry and different from the moisture outside. The heat source Suja mentioned seemed to be real. Chen Feng forcefully drove an ice nail into the solid rock wall beside the crack, tied a rope to it, and tossed it down. The people below began to climb up one by one. The process was slow and difficult, with injured Lei Ming exhausted, by Lu unconscious, Su being pulled up by Chen Feng with the rope, and the frail, injured members and children from She. Every tug consumed immense physical strength. Lin Yue stood guard at the crack's mouth, assisting in pulling people up while vigilantly sensing the surroundings. His domain of time maintained the smallest range of vigilance, his spirit tense like a taut string. Suddenly his expression changed. The surface of the deep pool seemed to ripple slightly in the darkness downstream. It was not the natural fluctuation of the water flow. Almost simultaneously, Alexei, who was assisting the last She woman in climbing, suddenly looked up, his face changing drastically as he growled, "There's something in the water." Lin Yue's pupils contracted, and his sense of time instantly magnified. Beneath the water, several cold, swift, and clearly hostile time flows were rapidly approaching the platform and the climbing rope from the deep waters downstream. Not pursuers. It was the native predators of this dark underwater. "Quick, pull her up," Lin Yue shouted at Chen Feng, simultaneously flipping his wrist to draw the last tactical dagger at his waist and leaping down from the crack. He didn't jump towards the platform, but directly lunged towards the surface of the deep pool, towards the trajectories of the rapidly approaching time flows. He needed to create a distraction before they attacked the climbers. In midair, Lin Yue squeezed out his remaining mental power again, targeting a section of water ahead of them, causing the flow of that water to experience localized chaotic accelerations and delays. Buzz. Below the water surface, an area of water instantly turned bizarre, with some flowing forward rapidly, while others rotated slowly, forming a small whirlpool of chaotic water. The figures rushing in clearly hesitated, their direction and speed disturbed by this sudden chaotic water flow. Just that moment of delay. "Hey!" Chen Feng roared, his muscles tensed, and he violently yanked the rope, sending up the She woman along with it. The woman cried out as she fell onto the rocks at the crack's edge, safe and sound. And Lin Yue also plopped down into the edge of the disturbed water. The cold instantly enveloped him. He immediately saw in the murky water several tunterlong creatures resembling oversized salamanders, with pale slick skin, enormous jaws, and sharp claws. They were adjusting their positions from the chaotic water flow, their icy compound eyes locking onto him as he fell into the water. A fishy wind hit his face. The moment Lin Yue fell into the water, he was once again enveloped by the bone-chilling cold and a sense of suffocation. Then came a more direct threat. 3 pale, slippery creatures resembling giant salamanders in the murky waters flicked their tails, adjusting their stances, their cold compound eyes locking onto the intruder. Their fine, sharp teeth glinted ominously under the dim light. Lin Yue wanted to raise his dagger, but his arm felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. It was as if countless burning needles were stirring in his head. Each attempt to focus his mind brought on a violent backlash headache. The forced activation of his time manipulation ability to create turbulence in the water had completely drained the last remnants of his strength. It was over. He could only watch helplessly as one of the water beasts suddenly kicked off, with its hind legs lunging towards his chest like an underwater arrow. That gaping maw was large enough to swallow half of his body. Lin Yue. The shouting from the shore was drowned by the sounds of the water becoming indistinct, just as the sharp teeth were about to touch his protective suit. Bang! A dark golden figure crashed into the water like a cannonball, creating a huge splash. Chen Feng's iron fist traced a path through the murky water, accurately smashing into the side of the water beast's head. A dull thud reverberated through the water. The force of the water beast's charge was deflected, emitting a strange cry as it rolled away. Chen Feng grabbed Lin Yue's arm forcefully, pushing him towards the platform, while turning around, his golden body glimmering faintly under the water, facing the other 2 water beasts closing in. Chen Feng grabbed Lin Yue's arm forcefully, pushing him towards the platform, while turning around, his golden body glimmering faintly under the water, facing the other. The impact of entering the water made his face pale, but he gritted his teeth, swinging his entrenching tool at the nearest water beast. Alexei followed closely behind, and although his severed arm was not healed, his single arm paddled swiftly as he rushed towards Lin Yue. Over here. Misha and the last 2 remaining Sand warriors shouted, angrily jumping into the water, desperately thrusting their crude bone spears to stab and distract the water beasts trying to create space for a rescue. The icy deep pool instantly transformed into a bloody battleground. Pandora curled up on the edge of a crack in the rocks, her face pale, trembling violently. She covered her mouth tightly, her eyes wide with terror as she watched the brutal scene unfolding in the turbulent water below. Blood-splattered cries of pain, roars of anger. She was so scared that she could hardly breathe, let alone jump, and all she could do was hold herself tightly and pray to any possible gods. The water beasts were massive and powerful. Their slippery skin made it hard to hold on to them, and their agility in the water far surpassed that of humans, yet those who jumped in were all determined to fight to the death. Chen Feng was the absolute main force and shield. His golden body defense made the water beast's bites and claw strikes ineffective, while each heavy punch he delivered made the beast's bones emit a painful crack. But he needed to breathe. Each time he surfaced for air, the defensive line became precarious. Lei Meng was fighting as if he were already dead. He had almost given up on defense, using his entrenching tool and body to tightly entangle a water beast, allowing its tail to strike him and its poisonous teeth to gnaw at his shoulders and back, only roaring as he thrust the shovel blade into the beast's eyes and mouth, buying time for Alexei and Lin Yue. Alexei paddled with one arm, coordinating with Misha and the other's distractions, desperately pushing the nearly exhausted Lin Yue towards the platform. Bailu and Ning crouched at the edge of the platform, reaching out with all their might. Bailu's face was pale, her overexerted body rendering her unable to use her abilities to help, and Ning's eyes were filled with tears, her hands glowing with green light, but she could only anxiously try to reach the injured in the water. "Grab it!" Bailu screamed. Lin Yue used his last bit of strength, his fingers barely touching the rocky edge of the platform. At that moment, the water beast, entangled by Lei Meng, went into a frenzy, suddenly shaking its head and tossing Lei Meng aside, then violently struck its tail, hitting Alexei. Alexei grunted, his movements momentarily halted. Another water beast that had been temporarily pushed back by Chen Feng cunningly circumvented him and charged straight towards Lin Yue, who had just been pulled halfway, half of his body still in the water. It was incredibly fast. Chen Feng was held back by another water beast, Lei Meng was thrown aside, and Alexei was caught off guard. No one had time to assist. Lin Yue's pupils constricted as he watched the pale figure and the sharp teeth rapidly approaching. The cold despair gripped him once again. Suddenly, a shadow pounced down from the upper side, carrying a decisive momentum, crashing hard onto the water beast's head. It was the sandy woman who had been thrown up by Lin Yue and Chen Feng from the climbing rope. She had somehow climbed onto a higher rock protruding at the edge of the platform, and without hesitation jumped down, using her body as a weapon. The impact was not heavy, but it was enough to slightly alter the trajectory of the water beast's attack. Sizzle. The water beast's sharp teeth grazed Lin Yue's calf, tearing through his protective suit, and flesh blood gushing out instantly and staining the surrounding water red. The sandy woman sank into the water, immediately struck by the water beast's thick tail, letting out a cry of pain as she disappeared beneath the surface. No! Misha's eyes widened in horror as she desperately swam over. But this brief distraction had already bought Chen Feng half a second. Get away! Chen Feng roared, taking a hit from the water beast's claw in front of him, using the force to turn around, and shot towards Lin Yue like a torpedo, his fist striking hard against the head of the ambushing water beast. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was clear. The water beast let out a piercing wail, sinking softly to the bottom of the water. At the same time, Lei Ming, Alexei, and the others joined forces to finally drive away the other severely injured water beast. The water gradually regained some semblance of calm, leaving only the swirling blood and floating scales. Chen Feng and Lei Ming dragged the almost unconscious Lin Yue, while Alexei and Misha rescued the injured woman struggling to climb back to the narrow platform. Everyone was injured, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The water was icy, and the loss of blood and energy was rapidly draining their body temperatures. Lin Yue's calf wound was gruesome, blood continuously oozing out, his face pale as paper, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. And Ning rushed over immediately, attempting several times, but her abilities were still powerless. The sandy woman had broken ribs and was in a dire condition, so Ning quickly shifted her focus to treatment. Chen Feng's golden body was dim with multiple bruises. Lei Ming's leg injury worsened after being submerged, and the protective suit on his shoulders was bitten through, though it hadn't penetrated. The impact had injured his internal organs, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Alexei was barely able to stand with both old and new injuries. Misha and the other sandy warriors also had multiple abrasions and contusions. Only then did Pandora dare to approach, shakily looking at the miserable state of everyone, with no color in her face, her lips trembling, but unable to speak. A brief and tragic victory. The cost was immense. Moreover, the heavy scent of blood began to permeate this enclosed underground pool. From the depths of the dark waterway, the faint sounds of more denser splashes and a suppressed, chilling low growl could be heard. Those water beasts were not just these three. They were drawn here by the smell of blood. The crack they had just climbed through had become their only refuge, but also a potential prison. Quick! Everyone into the crack. Block the entrance. Chen Feng wiped the blood from his face and shouted hoarsely. His voice jolted the others awake from their brief stupor. The dense and eerie splashes and low growls coming from the dark distance felt more oppressive than any words. Hurry! No one dared to delay any further. Chen Feng and Lei Ming each supported the half-unconscious Lin Yue, while one carried Lu Chen, leading the charge into the narrow rock crevice. Bai Lu helped the still weak Suja follow closely behind, and Ning assisted the injured sandy woman, and Alexei, Misha, and the other sandy warriors helped each other, staggering along. Pandora took one last look at the shimmering, blood-stained deep pool and the increasingly disturbing movements in the darkness, screamed, and nearly tumbled as she dove into the crack. The entrance to the crack was narrow and low, requiring them to bend and turn sideways to squeeze in. Inside was pitch dark with no visibility, only the weak light from the crack behind them outlining a faint silhouette. The air was heavy with a strong, earthy smell and an indescribable stale odor, but it was indeed drier than outside, with a hint of extremely faint warmth. Block the entrance. Find something quickly. Chen Feng entrusted Lin Yue to Bai Lu and to Ning and turned to shout. Lei Ming gritted his teeth against the pain, using his entrenching tool to pry at the inner wall of the crack, dislodging several loose, uneven stones. Alexei and Misha immediately joined in, either kicking or prying with their hands to collect debris. The crack's opening was about half a meter wide and less than a meter high, irregularly shaped, and they haphazardly piled the stones they pried off inside the entrance to block it as much as possible. Not enough. Dig from the inside. Chen Feng also began to fiercely smash the inner wall with his fists, breaking off more debris. Stones flew and dust filled the air. The sounds of splashing water and low growls from outside grew closer and clearer, and they could even hear the sounds of claws scraping against the platform rocks and the greedy slurping of water, likely licking the residual blood. Fear poured into everyone's hearts like cold mercury. Quick! Faster! The speed of stacking the stones increased, and soon the entrance was blocked more than halfway, leaving only some irregular gaps at the top, through which faint light could penetrate barely, allowing a glimpse of the pale, slippery shadows of the water beasts outside, along with the sounds of their nostrils flaring nearby. Suddenly, a sticky clawed paw covered in suckers reached in through a slightly larger gap, scratching frantically inside. A Sand East warrior close to the entrance fell back in fear. Chen Feng reacted quickly, grabbing a sharp-edged stone slab and smashing it hard against that paw. Thud! The paw recoiled in pain, quickly withdrawing, leaving a few drops of viscous dark green liquid behind. But more claws and slender mouthparts began to probe in through other gaps, exploring, scratching, and tearing. The space inside the crack was limited, forcing everyone to retreat and huddle together. Seal it. Completely seal it. Alexei's face turned ashen as he and Misha and the others desperately shoved the last batch of stones and dirt into the gaps. Chen Feng and Lei Ming stood up several larger stones, bracing them firmly against the inside of the pile of debris, using their body weight to hold them in place. The scratching and banging from outside continued for a while, accompanied by anxious cries. Dust began to fall from the crack. Gradually the sounds weakened. It seemed the water beasts realized they could not break through this narrow, hard stone seam, or perhaps the source of the blood smell was mainly outside in the deep pool. The scratching sounds turned into reluctant, wandering noises, eventually fading away with the sounds of splashing water. Silence. Absolute darkness and silence descended. Only the heavy, suppressed breaths of the group and the painful groans of the injured could be heard. They were temporarily safe, but they were also completely trapped in this pitch-black crevice where nothing could be seen. Cough, cough. Lin Yue let out a series of low coughs. Under Ning's treatment, his consciousness returned somewhat, but his body remained weak and powerless, although the bleeding from his calf wound had stopped. The pain and dizziness from blood loss were still strong. What's the situation? The entrance is temporarily blocked. Those things have left. Chen Feng's voice echoed in the dark, carrying fatigue and vigilance. But we can't get out either. Suja, you mentioned a heat source and a cavity earlier. It's inside. Suja's weak voice came from deeper within. I can still barely sense it with my omniscient domain. In the direction where this crack extends about 20 meters, the space suddenly expands, and the heat source is right there, very faint but stable. 20 meters in absolute darkness, dragging the injured. We must move forward. Check equipment, count heads, and treat injured. Lin Yue forced himself to concentrate, issuing orders with a hoarse but clear voice. We need light, even just a little. The group began to search. Most of the equipment had been lost in the swift current, including lighting tools. The few remaining tactical flashlights were either submerged and damaged, or had run out of power. I still have a glow stick here. It was dropped, but I don't know if it still works. Pandora's trembling voice sounded as she rummaged through her soaked clothing for a long time, finally pulling out a slender, somewhat deformed chemical glow stick. Break it, Chen Feng said. Crack. A faint sickly green glow lit up the light, extremely dim, barely illuminating a radius of about a meter, revealing bloodstained, dusty, and exhausted faces along with the rough walls of the crack. But in this absolute darkness, this bit of light was like a lifeline. Using the faint light, they quickly counted. The entire pig slaughter team was present, all injured and in poor condition. On the sand, Eastside, Alexei, Misha, 2 warriors, including that woman, and a child. A total of 5 survived, all similarly injured. Pandora was unharmed, but traumatized. A total of 12 people trapped in a dire situation. And Ning seized the time under the glow to provide deeper treatment for the seriously injured, as Lin Yu's wound needed to be protected from infection. Lei Meng's leg injury and internal wounds needed stabilization. The sandy woman's broken ribs needed to be fixed, and everyone else had varying degrees of external injuries and frostbite. The green light appeared particularly soft and precious under the dim glow. Beads of sweat formed on Ning's forehead. Though her abilities had no depletion, she was also on the edge of exhaustion due to prolonged concentration. After treating the most urgent injuries, the group had to face reality. We must move forward and find the cavity, Suja. Staying here with no food, no water, the cold will slowly drain our stamina, and the wounds may become infected. Lin Yue leaned against the rock wall, speaking slowly. The glow stick was carefully passed into Chen Feng's hands. He carried Lu Chun and walked in the lead, his golden body appearing even dimmer in the weak light. Lei Meng, dragging his leg, gritted his teeth beside him, while Suja was supported by Bailu, closing his eyes and trying hard to sense the spatial structure. The crack twisted downward, sometimes narrow, requiring them to squeeze sideways, sometimes slightly wider, allowing 2 people to walk side by side. The ground was uneven, littered with rubble and slippery moss. The air grew increasingly dry, and the faint warmth became more apparent, dispelling some of the bone-chilling cold, but the stale odor intensified. In the darkness, there were only heavy breaths, the rustling of clothing, the muffled groans of the injured, and the faint sounds of stones being stepped on. The glow of the glow stick could only illuminate a few steps ahead, while the sides and back were endless darkness, as if they would swallow this small group at any moment. The unknown fear tormented nerves more than the known dangers. Pandora closely followed in the middle of the group, nearly sticking to the person in front, her eyes fixed on the faint green light, her body trembling uncontrollably. After walking about 10 meters, the crack began to turn, the slope becoming steeper. Up ahead, the space is starting to expand, Suja whispered, his voice tinged with uncertain wonder. The heat source is clearer now, just below. At the end of the rift, a sudden clarity emerged. With the last flickering glow of the nearly extinguished glow stick, everyone finally saw what lay ahead. It was a natural rock chamber the size of a basketball court, its ceiling supported by interlocking black, jagged rocks reaching over 10 meters at its highest point. The ground was covered with a thick layer of grayish-white soft sediment, leaving clear imprints where one stepped. In the center of the chamber, the scene was even more peculiar. A substantial but completely decayed and collapsed metallic structure lay half buried in the sediment, twisted metal plates embedded in the rock walls etched with incomprehensible and dizzyingly intricate geometric patterns and energy circuits. Despite enduring the passage of time, these metals still exhibited a resilience and precision far beyond contemporary understanding. At the core of the heat source lay at the center of this wreckage. A low circular metal platform about 5 meters in diameter was mostly buried underground. In the center of the platform, a complex device the size of a basin was partially exposed. Several interlocking and slowly rotating multifaceted metal rings held a fist-sized dark red core suspended in the center. It radiated a stable orange-red glow and warmth like solidified magma, dyeing the surrounding area for over 10 meters with warmth, the only source of light in this absolute underground darkness. The glow was not blinding but exuded a heavy sense of constancy, as if it had been burning here for millennia and would continue. What is this? Bailu supported Suja as they approached, her tired eyes filled with shock. The air was thick with a faint mix of ozone and heated metal. Suja broke free from her support, staggering a few steps to the edge of the platform, closing his eyes. After a moment, he opened them, his face pale, his doubts far greater than before. These metals, their energy, conductivity, and structural strength are astonishingly high. That core, I cannot analyze it. Its stability is terrifying. It's like a microstellar core frozen at its peak state, an unquenchable fire seed. Its energy output is strictly limited to an extremely low level, seemingly forming some kind of symbiotic coupling with the entire geological structure. He paused. Let's not dwell on this. Lin Yu's voice was still weak, but his thoughts were clear. The primary task is to rest. Chen phone by Lu. Check the entire space. Confirm if there are any other exits or threats. The others treat your wounds, inventory supplies, and assess how long we can hold out. Chen phone laid down the still unconscious Lu Chun, and along with Bai Lu carefully examined every corner of the chamber using the core's light and the dim glow of the glow stick. No other obvious entrances were found. The cave walls were hard and dry. The air, although stale, had an extremely faint warm airflow seeping from tiny cracks in the rock, maintaining basic ventilation. Aside from the narrow rift they came in through, this seemed to be a relatively enclosed yet stable shelter. They were temporary. However, this safety was built upon absolute scarcity. The inventory results were disheartening. Almost all of their supplies were lost in the raging waters and battles. Food consisted of only 2 high-calorie chocolate bars that Chen Feng had kept hidden on him, and half a pack of energy bar crumbs that Pandora had secretly stashed in her inner pocket. There was no drinking water. Their soaked clothes could only wring out a bit of icy water mixed with blood and mud, barely enough to survive. Aside from Ning's abilities, they had no other medicines. The only source of light in the entire space was that dim yet limited dark red glow from the center of the platform. The child of Shay couldn't help but let out a low sob, which was tightly covered by her mother's hand. Conserve your strength. Stay close to the platform for warmth, but do not touch any metallic structures, especially that glowing core. Lin Yu's voice echoed clearly in the spacious rock chamber, and Ning prioritized treating the most serious injuries. The rest handle your own external wounds. Try to stay conscious and take turns resting. Everyone complied, settling in a circular area a few meters away from the platform, where they could feel warmth while still being relatively safe, either sitting or lying down. Their body temperatures gradually rose under the heat source, and their soaked clothes began to emit faint steam. Extreme fatigue and pain washed over most people like a tide. Soon the chamber was filled with muffled groans. Pandora, curled up at the outermost edge, distant from the more seriously injured individuals, her back turned to the platform's red light, tightly hugging her knees and burying her face in them, her shoulders still trembling slightly. Time flowed slowly in the silence and the constant red glow, and the glow stick finally extinguished completely. The chamber fell into an even deeper darkness, only adorned by the dark red light. It was unclear how long it had been, perhaps 1 or 2 hours. The previously unconscious Lu Chen suddenly emitted the silver patterns beneath his skin, resembling living creatures, suddenly accelerated and brightened under the illumination of the platform's red light, as if resonating with the dark red core. Lu Chen. Chen Feng, who had been by his side, immediately leaned in. Lu Chen's eyelashes fluttered slightly, slowly opening his eyes. A silver brilliance swirled and condensed deep within his pupils like a nebula, finally recovering clarity, but now deeper and sharper than before, as if he could see through the layers of space. He pushed himself up from the ground, his movements fluid, unlike someone who had just recovered from serious injuries. The air around him emitted subtle, nearly inaudible tremors. Where are we? Lu Chen's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet carried a strange sense of stability. An ancient underground ruin, temporarily safe. Lin Yue replied, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen as he too sensed the changes within himself. The time ability, which had once been dormant due to overexertion and severe injury, began to thaw like a frozen river, gradually reviving in a more refined and heavier manner. Although the total amount was depleted due to overexertion, its quality had undergone a metamorphosis. His perception of the passage of time had never been so keen, and his control over his sense of time had reached a new level of precision. Without needing to test, Lin Yue understood that he had stepped onto the threshold of the second tier. This breakthrough seemed not to stem from accumulation, but rather from previous extreme overexertion on the brink of collapse, combined with the invisible catalysis of the unique energy field of this ruin, forcibly completing the metamorphosis and stabilization. Almost simultaneously with Lu Chen's awakening, Lin Yue also completed the stabilization of the second tier. Lu Chen closed his eyes, carefully sensing for a moment, revealing a strange expression. Spatial perception has expanded at least threefold, and clarity has significantly improved. The turbulence of spatial energy within him calmed, becoming more docile and powerful. Moreover, he raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, gently closing his fist. Under the illumination of the platform's light, the air in front of his palm visibly twisted and folded. For an instant, a few particles of dust were swallowed by the suddenly appearing micro-folds of space, reappearing quietly elsewhere. The ability to interfere with space has undergone a qualitative change. I am certain now I am at the second tier. Lin Yue and Lu Chen simultaneously completed the crucial advancement to the second tier in this dire situation. This was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline. Chen Feng exhaled heavily, patting Lu Chen's shoulder, while Bai Lu and Suzhou also clearly sighed in relief. In Ning's eyes flickered the light of hope, but she did not dare to relax the healing green light in her hands, and even the weak Lei Ming made an effort to pull the corners of his mouth. However, after the excitement, the cold and cruel reality still lay before them. They were trapped underground with scarce resources, more than half injured, and outside there could be countless water beasts and pursuing enemies from other races. Lin Yue looked at Lu Chen, his gaze sharp. The reward for the champion of the competition, the source crystals, 6 of them, should all be in your space. Lu Chen nodded, his mind stirring, and 6 fist-sized irregular polyhedral crystals glowing with a soft milky white aura appeared neatly on the ground before him. At the moment the crystals appeared, the surrounding warm air, which had been stable, seemed to ripple. Even the dark red glow of the core in the center of the platform seemed to be attracted, slightly fluctuating, as if 2 entirely different energy systems were having a brief stare down. Source crystals. A precious strategic resource that when used by individuals below the 3rd tier can certainly elevate them by at least 1 tier. This is possibly their greatest trump card to turn the tide. According to common sense and the initial allocation plan, these source crystals were meant for the core members of the team to break through to a higher tier. Now among the original 6 members of the pig-killing team, Lin Yue and Lu Chen had just broken through to the 2nd tier, while Chen Fengbai Lu and Su Zhe had already stabilized at the 2nd tier, and Yi Li was temporarily absent. That portion was theoretically reserved for her, but now survival took precedence over logic. The situation is critical, we must immediately enhance our overall combat strength. Lin Yue made a decisive call, without any hesitation. Chen Fengbai Lu Su Zhe, you 3 are already at the peak of the 2nd tier, use the source crystals immediately, and attempt to break through to the 3rd tier. Lu Chen pushed 3 source crystals toward Chen Fengbai Lu and Su Zhe respectively. The 3 did not hesitate, immediately sitting cross-legged and focusing on channeling the immense and pure energy within. Soon faint golden ice blue and translucent spiritual light began to glow around the 3. Their auras started to steadily rise. Although the process showed some signs of struggle, especially Su Zhe, who consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, overall it remained stable, with no significant rejection or abnormalities. The gate to the 3rd tier was slowly opening before them. Next is us. Lin Yue looked at Lu Chen, each taking a source crystal in hand, but just as they grasped the crystals, a sudden change occurred. The moment Lin Yue grasped the source crystal, his heart suddenly constricted, and the time ability spontaneously flowed, forming a very faint layer of warped light around his body that completely isolated the energy fluctuations of the source crystal. A warning, primal and instinctual scream from the depths of his soul. He couldn't even guide the energy of the source crystal into his body, as if that milky white glow and his time power were 2 mutually exclusive existences. Lu Chen's reaction was similarly intense. The air around him emitted a low, buzzing sound. The space spontaneously twisted and folded, forming an invisible barrier. The source crystal trembled violently in his hand, and where the milky white glow and the silver spatial energy met, faint sounds like glass shattering echoed. He clearly sensed that the silver energy within him, which had already deeply fused with space, displayed unmasked hostility and rejection towards the source crystal, as if they were manifestations of different tiers of rules. No. Lin Yue's expression darkened. We cannot absorb it. A strong sense of rejection. Lu Chen's voice was equally grave. If we force the absorption, the energy systems might collapse. This discovery left everyone stunned. The source crystal, reputed as a safe and stable shortcut to promotion, was completely ineffective and even repulsive to Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Was it because their time and space abilities were too unique, touching upon certain underlying rules? Or was it due to their recent breakthroughs in the ruins environment, leading to some unknown changes in their bodies? Su Zhe opened his eyes during a brief moment of absorption, sweeping his omniscient domain over the source crystals in Lin Yue and Lu Chen's hands, revealing an incredulous expression. Energy conflict. It's not a simple repulsion, but a fundamental incompatibility. The essence of your abilities seems to exceed the category that the source crystal can format for enhancement. Silence enveloped the chamber, leaving only the faint buzzing of energy circulating from Chen Feng and the others. Lin Yue and Lu Chen exchanged glances, their long-standing tacit understanding allowing them to instantly comprehend each other's thoughts. In that case, Lin Yue spoke first, his voice calm. These 2 source crystals cannot go to waste. His gaze turned towards Lei Meng and Ning. Old Lei and Ning, you come. Lei Meng and Ning were taken aback. Captain, this is too precious. Lei Meng wanted to say he could still endure his injuries and hoped Lin Yue would try other methods. Shut up. Lin Yue interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. We are trapped here outside. There are water beasts and possibly pursuing enemies. We are currently unable to use the source crystals, but you can. Lei Meng, you and Chen Feng are the shields of the team. Your injuries are the most serious and you must recover and strengthen as soon as possible. And Ning, you are the only healer. Your abilities directly relate to everyone's life and death, and after reaching the 3rd tier, you may even break certain limitations. You both are already at the 2nd tier. Using the source crystals will definitely allow you to reach the 3rd tier. This is the most rational choice now. Lu Chen said nothing, merely pushing his still slightly trembling source crystal gently towards Ning. His actions were the best expression of his stance. Lei Meng looked at the floating source crystal before him, his throat rolling. This tough guy felt a bit emotional understanding what this meant. This meant that the captain and Lu Chen had given up their immediate promotion opportunities, placing their hopes on him and Ning. Lei Meng's voice was somewhat hoarse. Stop your nonsense. Lin Yue shoved the source crystal into his hand. Hurry, we don't have much time to waste. And Ning looked at the source crystal floating before her, then at Lin Yue and Lu Chen, tears shimmering in her eyes. But she said nothing, simply nodding, earnestly cradling the source crystal in her hands. Just as Lei Meng and Ning prepared to channel the energy of the source crystal, Pandora suddenly stood up from the corner. Her face remained pale, but her eyes sparkled with a desperate mix of fear and longing. She looked at the source crystal belonging to Yi Li on the ground, her voice trembling, but clear. That one. Can I have it? Everyone turned to her, their expressions complex. Pandora's performance had been evident, timid, selfish, and lacking in confidence. She hadn't even officially stepped into the second tier. Using such a precious source crystal that should belong to Yi Li on herself was undoubtedly a tremendous waste, even a sense of betrayal towards Yi Li. Lin Yue silently stared at her, while Lu Chen's eyes remained cold. Chen Feng and the others were at a critical moment of breakthrough with no time to spare. Alexei and Misha, along with the other Shay people, remained silent. This was an internal distribution issue within the pig-killing team. I know. I don't deserve it. Pandora's voice was tinged with a choking sound, but more was unwillingness and despair. I know I am cowardly, useless, a liability. But I don't want to die. I really don't want to die here. I also want power. I want to be able to help, even just a little. Give me a chance. Please. Having one more person promoted, even if just one tier, could mean a greater chance of survival. She knelt on the ground, tears mixed with dirt streaming down her face. Silence filled the chamber. Only the faint buzzing of energy flowing and the oppressed breaths of the injured remained. Lin Yue's gaze swept over his injured companions, over the enclosed chamber, and over the solitary source crystal, finally landing on Pandora's tear-streaked face. In his mind, he weighed countless pros and cons in an instant, the risk of wasting a precious source crystal on an uncertain factor, and even if Pandora advanced to the second tier, her combat will and loyalty remained questionable. But on the other hand, as she said, in dire straits, any increase in power could tip the scales of life and death. Even if it was just one more second-tier perception enhancer, it might play a role in exploration or warning. Moreover, this source crystal belonged to the absent, Yi Li technically considered ownerless team, reserve resources. Lin Yue's voice was calm, yet firm, making a cold and pragmatic decision. Lu Chen, give the source crystal to her. Whether she can absorb it is up to her fortune. But remember, he looked at Pandora, his gaze sharp as a knife. This is your last chance. If you succeed, you must prove your worth. If you fail, or if there are any actions that endanger the team afterward. The unspoken words hung in the air, but the cold, murderous intent had already spread. Pandora shivered all over, nodding vigorously. I understand. I understand. Thank you. Thank you. When she grasped the source crystal, she did not experience the strong rejection that Lin Yue and Lu Chen had felt. Instead, she sensed a gentle, yet immense energy flowing into her body through her arm, cleansing her weak and vague perception abilities. Although the process brought some swelling pain and slight discomfort, it was far less intense than what Lei Ming and the others were about to face. A look of delight sparkled in her eyes as she quickly sat cross-legged, beginning to guide and absorb the energy with all her might. At this moment, Lei Ming and Ning also finally began to guide the energy from their source crystals. The moment Lei Ming's hand touched the source crystal, he felt a strong, piercing pain and sense of rejection coming from deep within his bones. It was as if the crystal was some alien object that clashed with his own energy. The violent energy attempted to surge in, but created intense friction and conflict with the energy within him. His face instantly flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and his body involuntarily trembled, but he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. And Ning's situation was slightly better, but not optimistic. She pressed her hands lightly above the source crystal, feeling a strong sense of stagnation as she guided the energy. The emerald green healing aura clashed and dissipated against the milky white source crystal energy, as if her body and abilities instinctively rejected this external formatted enhancement. Her face turned pale, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her progress was slow and painful, but she did not give up. Thus, in this ancient and warm underground ruin, a collective breakthrough concerning life and death quietly took place amidst silence and energy fluctuations. Chen Feng, Bai Lu, and Suja's auras grew brighter, steadily advancing towards the realm of the third tier. Lei Ming and Ning struggled painfully under the impact of the source crystals, yet they held on to a thread of clarity in their minds. Meanwhile, Pandora was immersed in an unexpectedly smooth absorption, even revealing a hint of twisted joy on her face. Lin Yue and Lu Chen stood guard nearby. Although they could not use the source crystals themselves, their second-tier enhancement made their senses sharper enough to alert them to any unforeseen circumstances. They could clearly feel that Chen Feng and the others' energy fluctuations were undergoing a qualitative change. The door to the third tier was about to open for them. However, just as this pivotal power enhancement took place deep underground, far away, 1,000 miles away, in a military university campus covered in ice and snow, and at the frigid extreme, northern front, ripples had already begun to spread. At the military university, the Tactical Intelligence Analysis Center. In front of a massive holographic screen, several stern-faced officers and instructors were engaged in urgent. The screen displayed a detailed topographic map of Hanya Town and its surrounding areas, with several flashing red dots marking areas of abnormal energy response and communication interruption. It has been confirmed, the last positioning signal transmitted by the pig-killing team disappeared in the ice-field rift zone 500 kilometers northwest of Hanya Town. A young intelligence officer wearing glasses reported quickly, his voice tinged with suppressed anxiety. Afterwards, communication was completely cut off for more than 24 hours. According to the scheduled task timeline, they should have completed preliminary reconnaissance and established temporary communication nodes by now. We have tried all backup frequencies and encrypted channels, but received no response. The Albatross Aerial Reconnaissance Unit detected continuous and abnormal energy turbulence over the rift zone, with severe interference, making precise scanning impossible. The elder sitting at the head vice president of the military university and the overall commander of this extreme northern operation, Chen Lai, had a face like iron. He stared at the red dots on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. The process of breakthrough was far from silent. The first to complete it was Pandora. Her energy fluctuations stabilized the earliest and the smoothest. Almost half an hour after Lu Chen handed her the source crystal, the chaotic energy enveloping her settled down, and she opened her eyes, and a glimmer of cleverness and mischief appeared deep within her pupils. The fear and anxiety on her face faded, significantly replaced by a mixture of novelty and delight. She spread her palm, and a small handful of fragmented metallic-looking ice crystals condensed out of thin air in her palm, only to quickly dissolve again. I can feel it. Pandora's voice trembled slightly, but it was no longer filled with panic. I can do a little trick now. She seemed to want to explain something, but after glancing at Lei Meng and Ning, who were enduring intense energy conflicts with distorted faces, and then at Chen Feng and the others whose light was becoming increasingly brilliant, she wisely kept her mouth shut and cautiously moved closer to Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Lin Yue merely gave her a glance and said nothing. His and Lu Chen's attention was more focused on Lei Meng and Ning. Their breakthroughs were far more arduous than Pandora's. The surface of Lei Meng's body shimmered with a pale golden light that flickered unpredictably, sometimes dimming to the brink of extinguishment, only to suddenly flare up, illuminating his face, which was contorted in agony. The scars on his body squirmed and healed with the flickering light, but new small cracks continued to burst open, oozing tiny beads of blood. This was the violent golden body energy within him clashing and merging with the foreign power of the source crystal. Painful yet indicative of transformation. Ning's situation, however, was more subdued. A green light rose and fell on her body like breathing, intertwining and permeating with the milky white energy of the source crystal. Her expression was equally pained, with cold sweat beading on her forehead and her hands tightly gripping the source crystal, her knuckles turning white. But Lin Yue noticed that the wound on her calf, which had only been barely stopped from bleeding during Ning's previous treatment, was visibly growing new pink flesh under the intertwined light, and even the scar was rapidly fading. This was a good sign as time silently slipped away. Chen Feng's body erupted with intense energy fluctuations first. Buzz. A low resonating sound like a copper bell echoed through the cavern. The pale golden light on Chen Feng's body suddenly converged, refining to the extreme, making him appear like a true statue, forged from pure gold. His muscular contours became even more defined, filled with explosive strength. Even more astonishingly, his body seemed to have slightly expanded, not in fatness, but in a visually robust and powerful way brought about by pure strength. It's done. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze blazing with brilliance. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, and the joints made a crisp cracking sound. He did not immediately show off, but first looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen, nodding slightly, then turned his gaze to the still struggling Lei Meng, frowning slightly. Old Lei is in a critical phase, Lin Yue whispered. It seems the problem is not serious, just suffering. Just as he finished speaking, changes also occurred on Bai Lu's side. She made no sound, but the temperature in the entire cavern suddenly dropped several degrees. Centered around her, a thin layer of frost condensed on the gray-white sediment on the ground and quickly spread out several meters. Bai Lu slowly stood up, surrounded by visibly swirling light blue cold air. She extended her right hand palm. Countless tiny ice crystals condensed in the air, quickly converging into a simple, yet completely translucent ice short sword under some invisible force. The short sword hovered in her palm, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. It feels different now, Bai Lu said softly, her voice seemingly carrying an icy texture. With a flick of her wrist, the short sword flew lightly towards Chen Feng. He instinctively reached out to catch it. It felt cold to the touch, but its weight and texture were indistinguishable from a short sword made of steel, even more resilient. What was even stranger was that a cool but non-biting energy spread along his arm, refreshing his spirit and alleviating the slight fatigue accumulated from previous battles. Good stuff. Chen Feng weighed the short sword, waved it casually, creating an ice blue afterimage. Can this thing be used? Yes, Bai Lu nodded. Not just the short sword, as long as it falls under the concept of weapon, I can probably condense it. Sword, knife, spear, shield, even armor. Although the strength and duration depend on my consumption, it should be useful. Others can use it, and it can also add a certain freezing or slowing effect. Almost at the same time, Suzhou also completed his final transformation. The translucent sheen of his spiritual power rippled like water, yet it did not spread outwards like Bai Lu's cold air. Instead, when it reached about a 10-meter radius, it formed a blurry, almost invisible spherical area. This area enveloped most of the people in the cavern. Lin Yue immediately felt a peculiar sensation of stagnation. His thoughts seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil, and both the speed of thinking and the speed of mobilizing energy within his body were subtly, yet undeniably affected. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow as well. He found that his subtle perception of the surrounding space had become somewhat blurred and sluggish within this range. Sorry, just mastered it, still not skilled. Suzhou's voice rang out, carrying obvious fatigue, but more excitement. With a thought, the pervasive feeling of stagnation receded like a tide. Is this the third tier's omniscient domain? Lin Yue asked. It feels a bit like a domain. Exactly. Suja took a deep breath, trying to calm the tumultuous spiritual energy caused by the breakthrough. It's no longer just simple detection and calculation. Now I can unfold an information suppression domain. Within the domain, everyone's abilities will be weakened to a certain extent with the specific effects depending on the type and tier of the opponent's abilities. If it's a mental type attack or interference, as long as it doesn't exceed my spiritual power tier, it may even fail directly. He paused, looking at Alexei and Misha. But for pure physical strength or elemental manipulation, the weakening effect, and the larger the area and the stronger the suppression, the greater my consumption will be. That's enough. Lin Yue said, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. At a critical moment, this is the trump card to break the balance. Suja's breakthrough seemed to have become some kind of catalyst. Roar. A low roar suppressed to the extreme erupted from Lei Meng's throat. The golden light on his body exploded, no longer flickering unpredictably, but stabilizing, flowing thickly, like his muscles bulged like they were inflated. The bones made a dense grating sound, and his height surged by nearly 20 centimeters, with his shoulders broadening significantly. Not in the refined strength of Chen foam, but in a wild, destructive expansion that even carried an ominous aura. The scars that had previously flickered on his body healed at an astonishing speed in that moment. Even the scars rapidly. The golden light converged. Lei Meng gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground, sweat mixing with blood dripped down. But when he raised his head, the wild crimson that had been difficult to control during the use of Divine Corpse appeared much clearer. Damn it. Lei Meng's voice was rough and hoarse, but it carried a hint of laughter. I almost thought I was going to explode. He pushed against the ground to stand, moving his limbs. The sound of his bones cracking echoed. He looked down at his now sturdier arms and touched his chest, where there had originally been a dark purple bruise from being struck by a water beast's tail, now smooth as before. It seems it's not so easy to get high now, Lei Meng grinned. And this body feels like it can recover faster from hits. I just don't know if taking a harder hit means I can retaliate with more force. Lin Yue nodded, about to say something. A soft murmur sounded. The green and white light surrounding Ning finally merged, perfectly transforming into a more gentle and vibrant emerald light, slowly retracting back into her body. She opened her eyes, her gaze clear, carrying a sense of peace that healed the heart. She said nothing, but immediately looked at Lin Yue's injured calf and the other minor wounds remaining on Lei Meng. Her hands were raised, and a richer, more refined emerald light surged forth. Lin Yue felt a tingling sensation at the wound on his calf. Looking down, he saw that the deep wound was rapidly healing. Not only was flesh growing back, but even the tendons seemed to be reconnecting and repairing. And the minor scrapes and bruises on Lei Meng were disappearing at a visible speed. Ning, your ability. By losing the effect of regeneration has improved. Ning paused, her actions, her face turning somewhat pale, clearly exhausted, but her eyes were bright. In the third tier, it seems I can treat you all, and also repair some deeper injuries like shock and toxin erosion, but it consumes more, and... She hesitated, looking at Chen Feng. I think I can temporarily give someone a state of life enhancement, boosting recovery and stamina, but currently only one person, and the duration is short. That's enough, Lin Yue interrupted her. Save your strength. Your ability is now a top priority. Thus all five who had originally planned to use the source crystal, Chen Feng, Bai Lu, Suja, Lei Meng, and Ning, successfully stepped into the third tier. Pandora also smoothly advanced to the second tier, gaining new abilities. Only Lin Yue and Lu Chun remained at the second tier. But at this moment, the overall combat power of the team had undergone a tremendous change. Chen Feng walked to the blocked entrance of the crack, listened intently, and after a moment, turned back. The water beasts outside seem to have dispersed. At least they're not blocking the entrance. We cannot let our guard down. Lin Yue leaned against the rock wall. Although Ning had treated most of his injuries, the weakness from blood loss and exhaustion remained. We need to find a way out. This ruin. His gaze shifted back to the dark red core in the center of the platform, and the strange metallic remained. Suja, investigate this space more carefully, especially these metal structures and that core. I have a feeling they are not just ruins. Suja nodded, closed his eyes again, and the invisible omniscient domain spread out in a more detailed manner, trying to analyze those incomprehensible patterns and energy circuits. Lu Chun walked to the edge of the cavern, reaching out to touch the rough rock wall. A silver light flickered in his palm, and an invisible spatial fluctuation seeped in. The rock wall is very thick with a stable structure, and there are no obvious weak points or hidden passages. Lu Chun shook his head after a moment. The only way out may be the crack we came in through, or underneath these metal remains. He looked at the large metal structure half buried in the sediment. Just then a faint click sound came from the platform direction. It was not emitted by the metallic core, but came from an inconspicuous arc-shaped metal plate partially embedded in the ground. The sound was so faint it was almost imperceptible, but to those who had just completed their breakthroughs and had keen perceptions, it was crystal clear. Everyone's attention instantly focused on it. They saw a barely noticeable gap on the surface of that arc-shaped metal plate, through which a faint, deep blue glow starkly different from the core seeped out. It flickered once, and then extinguished as if it were just a momentary flicker of a malfunctioning circuit. But Suja's expression suddenly changed. No, he exclaimed just now. There was a weak external signal attempting to connect to some residual system of this ruin. Although it was rejected, it did exist. What do you mean? Chen Feng clenched his fists. It means, Lin Yue's voice turned cold, that besides us there are, moreover they may be attempting to activate or detect this place. As if to confirm his words. Thud. A muffled sound came from deep within the rock wall above their heads. It was heavy, distant, but carried a clear sense of vibration. Following that, thud, thud, two more sounds came clearer and with stronger vibrations. Something was passing over them from above through the thick rock layers. And judging by the heavy and rhythmic sounds, its size was definitely not small. The faces of Alexei and Misha, along with the other Shar people, turned pale instantly. Misha swallowed hard, rasping a few words in Shar language. Alexei translated, his voice dry. He said, "It's the footsteps of the crack claw beast, and there's more than one. It's a hunting pack. Only large alien hunting teams, or guides, would deploy such beasts." In the cavern, the morale that had just been lifted by the collective breakthrough instantly froze again. The muffled sounds above felt like war drums beating in the hearts of everyone. Inside the rock hall, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. The heavy footsteps above, now distant and now near, seemed to linger like the shadow of death overhead. Lu Chen's voice was low, his silver eyes fixed on the rock layer above. "I am certain. It is repeatedly probing some area directly above us. The flickering signal may not just be probing the ruins, but also some sort of positioning. We must get moving." Lin Yue leaned against the rock wall, standing straight, with an unprecedented seriousness on his pale face. "We cannot gamble on them not finding the entrance. Suja, have you discovered the possibility of other passages, even theoretically?" Suja's forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. He activated the omniscient domain to its utmost, scanning every inch of the rock hall structure, especially the junctions of the metallic wreckage and the rock layers. Searching. The structure is too complex. Many energy circuits are thoroughly damaged, but a few seem to have faint vitality. They are coupled with this core and the rock structure above us. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, pointing towards the flickering arc of metal beneath the platform's edge. There. The energy coupling is most evident there. The rock structure seems thinner, or rather it used to be a passage later blocked by younger deposits and collapses. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang, much more intense than the previous heavy footsteps, suddenly erupted from directly above everyone. The entire rock hall trembled violently, dust and small stones raining down from the dome. The dark red core's brilliance seemed to flicker with this disturbance. "They are attacking the rock layer." Chen Feng roared, instantly entering a combat state, a pale golden light enveloping his body. "Found it." Lu Chen's expression changed. 15 meters east, directly above the rock structure, has been forcibly torn apart. Something is coming down. Crack, boom. The piercing sound of shattering rock mixed with explosive thuds suddenly erupted. A coarse, jagged, deep purple energy beam, like a drill bit, forcefully tore through the rock layer that was dozens of meters thick, penetrating down from directly above the dome. Debris fell like a torrential rain, dust engulfing the space. A towering figure covered in dark bone armor and wielding a menacing bone spear descended slowly amidst the swirling dust and cold, murderous intent from the forcibly opened vertical passage. It was the fifth-tier alien guide they had encountered before. Its cold, compound eyes swept across the rock hall, immediately locking onto Lu Chen in the crowd, as well as Lin Yue, who stood beside him, breathing weakly yet with sharp eyes. The bone spear in its hand lifted slightly, the spearhead radiating a dangerous, deep purple light that distorted the surrounding light, exuding a chilling aura of spatial cutting. "You bugs have managed to hide well." The harsh human language, filled with metallic friction, emerged from its mouthpiece beneath the helmet. "But the game is over." Immediately after, more figures leaped down the open passage behind the guide. 5 grotesque war beasts, each the size of a small truck, with limbs covered in thick bone plates and enormous curved claws, landed with a heavy thud that shook the ground. On each war beast's back sat an alien warrior clad in bone armor, wielding various bone weapons. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, their aura fierce, typically at the 3rd to 4th tier. A standard alien elite hunting pack. However, just as the hunting pack landed and was about to unleash slaughter, a crash sounded. From one side of the rock hall, the crack entrance that Chen Feng and Lei Ming had blocked was suddenly smashed open from the outside. Several swift blue figures laden with rich moisture and a fishy smell charged in like cannonballs. It was those aquatic beasts. They had actually returned. But this time, these powerful creatures from the blue star locked their cold vertical pupils tightly onto the newly arrived aliens. They emitted deep, hostile growls from their throats, their dorsal fins standing erect, while arcs of electricity and water began to wrap around their bodies. The alien hunting pack evidently did not anticipate this situation, causing a brief commotion. The guide's compound eyes swept over the aquatic beasts, flashing a trace of disgust and confusion, but was soon replaced by cold, murderous intent. Lowly beasts from a low-tier planet. Dare to obstruct. It waved its bone spear, pointing at Lu Chen and Lin Yue. Capture those two. The rest. Kill them all. Roar. The 5-clawed war beasts let out a roar, pouncing towards the nearest humans, which were none other than Chen Feng and Lei Ming, standing in the front. A thick, high-pressure water cannon shot towards a clawed war beast, while another aquatic beast enveloped in electricity crashed forcefully into another. A thick, high-pressure water cannon shot towards a clawed war beast, while another aquatic beast enveloped in electricity crashed forcefully into another alien warrior. The rock hall instantly plunged into a 3-way melee. "Old Lei, hold on." Chen Feng bellowed, his body radiating golden light, unleashing the full force of his 3rd-tier power, not dodging, but striking a punch towards the head of the clawed war beast charging in front. The ice crystal armor condensed from Bai Lu enveloped his fist, and forearm instantly carrying a bone-chilling cold. Lei Ming let out a wild laugh, his swollen body like that of a savage beast directly charging towards another war beast, his palm, as large as a fan, descending heavily, creating a dull sonic boom. His eyes shone bright red, yet clearer than ever with ferocity, paired with precision. Suja grunted. The omniscient domain instantly expanded, enveloping the entire entrance area of the rock hall. The movements of all alien warriors and war beasts visibly displayed a slight lag and disorder. Even the light of the bone spear in the guide's hand dimmed slightly. Effective. Suja gritted his teeth to hold on. Lu Chen's figure had already vanished from the spot. In the next moment he appeared at the side and rear of the guide, the spatial blade he had gathered silently slicing towards the joint of the armor on the opponent's neck. Oomph. The guide let out a cold grunt, not even turning around as the space around it distorted in a blur. Lu Chen's spatial blade cut into the distorted area as if a cow had entered the sea, its force being largely deflected and dissipated, leaving only a shallow mark on the bone armor. Immediately afterwards, the bone spear in the guide's hand counterattacked at an unbelievable angle, the spear tip radiating purple light, aiming straight for Lu Chen's heart. In a critical moment, Lu Chen's figure blurred again, narrowly dodging this thrust, but the fabric on his chest was torn by the spatial shockwave, leaving a long blood mark on his skin. The second tier's spatial skin dares to flaunt in front of me. The guide's voice was cold as the spear's momentum shifted. The purple light surged, transforming into dozens of twisted spatial cracks, enveloping Lu Chen like a prison. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply, pushing the power of space to its limit, his figure flickering continuously within the confined space, each time narrowly avoiding the deadly cracks. But the spatial cracks multiplied and grew denser, rapidly compressing his range of movement. Lu Chen. Lin Yue suppressed his weakness, the silver light in his eyes flickering wildly. He could not directly intervene in such a level of spatial confrontation, but he tightly locked onto the flow of time around Lu Chen, just as a spatial crack was about to touch Lu Chen's shoulder. In Lin Yue's view, the speed of that crack had slowed down imperceptibly, by a trivial fraction. It was this fraction. Lu Chen's figure twisted, narrowly dodging, and countered with a spatial shockwave hitting the side of the guide. Though it failed to break through its defenses, it interrupted the guide's subsequent attack rhythm. The guide abruptly turned its head, its compound eyes finally locking onto Lin Yue, revealing a trace of astonishment. Time. Interference. It won't be ignored. Lu Chen exclaimed, still feeling the fatigue weighing on him. The guide no longer considered the temporarily relieved Lu Chen as it pointed the bone spear at Lin Yue. A highly condensed, deep purple spatial beam, tearing through the air, shot forth instantly. The power and speed of this strike far exceeded the previous one. Lin Yue's hair stood on in the shadow of death, instantly enveloping him. Lin Yue. Chen Feng roared, wanting to turn around to save him, but was firmly entangled by two war beasts. Bai Lu instantly condensed 3 layers of thick ice shields in front of Lin Yue, yet before the purple beam, they were pierced through like paper. As the beam was about to engulf Lin Yue, a hum sounded. A silver light curtain abruptly appeared in front of Lin Yue. He had apparently broken through the blockade of spatial cracks at an unknown time, standing in front of Lin Yue, his hands pressed flat, original sequence space fully deployed, trying to distort and deflect this fatal attack. Boom. The purple beam slammed against the silver light curtain. Two forces of similar, yet entirely different spatial natures collided violently, annihilating and exploding. There was no earth-shattering explosion sound, only an eerie sound that made one's teeth ache as if glass was being crushed, and the entire world was groaning in distortion. At the collision point, a highly unstable spatial distortion sphere with a diameter of several meters suddenly appeared. Lights scattered within the sphere, the scene fragmented, and the spatial structure wrinkled like crumpled paper, stretching and compressing intermittently. Lu Chen grunted, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, the silver light curtain trembling violently. He was only at the second tier, enduring the furious strike of a 5th tier guide. Even with the unique properties of original sequence space, he was instantly severely injured. But the guide was also not unscathed. Its lethal strike was resisted and interfered with by a power that also contained spatial rules, causing backlash that made the bone spear in its hand emit a burdensome hum, with the bone armor covering its arm appearing with fine cracks. You shall die. The guide was completely enraged, its compound eyes blood red. It no longer held back the aura around it. Suddenly surged dark bone armor, revealing dangerous purple-black light from the seams, evidently preparing to unleash its true killing move. Meanwhile, on Lu Chen and Lin Yue's side, Lu Chen was severely injured. Lin Yue was weak, almost losing the ability to fight again. In this critical moment, the extremely unstable distortion sphere created by the fierce clash of spatial power seemed to reach a certain critical point, as if it touched some hidden vein deep within this underground ruins, coupled with that dark red core. Buzz. The dark red core, which had been constantly emitting light and heat at the center of the platform, suddenly radiated a brilliant glow. Following this, a desolate, ancient, and vast will seemingly awakened from slumber, traced back through the ripples of spatial chaos locking onto them. This will did not come from the ground, but from beyond the sky. Almost simultaneously, whether it was the battling humans, aquatic beasts, or aliens, or the guide about to unleash its ultimate attack, every being's heart suddenly roared with an overwhelming, cold, and brutal howl. The howl was not transmitted through the air, but resonated directly within every consciousness, carrying a terrifying oppression that could crush stars. The guide's impending action came to an abrupt halt as it abruptly raised its head to look towards the sky beyond the broken dome, its compound eyes revealing horror and disbelief for the first time. No. It can't be. How could the will of the prison master be? It hadn't finished speaking. In outer space near the moon's orbit, an originally empty void was suddenly filled with a pure, overbearing concept of power. No light, no sound, only an absolute rule that made everything bend, shatter, and obliterate before this forced descent. A distinctly jointed hand appeared out of thin air at the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. This hand faced downward towards the position of the just awakened howling alien prison masters, while casually fist clenched. Noisy, a plain voice yet containing unquestionable dominance seemed to resonate in the depths of every soul. In the next second, that terrifying prison master will which had just awakened and attempted to descend let out a piercing abrupt scream, as if struck by an invisible hammer, shattering and dissipating instantly. Along with it, a deeply hidden region near the Earth's low orbit, which had just begun to ripple with spatial energy, was completely erased, returning to silent nothingness. On Earth, deep within a vast desert, a painful and furious groan sounded, then all phenomena vanished. The guide stood frozen in place as if encased in ice. The rising aura around it instantly dissipated, the dark purple light extinguished, and the bone spear in its hand broke with a crack into several segments. It stared down in disbelief at its chest where the bone armor remained intact, but it could feel that the connection to the prison master will, along with the source of its own power, had been snuffed out by some higher existence from across the endless stars. No. No. It let out a desperate wail. This violates the agreement. Agreement. That plain voice sounded again, seemingly laced with mockery. Since when did I need to care about your insignificant ant rules? As the words fell in the rock hall, Lin Yue, Lu Chen, foamed by Lu Su, Zhe Ming, and Ning Pandora, and even Alexei and Misha, everyone was enveloped in a soft white light. Opposite them, the alien guide's warriors, war beasts, and aquatic beasts remained unchanged. Have you had enough fun, little ones? It's time to go home. As the voice faded, the white light suddenly intensified, completely enveloping Lin Yue and the others. In the next moment, a gentle white light flashed continuously, resembling ripples spreading across the water's surface, quickly calming once more. On the vast and solemn buffer platform, several figures lay scattered. Lin Yue lay face down on the ground, his arm bent, in an unnatural position, breathing weakly. Lu Chen lay on the side, his clothes soaked with dark red blood, his face even paler than the white alloy on the ground. Chen Feng leaned against a support pillar, a dried bloodstain on his forehead, his eyes tightly closed. By Lu Su, Zhe Ming, and Ning and Pandora, each bore varying degrees of injury, unconscious. Alexei and Misha, along with 3 other Shay people, curled up at the edge of the platform. They bore no visible external injuries, but their faces were ashen, as if they had undergone an indescribable mental shock, similarly plunged into deep unconsciousness. Around the platform, intricate energy circuits were embedded in the thick alloy walls, currently emitting a soft blue light, scanning the status of every life form on the platform. A piercing alarm sounded within the center, not signaling an enemy attack, but a composite alert for unauthorized high-energy teleportation trigger and critical life signs. Almost within 10 seconds of the alarm sounding, fully armed guards and medical personnel in white protective suits surged into the reception hall from all directions. Seal off the scene. Activate the highest isolation protocol, a stern-looking officer with the rank of Major ordered sharply. Medical team, prioritize the rescue of our personnel. Confirm all life signs. Attention, there are unidentified individuals not of our kin. Restrain them first. The well-trained medical team immediately split into 2 groups. One rushed towards Lin Yue and the others, while the other cautiously surrounded Alexei and the other Shay people, first injecting them with a powerful sedative, then placing specially designed energy suppression shackles on them, before performing basic life support. Report. Lin Yue, multiple fractures, internal organ shock, excessive blood loss, weak, but stable life signs. Lu Chen, fractured sternum, severe internal bleeding, mental exhaustion, plunged into deep protective unconsciousness. Report. Lin Yue, multiple fractures, internal organ shock, excessive blood loss, weak, but stable life signs. Lu Chen, fractured sternum, severe internal bleeding, mental exhaustion, plunged into deep protective unconsciousness. The officer furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the unconscious youths on the platform, especially the severe injuries of Lin Yue and Lu Chen, a flicker of gravity and confusion flashing in his eyes. He pressed the communicator, immediately notified General Chen and the higher-ups of the academy. Members of the Slaughter Pig team have returned, all severely injured along with unidentified captives. Requesting activation of Level 1 medical contingency and the highest level of intelligence analysis. Soon higher-ranking officers and several individuals in plain clothes with sharp gazes like hawks arrived at the scene. At the forefront was the stern-faced general who had previously appeared in the reception hall. He looked at Lin Yue and the others swiftly being carried on stretchers to the top medical area, then glanced at the tightly controlled Shay individuals, asking in a deep voice, "Is anyone conscious?" Report, General, all are unconscious. It is expected to take some time for them to awaken. Preliminary assessment indicates that besides physical injuries, some may have suffered from high-intensity mental shocks or energy backlash. The general nodded, his gaze landing on the 5 Shay individuals. These are the remnants of the Shay. Their physical characteristics match the records, but further genetic comparison and interrogation are required. The general withdrew his gaze. At all costs, save our people. Meanwhile, conduct a comprehensive analysis of the energy residues from this teleportation. I want to know who and by what means brought them back. His tone carried an imperceptible depth. Such teleportation, directly bypassing all outer defenses and delivering with precision, is beyond any known technology. 3 days later, at the top medical center affiliated with the military academy in a special intensive care unit, Lin Yue's eyelids trembled a few times before slowly opening. The blinding white light made him instinctively squint eye. After several seconds, his blurred vision gradually cleared. The pristine white ceiling, the faint scent of disinfectant, and a soothing energy field pervaded the air. Connected to various monitoring devices, his left arm was in a cast, and waves of dull pain emanated from his chest and abdomen, but all were enveloped in a gentle restorative energy, not too intense. He turned his somewhat stiff neck and saw Lu Chen in the adjacent bed, still sleeping with closed eyes, his complexion a bit better than before, but still wearing a respirator. The life signs on the monitoring screen were stable yet low. Memories surged back like a tide. The underground rock hall, the alien guides, the clash of spatial forces, the terrifying roar of will, and the last fist that appeared out of nowhere, crushing everything along with that plain yet domineering voice. Enough playing, little ones, it's time to go home. Lin Yue's heart jumped suddenly. That voice, why did it feel so inexplicably familiar? It was as if a certain mark imprinted deep within his soul was touched, very faint, very blurred, like trying to see a figure in a distant dream through a thick piece of frosted glass. He tried to grasp that fleeting feeling, but it slipped through his fingers like sand, leaving only a faint, unexplainable. It was as if he subconsciously knew that the being who intervened would never harm them. Lin Yue, you're awake, a soft female. Ning entered the ward holding a cup of water. Her face was still somewhat pale, but she looked spirited. She walked to Lin Yue's bedside, carefully helped him sit up a bit, and fed him some water. How do you feel? You've been unconscious for 3 days. Lu Chen is worse off than you. Dr. Su said it would take at least 2 more days for him to be out of danger, but he is no longer in critical condition. And Ning said, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Chen Feng and the others woke up yesterday, but they need to rest and recover energy. We really made it back. Lin Yue let out a breath, his voice hoarse. What about the others? Alexei and the others. They were also brought back in another area, reportedly under tight guard, and are undergoing questioning. And Ning lowered her voice. The higher-ups from the academy and the military have come several times, asking us a lot about the underground ruins, the alien race, and the last voice and the teleportation. What did you say? Told them the truth, but we don't know much ourselves. And Ning shook her head. That voice. Suja tried to use his mental energy to recall memories, but found that the memories concerning that voice and the final scene were very vague, as if shrouded in mist, only able to remember what happened without clarity on details or feelings. Lin Yue fell silent. Indeed, it was not just his illusion. The supreme being who came to their rescue seemed to have intentionally blurred their traces in their memories. Why? Was it to protect them, or was there another reason? Is there any statement from the school on this? Lin Yue asked. There is currently no clear conclusion, but based on the analysis of energy residues and the information we brought back, they are already on high alert, confirming at least a 5th-tier alien guide has been active in the Icefield Rift, as well as the potential presence of a more terrifying alien entity referred to as the Warden. The intelligence on the Shay people is also very valuable. It is said that they are urgently assessing and formulating new. And Ning paused, looking at Lin Yue. Additionally, Dr. Su mentioned that although you and Lu Chen are severely injured, your foundations are good, and you are recovering faster than expected. Once your injuries stabilize, you will begin systematic 2nd-tier stabilization training. Chen Feng and Bai Lu will also need to consolidate their 3rd-tier realms. The military academy will officially start classes in a month, and before that we probably need to stay here, both recuperating and undergoing targeted special training. Lin Yue nodded. The brief joy brought by surviving and the enhancement of strength had long been replaced by a larger shadow and sense of urgency. The 3rd tier is still insufficient in the face of true formidable enemies. They need to grow stronger more quickly. His gaze shifted back to the sleeping Lu Chen and his own casted arm. That familiar yet strange voice. Who could it be? Why did he feel a faint, unexplainable sense of bittersweet? Meanwhile, deep in the extreme north of Blue Star, in the eternally frozen wasteland. This was not the ordinary kind of cold, but an absolute zero domain, where even the flow of energy could freeze and all things fell silent. Ordinary life forms, or even low-tier ability users entering this place would instantly become ice sculptures, their souls obliterated. However, at the center of this dead silence stood a tower made entirely of crystals, seemingly containing the rules of the tower was not tall, yet it gave an illusion of supporting the entire Arctic sky. At its peak stood a woman dressed in a simple white robe. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet expressionless, her silver hair cascading like a frozen waterfall to her ankles, her eyes reflecting the endless swirling stars and chains of rules. Her name is Zhou, the primordial sequence order. At this moment, her delicate fingers were lightly pointing at the void in front of her, countless threads of energy, fine to the utmost, spreading from her fingertips into all directions, some delving into the ice layers, some extending toward the ocean, and some even connecting to the distant atmosphere. These threads are the strings of order, maintaining the fragile balance of Blue Star. She was using her own power to sustain, harmonize, and delay the intense turbulence and rule conflicts arising from the fusion with the alien world. A barely noticeable fluctuation traveled along one of the strings of order connected to near-Earth orbit. The fluctuation was very slight, even failing to cause any physical changes on Blue Star, but the residual essence of that pure force contained within made her calm eyes tremble ever so slightly. Almost simultaneously, the ice field behind her rippled like water. A tall and upright figure stepped out from it, wearing nothing, his features chiseled and bearing the hardness born from countless battles, yet with a hint of unshakable gloom and exploration in his brow. Li Tianqing, the fifth child of the Morning Light Orphanage. The primordial sequence force. He did not look at Zhou Ji, but walked to the edge of the tower, gazing down at the dead silence of the ice field, as if he could see the surging energy within the planet and the slow fusion that was occurring. Can you feel it? Li Tianqing spoke, his voice deep. Zhou Ji did not turn her head, her fingers still steadily combing through the strings of order. Your force has disturbed the order I set, which will temporarily accelerate the turbulence of the fusion. Only I will need to spend extra time balancing the intensity of Blue Star's energy layer. Her tone was calm and unperturbed, merely stating a fact. Li Tianqing smirked slightly as if to smile. I knew you would say that, but if I don't act, those two kids will be lost. Their fate trajectory has yet to show a breakpoint, Zhou Ji said lightly. But your intervention has been recorded. Certain ancient existences on the opposite side will take notice. And what if they do? Li Tianqing snorted coldly. A bunch of parasites hiding in the shadows, surviving by devouring and plundering. Are they qualified to set rules? I do as I please. Zhou Ji finally turned her head slightly to glance at him. Being emotional does not help solve problems. You did not come to find me just to say this. Li Tianqing fell silent for a moment, his casual demeanor retracting as he became serious. Recently, is the weight of Blue Star itself changing? Zhou Ji's fingers momentarily paused, almost imperceptibly. You sensed it, she asked. A little bit. Li Tianqing raised his hand, his fingers slightly curling, as if weighing some invisible existence. It's not an increase in material mass, but a sedimentation of some presence. The density of the rules is slowly increasing. Very slight, but indeed present. Moreover, this change does not seem entirely due to the fusion pressure from the opposite side. Zhou Ji turned her head back, continuing to comb through the strings of order, but her voice clearly reached Li Tianxing's ears. Blue Star itself is awakening, or rather adapting. It is transforming from an ordinary life planet into a cradle capable of bearing higher-level rule conflicts, and this transformation is spontaneous, fundamentally rooted in certain ancient marks deep within the planet's core that we have yet to fully understand, but the acceleration is due to the external rule shocks brought by the fusion and the beings living upon it constantly evolving, resisting, and attempting to understand the rules. Li Tianxing's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that our existence, the growth of Shao-Chi and Shao-Ba, is also influencing Blue Star in return? Mutual influence, each a cause and effect. The resonance between individuals and the world will be amplified on the level. Zhou Ji's gaze seemed to penetrate layers of space, resting on a certain military academy in the distant south. Their time and space are particularly special. This resonance, combined with your disruption of the warden's intent, may have slightly loosened certain hidden keys. Keys? Li Tianqing asked. But Zhou Ji no longer answered, quietly maintaining the operation of order like an iceberg that had existed here since time immemorial. Li Tianqing understood her nature and asked no further questions. He stood in place, glancing at the ice field enveloped by Zhou Ji's power, suddenly asking, are the third and fourth still playing in the south? Upon mentioning the third and fourth, Zhou Ji's cold voice seemed to soften ever so slightly for a moment. They like it there, it's lively. That's good as long as they're still there. Li Tianqing nodded, his figure beginning to fade slowly. We'll go see elsewhere, since Blue Star itself is moving some places, maybe hiding things we've never discovered before. As his voice fell, his figure completely disappeared. Above the ice field remained only the eternal cold wind and the white figure at the top of the tower, maintaining the fragile balance alone. The stars reflected in her silver eyes seemed to swirl slightly faster than usual. Deep within some originally clear and orderly rule chains, extremely subtle, entirely new, and filled with uncertainty. Branches began to emerge. And far away in the military hospital, Lin Yue beside the sleeping Lu Chen once again fell into that hazy dream. In the dream, there was a tall figure blocking in front of him, the joyful laughter of children chasing on the grass, a gentle hand patting his head, and a blurry face that always quietly sat in the corner, handing him a piece of candy when he cried. When he woke up, his pillow was slightly damp. A month flew by in a tense, orderly rhythm of treatment, recovery, and specialized training. Within the top-tier rehabilitation zone of the Military Medical University's affiliated medical center, the Pig Butcher Squad occupied nearly an entire floor of private training rooms. After intensive biorepair and stabilization of their energy cycles, Lin Yue and Lu Chen had all their fixation devices removed 2 weeks prior. Their injuries had largely healed, though their strength and mental fortitude required gradual recovery and consolidation. Chen Feng by Lu Suzhou and Lei Meng were already brimming with vitality. Their third-order realms had stabilized, and their energy control had grown increasingly refined. Inside the comprehensive combat training room, thud, 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 the dull echoes of physical impact intertwined with the crisp crackle of energy bursts. Chen Feng, shrouded in a faint golden light, unleashed a rain of fists, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain as they hurtled toward Lin Yue. A faint silver glint flickered in Lin Yue's eyes. The flow of time around him underwent the subtlest shift, causing his movements to appear erratic, now fast, now slow, in Chen Feng's perception. This made him elusive, allowing him to dodge the fiercest attacks by a hair's breadth while counter-striking. On the other side, the sparring match between Lu Chen and Bai Lu was eerily silent. Ice crystals formed and shattered around Bai Lu, her frigid domain spreading soundlessly in an attempt to freeze the space itself. Lu Chen's figure flickered unpredictably, silver spatial ripples occasionally slicing through the ice or distorting Bai Lu's energy trajectories. Both were probing the boundaries of each other's abilities. Suja sat at the edge of the training area, continuously analyzing and recording everyone's energy flow technique flaws and potential for improvement, offering precise advice from time to time. Lei Ming, meanwhile, was locked in a heated brawl with several military instructors sent to assist with the training, specialists in defense and strength, his roars shaking the room. An hour later, the sparring session came to a halt. The group gathered at the edge of the training ground, panting, and picked up energy supplements to drink. Phew. Captain, your ability is getting trickier by the day. Hitting us with sudden speed changes out of nowhere is a real headache, Chen Feng said, wiping his sweat with a grin. Your third-order golden body is truly tough. Your resilience seems to have reached another level, Lin Yue replied with a smile. Through their shared life-and-death battles and daily training, their bond had evolved from temporary teammates to comrades who could truly trust each other with their lives. By the way, Lin Yue said, turning his gaze to Bai Lu, who was quietly studying different types of ice weapons, and Suja, who had his eyes closed, organizing information from his omniscient domain. There's something I want to discuss with you all. Everyone's attention focused on him. And Ning's ability, Resurrection, has proven its value in this operation, whether in healing or battlefield support. She's exceptionally skilled. I'd like to formally invite her to join our team, Lin Yue said earnestly. Our squad's composition is fairly balanced now, aside from being slightly weak in long-range firepower. And Ning's addition would greatly enhance our endurance and survival capabilities. Chen Feng was the first to raise his hand. No objections here. And Ning's a good person and her abilities are solid. Bai Lu, Suja adjusted his glasses. Data supports this. In various high-risk mission models, we've preset teams with high-level healers show an average 37.2 increase in survival rates and mission completion rates. Lei Ming didn't voice an opinion, and Lu Chen simply gave a faint in agreement. Lin Yue let out a relieved breath, then it settled. They'll speak with her formally later. Just then a soft knock came at the training room door, which then creaked open a crack. Pandora cautiously poked her head in her face, wearing its usual somewhat ingratiating smile, though deep in her eyes lurked a barely perceptible shadow of dejection and unease. I hope I'm not interrupting. It looked like the training was over. Pandora, come on in, Lin Yue called out. Pandora stepped inside, carrying a delicate little basket filled with fragrant, beautifully shaped pastries. I made some snacks. I wanted to thank you all for taking care of me before and to congratulate you on recovering so well. She set the basket on the central rest table, her gaze swiftly sweeping over everyone, lingering on Lin Yue for a moment before darting away. A moment of subtle silence hung in the air. Everyone was aware that Pandora's performance during the icefield operation, especially in the desperate final moments of the rock hall, had been less than satisfactory. As a result, in the subsequent training groups and resource allocation, though she wasn't overtly excluded, she had naturally been pushed to the sidelines. Pandora herself seemed to have realized this. Over the past month, aside from completing basic training courses, she had spent most of her time in silence and withdrawal, only occasionally making pastries like today to maintain a facade of friendliness. Lin Yue looked at the carefully crafted pastries on the table, then at Pandora's forced smile and the anxiety hidden in her eyes, and sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he didn't want to invite Pandora. In fact, during the early stages of the icefield, her reconnaissance information and familiarity with the environment had been a great help. But a fixed team, especially one that might face even more severe challenges in the future, required the most suitable person for each position. And Ning's Resurrection was an indispensable support ability, while Pandora's Pan's Prank remained ambiguous and awkward in its role and application, and her combat fundamentals were frankly. Thank you for the pastries, Pandora, Lin Yue said, gently picking one up and taking a bite. They're delicious. I'm glad you like them. Pandora nodded hastily, her smile growing more forced. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she hurriedly took her leave, her retreating figure looking somewhat lonely. The silence in the training room returned. Chen Feng sighed. I hope she can find her own path. Lin Yue said, nothing, simply gazing in the direction Pandora had gone. An S-rank ability. What a pity. While Lin Yue and the others were in training, the outside world was far from peaceful. From the remnants of the Shar civilization like Alexei and the information brought back by the Pig Butcher Squad, China's high command confirmed the existence of fifth order and above alien guides, as well as the terrifying prison master-level entities that might lie behind them. The truth of Shar's destruction, infiltrated by aliens through spatial rifts torn apart from within its civilizational flame nearly extinguished, served as the most dire warning. Intelligence networks of major global powers operated at full speed. After sharing some information, an unprecedented tension began to spread across the world. 2 weeks ago, a piece of news officially confirmed by the European Union and then urgently broadcast by major global media struck like a boulder into a calm lake, stirring up a colossal wave. On the northern edge of the European Union, off the coast of the Yanavi Peninsula adjacent to the Arctic Ocean's permafrost zone, large-scale high-intensity, anomalous spatial fluctuations had been detected. Emergency reconnaissance confirmed that a massive spatial rift, far larger than any previously recorded and extremely unstable, was forming. The energy signatures emanating from the other side of the rift closely matched those described by the Shar remnants as the alien invasion energy that had destroyed their civilization. The European Union immediately mobilized its most elite superhuman legions and cutting-edge dimensional weapons to seal off the area while issuing the highest-level global warning and a call for aid. Major powers like China, the North American Federation, and the Russian Federation quickly responded, dispatching observer groups and technical support teams. However, the situation was far from optimistic. According to the latest intelligence from the front lines, the rift was highly unstable, flickering in and out of existence. But each time it appeared, its scale was slowly expanding, and low-ranking alien creatures were attempting to cross through. The European Union's containment forces had already engaged in several skirmishes with these vanguard aliens. Though they had temporarily stemmed the infiltration, casualties were significant. More critically, the rift's expansion showed no signs of being effectively curbed. Is the European Union following in Shar's footsteps? This question lingered like an unshakable shadow in the minds of many global leaders. On the other side of the rift were there also cold, watching eyes surveying this new hunting ground. No one knew the answer. But all were clear: if this rift stabilized and expanded, the European Union would bear the brunt, facing a war potentially more brutal and hopeless than the Great Cataclysm decades ago. Yet the dark zone, once seen as humanity's chaotic realm, had been eerily quiet this past month. Apart from occasional minor disturbances from cults and the sporadic energy fluctuations detected from underground ruins like the ones Lin Yue and his team had encountered, there were no large-scale anomalies in the dark zone. This unnatural calm only deepened the unease of those in the know. The calm before the storm is often the most suffocating silence. The military university's high command and military think tanks ran simulations day and night, but struggled to reach any definitive conclusions. The only course of action was to seize every moment to enhance strength and prepare. A month passed in the blink of an eye. It was the official opening day of the Chinese Military Superhuman University. The morning sunlight bathed the grand campus, carrying the slight chill of early autumn. Before enrollment, new students underwent a grueling month of screening and reserve training. Those who ultimately succeeded in enrolling were nearly 40 fewer than in previous years. Yet every face had shed its youthful naivety, replaced by a steely resolve and composure, their eyes reflecting both gravity and anticipation for the future. In the central plaza, the freshman orientation ceremony was underway. The principal, a vigorous old man with an aura as deep and vast as an abyss, was delivering the opening address on stage. His voice, amplified by the sound system, resonated across the plaza, steady and powerful, yet far heavier in substance than the usual welcomes and encouragements. Students, you are elites who have passed through the baptism of blood and fire rising from the ashes. You have seen the ferocity of aliens with your own eyes, felt the approach of death, and witnessed the sacrifice and resilience of your comrades. This world is far vaster and far more dangerous than you ever imagined. The tragedy of the Shar civilization still echoes in our ears. The alarms on the European Union's borders have already sounded. The land beneath our feet is no eternal paradise. The enemy has never been far away. By choosing to enter this military university, you have chosen to bind your personal destiny inextricably with that of this land and this civilization's survival. The road ahead is destined to be strewn with thorns and blazing fires. But I hope you remember, power is not for conquest, but for protection. Knowledge is not for ostentation, but to illuminate the path forward. Comrades are not dispensable appendages, but the sturdiest bulwarks at your back. From today onward, you are not merely students. You are warriors, the future backbone of this land. May you live up to your youth and your mission, growing through trials, being tempered in battle, and ultimately becoming the beam of light that supports the spark of human civilization, illuminating the long dark night. The principal's address concluded. The plaza fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause. The eyes of many freshmen blazed with fire, the light of a kindled sense of purpose. After the ceremony, the new students proceeded to their respective colleges and departments according to their pre-assigned faculties. As expected, Lin Yue, Lu Chen, Feng Bai, Lu Suzhe, Lei Ming, and the newly joined Ning were all assigned to the War College, the university's core institution and premier academy for training frontline combatants and commanders. Their ratings and performance in the wastelands had already drawn significant attention from the college's high command. At the War College's freshman notice board, students crowded around to check their class assignments and course schedules. Look, freshmen rated A and above seem to have a special elite training class. Really, the list is here. Lin Yue, Lu Chen, Feng Bai, Lu Suzhe. I heard this elite class gets a lot of resource priority, led directly by the college's top instructors, with courses and missions different from the regular classes. I envy them, but they've earned it. I was scared stiff the first time I saw an alien, and I heard they fought their way out of Shar territory. Lin Yue and his team also saw the list. The elite class had only 21 members. Besides their group of 7, the others were freshmen who had performed exceptionally in the Dark Zone, all rated at least A. Looks like the days ahead won't be boring, Chen Feng said, cracking his knuckles. The schedule is tight. Theory, combat, squad coordination, advanced energy applications, plus irregular field combat assessments, Suzhe noted, quickly scanning the electronic timetable. Just then Lin Yue's gaze inadvertently swept over the list of regular classes and paused on a name. Pandora. She had been placed in the War College's regular class B. As if sensing his gaze, Pandora, standing at the edge of the crowd, looked up and met Lin Yue's eyes. She paused for a moment, then offered a faint, seemingly more resigned smile than before, giving a slight nod before turning and walking toward the assembly point for regular Class B. Her figure was still slender, but her steps seemed a bit steadier than before. Lin Yue averted his gaze. That vague intuition still lingered in his mind. Would Pandora find her own path? Life in the elite military training class unfolded in a tense, yet fulfilling rhythm. Each day Lin Yue and his teammates engaged in extreme training far beyond that of ordinary students. The deep development of abilities, tactical coordination of the team, complex battlefield simulations, and an abundance of theoretical courses consumed nearly all their waking hours. During brief moments of respite, they would learn through secure military networks about the dramatic changes occurring in the outside. Among these developments, the most concerning was undoubtedly the increasingly expanding spatial rift at the northern border of the Euro Alliance, along with the unsettling movements beginning to surface in the dark zones across the globe. In the northern Euro Alliance at the Scandinavian border in the permafrost region, this was no longer the familiar world. The sky presented a sickly purple-gray hue not due to clouds, but because of a massive spatial rift stretching across the horizon, like a great scar emitting chaotic energy that warped the light. The rift itself was not still but moved and expanded slowly like a living creature, its edges flashing with blinding lightning and eerie bluish energy flows, producing a constant chaotic sound akin to shattering glass and the whispers of countless voices. Below the rift, in a radius of several dozen kilometers, the original tundra and permafrost had become unrecognizable. The earth cracked, and the highly corrosive alien energy surging from the rift stained the soil and rocks in dark, withered flesh-like colors. Some highly adaptive low-level alien creatures had already established rudimentary nests around the rift, constantly probing and expanding outward. The Euro Alliance's elite Polaris Legion had built a continuous steel defense line here. The towering energy shield generators hummed, and a light blue shield resembled an inverted giant bowl struggling to withstand the erosion of the rift's emitted energy and the blockade of the airspace. On the ground, tanks, self-propelled artillery, and mech units equipped with special weapons against aliens stood ready. In the skies, specially painted fighter jet formations patrolled continuously, with pilots vigilantly watching the rift that seemed to lead to hell. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was heavy enough to cut through. The energy readings from the rift are still slowly rising while the stability index continues to fall. Our blockade shield can hold for at most 72 hours. Another 3 waves of minor infiltration were repelled this morning, but the aliens are too fast. 2 defender matches were destroyed, and 3 soldiers lost their lives, reported a technical officer in a hoarse voice. Another officer added, clenching his fists until they turned white. Sitting in the main position was the highest commander stationed by the Euro Alliance, one of the 2 existing 8th-tier Guardians, Sunfire Judgment Adolf. He was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, yet still as robust as a lion. Deep wrinkles on his face bore witness to countless battles. At this moment, his sharp blue eyes were fixed intently on the holographic projection of the Rift model, which pulsated continuously. What about reinforcements? When can the observation teams and technical support from Huaxia North America and the Russian Alliance arrive? He asked in a deep voice with a metallic rasp. The fastest Huaxia support fleet is expected to arrive in the peripheral sea areas in 24 hours, but, Commander, with all due respect, the conventional forces and technical support may struggle to reverse the fundamental situation. The expansion of the rift and the entities on the other side require powers of the same tier to contend with the deputy officers. Adolf understood this well. He could feel a chilling and violent will emanating from the depths of the rift. This was no ordinary low-level alien being, but rather a guiding entity mentioned by the Shade descendants, or even a higher existence that might be lurking on the other side of the rift, patiently waiting for the shield to collapse and the passage to stabilize completely. Another 8th-tier Guardian of the Euro Alliance, Frost Queen Eliza, was currently not in the command center. She was stationed at the forefront of the defense line, personally reinforcing the shields of key areas with her powerful ice abilities, ready to extinguish any threats that might breach the line. She appeared to be in her 30s with an icy demeanor, silver hair cascading like a waterfall, surrounded by visible. The 2 8th-tier Guardians represented the peak combat strength that the Euro Alliance could mobilize to defend its homeland. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, they felt a long-lost heavy pressure. Inform Eliza to prepare for the worst, Adolf said slowly as he stood up, emanating a scorching and commanding aura. If the shield shows structural damage, we may need to take the initiative. Taking the initiative meant advancing near the rift, even attempting to enter the unstable edge of the rift to target any powerful aliens that might appear. The risks were extremely high, but sitting by and watching the rift fully open would lead to even more unimaginable consequences. The deputy's face paled, but he straightened his back and said understood. At that moment, while the atmosphere at the Euro Alliance's border was tense to the extreme, dark currents surged at the other end of the world. In the past month, the leaders of several major powers in the dark zones received an astonishing invitation and intelligence through secret channels. In Southeast Asia, deep within Borneo, there lay a dark city built upon an abandoned mine, Blood Pit. In the deepest part of the city, within a palace carved from a solid block of blood-colored crystal, the leader of Southeast Asia's largest dark zone faction, Scarlet, an old man wearing a bone mask and exuding a chilling aura of peak 6th-tier power, was tapping his fingers on the armrest of his throne. Before him floated a black energy crystal from which a processed voice emerged. The Euro Alliance rift has emerged, and human attention is drawn, and this is a heaven-sent opportunity. The ancient gate is about to stir on your lands, and the great blood source master will grant true power, helping you break free from your ant-like fate and build a kingdom for the new humanity. Will you continue to live in the shadows or seize this opportunity to acquire the power to overturn the world? Choose. The voice faded, and the black crystal turned to dust. Blood source master. The leader murmured the name, his eyes behind the mask flickering with greed and madness. He had long grown tired of being a king in the dark zone while always being regarded as a trivial nuisance by those great powers. If there truly exists a great being capable of granting power beyond the current tier, what would the risks and costs matter? Pass it down, he rasped. Begin preparations for the blood sacrifice ceremony at the site. Choose the ancient Siam ruins. We need more sacrifices to stir that gate. In the Middle East, in a forgotten underground ancient city somewhere downstream of the Euphrates. Here the most fanatical doomsday cult purifying fire of the world was led by their high priest, a sixth-tier beginner esper cloaked in tattered gray robes and wielding a twisted bone staff, leading hundreds of followers in frenetic worship before an altar engraved with bizarre star patterns. At the center of the altar, a dark purple flame constantly changing shape and emitting an ominous aura burned quiet. Within the flames came intermittent yet alluring whispers. The chains of order will eventually shatter. Chaos is the ladder to ascension. The rift has opened and the gaze of the warden has arrived. Embrace chaos, embrace our master. You shall become the guides of the new era. Purify the old world in flames, welcome the new life. The followers' eyes were filled with fervor and emptiness, chanting together, purification, new life, purification, new life. The high priest raised his bone staff. The time is near. Continue searching for the ancient starfall core. Accelerate the spread of the heart of confusion. When the flames of the Euro Alliance burn the brightest, that will be our moment to open the gate of chaos and welcome the arrival of our master's will. Similar messages and inducements spread like a virus among the major powers in the dark zones. The existences enticing them did not seem to come from the same source. Some referred to themselves as blood source master, others as the faceless temptation, while yet others vaguely pointed to the great warden. They accurately grasped the deepest desires of these dark zone overlords, an insatiable thirst for power, a hatred for the existing order, and a mad fantasy of a so-called new era. These preparations and conspiracies in the shadows resembled countless venomous snakes quietly raising their heads in the dark, exposing their lethal fangs. They seemed to be waiting for the moment when the Euro Alliance's rift crisis would fully erupt and humanity's civilization would be unable to care for itself. In front of the Euro Alliance rift, after 72 hours, the light blue energy shield flickered violently for several minutes before finally emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable burden, shattering explosively. Several large generators maintaining the shield overloaded, simultaneously bursting into fireballs. Shield failure. Shield failure. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire defense line. Almost at the moment the shield shattered, the massive spatial rift suddenly expanded outward. Its central area became extraordinarily bright and thin, as if a layer of membrane had been violently stretched open. It's here. The Frost Queen Eliza, stationed at the forefront, narrowed her beautiful eyes, and the cold aura around her surged, dropping the temperature within several hundred meters to the edge of absolute zero, as countless ice crystal spears formed in the air. At the center of the rift, that thin light membrane suddenly bulged inward, and then a massive claw covered in dark golden heavy armor and joints adorned with hideous bone spurs forcefully pushed out from the rift. Even just the portion of the claw that emerged was comparable to a small building. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were like a tangible tsunami, instantly sweeping across the entire forward position. Many low-level soldiers and ordinary vehicles collapsed directly under this pressure, with some even bleeding from their mouth. Then came the second claw, followed by a head covered in jagged bone armor and a massive body akin to a moving mountain. It was a terrifying existence that defied accurate description, roughly humanoid in shape, but far more robust and grotesque, its dark golden carapace flowing with lava-like red patterns, with 3 pairs of insect-like spiky bone wings growing from its back, one pair seemingly incomplete, its head devoid of distinct features save for a massive mouth filled with spiral teeth, and a dark red crystal vertical pupil that spun continuously, exuding an aura of chaos and destruction. As it fully emerged from the rift and landed on the ground, the entire permafrost region trembled. Standing over 100 meters tall, its very presence warped the surrounding space, dimming the light. An 8th-tier alien. A genuine 8th-tier alien at the pinnacle of power, recognized by the blue planet. Roar. A roar that shattered the clouds erupted from its massive mouth, with tangible sound waves mixed with chaotic energy fanning out in a cone shape. The dozens of mechs and defense fortifications at the forefront were torn apart and thrown like paper. Attack. All firepower, concentrate fire. The commander at the back shouted hoarsely. Countless missiles, energy beams, and physical projectiles rained down upon that massive body like a storm, engulfing it in explosive flames. However, when the flames dissipated, only a few scorch marks and white impressions remained on the dark golden carapace, which quickly returned to normal under the flow of the red patterns. That vertical pupil glanced coldly at the human defense line below, which appeared as insignificant as ants, with a casual sweep of its massive claw. A blade of red-black energy that tore through space swept out, obliterating a defensive line, leaving behind a bottomless trench and countless remains of the fallen. Despair washed over every Euro Alliance soldier like ice water. Eliza, entangle it. Create an opportunity. The voice of Sunfire Judgment Adolf roared through the communication channel. A figure blazing like the midday sun shot up from the direction of the command center. Adolf transformed into a golden streak of light moving at blinding speed, condensing a massive lance purely composed of highly compressed solar energy. Wherever its tip passed, the space was scorched with twisted marks. This was his ultimate move, solar flare penetration, activated to the utmost by his 8th tier Sunfire ability. Meanwhile, Frost Queen Eliza also sprang into action. She let out a sharp cry, her frost domain rapidly expanding as water vapor in the air instantly condensed into countless thick shimmering ice chains wrapping towards the limbs and torso of the 8th tier alien from all directions, attempting to restrict its movements. At the same time, she formed an enormous crystal-clear frostfall spear above the alien's head, nearly as tall as a mountain, and thrust it down with a chilling intent that could freeze the soul. The two 8th tier human guardians, one ice and one fire, coordinated perfectly to unleash a strike that could be considered a lethal combination. This was the pinnacle of individual power that humanity could currently display. Faced with this combined attack capable of easily annihilating a city, the vertical pupil on the 8th tier alien's forehead merely shifted slightly. It did not even make a significant evasion. It simply raised its relatively unscathed front claw, and at the red pattern's most concentrated point, a deep, violent dark red light exploded forth. A beam of condensed dark red energy shot out, arriving first and colliding directly with Adolf's solar. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a nauseating sound of energy being rapidly eroded and extinguished. That indestructible solar lance melted and dimmed upon contact with the dark red energy beam as if it were butter encountering a hot knife. Adolf's expression changed drastically as he felt a will filled with destruction and chaos surging through the connection with the energy lance. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the golden streaks of light flying backward, the solar radiance surrounding him flickering, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries and energy backlash. Meanwhile, Eliza's ice chains shattered immediately upon contact with the alien's carapace, eroded and destroyed by the terrifying heat and chaotic energy radiating from the red patterns. Frostfall spear struck the alien's shoulder plate, exploding into a flurry of ice crystals, but only left a severometer-deep dent and a patch of white frost on the carapace, which was far from lethal for the 100-meter giant. The alien seemed enraged by this trivial attack. It abruptly turned its head, its vertical pupil locking onto the disordered Eliza, and with its other massive claw clenched dark red energy coiling around it, it simply and brutally threw a punch. Wherever the punch passed, the space rippled with fractures. Eliza's pupils constricted, and she instantly set up layers of extremely dense absolute zero ice walls before her while swiftly retreating. Boom. Crackle. The ice walls shattered layer by layer like fragile glass. The punch's force penetrated the ice walls, although weakened by more than half, the residual impact still slammed heavily into Eliza's crossed arms in front of her. Ugh. Eliza let out a muffled groan, flying backward like a kite, with its string cut, the blood spilling from her mouth, crystallizing into ice beads in the air. Her arms appeared unnaturally bent, clearly with broken bones, and her breath was weak to the extreme. In just one encounter, the two 8th tier guardians of the Euro Alliance had one seriously injured and the other rendered incapable of fighting. The 8th tier alien seemed to regard this as merely a trivial matter. It lifted its foot, preparing to step forward and completely flatten this ridiculous human defense line before devouring the life and energy of this beautiful world. Below, countless Euro Alliance soldiers looked on with bloodshot eyes filled with despair as some roared, preparing to charge in a suicide attack, while others were paralyzed by the overwhelming might. Just at this critical moment, an anomaly occurred. Without any warning, the massive foot of the 8th tier alien about to descend suddenly froze in midair. Around it, the space within a radius of several kilometers seemed to have been pressed on pause, drifting snowflakes, the remnants of explosions, flying debris, and even the chaotic energy streams in the air. Everything plunged into absolute stillness in an instant. Then, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, numerous chains seemingly made from pure light, and order itself translucent and shimmering with a faint golden glow, grew out of the void without warning. These chains appeared slender, yet contained an indescribable solidity and majesty, as if the very foundation of the world. They silently, as if alive, swiftly coiled around the massive form of the 8th tier alien. Wherever the chains wrapped, the alien's raging red patterns instantly dimmed, the chaotic energy fluctuations forcibly suppressed and smoothed out. The more they coiled, the tighter they became, wrapping from limbs to torso, and finally, even ensnaring its forehead's unsettling vertical pupil. The massive body of the 8th tier alien began to tremble violently, seemingly attempting to struggle, but under the binding of those pale golden chains, its struggles appeared utterly powerless. It emitted a series of repressed, furious, and confused roars, but the sound waves were blocked by the chains and could not escape. In the next moment, all the chains simultaneously glimmered slightly. That 8th tier alien, comparable to a mountain, was forcibly dragged back towards the very rift it had just emerged from, as if it were an insect caught by an invisible hand. The process was as swift as if played in reverse. The energy at the rift's edge surged violently, seemingly resisting, but the power of the chain's order was even stronger. In just 2 to 3 seconds, under the astonished gazes of all, that 8th-tier alien, which had brought disaster to the entire Euro Alliance defense line, was forcibly stuffed back into the spatial rift, as if it were a bug caught by an unseen hand. In September, the capital city awakened to the chill of morning, quietly creeping up the red brick walls of the Huaxia Military Supernatural University. As Lin Yue startled awake, a flock of returning birds passed by outside the window. He instinctively touched his pillow where a subtle dampness lingered, recalling the tall figure from his dream, and the warm hands that led him and Lu Chun through the snow, which quickly faded away with his awakening consciousness, leaving a lingering sense of melancholy in his chest. He rolled out of bed, pushed open the window, and took a deep breath of the cold air infused with the fragrance of grass and trees. Downstairs in the dormitory, Chen Feng was already leading Lei Meng in a morning weight-bearing run. The two enhanced freshmen collided with a dull thud, the sound echoing clearly across the empty playground. "Awake!" came Lu Chen's voice from next door. Lin Yue turned his head and saw Lu Chun leaning against the balcony railing, fiddling with a silver medal badge that indicated his special status in the military university. Even after a month of life and death trials, the sharpness in Lu Chen's eyes had not diminished. Instead, a deeper tranquility akin to an abyss manifested due to his stabilized realm. "I dreamed of something from the past," Lin Yue casually replied, concealing the inexplicable unease in his heart. The two fell silent, gazing at the distant comprehensive teaching building. As the most watched special recruitment class of this cohort, they were technically freshmen, but everyone knew that the lingering scent of gunpowder they carried set them apart from ordinary students. After breakfast, the entire pig-killing team gathered at the #1 training ground of the War Academy. The place was already filled with people. In addition to the 7 members of the pig-killing team, all 14 remaining students from the special recruitment class were present. These young individuals were all top students from various provinces and cities, having entered through the brutal college entrance examination and endured rigorous supernatural background checks to step through these gates. Most of them possessed A-level talents, with a few S-level individuals being particularly proud. At this moment, they gathered in small groups, scrutinizing this legendary team that had caused a significant stir in the dark zones. The ones named Lin Yue and Lu Chun were only rated S-level officially, yet they were arranged as team leaders. A newcomer with a buzz cut whispered. His name was Zhao Heng, with S-level strength enhancement, currently at the early stage of the 2nd tier. "It's just luck." A beautiful girl nearby curled her lip. She was Su Xiaohe from the southern regions, also an S-level wind element user. "I heard they encountered a strong ally in the Sand Abyss. In an actual fight, we who entered legitimately might not necessarily be inferior to them." This kind of chatter wasn't loud, but the Suja, whose perception was astonishing, it rang clear as thunder in his ears. Suja pushed up his glasses and whispered to Lin Yue, "Captain, it seems these high achievers aren't too fond of us. In their eyes, we are merely lucky outsiders." Lin Yue chuckled softly without responding. His gaze swept across the crowd, noticing that among the 21 individuals, 6 or 7 had already reached the 2nd tier. It's known that reaching the 2nd tier upon entering the 1st year is a rarity in previous years. Clearly, those who could enter the military university were not ordinary characters. What they didn't know was that the pig-killing team standing before them, except for Lin Yue and Lu Chun, who remained at the peak of the 2nd tier due to the intensity of their abilities, had all 5 others at the 3rd tier. This stark lead had been bought with their lives. "Gather!" A sharp female voice interrupted the crowd's chatter. The chief instructor of the special recruitment class, Song Lan, walked into the training ground. This major instructor wasted no time, her gaze like a blade slicing through every freshman's face, finally resting on Lin Yue for a moment. No need for self-introductions. In the military university, names hold no value, only fists matter. With a casual wave, a massive holographic screen unfolded in the center of the venue. "I know some of you are unconvinced and think the achievements of the pig-killing team are overrated. If so, let's conduct our first lesson according to the old rules of the military university: practical combat." The atmosphere in the venue instantly ignited. Song Lan pointed at Lin Yue and Lu Chun. "You two step forward. For the sake of fairness, your other team members are prohibited from intervening." Next, she casually pointed to 4 freshmen at the early stage of the 2nd tier, including Zhao Heng and Su Xiaohe. "You 4 come together. If you win, the resource quota for the pig-killing team this semester will belong to you. If you lose, you'll keep quiet in the gravity room for 24 hours. The 4 freshmen exchanged glances, excitement flashing in their eyes. E2 S-level individuals on their side made this an irresistible opportunity. In the center of the training ground, an energy barrier slowly rose. Zhao Heng let out a low chuckle, his muscles bulging like rocks as his fists collided with a metallic sound. "Lin, sorry." Before he finished speaking, he charged forward like a wild bull, the specially designed floor cracking under his feet. At the same time, Su Xiaohe leaped lightly, several azure wind blades cutting through the air in a strange arc, blocking all of Lin Yue's escape routes. The other 2 freshmen flanked from both sides, one wielding a short stick sparking with lightning, the other controlling several. Though their coordination was somewhat inexperienced as prodigies, their manipulation of supernatural abilities was extraordinarily refined. The overwhelming force erupting instantly left the onlookers gasping in awe. Lin Yue stood still, his gaze flashing with silver light. To everyone, Zhao Heng's charge was as swift as thunder. Yet in Lin Yue's perspective, such actions at the 2nd tier moved as though they were trudging through thick syrup. He didn't even need to activate a wide area time domain. He merely adjusted the flow rate within a meter around him. "Shift left 15 degrees. Lin Yue spoke softly. Lu Chun understood him immediately, Instead of creating a massive spatial rift, he simply folded a layer of space beneath his feet. Bang! Zhao Heng's punch powerful enough to collapse walls brushed past Lu Chen's afterimage. Due to excessive inertia, he stumbled toward his teammate's lightning stick. Ouch! The scene plunged into momentary chaos. Seeing this, Su Xiaohe gritted her teeth and accelerated the cutting of wind blades. However, Lu Chen's figure seemed like an invisible ghost executing dazzling displacements within the confined space. Each time a wind blade approached, he would precisely appear in the dead angles of space. Is this the strength you call getting in? Lu Chen's voice echoed in Su Zaihe's ear. Su Xiaohe gasped in surprise, about to turn around only to find her wrist caught by a cold hand. Immediately after, an irresistible force surged through her, and she felt herself spinning, her entire being flung directly towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue raised his hand. There was no violent fluctuation of supernatural power in his palm, just a light flick of his fingertip in the air. Time flowed slowly, his fingertip froze. Su Xiaohe was horrified to find that her body was suspended in midair. It wasn't the kind of immobilization that restrained, rather she felt that the time around her was slow to the point of despair. She could clearly see Lin Yue's calm eyes, yet couldn't move her own eyeballs. Lin Yue sidestepped the barrage of metal shurikens, and gently pushed Su Zaihe's back. This gentle force sent her crashing into the boy controlling the shurikens. In less than 2 minutes in the center, Zhao Heng half knelt on the ground, his hands trembling, Su Xiaohe sitting pale on the ground, while the other two were forcefully nailed to the corner by Lu Chen's spatial suppression. The entire place fell silent. The freshmen who had initially come to watch felt as though a bone was stuck in their throats. 2 against 4, not only did they fail to win, but they hadn't even touched a single hair of their opponents. What was most terrifying was that Lin Yue and Lu Chen had shown no signs of struggle throughout. Their ease was more despairing than mere brute force. Is that it, eh? Chen Feng outside the field rolled his eyes. The captain is too gentle. If I were up there, Zhao Hong would probably be in the infirmary getting his teeth fixed right now. Song Lan stepped forward and coldly snorted. This is the gap. Talent is bestowed by heaven, but the application of power is bought with lives. He was trimming the branches of a potted green pine by the window, and upon hearing the door open, he slowly turned around. This was none other than the president of the Huaxiao Military Supernatural University, Gucci. The rest conduct basic training on the spot, and anyone who dares to slack off will face double punishment. In the office on the top floor of the teaching building, Song Lan was absent. Seated was an elderly man in a traditional Zhongshan suit, looking spirited. He was trimming the branches of a potted green pine by the window, and upon hearing the door open, he slowly turned around. This was none other than the president of the Huaxiao Military Supernatural University, Gu Qingfeng. The old man Xin Yuanzheng has come through for me. Gu Qingfeng set down his scissors, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yue and Lu Chen. His eyes carried no pressure, yet they seemed to pierce through souls. He mentioned he has taken in 2 remarkable little monsters. That seems he was still being modest. Lin Yue and Lu Chen stood at attention. Hello, President. Enough with the formalities. Gu Qingfeng gestured toward the I called you here not to praise your little game on the training ground. You should have seen the news regarding the European League in the internal. Upon hearing about the European League, Lin Yue's expression turned grave. What is that faint golden chain? Gu Qingfeng walked to the window, gazing at the distant skyline. After a long silence, he finally spoke. That is the last line of defense for this world. Currently, only a few people know of her existence, and those who do refer to her as Order. As for her identity, you will find out later. He turned around, the severity in his expression unprecedented. The reason I am telling you this is that the density of rules in the Blue Star is undergoing drastic changes. The 8th-tier extraterrestrial forces of the European League have been pushed back, but that doesn't mean the crisis is resolved, though it feels more like poking a hornet's nest. Just yesterday, abnormal spatial fluctuations were detected at the ancient Siam ruins on the edge of the southwestern dark zone. Ruins? Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. According to intelligence, several radical organizations in the dark zones, such as the Crimson Eye, are currently gathering energy there in large scale. Gu Qingfeng handed Lin Yue a top-secret document. We suspect they intend to use some ancient altar within the ruins to artificially carve out a spatial rift, which they refer to as welcoming the Divine Oracle. Lin Yue opened the document. The first page featured a blurry photo of a massive pit, surrounded by lifeless bodies drained of vitality. 3,000 people. Gu Qingfeng's voice carried a hint of murderous intent. That's the entire population of several nearby towns. Those madmen in the dark zones treat human lives as sacrifices to breach dimensions. Lin Yue closed the document and handed it back, pointing incredulously at himself. Such a level of matter. They wouldn't assign us to resolve it, would they? Gu Qingfeng took the red-headed document regarding the ancient Siam ruins and glanced at the 2 resolute youths before him, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, creating a rhythmic sound. After a moment, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, putting the document away in a drawer and retrieving a blue-covered file. Forget it. If Xin Yuanjing knew that on my first day I sent you to such a place, he would certainly come across provinces to... That place is currently a core area sealed off by several military districts. Don't think you can just stroll in. Even formal members of the Special Operations Group would come out worse for wear. Gu Qingfeng rubbed his temples, his tone softening. But that doesn't mean you can lead ordinary university lives. In this era, comfort is reserved for the dead. He pushed the blue document toward Lin Yue. This is your mission. In the southwestern dark zone, there is an illegal transit station codenamed Snake's Nest. This is a forward base established by the Crimson Eye, primarily responsible for smuggling illegal source stones and human trafficking. According to reconnaissance, the person in charge, there is a 4th-tier early-stage supernatural user with dozens of desperate individuals ranging from 2nd tier to 3rd tier. Your task is to dismantle it, rescue the imprisoned civilians, and bring back their smuggling accounts. Gu Qingfeng raised a finger. This task is rated a level. The difficulty lies in the fact that it's located in a subtropical rainforest with extremely harsh conditions and significant interference. Although there are no 5th-tier strongmen, the traps and various mutated creatures in the jungle will be quite challenging. This will also be your first official mission since entering the military university, and I need to see your teamwork, not individual heroics. Lin Yue took the document, quickly scanning the topographical map, nodding. Understood, we will bring back the list and accounts. After leaving the president's office, Lin Yue and Lu Chen headed directly to the exclusive dormitory area of the special training class, where the other members of the pig-killing team had already been waiting for a while. The mission has been assigned. Lin Yue entered the room and spread the map out on the round table. Suju immediately leaned and pushing up his glasses, his fingers swiftly tracing the map. Southwestern Jungle Qingman Gorge. This place is extremely humid, greatly impairing visual and spiritual perception. Captain, although the opponent is only 4th tier, under such geographical conditions their combat power will increase by at least 20. So I need your omniscient domain to cover the entire gorge immediately. Lin Yue looked at Suja. Chen Feng and Lei Meng will be the first echelon. Bai Lu will handle long-range constraints, and Ning, you will follow up at the end, monitoring everyone's life signs. Lu Chen and I will be responsible for the decapitation. No problem. Chen Feng grinned, his fists colliding with a dull metallic sound, while Ning nervously hugged the medic box, her heart racing, but her gaze filled with unprecedented determination. A day later, an armed helicopter painted in black with no markings took off silently from a secret base on the southwest. The roar of the rotor blades echoed within the cabin as Lin Yue closed his eyes, attuning himself to the so-called peak of the 2nd-tier power within him. Beside him, Lu Chen silently polished a newly replaced dagger. Though they were nominally only 2nd tier, the bloodlust honed from the fires of the border made the cabin's temperature drop by several degrees. As the altitude decreased, the landscape below gradually turned into an endless expanse of lush green. Thick fog intertwined among the tall trees, resembling sleeping giant pythons. All personnel prepare. Lin Yue opened his eyes and pulled open the cabin door. The gale rushed into the cabin, tousling his bangs. No need for rappelling, Yu jumped directly. 30 meters of vertical height was nothing to the physical capabilities of the group. Lin Yue was the first to leap out, followed by Lu Chen, Chen Feng, Lei Meng, and others in succession. In midair, Chen Feng let out a low roar, his muscles instantly enveloped in a layer of dark golden hue, crashing down like a heavy iron ball onto the dense treetops. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground shattered the rainforest silence. The moment Suja landed, he pressed one hand to the ground, his omniscient domain expanding like a tide. He suddenly opened his eyes, pointing northeast, detected a significant biological energy response 1 kilometer away with human cries for help. Additionally, 3 second-tier mutated armored lizards are encircling us. Lei Meng, Chen Feng, you go deal with those 3 beasts. Lin Yue drew his standard long knife, the blade gleaming coldly in the dim light of the forest. The remaining personnel follow me straight to the heart of the snake's nest. Remember, aside from the imprisoned population, no living, breathing thing in this base needs to remain alive. Before his words had finished, Lin Yue's figure had vanished from the spot. With Lu Chen's spatial assistance, the two moved as swiftly as if they were gliding through the forest. Inside the Snake's Nest transit station, a dozen individuals clad in dark red robes from the Crimson Eye were gathered, loudly discussing the distribution of the latest batch of goods. A skinny man with a cold gaze and a single eye sat at a high position. He was the one in charge here, known as Venomous, be a 4th-tier early-stage shadow supernatural user. Get that batch of source stones out of here as soon as possible. Recently, those crazies from the military university are conducting their practical training. Don't stir up any trouble, Venomous be said ominously, playing with a pale red crystal in his hand. The rainforest at the southwestern border resembles a vast, impenetrable green steamer. Dense miasma spreads beneath the towering crowns of ancient trees hundreds of meters high, with sunlight struggling to tear through a few golden slits, casting down on the muddy ground piled with humus. There is no wind here, only the suffocating heat and lurking dangers in the shadows. Bang! A muffled roar shattered the silence of the rainforest. At the edge of the swamp, 1 kilometer away from the Snake Nest transit station, splashes of water and mud shot up into the Chen Feng stood like a dark, golden, wrathful Vajra, arms crossed over his chest, bracing himself against the whip-like tail of a mutated iron arm lizard over 5 meters long. That terrifying force, capable of snapping a 100-year-old tree, collided with Chen Feng's 3rd-tier golden body, producing a metallic resonance like a great bell. Chen Feng's feet carved deep grooves in the mud, but he grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Is that all the strength you've got? Haven't you eaten enough, beast? To the side, 3 o'clock. A calm voice from Suja came through the earpiece. Without further ado, a furious figure dropped from the tree canopy like a cannonball. Lei Meng was wrapped in a pale bone exoskeleton divine corpse, granting him the terrifying strength comparable to a strange beast. He clenched his hands into a hammer, and using the momentum of his descent, struck forcefully at the skull of another iron arm lizard that attempted to ambush Chen Feng. Crack! A tooth-gritting sound of shattering echoed, and the peak's second-tier iron arm lizard didn't even have time to scream before its thick-scaled head caved in, its brain matter bursting forth as its massive body convulsed and crashed into the mire. Meanwhile, the last iron arm lizard, sensing danger, tried to burrow into the swamp to escape. Trying to run. A glint of cold light flashed in by Lu's eyes from the branch of an ancient tree hundreds of meters away. She lightly pulled her slender fingers in the air, and the moisture in the atmosphere was instantly drawn out, condensing into a frost spear 2 meters long. Whoosh! The ice spear tore through the air, accompanied by a ring of white sonic boom cloud accurately piercing into the muddy waters of the swamp. In the next second, an extremely domineering chill erupted from the spear's center, instantly turning the swamp within dozens of meters into hard frozen ground, freezing the iron arm lizard that had just submerged halfway into an ice sculpture, maintaining its terrified, struggling posture. Outer perimeter cleared, taking 1 minute and 20 seconds. Suzhou adjusted his tactical glasses, his omniscient domain currently covering every inch of land within a 2-kilometer radius like radar waves. Captain, you can make your move now. Well done, stay alert, and converge towards the center. Lin Yue's calm voice echoed in the communication channel. At this moment, Lin Yue and Lu Chen had already taken cover less than 50 meters from the core building of the Snake Nest. Having experienced life-and-death situations in the Shay ice field and intense military training, both were now at a new height in understanding and controlling their abilities. In this world, for an ability user to break through to the second tier means a preliminary understanding of the origin of their powers. For Lin Yue, primal sequence time was no longer just an instinctive look and a rough stop. He had categorized his abilities into 3 extremely precise practical dimensions. The first is time dilation acceleration. This is his most commonly used microcontrol. He can forcibly define the local flow rate of time and space within a radius of several meters. Accelerating himself allows his speed to surpass the limits of neural reflexes, while slowing down enemies can help him dodge fatal blows at the last moment. The second is time turbulence. This is a killing move he comprehended in the glacial depths, creating vortices of different time speeds within a very small area, using the tearing force of time to directly disrupt the enemy's physical or energy structure, making it impossible to defend against. The third is time stop. This is a forbidden power that touches the primal rules. Although he can only maintain it for 1 second at full strength in high-level confrontations, that 1 second becomes the absolute line between life and death. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's understanding of primal sequence space had also undergone a qualitative change. In his eyes, space was no longer the void of nothingness, but a 3-dimensional net woven from countless transparent threads. His spatial folding had reached an extremely advanced level, no longer limited to straight-line flashes, but capable of utilizing the curvature of space for irregular jumps like a ghost. His attack method, Spatial Rift, had been compressed to its limits, attached to daggers or fingertips capable of cutting through anything, even the energy defenses of high-tier ability users. His core defensive skill, comprehended at the second-tier spatial distortion, can create a micro-spatial fault before him. Any physical or energy attack entering it will be distorted, deflected, or even rebound. It can be said that although these two remain at the peak of the second tier, their mastery over the rules is enough to strike fear into any 4th-tier powerhouse. Something feels off. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his silver pupils reflecting the building ahead. It was a camp built against the backdrop of a half-abandoned mine, where a tall watchtower was mounted with heavy machine guns and searchlights flickered through the thick fog, even in daylight. In the center of the camp was a vast open space where dozens of ragged civilians were caged in iron cages, their eyes dull and filled with despair. The space feels abnormally viscous. Lu Chen said softly, there is some kind of shielding array around the camp, not from technology, more like some remnants of a flesh-and-blood sacrifice. If my spatial folding were to pass through directly, it would trigger severe energy backlash alarms. Lin Yue, what's the energy response distribution inside the camp? Suzhou's voice was serious. In the depths of the building there are 4 peak 3rd-tier energy sources, and 1 extremely unstable high-energy response reaching the early 4th-tier intensity. That should be the leader Venomous B mentioned in the data. But strangely, the energy wave band of the Venomous B shows periodic pulsing growth, as if it's absorbing something. We can't wait any longer. Lin Yue drew out his standard long knife, and Ning boost everyone's status. Chen Feng, Lei Meng, prepare for a strong assault on the front gate. Draw all the minor fish's attention over there. By Lu, seal all the hidden paths and windows of the camp. Not even a fly should escape. Got it. A few hundred meters away, and Ning took a deep breath, her hands forming seals, releasing her 3rd-tier rebirth ability without reservation. Several streams of emerald green life energy crossed the distance, accurately injecting into every team member's body. Life enhancement resilience. Chen Feng and Lei Meng felt a warm flow surge within them, the strength and endurance of their muscle fibers instantly heightened, even the previous fatigue swept away. Brothers, it's time to work. Chen Feng laughed wildly, dark golden light gathering into a tangible armor. He charged out from the depths of the jungle like an out-of-control heavy tank, sprinting towards the front gate of the camp, with Lei Meng closely following behind, pale bone spikes extending from his arms like 2 menacing bone blades. Enemy attack. The lookout on the watchtower let out a piercing scream, followed immediately by the deafening roar of the heavy machine gun, shattering the tranquility of the rainforest. A torrential storm of metal poured down on Chen Feng. However, those bullets capable of piercing armored vehicles when striking Chen Feng's golden body could only create dazzling sparks. Get down here. Lei Ming suddenly stomped the ground while running, propelling himself into the air, his bone blade slicing through the air in a white crescent slash, cleaving the wooden watchtower along with the gunner in half. Boom. The watchtower collapsed, and the camp exploded into chaos as dozens of cultists in red robes rushed out, their various bizarre abilities illuminating the open space. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the front gate attracting all the firepower, Lin Yue and Lu Chen moved. Since the spatial array would trigger alarms, they would cut through it forcefully. Lu Chen's fingertips gleamed with dazzling silver light, spatial rift transforming into an invisible blade as he slashed fiercely along the weakest point of the array. Accompanied by a shredding sound akin to tearing cloth, the layer of dark red energy net was forcibly torn open. Lin Yue stepped forward, time acceleration enveloping his whole body, his figure leaving behind several afterimages in the air as he instantly slipped through the crack into the camp's interior. Inside the hall, the venomous bee was seated cross-legged in the center of a blood-colored array covered in bizarre runes. He tightly gripped a crystal radiating a sinister red glow, the highest-grade crimson source crystal. Hearing the explosions outside, a flash of ferocity crossed his lone eye. The military's nose is truly sharp. They found us so quickly. The venomous bee stood up, a viscous black shadow enveloping him as he turned to the four-peak third-tier attendants beside him. Go chop up those outside. Anything that can't be taken away should be killed. We can't leave any survivors. You probably won't have a future. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind the venomous bee. The venomous bee's hair stood on end, his instincts as a fourth-tier powerhouse causing him to instantly transform into a scattering black shadow that exploded in all directions. A shining silver blade almost grazed the place where his neck had been, the chilling, killing intent, causing the surrounding air to drop to freezing point. Lin Yue stood with his blade drawn while Lu Chen appeared like a ghost on the other side of the hall, sealing off the venomous bee's escape route. 2 second tier. The venomous bee, having regained his form several meters away, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing their realms, then broke into a wild laughter like a night owl. You two little brats dare to come and assassinate me. Before he finished, the 4 third-tier attendants roared as they lunged at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Annoying. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold as he suddenly clenched his right hand in the air. The 2 attendants charging in front suddenly felt the air around them turn into unyielding concrete. In terror, they realized their bodies were being compressed inward by some invisible force, their bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Break. Seeing this, the venomous bee snorted coldly, waving his hands as 2 pitch-black shadow blades tore through the air, heading straight for Lu Chen's face, attempting to interrupt his ability. But the shadow blades suddenly twisted at an angle less than half a meter from Lu Chen, gliding along an invisible slide and crashing against the wall. Spatial distortion defense worked perfectly. Meanwhile, Lin Yue also faced the other 2 attendants. He didn't even swing his knife, merely allowing his silver light to surge as the 2 came close. Time turbulence. The 2 attendants suddenly screamed in terror, discovering that the left half of their bodies seemed to sink into a quagmire, moving 10 times slower, while the right half uncontrollably sped forward. This terrifying local time-tearing force directly led to the collapse of their physical forms. Blood gushed forth as the 2 third-tier attendants were instantly torn apart by their own distorted momentum, collapsing to the ground in agonizing writhes. In just one exchange, 4 elite third-tier fighters, 2 dead and 2 heavily injured. The venomous bee's laughter abruptly ceased, his lone eye fixated on Lin Yue, and Lu Chen finally revealing a trace of fear. You aren't second tier. This kind of rule level crushing. Who exactly are you? Just pig slaughters. Lin Yue didn't waste words. The ground beneath him exploded, and he transformed into a streak of light, charging straight at the venomous bee. The long knife cut through the air, trailing a sharp silver arc aimed at the venomous bee's throat. You want to kill me? Not so easy. The venomous bee let out a shrill scream, and in a life-and-death moment, he no longer hesitated and crushed the crimson source crystal in his hand. Boom. A wave of extremely sinister, violent blood energy erupted skyward, directly overturning the entire hall's roof. Under the bloodlight's cover, the venomous bee's body began to undergo severe transformation. His muscles unnaturally swelled, shadows and blood intertwining on his surface, forming an impenetrable blood and flesh armor. His aura soared rapidly, forcibly rising from early 4th tier to peak 4th tier. Not only that, the surging bloodlight twisted and intertwined in midair, faintly transforming into a massive cold crimson eye. That eye loomed over below with a divinity that looked down upon all living beings. Great Lord of Source Blood, grant me strength. The venomous bee's voice turned inhumanly hoarse. At this moment, hundreds of meters away, Suge's expression changed dramatically. His omniscient domain brought a stabbing pain upon encountering that blood-red eye. Captain, the situation has changed. That crystal contains the spiritual imprint of a high-tier powerhouse. This isn't just a smuggling station, it's a node for establishing a faith transmission channel. Suge shouted in the channel, target energy level has exceeded the 4th tier threshold, approaching 5th tier. Requesting retreat or military support. Support won't arrive in time. Lin Yue looked at the monster before him, no longer human, feeling the oppressive presence of that blood-red eye in the sky, his gaze cold as a blade. If he breaks through the node today, all the hostages in the camp will become sacrificial fodder. Then let's take him down. Chen stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yue, his hands hanging low, the silver light at his fingertips brighter than ever. Roar! The transformed venomous bee let out a roar that was anything but human, his massive body turning into a blood-red whirlwind, instantly appearing before Lin Yue. His giant claw covered in bone spikes bore the violent energy to tear everything apart, striking down fiercely. The speed was too fast. So fast that even with Lin Yue activating time vision, he still felt a sense of suffocation. Clang! Lin Yue blocked with his blade. The immense force felt like a mountain crushing down. The ground beneath his feet instantly caved into a deep pit, his hands bursting, blood flowing down the hilt. Chen! Lin Yue bellowed. Understood. Chen pushed his hands forward. The space around the venomous bee was instantly filled with dense spatial cracks. Invisible spatial barriers from all directions crashed together, attempting to trap the venomous bee tightly in place. But the terrifying power of a peak fourth-tier powerhouse was immense. The venomous bee roared angrily, his arms tearing violently, blood-colored energy clashing violently with the spatial barriers, producing a piercing sonic boom. The spatial cage only managed to hold him for 2 seconds before starting to crack inch by inch. 2 seconds enough. Lin Yue took a deep breath, the energy within him boiling like magma. He knew that conventional methods could not kill the venomous bee in this state. He had to use his trump card. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had transformed into pure silver. Time stop. The world lost its sound and color in that moment. A gray-white temporal domain roared down, enveloping a radius of 30 meters. The venomous bee, furiously tearing at space, froze in a grotesque pose midair, with falling debris, dust, and even the energy flow of that blood-red eye in the sky all halted in absolute stillness. Slice! Lin Yue moved, pushing time acceleration to the utmost limit, his body even bleeding fine droplets of blood from the strain of such high-frequency speed. To the outside world, during the brief moment of time stop, Lin Yue circled around the venomous bee, unleashing a total of 18 slashes, each one striking precisely at the weakest points of the venomous bee's blood and flesh armor, each infused with the tearing force of time turbulence. Crack! The moment time resumed flowing, the venomous bee, still in a forward charge, suddenly realized he had lost control of his body. Immediately after, he saw 18 bloodlines suddenly burst open on his seemingly indestructible blood and flesh armor. These bloodlines rapidly expanded and collapsed under the effect of time turbulence. No, this is impossible. The venomous bee could hardly believe his eyes as his body shattered into countless pieces in an instant, turning into a rain of flesh. The crimson source crystal, which sealed the spiritual imprint, also fell out along with the collapse of his flesh. Chen quick-witted executed a spatial rift that precisely severed the connection between the source crystal and the energy of that blood-red eye in midair. Without the energy supply, the giant blood-red eye in the sky let out a silent roar of unwillingness, then slowly dissipated into the thick fog. The battle was over. Lin Yue knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, sweat mixed with blood dripping onto the ruins. Forcing time stop and layering extreme acceleration had taken a great toll on him. Captain. The external battle had also ended as Chen Feng and Lei Ming rushed in, drenched in blood, followed by Lu Suzhe and En Ning. Seeing the ground covered in flesh and the collapsed hall, they all gasped in shock. En Ning hurriedly stepped forward, anxiously grasping Lin Yue's wrist, continuously channeling gentle green life energy into his body, repairing his damaged meridians and muscles. I'm fine. Lin Yue waved his hand, standing up with En Ning's support. Go check on those hostages and ensure their safety. Suzhe quickly walked over to the now dull crimson source crystal, rummaging through the remains of a nearby safe to retrieve a special tactical tablet and connecting the terminal interface. Moments later, Suzhe's expression turned extremely grim. Captain, we've landed ourselves in big trouble. Suzhe adjusted his glasses, turning the screen towards everyone. On the screen was an incredibly complex topographic map of the southwestern border. The snake nest they were in was merely an insignificant red dot on the edge of this map. There were 12 such red dots densely distributed across this map. All the red dots ultimately converged their energy towards the center of the map, a shadow area marked as extremely dangerous. The ancient Siam ruins. This isn't just a smuggling ledger. Suzhe's voice trembled slightly with shock. This is a node distribution map. The Crimson Eye is using these civilians as blood sources, continuously supplying energy to the central altar of the ancient Siam ruins. The venomous bee of fourth year is merely a security guard at one of the faucets. Lin Yue stared at the screen, recalling Principal Gu Qingfeng's solemn expression when mentioning the ancient Siam ruins, as well as the cold, vast blood-red eye in the sky just moments ago. He suddenly realized that destroying this stronghold today was far from the end of their mission. On the contrary, the pig-slaughtering squad had inadvertently torn open the curtain on a long-planned, earth-shattering conspiracy by Dark Zone forces that could overturn the entire southwestern defense line of China in this remote rainforest. Suzhe immediately encrypt and transmit the data to the highest command of the military university, copying Principal Gu and Principal Qing. Lin Yue wiped the blood from his face, his gaze crossing the treetops of the rainforest toward the distant southwestern depths. The cicadas in the rainforest sounded particularly piercing after the smoke of battle dissipated, as if they were issuing a final scream for the souls lost in darkness. The central structure of the snake nest camp had collapsed halfway. Lin Yue leaned against a charred stone pillar, his chest heaving violently each breath, bringing a fiery sensation to his lungs. The momentary pause followed by a super-speed surge had not only drained nearly 90% of his energy reserves, but had also caused minute bleeding in his capillaries under immense pressure. And Ning crouched beside Lin Yue, her hands enveloping a soft, almost translucent green light. As the third-tier ability Rebirth was slowly injected, the tiny cracks on Lin Yue's skin began to visibly heal, the cool energy flowing like a clear spring, soothing the burning sensation caused by the overuse of his powers. "Captain, don't move. Your meridians are trembling and need to be stabilized." And Ning's voice was gentle, but her tone carried an undeniable determination. In this bloodthirsty team, this usually gentle girl was becoming an indispensable anchor in her own way. Not far away, Lu Chen was clearing the aftermath with Chen Feng and Lei Meng. Lu Chen's condition was slightly better than Lin Yue's, but his face was also pale. He kept raising his fingertips, a faint silver light flickering as he forcibly cleared hidden sentries and traps buried under the rubble using spatial displacement. Chen Feng and Lei Meng were responsible for the most strenuous tasks, working together to tear apart heavy iron cages carrying the civilians imprisoned inside one by one to the open ground. There were about 40 civilians rescued, most of whom were refugees missing from nearby shelters. Their eyes were hollow, and their skin was so pale it was nearly transparent. They instinctively flinched at the sight of sunlight. They had been drained of too much life essence. Bai Lu, holding an ice blade, stood beside the iron cage, a rare hint of disgust evident in her cold eyes. She reached out, her fingertip brushing against the civilian's wrist where there was a dense dark red mark like a bite from a blood-sucking insect. It's not just simple blood extraction. Through these sacrificial runes, their life magnetic field is forcibly linked to that so-called altar. Not only that, Suju's voice came from the heap of disordered electronic equipment. He was almost buried in the tactical tablet, his fingers rapidly tapping on a virtual keyboard as fine beads of sweat formed on his nose. "Captain, everyone, I think we have underestimated the perverse extent of the Crimson Eye." With a sudden wave of his hand, he projected a three-dimensional model into the air. It was an energy distribution map spanning the entire southwestern border of Huaxia. The snake nest they had just destroyed was originally a bright red, but now that had extinguished, yet the 11 slender bloodlines connected to it had not severed. Instead, due to the collapse of this node, they began to frantically siphon energy towards the other 11 red dots. This is the logical self-consistency path of the 12 capital blood sacrifice array. Suju's voice was slightly hoarse from extreme fatigue and fear. "Look, these 12 nodes are distributed across 12 energy-rich locations on the southwestern border. Each one acts like a powerful life pump. They are plundering civilians and smuggling high-tier source crystals, all to maintain the operation of this machine. And its ultimate target, the core altar of the ancient Siam ruins, is undergoing some form of interdimensional energization." Lin Yue, with Ning's support, stood up and walked to the projection, staring at the flickering red dots, his voice low. "Such a scale of array is certainly not something a few 4th-tier or 5th-tier cultists can manage. The poison bee mentioned that there is a master of source blood. If such a being really exists, its level is at least 8th-tier, if not higher. That's the crux of the problem." Suju pointed at the area in the center of the map that had been painted black. "The satellite monitoring there has been chaotic. I just decrypted the last segment of the encrypted message left by the poison bee, which mentioned a time node. 7 days and 7 days. If the energy of the 12 nodes is fully injected, the spatial barrier of the ancient Siam ruins will undergo a permanent collapse. By then, what comes through might not be a simple 8th-tier alien, but a stable dimensional passage capable of accommodating a..." At this statement, the air in the camp seemed to freeze. Chen Feng, who had just rescued the last civilian, wiped the blood from his face and spat angrily. "Damn it, do these cult fanatics want to turn the Southwest into a second Sha-E? Worse than Sha-E." Lu Chen said coldly. "Sha-E is a spatial rift and incidental energy overflow. But here it's a man-made backdoor. If the Southwest falls, the interior will be completely exposed to the fangs of the alien races." Lin Yue was silent for a moment, then looked at Suju. "Has the data transmission completed?" "It has been completed." Suju nodded. "For intelligence of this magnitude, I triggered the military's highest-level Crimson Fire communication protocol. If nothing unexpected occurs, an alarm will ring in the principal's office within 3 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, the communication terminal on Lin Yue's wrist emitted a rapid vibration. It was a deep purple signal mark he had never seen before, indicating a forced intervention with the highest authority. He pressed the answer button. A familiar yet authoritative voice echoed in the air. "Lin Yue, Lu Chen, can you hear me?" That was Principal Gu Qingfeng's voice, and compared to his usual calmness, there was a rare solemnity in his tone this time. "Principal, I can hear you." Lin Yue stood up straight. "The data you sent back has already been verified by the school's technical department. The situation is even more severe than Suju estimated. It's not just the ancient Siam ruins. According to reports from sentries embedded in the European Union and North American battle zones, similar blood sacrifice reactions have appeared simultaneously in dark zones around the world. This is a premeditated global door-breaking operation." Gu Qingfeng paused and continued. "Your destruction of the snake nest inadvertently disrupted the energy supply rhythm of the southwestern area. While the destruction of one node cannot stop the grand array, it has bought valuable adjustment time for the military's blockade. Listen, I am now officially changing your mission orders in my capacity as the principal of Huaxia Military Ability University." The crowd's expressions turned serious. "First, evacuate the snake nest immediately. The energy fluctuations there have already attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Crimson IU. Multiple 4th-tier and even 5th-tier powerhouses are expected to arrive for inspection in about half an hour. In your current state, staying there would mean certain death. Second, take the rescued survivors to the temporary shelter at coordinates X442, Y129. There is a rescue team dispatched by the military led by Instructor Chen from the Special Operations Team. You need to assist them in securing the area and hand over all intelligence data. Third, Gu Qingfeng's voice suddenly turned somber. All members of the pig slaughtering team after the mission handover is complete enter arrest and standby stayed on the spot, and do not attempt to delve deeper into the ancient Siam ruins. The waters there are too deep, it's not something you small fry at the 2nd or 3rd tier can wade through. Lin Yue opened his mouth to say something, but was directly interrupted by Gu Qingfeng. Lin Yue, I know what you're thinking. You performed excellently in Sha E and just managed to slay the poison bee across tiers. But you must understand that in the impending storm 4th tier is merely cannon fodder and 5th tier can barely protect themselves. You are the fire seeds, the future, not firewood to fill the pit at this moment. This is an order, do you understand? I understand, Principal. Lin Yue took a deep breath and replied slowly. The communication was cut off. The camp fell into a brief silence. Chen Feng, somewhat unwilling, punched the stone pillar, causing dust to rain down. Although I know the Principal is doing this for our own good, it is really frustrating to have to retreat, while only watching the red dots flickering on the map. Be content, old Chen, Lei Meng said sullenly. You saw the commotion the mutated poison bee caused just now. If two like that come, how many times will our skins be torn apart? Bai Lu sheathed her ice blade and walked over to the trembling civilians, her voice still cold, but with a hint of reassurance. Don't be afraid, we are leaving now. Follow us, and we will take you home. Among the civilians there was a frail little girl, perhaps 6 or 7 years old. She timidly grabbed Bai Lu's clothing, her big eyes filled with tears, but not crying out loud. Lin Yue watched this scene, and the sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. Suja, how far is the temporary shelter from? The straight line distance is 30 kilometers, but in this rainforest carrying so many injured it will take at least 5 hours. Suja was quickly clearing the traces of electronic devices while responding, Captain, we need to hurry. The signal released by the source crystal that the poison be crushed is very strong. The Principal's warning just now was not an exaggeration. Lu Chen, can you still perform large-scale spatial concealment? Lin Yue looked at his friend. Lu Chen shook his head, his lips pale. Cutting open the array node just now consumed too much mental power. Now I can only maintain sensory misdirection within 100 meters, which won't cover so many people's life heat signatures. That's enough. Lin Yue nodded. Lei Mengyu and Chen Feng are responsible for carrying the severely injured. Bai Lu Yu lead the way ahead, using cold air to lower the surrounding temperature and interfere with the perception of those mutated creatures. And Ning Yu coordinate in the center, ready to handle any emergencies. Suja, continue monitoring the movements of those bloodlines. If there are pursuers approaching, give the first warning. Yes. The pig slaughtering team quickly got into action. There were no grand words or excessive hesitation. This small team, tempered in the fires of battle, displayed remarkable execution. 10 minutes later, the team carrying dozens of survivors disappeared into the thick fog of the dense forest. Less than 15 minutes after they left, 3 figures clad in deep red robes, exuding a terrifying aura, abruptly appeared above the collapsed hall. The leader removed his hood, revealing a face as pale as paper. He looked at the shattered corpse of the poison bee and let out the little cubs from the military university. Actually managed to sever a node. Truly, a delightful sacrifice. The journey through the rainforest was proving to be even more arduous than anticipated. And Ning carried the little girl on her back. Despite her own legs feeling weak from overexertion, she walked steadily. Lin Yue walked at the back of the group. He didn't turn back, but the long knife in his hand trembled slightly, a manifestation of his extreme focus on extending his sense of time. In his field of vision, the surrounding world was not static. He could see the decay of withered branches and leaves and perceive the subtle rhythm of mist flowing between the trunks. He could even vaguely sense that the vitality of the land beneath his feet was crazily flowing towards the depths of the southwest through those invisible energy veins. This is not just about plundering life. This is about devouring rules. Lin Yue was secretly shocked, recalling the massive pit in the photo and the 3,000 bodies that had been drained. If Blue Star were likened to a gigantic organism, then these blood sacrifice nodes would be leeches deeply embedded in its flesh, siphoning away the vitality of this dimension, allowing the breath of the other dimensions to seep in more smoothly. Captain Lu Chen, look over there. Bai Lu, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, her tone tinged with confusion. Everyone followed her gaze. On a gentle slope in the forest stood an ancient stone shrine that had long been abandoned. Such shrines were not uncommon in the remote areas of the southwest, often serving as places to worship mountain deities or ancestors from the old times. But at this moment, the plants surrounding this shrine had all withered. It was not the normal kind of wilting, but rather a twisted, charred state, as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. In the center of the shrine, where a statue should have been enshrined, a huge twisted eye symbol had been painted in blood. The symbol seemed to writhe slowly, emitting a nauseating stench. It's the mark of the Crimson Eye. Suja glanced at it, and immediately recorded the coordinates on his tablet. They are not just acting on the nodes. These small sacrificial points are like capillaries spread throughout the jungle. They are contaminating the spiritual energy of this land. Lin Yue walked to the shrine. Suddenly he reached out lightly, brushing his fingertip across the blood symbol. Captain, danger! And Ning exclaimed. Lin Yue waved his hand. The moment his fingertip touched the blood, his pupils instantly turned silver. Time rewind, instant shadow. This was a non-combat ability he had comprehended after breaking through to the peak of the second tier, forcibly rewinding an extremely brief fragment of time through residual ability information. In his vision, the surrounding jungle quickly faded, transforming into a chaotic gray. Then a blurry figure appeared, and it was a girl who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. She wore a slightly worn floral dress and had her hair tied in a ponytail, moving as gracefully as if she were dancing. She held a jar of dark red viscous liquid, applying it to the evil symbol on the shrine. After finishing, the girl turned her head and looked in the direction where Lin Yue was. There was no madness or malice on her face like that of a cultist. On the contrary, her expression was very calm, even adorned with a sweet smile reminiscent of a neighbor girl. But at that moment, Lin Yue felt a chill run down his spine. Because the girl's eyes were two crimson orbs completely devoid of pupils filled with flowing blood. Lin Yue, are you watching me? The girl in the shadow seemed to sense the gaze from the future, tilting her head slightly, her lips moving silently. The image shattered instantly. Lin Yue staggered back a step, his face pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Captain, what happened to you? Chen appeared beside Lin Yue in an instant, steadying his shoulder. Lin Yue calmed his chaotic breathing, looking at the lifeless stone shrine, his voice trembling slightly. I saw a girl. She was wandering between these sacrificial points, and she knew I was watching her. A girl. Suja frowned. Is she a high-ranking member of the enemy? Or some kind of ability creation? I don't. Lin Yue shook his head, concealing the fact that she had called him Lin Yue brother. But she felt more dangerous than that mutated poison bee just now. That kind of danger was a suppression from a higher dimension. The group exchanged glances, each seeing unprecedented seriousness in the other's eyes. What they originally thought was merely a setback from destroying the snake nest had unexpectedly turned into them being viewed as prey by some terrifying presence in this dim rainforest. Let's go, keep moving. Lin Yue gritted his teeth and issued the command. The dusk of the rainforest was devoid of sunset glow and lonely wild geese. As the sun sank below the horizon, the entire jungle of the southwestern border seemed to be drenched in a bucket of thick ink, which then bubbled up with a disturbing faint dark red hue. That was the strange color that emerged after the collapse of the formation, note a mixture of the primordial essence of life and dense fog. The march of the pig butchering team became eerily silent. Lin Yue walked at the back of the group, his right hand resting on the hilt of his long knife. The cold metallic touch at his fingertips did little to quell the agitation in his heart. Every time he closed his eyes, the phantom of a girl dressed in a floral dress with blood-red eyes would float in his mind. Brother Lin Yue, are you watching me? This sentence was like a hooked thorn, deeply piercing his nerves. In Lin Yue's memory, there was no such younger sister. If he truly had family, he should have heard from them during the brutal years of survival, rather than receiving a greeting from the ruins of a cult's sacrificial site through some form of time-crossing perception. Lin Yue, your heart rate is very fast. A cold voice sounded beside him. Chen had unknowingly slowed his pace, walking side by side with Lin Yue at the end of the line. Lin Yue turned his head, looking into Chen's silver eyes that seemed to penetrate through the void, shaking his head. I was just thinking about that recollection, Chen. If I say that the girl seems to recognize me, do you think that's an interference from the blood-red eyes, or some kind of truth? Chen fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping past Lin Yue's shoulder towards the unfathomable forest. Since the appearance of the primal sequence, blood ties are no longer the only connection. Time and space themselves are intertwined, but that is not important. He paused, his tone turning unusually serious. What matters is that she can perceive the gaze that crosses time, which indicates that her level is at least above the 7th tier, even touching the source of the rules. If she truly wanted to kill you, we wouldn't have made it out of that stone shrine. Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressing the doubts in his heart. So I'm curious, why hasn't she acted? Instead, it feels like she's playing a game. Whatever game she's playing, the chessboard has already been laid out. Chen looked at the stumbling civilians ahead. Our only task now is to bring these pieces back to the safe zone. Hurry, move faster, don't fall behind. Chen Feng's rough voice echoed lowly through the forest. To avoid causing large-scale energy fluctuations, he restrained the glow of his golden body, but his 3-tier enhanced physique still made him appear like a walking mountain demon. He had 2 frail old men hanging from each arm and a comatose strong man on his back, yet he still moved with a vigorous stride. Behind him, Lei Meng stood like a silent iron tower. Although most of his skeletal exoskeleton, refined from divine skeleton abilities, had been retracted, his broad shoulders were still remarkably wide, with 2 simple stretchers secured on top, carrying several severely injured soldiers who had suffered the most in the snake's lair. Lei Meng's breathing was heavy and rhythmic. For enhancement-type ability users, this pure burden march was a tremendous test of will. The core of his ability was constantly squeezing the potential from his muscles, with sweat streaming down the seams of his bony armor and dripping onto the muddy grass blades. Everyone hold on a bit longer, Suja said. There are only 5 kilometers left to the temporary shelter. And Ning's clear voice rang out in the group. At this moment, she was holding the hand of a little girl who had awakened. Although the girl still didn't speak, there was finally a glimmer of spirit in her timid big eyes. And Ning continuously released weak rebirth throughout the journey. This wide-ranging but low-intensity supportive method, while unable to heal serious injuries, could greatly soothe the civilians' panic and enhance their physical limits. Visibility is extremely poor and the concentration of miasma has risen by 15. Bai Lu's voice held a hint of chill like a ghost weaving through the treetops several hundred meters ahead. But I've already dealt with 3 nests of mutated bats. They are very sensitive to the presence of living beings. Additionally, I've found some military reconnaissance drone wreckage. Lin Yu's expression tightened. Yes, it was cut cleanly by some sharp blade, not the work of a beast, but rather intentional human destruction. Lin Yu's heart sank. It seemed that the temporary shelter was not peaceful either. The infiltration of the blood-red eyes in this area was likely far more severe than what Principal Gu had seen in the reports. An hour later, the roar of the tributary of the Lansong River finally erupted in his ears. Amidst the thick fog, a silhouette of a makeshift fortress constructed from high-strength alloy materials emerged. The fortress was surrounded by dense energy turrets, and a light blue aurora barrier kept the blood-red fog of the halt. Confirm identity. As the group approached the perimeter warning line 1 kilometer from the shelter, several blinding strong light flashlights instantly locked onto Lin Yue and the others. Several soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor, fully armed, emerged from the shadows, their gun muzzles crackling with microinterference arcs aimed at ability users. Lin Yue signaled for everyone to stop. He stepped forward slowly, taking out the silver medal badge that represented his identity in the military's special recruitment class. Huaxia Military Ability University, first-year Special Recruitment, Class Pig Butchering Team. We are on a mission called Snake Hunt, tasked with rescuing surviving civilians and transferring classified intelligence. Lin Yu's voice was calm and powerful, carrying a composure that was not typical for his age. The leading sergeant took the badge, swiped it on his personal terminal, and his face suddenly changed. He abruptly withdrew his gun, straightened his back, and saluted Lin Yue with a standard military gesture. Reporting officer. 3rd Battalion 2nd Regiment of the Southwestern Border Defense Forces, Class Leader Zhao Lei. We've received instructions from the principal's office. Instructor Chen has been waiting for a long time. Understood. All units lift the alert. Medical team, take the stretchers, hurry. As the heavy door of the shelter slowly opened, those civilians who had been on edge throughout the journey finally couldn't hold back their tears at the sight of the fluttering red flag and the orderly military formation. It was a return from hell to the human world. Inside the shelter, it was not the bustling scene Lin Yue had imagined, but rather an atmosphere of extreme suppression and killing intent. In the corridor, hurried ability users could be seen everywhere, each bearing a weary expression, and many had yet to heal from. The air in the medical station was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with blood. Lin Yue and his group were taken to the command room at the deepest part of the shelter. As the door opened, a strong smell of tobacco wafted out. In front of a massive electronic sand table stood a tall woman wearing a camouflage vest. She had a neat ponytail with a faint scar at the corner of her right eye. Yet this only added to her beauty, enhancing her chilling aura. Instructor Qin Shuang of the Special Operations Group. In the military university, her reputation was even louder than that of some deans. She was a representative of the practical faction and had once single-handedly infiltrated the core of the Dark Zone, slaying a peak 5th-tier alien leader. You're here. Qin Shuang did not turn around, lightly tapping the sand table with her finger to magnify the position of the snake nest. You arrived half an hour earlier than I expected. That old rascal Xin Yuanjing finally didn't exaggerate. Your batch of students does indeed have some wildness. Lin Yue saluted with the others. Only then did Qin Shuang turn around, her sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Yue and Lu Chen. In that instant, Lin Yue felt as though the flow of energy within him was being forcibly scrutinized by some kind of spiritual power, an uncomfortable sensation. No need to look at me like that, it's just a routine check. Qin Shuang withdrew her gaze, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Peak 2nd tier. Slaying a 4th tier early stage venomous bee. Although that's shadow type, under the geographical advantage of the rainforests, such a record would be enough to boast for half a year among the formal members of the Special Operations Group. It was the captain who killed it. We just assisted. Chen Feng muttered quietly from the side. Qin Shuang snorted coldly. Assisted. In battle, being able to keep your teammates alive and accurately complete a beheading is the highest form of cooperation. Suja, where are the items? Suja immediately stepped forward, handing over the tactical tablet containing classified data. Instructor, this is the node diagram of the 12 Capitals Blood Sacrifice Formation parsed from the main control console of the Snake Nest, along with a sample of the spiritual imprint regarding the Master of Origin Blood. Qin Shuang took the tablet and connected it to the main control of the sand table. As the data loaded, the previously stable green dots on the table began to flicker wildly, eventually intertwining into a blood-red net covering most of the southwestern frontier. As those bloodlines converged to the central point of the ancient Siam ruins, several sharp intakes of breath could be heard. Damn it, these lunatics. Qin Shuang stared at the screen, her knuckles cracking. They intend to use the entire southwest spirit veins as fuel for the altar. 12 nodes, you destroyed one. But due to the self-balancing of energy, the pressure on the remaining 11 nodes has surged, shortening the originally estimated 7-day eruption period to 3 days now. Lin Yue's heart jolted. It's been shortened. Because you severed the bypass supplying energy, now all the pressure is directed towards the main artery. Qin Shuang looked at Lin Yue, her tone devoid of blame, only conveying a deep sense of powerlessness. If this stronghold is not destroyed, those civilians will die tonight. If it is destroyed, the time for the formation's eruption will advance. Lin Yue, this is war. There is no perfect solution. Lin Yue fell silent. For the first time he realized that in the face of such grand strategic games, individual heroism could sometimes feel like tossing a stone into a raging flood. Although it stirred up splashes, it could not stop the oncoming tide. Then what's the next task? Chen began to ask. The next matter is left to the professionals. Qin Shuang waved her hand, shutting down the sand table. The shelter currently has assembled the forces of 3 enhanced regiments. 2 6th-tier void-breaking realm experts will directly reach the outskirts of the ruins. As for you, she cast a stern glance over the entire pig butchering team. The task has been handed over according to Principal Gus' order. You are now officially in rest standby status. The 3rd floor of the shelter has lounges, and there will be designated psychological counselors and medics following up. Instructor Chen Feng couldn't help but shout, "We can still fight. We just killed a 4th tier. Do you feel accomplished about killing a 4th tier?" Qin Shuang interrupted coldly. In the core area of the ancient Siam ruins, at least 3 6th-tier blood-red cult officials are currently lurking. That place has already turned into a massive spiritual energy black hole. For ability users at your level, even maintaining your body from collapsing after entering would be difficult, let alone fighting. She stepped in front of Chen Feng, the pressure belonging to a 5th-tier expert momentarily halting his breath. Your performance has exceeded that of newcomers, but that does not mean you can go to your deaths. The military university trains you not to be cannon fodder in such meaningless attrition wars. Do you understand? Lin Yue grasped Chen Feng, who wanted to argue further. He was well aware that Qin Shuang was speaking the truth. The task at the snake nest, though perilous, still lay within human bounds. But the ancient Siam ruins, what was happening there had already touched upon the games of rules. Even the aftershocks could shatter the souls of 3rd-tier beings. Half an hour later, in the 3rd-floor lounge of the shelter. Although the environment here was simple, it was at least quiet. The members of the pig butchering team sat on the sofa in scattered groups, each bearing a complex expression. The joy of recent achievements was completely diluted by a heavy sense of conspiracy. Suju, are you still looking at that diagram? Lei Ming handed over a bottle of energy drink. Suju adjusted his glasses. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirit was exceptionally high. Lazy, I feel like something is off. Look, these 12 nodes, while complementary, are not distributed randomly. They perfectly align with the sacrificial calendar from the ancient Siam period. He quickly sketched several arcs on the tablet. This calendar requires at the core pivot of the formation not only a massive amount of energy, but also a catalyst. Catalyst. Lin Yue opened his eyes from his meditation. Yes, a container that can carry the will of another dimension and resonate with the rules of the Blue Star. Suju looked at Lin Yue. Captain, do you remember that phantom girl? I suspect she might be that catalyst. Lin Yue stood up. Through the thick, blast-proof glass, he could see the primitive jungle in the distance under the night sky. At the jungle's edge, a faint, blood-colored column of light was shooting towards the clouds. Illuminated by that light column, the stars in the sky appeared particularly dim. If she is the catalyst, then her appearance at the stone shrine outside the snake nest was not just a passing moment. She was observing us, Lin Yue said softly. Or rather, observing you. Lu Chen's voice came from the shadows. The atmosphere in the lounge tensed once again. Lin Yue touched his chest, where he felt his abilities resonating with the distant evil energy, emitting an extremely faint tremor. Late at night, the corridor of the shelter echoed with the sound of synchronized footsteps. It was the soldiers' rotating shifts. Lin Yue lay on the hard military cot, but felt wide awake. The primal sequence time within him was spontaneously operating, enhancing his perception to its peak. He heard the distant roar of the river, the ticking of instruments, and the even breathing of his teammates. And a barely perceptible silver bell-like laughter. Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes, rolled out of bed, and instantly grabbed his long knife. The laughter came from outside the window. He approached the window, his pupils constricting sharply. Outside the faint blue energy barrier of the shelter, amidst the blood fog, a petite figure floated in midair. She wore a floral dress, had a ponytail, and was barefoot, gently kicking in the void. Her blood-red eyes pierced through layers of mist, and the solid energy barrier landing precisely on Lin Yue's face. She extended a slender finger and gently drew a circle in the air. Then, to Lin Yue's terror, all the alarm devices within the shelter, which had been functioning steadily, fell into silence at that moment. Not only the alarms, but even the footsteps of the patrolling soldiers vanished. Time had not stopped, it was forcibly severed from perception by some higher power. The girl sweetly smiled at Lin Yue, her lips gently moving. This time Lin Yue did not need to look back. He directly read the words from the vibrations in the air. Brother, that eye is about to open. The next moment, the girl's figure vanished without a trace, replaced by a thunderous explosion emanating from the central command tower of the shelter. Enemy attack. The shrill alarm sounded instantly. Lin Yue pushed open the door and shouted at the startled crowd in the corridor, "Forget about Instructor Chen's orders. Everyone grab your gear. The snake nest is just bait. This place is the real node they intend to sacrifice." In this center of the shelter, which was originally believed to be safe, a strange crack had formed in what should have been the military's prideful defense core. Countless black shadows surged through that crack like a tide. The blood-red dawn of the southwest had arrived ahead of time. The shockwave of the explosion struck the alloy outer wall of the shelter like an invisible colossal hammer. The entire building trembled violently, dust cascading from the ceiling, while the corridor's fluorescent lights flickered a few times before emitting a harsh electrical hum. Lin Yue's roar still echoed through the corridor, and the others of the pig-slaying squad had instinctively shifted into combat readiness. Chen Feng ripped off his blood-soaked tactical vest as a dark golden light flowed across his skin, rapidly coalescing into a translucent energy armor. He charged to the corner of the corridor, glancing toward the command center, which was now shrouded in thick black smoke. Flames flickered within the haze and faint sounds of gunfire and screams intertwined. Damn it, the command center is blown. Chen Feng turned and shouted. Instructor Chen is still inside. Come. Lin Yue pressed down on Chen Feng's shoulder forcibly, steadying his own turbulent mind. Suja scanned the energy distribution inside the shelter. Bai Lu seal off this floor's passages to prevent enemy flanking. Lei Mingyu and In Ning hold the stairwell ready to evacuate the wounded. A series of commands were issued and the pig-slaying squad quickly regained their footing from the initial ambush. Suja closed his eyes, fully unleashing his omniscient domain. His third-tier perception range was sufficient to cover the entire main structure of the shelter, and within seconds his brow furrowed deeper, his face turning visibly pale. The situation is dire. Suja opened his eyes, his voice lower than before. The explosion originated from the backup power layer beneath the command room, where high-explosive runestones were pre-planted. Instructor Chen and 3 staff officers are trapped under collapsed load-bearing structures. Their life signals are still present, but they can't escape in the short term. And that's not all. Suja paused. The shelter's defense system has been severed. All 12 energy turrets are offline, and the outer Aurora shield is decaying with an estimated maximum of 3 minutes remaining. If the shield breaks within 3 minutes, the mutated beasts and scarlet cultists drawn by the blood sacrifice formation in the surrounding forest will surge in like a tidal wave. Caught in a pincer, Lu Chen uttered the 4 words coldly. Lin Yue took a deep breath, his mind racing. He glanced at the fire door at the end of the corridor leading downstairs, where black smoke seeped through the cracks, carrying a thick, rusty scent of blood. Is anyone going to rescue the command center? He asked. 2 platoons of guards are clearing the rubble, Suja replied. But efficiency is low. There isn't just one infiltrator, at least 3 squads are sabotaging the shelter's interior. They are well-trained, targeting energy nodes and communication hubs specifically. A diversion. Lin Yue understood. The Scarlet Eye's target was never the Snake Nest, but this place. With the Snake Nest node destroyed, Qin Shuang and all the higher-ups would focus on the premature eruption, neglecting the internal inspection of the shelter. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. We have 2 choices now. First, strictly follow Instructor Chen and the principal's orders, hold this floor, and wait for reinforcements. That's the safest option, but if the shield breaks, thousands in this shelter will be massacred. Lin Yue's voice grew heavier. Second, we take the initiative to strike. Chen Feng was right earlier. We just killed a 4th tier. Our condition isn't peak, but the pig-slaying squad has never fought. Lin Yue drew his long blade. I choose the second. What about you? Chen Feng grinned, slamming his fist against the wall, causing plaster to rain down. No brainer. I've had it with those redrobed bastards. Bai Lu said nothing, merely condensing a slender ice crystal blade at her fingertips, its chill trailing a white mist in the air. Lei Ming rose, his pale bone armor covering his arms, and nodded silently. And Ning clutched the strap of her medical kit tightly. Though her face was pale, her eyes were resolute. I'm coming with you. Lin Yue turned to Lu Chen. You and I take the front. Suja coordinate from the middle and report enemy positions in real time. Understood. With Lin Yue's command, 7 figures crashed through the fire door at the corridor's end, plunging into the billowing black smoke. The shelter's lower level had fully transformed into a battlefield. The once neatly arranged energy pods were now mangled beyond recognition, thick cables dangling from the ceiling like dead pythons, with blue sparks sporadically bursting from severed ends. The air was thick with a pungent burnt odor mingled with a nauseatingly sweet stench of blood. 3 fully mutated scarlet cultists were frenziedly hacking at a still-operating backup generator. Their skin bore an unnatural dark red hue, veins bulging, eyes completely consumed by bloodlight. A classic symptom of forced infusion by the blood source lord's power, costing them all reason and turning them into mindless killing puppets. The 2 on the left are yours, the 1 on the right is mine. As Lin Yue spoke, his form vanished. Time acceleration. At his 2nd-tier peak, Lin Yue's speed already far surpassed that of his peers. Now fully channeling his time ability, his body traced a blurry silver line through the dust, appearing behind a mutated cultist in an instant. The mutated cultist's perception was unnaturally sharp, whirling around as Lin Yue appeared, its blood-tinged claws tearing through the air with a piercing screech. Yet in its vision, Lin Yue's movements seemed fragmented into countless broken pieces. It clearly saw its claw strike his throat, but in the next instant the target was empty. Time turbulence. Lin Yue's body continuously executed microsecond-level time jumps within a minuscule range, each leap perfectly landing in the gaps between the enemy's attacks. His long blade swept past in the instant of their passing, precisely severing the carotid artery on the cultist's neck. Blood gushed forth as the mutated cultist let out a defiant roar, staggered twice, and crashed to the ground. On the other side, Lu Chen's combat was even more decisive. He didn't use large-scale spatial severing, but compressed space fold to its extreme. As the other 2 mutated cultists lunged, his form flickered 3 times, each flash appearing precisely in the enemy's blind spots. When his 3rd flicker ended, his dagger had already pierced the back of each cultist's skull. In less than 10 seconds, all 3 2nd-tier peak mutated cultists lay dead. Keep pushing forward. Lin Yue didn't spare a glance at the corpses, heading straight for the deeper energy core zone. Over the next 20 minutes, the pig-slaying squad advanced like a hot knife through butter. Suja's omniscient domain precisely marked every enemy position by Lu's ice blades provided long-range suppression and blockade, while Chen Feng and Lei Ming, like twin hammers, crushed any line of defense that attempted to block them. As they reached the main energy chamber, Suja's expression suddenly changed. Captain, there's a high-tier energy reaction ahead, 4th-tier peak. He lowered his voice. And the energy waveform is similar to the poison bee at the snake nest, but more stable and more pure. Lin Yue and Lu Chen exchanged a glance, seeing the same judgment in each other's eyes. A node guardian. The snake nest had one, and this place indeed had one too. But this time they faced not a 4th-tier caught off guard, but an enemy lying in wait on its home ground. Same as usual? Lu Chen asked. Same as usual. Lin Yue nodded. Chen Feng by Lu Yue handle the interference. Suja provide long-range support. And Ning buff Lu Chen and me. Lei Ming protect and Ning. Go. Boom. The heavy iron door of the main energy chamber was blasted open by Chen Feng's shoulder charge. The scene behind it made everyone involuntarily hold their breath. It was a vast circular space. The energy core that should have stood there was completely destroyed, replaced by a bizarre altar fused from flesh and metal. At the center of the altar, a figure draped in deep red robes sat cross-legged. Countless dark red energy tendrils extended from its body, plunging deep into the spirit vein nodes surrounding the altar. Above its head, a half-open, half-closed phantom of a scarlet eye rotated slowly, exuding a nauseating pressure. More little mice have come. The figure slowly lifted its head, revealing a face covered in dark red runes. Its eyes were wholly consumed by bloodlight, a bizarre smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Was it you who killed the poison bee at the snake nest? Good. The blood source lord needs high-quality sacrifices to hasten its descent. The lot of you are more suitable as nourishment than him. With those words, it raised a hand and waved. The flesh and blood ground around the altar split open, and countless dark red tentacles with suckers surged from the fissures like myriad venomous snakes, sweeping toward the group in an overwhelming tide. Bai Lu. On it. Bai Lu stepped forward, clasping her hands together before her. Ice blue light condensed furiously in the air. In the next instant, a 5-meter-long blade covered in dense ice spikes materialized, sweeping out with bone-chilling cold. Arctic forging frost bastion. The moment the tentacles collided with the ice blade, a teeth-grinding sound of freezing echoed. The front row of tentacles was instantly frozen solid by the extreme cold, falling to the ground as segments of dark red ice sculptures. But the rear tentacles quickly circumvented the frozen area, reforming into an even denser attack formation. They have regenerative abilities. Suja shouted. We must cut off the main Bodis energy supply. Lin Yue's pupils flickered with silver light. In his vision, the energy flow of those tentacles was clearly visible. They weren't generated from nothing, but were continuously drawn from the main vein beneath the altar. Sever the energy from the body of that guardian. Lu Chen, do you see the main vein? I see it. Cut it off. Leave it to me. Lu Chen took a deep breath, slowly spreading his hands apart. Between his palms, silver spatial energy began to vibrate at an extremely high frequency, causing the air to emit a faint humming sound. This was his advanced application of spatial rift, not tearing the space apart, but rather dismantling the energy structure of the target through high-frequency micro-vibrations in an almost eroding manner. Dealing with such a fixed target embedded in the spiritual vein is far more effective than mere severing. Lu Chen suddenly thrust his hands forward, and an almost invisible silver ripple shot out, silently crashing into the thick main vein beneath the altar. At the moment of impact, everyone in the shelter felt an eerie sensation of weightlessness beneath their feet. Shortly after, the surface of the spiritual vein began to reveal a dense network of silver cracks, which rapidly expanded, until with a dull cracking sound it completely disintegrated. As the main vein was severed, those frenzied, writhing flesh tendrils instantly lost their vitality, collapsing to the ground like marionettes with cut strings. The guardian at the center of the altar showed an expression of shock for the first time. How is this possible? You are only 2nd and 3rd tier, how can you sever the main vein? Because you talk too much. Lin Yue's voice rang out behind him. In the moment he was distracted by the severed main vein, Lin Yue had already utilized time acceleration to maneuver to his side. The long knife was drawn. This strike used no fancy techniques, only the extreme compression of time acceleration, the blade cutting through the air and leaving behind a trail of afterimages slicing straight towards the guardian's neck. The guardian, being a peak 4th tier existence, instinctively turned to the side in a moment of life and death, evading the fatal blow, but Lin Yue's blade still left a deep wound visible to the bone on his shoulder blade. Roar! The guardian let out a pained roar as the dark red runes on his body suddenly erupted with blinding light. His body began to swell, muscles bulging at a visible rate, and a layer of dark red scales resembling a keratinous layer surfaced on his skin. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. His right hand violently plunged into his chest, pulling out a blood-colored longsword entirely formed from solidified blood. The sword shimmered with an eerie red light, and just its aura made Chen Feng, a 3rd tier strength enhancer, feel a sting on his skin. Retreat! Lin Yue shouted loudly, but it was already too late. The guardian's speed reached its peak in that moment, the blood-colored longsword sweeping out with the might to sever everything, aimed directly at Lin Yue, who was closest. Lin Yue's pupils constricted as he crossed his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the enclosed space, causing pain to resonate in people's eardrums. Lin Yue felt an overwhelming force surging from the blade, his tiger's mouth instantly fracturing, blood dripping down. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, sliding back for over 10 meters before he barely managed to stabilize him. A peak 4th tier, and now in a berserk state, the intensity of the confrontation exceeded his current limits. Captain. And Ning's anxious voice came through, a surge of emerald life energy injected into Lin Yue's body from a distance, quickly repairing his damaged arm's meridians. Chen Feng roared in anger, golden light erupting from his body as he threw a punch towards the guardian's face. Lei Ming also flanked him from the other side, his bone blades slicing towards the guardian's waist. However, the guardian responded with extreme proficiency. He sidestepped Chen Feng's heavy punch, while simultaneously swatting the blood-colored longsword, sending Lei Ming flying like he was swatting a fly, crashing heavily into the wall and creating a deep human-shaped indentation. Lazy. Chen Feng's eyes turned crimson, the light of golden body burning brighter. He wrapped his arms around the guardian's waist, attempting to suppress him with pure strength. The mantis stalks the cicada. The guardian sneered, his left fist infused with blood-colored energy struck harshly against Chen Feng's back. The dull thud forced a trickle of blood from Chen Feng's mouth, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Captain, make your move. Lin Yue climbed up from the ground. He knew this was the opportunity that Chen Feng had bought for him with his life. But it was still not enough. The power of a peak 2nd tier ultimately could not bridge this vast gap in ranks. He needed more power. He needed to break through that bottleneck. In the dire straits of the Shay ice field, he had already touched the barrier of the 3rd tier. He had deliberately suppressed that barrier because breaking through the 3rd tier required immense energy consumption and would cause the aura of primordial sequence to leak out, completely exposing his SS level trump card. But now he could no longer afford to hide. Lin Yue closed his eyes, releasing the energy dam he had compressed until now within. Boom. A terrifying energy far exceeding the limits of the 2nd tier erupted suddenly. Silver-white time power surged like a flood, crazily sweeping through his limbs and bones. His body surfaced with dense silver patterns, manifestations of the violent resonance of time rules within him. The air around him began to warp, and the fragmented metal scraps on the ground slowly floated up under the influence of time power, accelerating their decay, rusting, and ultimately turning into powder against the laws of physics. What is this? The guardian's face first showed fear. SS level? Impossible. He had never seen an SS level, but he could feel that the power being released from Lin Yue's body had completely surpassed the conventional classifications of extraordinary abilities. It was not an accumulation of quantity, but a qualitative crushing and absolute suppression at the level of rules. Meanwhile, Lu Chen also made the same choice. The silver spatial power exploded behind him, forming visible ripples. Where those ripples spread, space twisted, folded, and restructured, as if invisible hands were reweaving the fabric of reality. The breakthroughs of the two occurred almost simultaneously. At the moment they fully released their true powers, the energy shield above the entire shelter trembled violently. Then everyone engaged in battle, whether military soldiers or crimson cultists, felt a shudder rising from the depths of theirs. It was as if a higher dimensional existence was gazing down upon this area. At the center of the altar, the once half-closed crimson eye suddenly opened wide. It let out a roar of unknown anger or excitement, and the crimson glow of the entire shelter surged to its peak. The blood-colored light column hovering above Lin Yue and Lu Chen suddenly seemed to be drawn by some force, rapidly contracting, condensing, and then transforming into a blood-red vortex that swallowed both Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Captain, Lin Yue, Lu Chen. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the figures of the two quickly faded in the blood light, ultimately disappearing completely. When Ning regained her senses, all that remained was a charred mark on the ground, along with the faint remnants of time and space still lingering in the air. At the same moment, the fully opened crimson eye let out a roar, slowly dissipating into the air. The entire main energy chamber fell into a deathly silence. The peak 4th tier guardian stared blankly at the direction Lin Yue and Lu Chen had vanished, suddenly bursting into a ha. They were pulled in. They were taken to that place. The domain of the Blood Lord. 2 SS level. The great Blood Lord will surely bestow blessings. You ants shall all die. His laughter suddenly cut off. Bai Lu's cold voice rang out behind him, and an ice blade had already pierced through his back. Had enough of laughing. The guardian's body rigidly turned halfway in disbelief, staring at the unmasked killing intent in the eyes of the ice-type girl before crashing to the ground. The main energy chamber fell silent. Chen Feng, clutching his chest, rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. Damn. Where did the captain and the others get sent to? Suja rapidly operated the tablet, veins bulging on his forehead, unable to locate. Energy signals have completely disappeared in the southwest direction, which leads to the core area of the ancient Siam ruins. Damn it, stand by for rest. Chen Feng spat angrily. Don't talk about rest now, the captain is gone. Instructor Chen is still trapped in the command center. Before he finished, a commotion of footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Soldiers carrying rocket launchers and medics with medical boxes filed in. Leading the way was a man in a black tactical vest with a full beard, one of the 6th tier powerhouses who had received the support order. Mad Blade Luo Lai. Leave this to us. Luo Lai glanced at the bodies lying on the ground, and then at the direction where Lin Yue and Lu Chen had disappeared, frowning. I've reported the situation regarding those 2 students. You all did well. He patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, the weight of his hand nearly causing Chen Feng to stagger. Now what you need to do is stay in. The matters that follow are our responsibility. No one from the pig-killing team spoke. Chen Feng clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Bai Lu retracted her ice blade, silently turning to leave the main energy chamber, her knuckles gripping the hilt, turning pale from the exertion. Suzhou adjusted his glasses, marking the energy fluctuation coordinates of Lin Yue and Lu Chen just before they disappeared on the tablet. And Ning stood in place, staring at the empty charred mark, her lips trembling slightly. At that moment, in the forbidden area of the ancient Siam ruins, completely shrouded in bloodlight, two figures fell from midair, crashing into the soft, scorched earth mixed with fragments of bones. The blood-red dome loomed overhead like a giant eye, fully opened, coldly gazing down upon everything below. Lin Yue pushed himself up from the scorched earth, a rusty taste of blood surging from his throat. Instinctively, he gripped his long knife tightly, the blade trembling slightly. Not from fear, but due to the surge of newly transformed energy within him, roaring like a flood breaching its dam, washing through every inch of his meridians. Third tier. In the moment of life and death within the main energy chamber of the shelter, both he and Lu Chen simultaneously released the restraints on their own rules. The power of the primordial sequence was no longer deliberately sealed, but had completely resonated with the source of their life at a higher level. Silver-white time patterns flickered across his skin. With every breath, he could sense the flow of time around him subtly responding to his will. Lu Chen. Lin Yue called softly, his voice hoarse. A few meters away, a flash of silver light flickered as Lu Chen stepped out from a tear in space. His silver pupils were deeper than ever, a nearly transparent ripple of space swirling slowly behind him. The third-tier primordial sequence void made him feel as if he had merged into this distorted space, ghostly and dangerous. I'm fine. Lu Chen brushed off the scorched earth from his body, his gaze quickly scanning the surroundings. Is this the core of the ancient Siam ruins? Both of them looked up simultaneously. There was no sky here, only an endless blood-red dome. Beneath the dome lay an extremely desolate plain of scorched earth, the ground riddled with cracked fissures from which dark red mist occasionally emanated. In the distance, the ruins of shattered stone pillars and collapsed ancient temples could be seen, their surfaces carved with bizarre symbols that had long since blurred, each one slowly writhing as if alive. The air was filled with a rich scent of blood and decay. Lin Yue activated his time vision and immediately saw countless thin blood-red threads extending from the depths of the earth, pulsing like blood vessels, connecting the entire area into a massive living entity. This is not an ordinary ruin, Lin Yue said gravely. It is the true core of the blood sacrifice formation. Those nodes are just pumps. This place is the heart. Lu Chen crouched down, his fingers pressing against the scorched earth. A flicker of silver light revealed a small section of space that he gently folded and unfolded. He frowned and said, the spatial structure is extremely unstable. Folding and blinking can still be used, but large-scale movement poses a high risk and is likely to be backfired by the rules. We were forcibly pulled in by that crimson eye. It should be some kind of spatial anchor point. Lin Yue nodded. He attempted to mobilize time acceleration and discovered that after breaking through, his range of acceleration expanded from a few meters to over 10 meters with a longer duration. However, time stop still could only be maintained for about a second. That was the limit of the rules, not something that could be broken through merely by a tier upgrade. First, let's find an exit or discover the weakness of that eye. Lin Yue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. We can't link. Our teammates are still waiting for us outside. The two walked side by side, their steps extremely light, yet each step caused the scorched earth to tremble slightly. The third-tier life domain heightened their sensitivity to danger. In less than 2 kilometers, they encountered a forest formed from piles of white bones ahead. Countless white skeletons intertwined, creating eerie arches and passages. Among the bones, remnants of clothing that had not fully decayed remained, some belonging to civilians from the southwestern border, and others clearly fragments of tactical vests for military personnel. They were all sacrificed, Lu Chen said in a low voice. Lin Yue did not respond. Suddenly, he raised his hands. Under time vision, he saw a very thin blood-red thread creeping towards them from within the bone forest at an almost imperceptible speed. The thread carried an extremely strong corrosive property. Where it passed, the scorched earth quickly dried up and cracked. Lu Chen raised his hand and pushed a layer of microspace distortion unfolded in front of them. The blood-red thread collided with the distortion and was immediately twisted and deflected, grazing Lin Yue's shoulder as it shot off into the distance, embedding itself in a stone pillar and instantly corroding a fist-sized hole in it. Be careful, these are alive, Lin Yue warned. They continued deeper into the bone forest. The further they went, the thicker the blood mist became. Suddenly, a deep, low roar echoed from within the bone pile. 3 mutated blood beasts, each over 4 meters in size, lunged out from the bones. Their forms resembled monsters that had been forcibly fused with various exotic beasts covered in dark red scales, with their eyes burning like pulsating flames. The aura of these blood beasts shockingly reached the early 3rd tier. Just in time, Lin Yue's eyes gleamed brightly with silver light. The first battle after the breakthrough is just what I need to stabilize my realm. The foremost blood beast opened its massive maw, spewing a thick, blood-colored acidic mist. Lin Yue's figure accelerated instantly, creating several afterimages in the mist as time flow slowed his surroundings. With a swing of his long knife, time surge attached itself to the blade, precisely striking the side of the blood beast's neck. In that instant, the force of time tore through. The left side of the blood beast's body slowed dramatically, while the right side surged forward due to inertia, its muscles and bones tearing apart from its own momentum, screaming as it fell to the ground. Chen faced the other two beasts with spatial manipulation. His figure flickered and folded like a ghost, each appearance precisely at the blind spots of the blood beast's attacks. With a silver flash at his fingertips, Space Ren became blade-like, effortlessly slicing through one blood beast's energy core. The third blood beast attempted to ambush Lin Yue, but was preemptively sensed by Chen. A spatial barrier appeared out of thin air, deflecting it away. Lin Yue turned to deliver a finishing blow, the accelerated blade light, striking down like a silver whip, directly severing its head. The battle ended exceedingly quickly. In less than 30 seconds, all three early third-tier blood beasts had been slain. Lin Yue took a breath, feeling the surging energy within him. After reaching the third tier, my control over the rules has indeed improved significantly. Just now with that slash, I could even feel the flow of time within the blood beast being forcibly torn apart. Chen retracted the silver light and nodded. The same goes for space. Now folding is no longer merely displacement, but can borrow spatial curvature for small-scale leverage. However, the suppression here is very strong, and we must not overexert ourselves. The two continued forward. After passing through the bone forest, an enormous dilapidated altar came into view. The altar was constructed from black boulders, its surface engraved with countless dense runes. Suspended in the center of the altar was a massive crimson source crystal, dozens of times larger than the one in the hands of the venomous snake queen, pulsating slowly as it delivered blood-colored energy to its surroundings. Beneath the source crystal, countless remains of civilians and soldiers could be vaguely seen, their life force completely drained, leaving only shriveled husks. This is the main hub, Lin Yue squinted. Destroying that source crystal might disrupt the formation. But just as they approached within 100 meters of the altar, the air suddenly became incredibly thick. A petite figure slowly emerged from behind the source crystal. In a floral dress with a ponytail and bare feet, her eyes filled entirely with blood fixed sweetly upon them. Brother Lin Yue, you finally came. The girl's voice was clear and sweet, like a neighbor girl calling for her older brother, yet it sent chills down both of their spines. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the knife. Who are you? How do you know me? The girl tilted her head, her smile unwavering. In the Harbinger, the vessel chosen by the Blood Sovereign, and your sister. This sentence resonated like thunder. Lin Yue's pupils contracted abruptly. He indeed had no memories of a sister, but the girl's demeanor and intonation inexplicably stirred a familiar ache within him, like fragments sealed deep in time attempting to resurface. Chen shifted half a step, positioning himself in front of Lin Yue. Enough with the nonsense, why did you bring us here? Of course, to ask my brother for help. The girl lightly hopped, hovering above the source crystal. The Blood Sovereign is about to fully descend, but it needs a perfect. Your brother's time and brother Chen's space are the powers closest to the rules in Blue Star. If you are willing to sacrifice yourselves, the dimensional passage can stabilize completely, and there won't be so many unnecessary sacrifices in the southwest. As she spoke, she stretched out her little hand and drew in the void. Instantly, the blood-red threads around the altar surged wildly, and countless broken soul phantoms rose from the ground, emitting painful wails. Among those souls were the elderly children soldiers, all innocent victims consumed by the blood sacrifice formation. Do you see? They are in so much pain. The girl's voice carried a trace of compassion, yet was incredibly cruel. If my brother agrees, their suffering will end. Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within. He knew this was a psychological assault. The other party was at least a seventh-tier existence attempting to undermine their will with family and morality. What if I refuse? Lin Yue asked coldly. Then brother will watch them all die, and then watch the entire. The girl's smile gradually faded, a chill emerging in her blood-red pupils. Actually, I don't want this either. The Blood Sovereign said that brother is special. Your time can help it reverse some things that shouldn't have happened. Lin Yue's heart trembled. He vaguely felt that the other party seemed to know some secrets about his origins. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Chen, get ready to strike. Lin Yue whispered, the target is the source crystal, destroy it. Chen nodded, his figure instantly folding and disappearing. The next moment he appeared above the source crystal, fingers tracing several lines of space, Ren striking fiercely at the energy membrane on the surface of the source crystal. The girl chuckled lightly, pressing her small hand down gently. The space suddenly froze. Chen's folding path was forcibly interrupted, and he fell from midair, crashing down at the edge of the altar. Here I am, part of the rules, the girl's voice echoed. Brother, you breaking through the third tier is impressive, but it's still not enough. Lin Yue stepped forward, pushing time acceleration to the limit, his figure transforming into a silver afterimage that charged straight at the girl. At the same time, he covered his long knife with time surge and slashed at the source crystal. The blade struck the energy membrane of the source crystal, and the force of time tore through violently. The surface of the source crystal immediately developed fine cracks, with blood-colored energy fluctuating violently. The girl's brows furrowed slightly, and she pointed at Lin Yue. Stop! A force of rules far beyond Lin Yue's current realm descended. His time stop instinctively countered, but could only be maintained for half a second before being forcibly suppressed. His body instantly stiffened. In that brief moment of rigidity, the girl's figure flashed in front of him, her small hand pressing against his chest. Brother, let's take a nap. When you wake up, you'll understand everything. A cold and powerful blood-colored energy surged into Lin Yue's body, attempting to seal his consciousness. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, the primordial sequence within him fiercely resisting. As a third-tier cultivator, he was no longer powerless. The silver time force clashed violently with the blood-colored energy within him, causing all his capillaries to rupture simultaneously, blood seeping through his skin. Lu Chen, destroy the source crystal, he shouted with all his might. Lu Chen sprang up from the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, but without hesitation, he folded back to directly above the source crystal. With his hands together, the space shock blade vibrated at a high frequency, crashing down onto the cracks in the source crystal. Boom. The cracks on the surface of the source crystal instantly expanded, and a large chunk broke off, blood-colored energy erupting like a volcanic explosion. The girl's complexion slightly changed. You are seeking death. She abandoned the suppression on Lin Yue and turned to slap Lu Chen. The space was forcibly compressed, and Lu Chen grunted, being knocked back dozens of meters, crashing through a stone pillar. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue regained his movement, fully activating time acceleration, circling to the girl's flank and slashing out with his knife. The blade light collided with the girl's blood barrier, and under the tearing of time surge, the barrier showed a brief flaw. Enough. The girl was genuinely furious. Her figure suddenly expanded, her floral dress transforming into a blood-red robe, her aura rising sharply, pressing down with such force that it made the two third-tier cultivators feel breathless. The entire dome of the blood source domain began to tremble violently, with more blood-red threads surging up from the ground, wrapping around the two. Lin Yue and Lu Chen stood back to back. Despite their disheveled breaths, there was not a hint of retreat. Lu Chen, can you still fight? Lin Yue asked. I can fight until I die. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the silver light brighter than ever. At that moment, a sudden violent surge of energy emanated from the blood mist in the distance, seemingly caused by the damage to the source crystal, triggering a chain reaction in the external formation, causing the entire ruined space to begin to distort unstably. The girl looked up at the dome, her brows tightly knit. Time is running out. Brother, let's play again next time. She waved her small hand, and a blood-red whirlpool reappeared, attempting to send the two away again. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yue's eyes as he summoned all his strength to activate Time Stop. This time, bolstered by his third-tier realm, he barely expanded the range of Time Stop to 5 meters, maintaining it for nearly a second. In that second, he and Lu Chen unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. Lin Yue's long knife slashed at the girl's main body, while Lu Chen's space ren sliced towards the remaining part of the source crystal. Boom! The space violently shook. The source crystal emitted a mournful sound, cracking further. The girl let out a muffled groan, her figure being pushed back, but the teleportation whirlpool was still forming, swallowing the two once again. The world spun chaotically. When their vision cleared, Lin Yue and Lu Chen found themselves teleported into a hidden cave at the edge of the ruins, with ancient murals etched on the cave walls depicting the fall of the ancient Siam civilization and the origins of the blood sacrifice. The damage to the source crystal temporarily freed them from the girl's direct control, but the disturbances in the entire blood source domain had thoroughly alarmed a deeper presence. The bone-chilling cold deep within the grotto pierced his marrow like countless fine needles, yet this biting chill instead jolted Lin Yue back to clarity from the violent turmoil of his mind. He leaned against the moss-covered stone wall, gasping for breath as the temporal energy within him automatically mended the meridian damage from his breakthrough in battle. A silvery white luminescence flowed beneath his skin, each cycle easing his pain. Lu Chen stood at the grotto entrance, his back to Lin Yue, maintaining a vigilant stance. Without turning, he asked calmly, "Calm down." "Calm down." Lin Yue exhaled a turbid breath laced with blood. "She almost led me astray just now." Only then did Lu Chen turn, a sharp glint flickering deep within his silver pupils. "When that girl said you were once her brother, your emotions surged violently. Though it lasted only an instant, against an opponent of that caliber, a single instant is enough to be fatal." Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. He had to admit that in that moment he had indeed wavered. Perhaps it was the girl's too real tone, or perhaps deep down he still clung to his lost memories, or maybe it was simply his long solitude in a world severed from kinship, his subconscious yearning for an anchor. But none of that mattered. What she said was false. Lin Yue stood, his tone regaining steadiness. "There's no proof, but I can sense it. Just as you said before, time and space are interwoven. If she were truly my sister, if she truly knew me, her soul's fluctuations would not be utterly devoid of resonance with mine." "Good that you're certain." Lu Chen said no more, turning to point into the depths of the grotto. "I've scouted ahead. This tunnel is not a dead end. The murals deeper and have a distinct ancient Siam style dating back at least a millennium. But oddly, these murals are exceptionally well preserved, as if protected by some energy field." Lin Yue moved to Lu Chen's side, following his gaze into the grotto's depths. The passage spiraled downward irregularly, the stone walls densely carved with bas-reliefs. The lines were primitive and bold, the pigments heavily faded, yet the content remained discernible. These murals seemed to depict an ancient war. The first showed a land shrouded in darkness, countless twisted humanoid figures surging from fissures, lunging at ancient soldiers wielding crude weapons. Though vastly outnumbered, the soldiers fought to the death without retreat. The second mural depicted a figure in a long robe and feathered crown, standing on high, arms raised to the heavens, as if praying to some entity. Behind him, all the soldiers knelt in reverence and despair. The third mural grew eerie. A massive hole appeared in the supplicant's body, from which gushed not blood, but a pure crimson radiance. That radiance fragmented into countless threads, seeping into each kneeling soldier. Their bodies began to swell, twist, and mutate, eventually becoming monsters nearly identical to the invaders. This is... Chen frowned. They used blood sacrifice to gain power. Lin Yue did not answer. His gaze fell upon the fourth mural. This mural was twice the size of the previous three, nearly covering the entire stone wall. It showed the land turned completely crimson, the sky split open, a massive half-footed scarlet eye suspended in the rift. In the eye's pupil was reflected a kneeling figure, whose form matched the earlier supplicant exactly. The ancient Siam civilization wasn't destroyed by alien races. Lin Yue's voice was low. They voluntarily sacrificed themselves, offering their entire civilization as tribute to gain power against the aliens. But they failed. Or rather, the entity they unleashed became something far more terrifying than the aliens. Chen's eyes roamed the murals, then fixed on an inconspicuous corner. Lin Yue, look here. Lin Yue followed his direction, and his pupils contracted sharply. In the lower right corner of the giant painting was a small area deliberately erased. That area had originally depicted another figure, but it had been repeatedly scratched away with a sharp tool, leaving the original appearance completely illegible. Yet above the scrape marks a line of text had been rewritten in some dark red pigment. It was ancient Siam script. Lin Yue had learned some basics in a military university history elective, but it was far from enough to decipher this ancient complex text. Memorize it. Lin Yue said, we'll decipher it when we meet Su Zhe or an expert. Chen nodded, a flash of silver in his eyes as he etched the form of the script into his memory using spatial abilities. The two continued downward along the grotto. The passage gradually widened, the smell of blood intensifying. After about a quarter of the space opened up. The grotto ended in a vast underground chamber at least the size of a football field, with a ceiling tens of meters high, densely studded with deep red crystals emitting a dark crimson glow. That light seemed alive, pulsing in a fixed rhythm, as if it were the heartbeat of this underground space. At the center stood a black stone pillar several meters thick. Its surface was entwined with countless dark red vine-like textures. Not vines, but petrified flesh structure. At the base of the pillar lay a massive pile of artifacts: broken blades, corroded armor, shattered ceramics, and gold rich. The gold items were engraved with the pattern of that scarlet eye, gleaming eerily under the crimson light. These are offerings. Chen scanned the items. Judging by craftsmanship and corrosion, they span at least 3 eras: the ancient Siam period, the old calendar war period, and even military supplies from recent decades. Lin Yue approached the pillar, crouched down, and gently touched the surface of a gold-inscribed bar. His time vision activated automatically, attempting to read the bar's story through residual time fragments. But the moment his fingertip touched the gold, a freezing, piercing force surged into his meridians. Ugh! Lin Yue grunted and jerked his hand back. The force, highly corrosive, rampaged through his arm for an instant before being automatically suppressed by the primordial sequence. Yet in that single instant, a fleeting image flashed before his eyes. It was an extremely ancient sacrificial scene. Thousands knelt prostrate, led by an old man in ornate robes, driving a gem-encrusted dagger into his own heart. Blood spurted, splattering onto the black stone pillar. After absorbing the blood, the flesh textures on its surface began to writhe, and a nauseating heartbeat echoed through the chamber. Then the sky split open. A scarlet eye appeared behind the rift. The vision ended abruptly. Lin Yue staggered back 2 steps, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This pillar is alive. It's absorbing life, converting it into a signal, sending it to the other side of the rift. Chen didn't touch the offerings, but his keen perception of energy fields had already sensed the pillar's anomaly. His gaze shifted between the pillar and the offerings, then he said, the supplicant in the mural ended up as the sacrifice himself. What this pillar absorbed was the life essence of that civilization's highest ruler. Then what about the girl we saw now? Lin Yue asked. What role does she play? A catalyst. Su Zhe's words were accurate. Her function isn't as a leader, but a connector. She uses her own body as a channel for the blood source's power to seep through, and through the great array absorbs external energy to feed this core. So destroying the girl would cut off the blood source's continuation path. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Lin Yue shook his head. She's just a vessel. The true foundation is this pillar and that massive source crystal. As long as the foundation remains, the blood source can find a new vessel anytime. They exchanged glances, both reaching the same conclusion. Destroying the pillar was the key to breaking the deadlock. Just as Lin Yue was about to further examine the pillar's structure, the bloody ceiling above suddenly trembled violently. An extremely dangerous aura seeped down from the ceiling, carrying a suffocating pressure. Then a crisp laugh echoed through the space. Lin Yue, brother, you found the source pillar. Impressive. The girl's figure slowly descended from the bloody ceiling. She still wore her tattered floral dress, barefoot, and floating in the air, her scarlet pupils fixed on them. But this time a genuine chill tinged her smile. However, brother's friend seems to have done something unwise. She tilted her head lightly. To ensure you arrived smoothly at the ritual core, I had prepared many welcoming ceremonies. However, brother's friend seems to have done something unwise. She tilted her head lightly. To ensure you arrived smoothly at the ritual core, I had prepared many what uninvited guests. Why, brother's lovely teammates. The girl's smile widened. They're lost, wandering in the blood. The time and space flows here have been altered. Ordinary people who stumble in will see their worst fears and be devoured by them. Lin Yue's pupils contracted sharply. Chen Feng, Lei Meng, Bai Lu, and Ning Su Zhe. They shouldn't be here. You're lying. Chen said coldly. They're cooperating with the military at the shelter. They couldn't have been dragged in. Is that so? The girl tilted her head, flipping her small hand to conjure a blood-colored mirror before her. The mirror hazily reflected several figures, the remaining 5 of the pig-slaying squad struggling through thick blood mist. Their expressions were tense and weary, clearly trapped for some time. When Brother attacked the source pillar, it triggered the entire array's energy circuit. Those ripples spread out, activating all the teleportation nodes on your floor. The girl's voice remained light. So now they're lost in some corner of the ruins, just like you. Lin Yue gripped his sword hilt. The girl tilted her head slightly. But if Brother is willing. Before she could finish, a silver flash appeared before her. Chen attacked without warning. Using spatial folding augmented by the temporal energy Lin Yue had given him, his blink speed exceeded the limits of perception. The spatial oscillation blade at his fingertip stabbed straight for the girl's heart. This strike was lethal, but the girl was faster. An instant before his fingertip touched her, her body dissolved into a cloud of blood mist. Chen's hand passed through it, striking no solid form. The blood mist recondensed into the girl's shape a few meters away. Her smile had faded, replaced by a cold scrutiny. So fierce, Chen brother. The blood source wants you alive, not dead. But if you continue to disobey, I won't hesitate to cripple you before the sacrifice. Her tone hadn't changed, but the icy chills surging in her blood-colored pupils seemed to freeze the air. Lin Yue stopped Chen from attacking again. What she said is true. Those people are indeed here. I can sense their energy fluctuations, though faint. Through time vision, he could see several very blurred life energies flickering deep within the blood mist. They were indeed the unique energy signatures of the pig-slaying squad members. I came to study this site, not to sacrifice my own people. Lin Yue stared coldly at the girl. Since they're here, I'll find them and lead them out. As for your so-called blood source lord, he raised his long sword, pointing the blade at the ceiling. Let it come talk to me in person. Sending a vessel to play a sibling act with me is beneath it. The girl was stunned for a moment, then let out a genuine laugh. Crisp and pleasant, yet chilling. Interesting, very interesting. She clapped her small hands. Then, brother, welcome to the true ancient Siam ruins. Not only are the answers you seek here, but also more surprises than you can imagine. Her figure gradually grew transparent, finally dissipating completely into the air. Only a single sentence echoed through the space: find your companions, or watch them die. The choice is yours, but I suggest you hurry. This ruin's spatial structure resets every 3 hours. If you fail to gather in time, you'll be eternally trapped in the spatial folds. As the last word fell, the girl's presence vanished entirely. Lin Yue and Chen stood in silence for a few seconds. She's stalling for time. Chen spoke first. The source pillar was attacked, though not destroyed, it was damaged. She's buying time to repair it. I know. Lin Yue sheathed his sword. But we can't abandon Chen Feng and the others. Those guys are tough, but in a place like this with twisted rules, physical defense alone isn't enough. He turned and walked toward one side of the grotto wall where faint markings, the pig-slaying squad's agreed-upon signal, were etched into the stone. Let's go. Find the others first. Chen said nothing more and followed. About 5 minutes after they left, the girl reappeared from the void. She hovered above the source pillar, looking down in the direction Lin Yue and Chen had gone. Captain, you really don't remember anything, she murmured to herself, her expression complex. But it's okay. You will the moment the blood source lord descends. Her fingertip gently traced the flesh textures on the source pillar's surface, and she closed her scarlet eyes. The source pillar's heartbeat grew heavier and more powerful. The underground space of the blood source domain fell into a strange silence after the girl's figure completely dissipated. Only the flesh-like patterns coiling around the black source pillar continued to writhe slowly, resembling a slumbering giant python digesting something. Lin Yue and Chen briefly adjusted their breathing. The power surge from their third-tier breakthrough still surged within them, but the continuous high-intensity battles and clashes of rules had already caused their meridians to ache faintly. Lin Yue sheathed his long knife with a light ringing sound as it returned to its scabbard. Her words cannot be fully trusted, but they cannot be completely dismissed either. If our teammates have indeed been pulled in, we must find them. The space resets every 3 hours. This is forcing us to act. Chen nodded, his silver pupils scanning the surroundings. I can sense faint spatial fluctuations. The energy signals from the pig slaughter team, though vague, indeed exist at several nodes within this ruin. Let's go. We should first explore in the opposite direction of the mural passage. There is a stronger flow of blood energy over there. It might be the main thoroughfare. The two did not linger, quickly leaving the vast underground hall where the source pillar stood. Behind them, the heartbeat of the source pillar seemed to quietly quicken, yet did not provoke any new movements. The girl's retreat appeared to give them a moment of respite, but Lin Yue knew in his heart that this was merely the prelude to a greater conspiracy. What the Lord of the Blood Source desires is the primal sequence within their bodies, the primordial powers of time and space. That is the key to assist the will from another plane to firmly descend upon Blue Star. The passage became narrow and winding again, with the content of the relief murals on the stone walls becoming increasingly dense. As Lin Yue advanced, he used time vision to capture the remnants of time fragments. These fragments were mostly shattered, yet pieced together more details of the fall of the ancient Siam civilization, a desperate resistance against foreign tribes that ultimately evolved into a mad ritual of self-sacrifice. The rulers believed that by pouring the life force of the entire civilization into the source pillar, they could summon a deity capable of turning the tide of battle. In the end, what they summoned was even greedier than the foreign tribes. This used to be an underground temple. Chen reached out to touch a stone carving engraved with a feather crown pattern. The ancient Siamese placed their hopes underground because they believed the sky had been polluted by the foreign tribes. Only by delving into the earth could they approach the primal. Lin Yue chuckled softly, though his voice bore a chill. In the end, they turned the earth into a blood pool. After walking for about 20 minutes, a natural fissure appeared ahead, its edges covered with dark red crystal clusters resembling solidified blood. The two cautiously passed through the fissure, and the scene before them suddenly opened wide. They found themselves in a vast underground cave system. Countless stalactites hung from the cave's ceiling, each dripping a viscous blood-colored liquid onto the ground, forming small pools of blood. Bubbles occasionally surfaced in the blood pools, and when they burst they released deep, mournful wails, remnants of souls dissipating. Be careful of these blood pools, Lin Yue cautioned. They have a strong absorptive quality for life force. I just took a look with time vision. A single drop can siphon off half a year of a normal person's lifespan. Chen activated his spatial perception, silver light flickering at his fingertips, forming a thin barrier. He'll clear the way. They moved along the edge of the cave, trying to avoid the densely packed blood pools. After advancing for several hundred meters, they came across an artificially carved stone door on the cave wall. The door was already half destroyed, with a menacing ghost face pattern carved on the doorframe, and two dim red crystals embedded where its eyes should be. Pushing open the broken stone door revealed a relatively intact sacrificial side hall. Inside were dozens of sarcophagi, their surfaces covered in runes. Many of the coffin lids had been opened, leaving them empty, with only some dry bones and rusted burial goods remaining. These are the tombs of the ancient Siamese nobility. If Suzhou were here, he would surely excitedly analyze the calendar symbols on them, but now it was just Lin Yue and Chen. Lin Yue approached a relatively intact sarcophagus, attempting to use time rewind to capture its residual images. This time, after breaking through to the third tier, his rewind ability was more stable, able to maintain a clearer picture. In the illusion, a middle-aged man clad in a magnificent feathered robe lay in the coffin, surrounded by weeping attendants. A ceremonial dagger was plunged into the man's chest, and blood flowed along the runes into a groove at the bottom of the coffin. In the image, the man murmured before he died, "O deity, please descend." As the rewind ended, Lin Yue's face turned slightly pale. They were not killed, they volunteered for sacrifice. The entire upper echelon of civilization was conducting this ritual. Chen was about to respond when his expression suddenly sharpened. There's movement. To the left front, the blood energy is dense. The two immediately became vigilant. Deep within the cave, a low, heavy footstep echoed, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping against the ground. Soon several figures emerged from the blood mist. They were three soldiers clad in tattered military uniforms, their eyes vacant, skin pale, to the point of being almost transparent, their assault rifles drooping in their stiff hands like puppets. Living people? Lin Yue asked in a low voice. Not entirely, Chen shook his head. Their life fields have been tainted by blood sacrifice. Their souls remain only half. Be careful, they have been transformed into blood slaves. Just as he finished speaking, one of the blood slave soldiers suddenly raised his gun, pulling the trigger. The bullet, trailing a dark red trajectory, shot forth at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary firearms, evidently enhanced by the power of the blood source. Lin Yue's figure flashed, and time acceleration made his movements so swift that they left lingering shadows. He swept his long knife, the blade wrapped in silvery torrents of time, directly shredding 3 bullets in midair. The momentum of his blade did not diminish as it struck the nearest blood slave. That blood slave reacted surprisingly quickly, dodging to the side to avoid a fatal hit, but his arm was grazed by the blade. The tearing force of time erupted instantly. His entire arm slowed down dramatically, and then due to his own inertia the muscles tore apart, blood gushing forth. Chen meanwhile dealt with the other two. He folded space to flash behind one of them, pressing his palm against the other's back. Spatial shock blade vibrated at high frequency, directly shattering the energy structure within the blood slave. The third blood slave attempted to pounce on Lin Yue, but was rebuffed by a spatial barrier set up by Chen, subsequently met with a swift beheading from Lin Yue. The battle ended cleanly. However, Lin Yue's brow was furrowed. The military uniforms on these soldiers are from the Southwest Border Defense Force. This indicates that the loss of the shelter is more severe than we imagined. Keep searching, Chen said. Their appearance suggests that our teammates may also have been pulled into a similar area. The two left the side hall and ventured deeper into the cave. The blood mist thickened, and even with their third-tier perception, they could only see about 10 meters ahead. Suddenly a fierce sound of fighting erupted ahead, mixed with familiar rough shouts. Chen Feng, Lin Yue and Chen exchanged glances and rushed forward. Turning around a stone wall corner, they saw their long-lost teammate. Chen Feng was shimmering with golden light, fully in golden body state, grappling with a massive blood beast. This blood beast was similar to the mutated ones they encountered in the bone forest, but was even stronger, reaching mid-third tier. It slashed its claw-like bone blades, leaving deep marks on Chen Feng's chest armor. Lei Ming assisted from the side, his bony exoskeleton covering his entire body, fists crashing down on the blood beast's flank like heavy hammers. Bai Lu floated in midair, ice blades crisscrossing to block the blood beast's retreat. And Ning was providing continuous life force nourishment from the back, while Suzhou stood at a distance, deploying all-knowing domain to mark weaknesses in real time. Captain, Chen. Suzhou was the first to spot the two, his voice filled with surprise. Pig slaughter team, assemble. Lin Yue shouted loudly, drawing his long knife to join the fray. With the addition of the two, the tide of battle quickly turned. Lin Yue activated time acceleration, maneuvering behind the blood beast and slashing at its hind leg joint. The torrent of time accelerated the decay of the wound. Lu Chen precisely severed the blood beast's energy core with spatial division. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng delivered a powerful punch to the blood beast's head, killing it outright. After the blood beast fell, everyone quickly gathered. Chen Feng panted heavily, punching Lin Yue on the shoulder. Damn it, Captain. I'm glad you two are okay. I thought you were eaten by that reed monster. Bai Lu put away her ice blades, glancing over the two. You've broken through to the 3rd tier. Your aura is much stronger. And Ning jogged over emerald light, enveloping Lin Yue, and Lu Chen rapidly healing their minor injuries. Suja excitedly opened his tablet. Great. I've been trying to locate you in the blood mist, and now I finally. Lin Yue interrupted. Don't celebrate too early. This is the core of the ancient Siam ruins, the blood source domain. We were forcibly pulled in by the trigger of the Scarlet Eye. How did you get in? Lei Ming replied in a muffled voice. After the shelter exploded, we cleared the remaining enemies with reinforcements, and suddenly a beam of blood light swept over, bringing us here. Instructor Chen and the others should still be outside, but everyone on this floor has been pulled in. About 20 people have already scattered. Suja added. The spatial structure here resembles a maze that resets periodically. We just got scattered after a reset. The group briefly exchanged information. The reunion of the pig slaughter team eased Lin Yue's heart slightly. However, the scattered military personnel and civilians from the shelter remain a significant problem. More importantly, that girl as a vessel could reappear at any moment. The source pillar is key to our breakthrough. Lin Yue briefly explained his earlier discoveries. Destroying it can sever the path of the blood source lord. But now that we have more teammates, we cannot act separately. Suji, you handle mapping, Bai Lu and Ning stay in the middle, Chen Feng and Lei Ming lead the way, OI, and Lu Chen will cover the rear. The goal is to return to the source pillar hall. The team quickly reorganized and continued deeper into the cave. With a complete configuration, their advance speed noticeably increased. Along the way, they encountered 2 waves of blood slaves and mutated blood beasts, but they were safely resolved with the coordination of the 3rd-tier powerhouses. Lin Yue and Lu Chen took the opportunity to stabilize their realms, gradually adapting to the combat rhythm in the distorted environment of rules. About an hour later, the blood mist suddenly thinned. Ahead appeared a grand underground plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a massive stone platform similar to the previous source pillar, only larger, with denser flesh-like patterns on its surface. Above the stone platform floated a blood-colored crystal larger than any source crystal they had seen before, slowly rotating. This is a secondary hub. Suja quickly analyzed. The energy flow points toward the source pillar we visited earlier. If multiple hubs are destroyed simultaneously, the likelihood of the formation collapsing will significantly increase. However, just as everyone approached the edge of the plaza, the familiar sound of silver bells echoed again in the air. The girl's figure slowly materialized above the blood-colored crystal. She still looked like the neighbor girl in a floral dress with a ponytail, but the coldness in her gaze had deepened. Brother, you've gathered all your friends. That's wonderful. She clapped her hands. However, this is not an amusement park. The Lord of the Blood Source has grown impatient. It needs your primal powers of time and space to stabilize the dimensional passage. Sacrifice, and countless people in the southwest will no longer suffer. Chen Feng couldn't help but curse. Nonsense. I don't believe a word from you, little girl. The girl ignored him, her gaze solely on Lin Yue and Lu Chen. You two brothers should understand. Your powers are special. The rules of Blue Star reject foreign planes, but time and space can neutralize this rejection. If you offer yourselves, the passage will open perfectly. Otherwise, she waved her small hand, and the blood mist around the plaza suddenly thickened as countless blood-colored threads surged from the ground, wrapping toward the team. At the same time, from the shadows at the edge of the plaza, dozens of even stronger blood-slave warriors appeared, their auras generally around the 3rd tier. Attack! Lin Yue decisively commanded. The pig slaughter team immediately entered combat mode. Chen Feng and Lei Ming charged forward. Bai Lu sealed the flanks with ice, and Ning provided healing in the center, and Suja offered intelligence support. Lin Yue and Lu Chen headed straight for the girl and the blood-colored crystal. Lin Yue activated time acceleration to the fullest, his figure transforming into a silver-white shadow, the blade wrapped in torrents, slashing at the crystal. Lu Chen teleported by folding space, striking the surface of the crystal with his shock blade. The girl snorted coldly, transforming into blood mist to evade, while simultaneously controlling the blood threads to counterattack. Her powers were greatly amplified in this area, though every blood thread carried the suppression of rules above the 7th tier. Yet Lin Yue's 3rd-tier time stop, though brief, could create an attack window for Lu Chen. The two coordinated seamlessly, and soon cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal. Below, the teammates were also engaged in fierce combat. Chen Feng's golden body withstood the siege of blood slaves, Lei Ming's bone blades reaped lives, and Bai Lu's ice blades swooped like the Grim Reaper's scythe. And Ning's resurrection ability ensured that no one was seriously injured. The battle intensified. Seeing the crystal being damaged, the girl truly became enraged, her figure swelling into a blood-robed form, her aura oppressing the entire area. Since you refuse to be courteous, then you shall all become nourishment. The blood-colored crystal suddenly erupted with blinding light, and the entire plaza began to tremble. More blood beasts crawled from the ground, and the situation deteriorated instantly. Lin Yue gritted his teeth, the primal sequence within him operating frantically. He knew that this battle could not be delayed. They had to destroy this secondary hub before the space reset, and then retreat to the main source pillar. Lu Chen, let's combine forces. Lin Yue shouted. The two erupted into their strongest states simultaneously. The silver-white power of time and the silver spatial power intertwined in midair, forming a brief vortex of rules. At the vortex's center, the convergence of time and space produced a strange resonance, with power far exceeding their individual use. This strike slammed heavily into the blood-colored crystal. Boom! The crystal emitted a mournful wail, large sections of its surface shattered, and the blood-colored energy erupted like a volcano. The girl let out a low grunt, violently pushed back several dozen meters by the backlash, a trace of dark red blood spilling from her mouth. You will regret this. She glared at Lin Yue with resentment, her figure dissipating into mist again. The Lord of the Blood Source is about to arrive, by then none of you will escape. After the crystal crumbled, the blood mist in the plaza began to recede. The team quickly cleared the remaining enemies and gathered together. Well done. Chen laughed heartily despite being covered in wounds. Suja gasped. The secondary hub is destroyed. The main formation should have vulnerabilities. We need to hurry to the main source pillar. Lin Yue nodded, scanning the group. How is everyone doing? Can you still fight? Yes, everyone replied in unison. The team continued forward. The action of destroying the secondary hub seemed to have loosened the rules of the entire blood source domain. The number of blood slaves and blood beasts they encountered along the way decreased, but their quality increased. They even encountered a blood source guardian approaching the 4th tier, which they barely managed to kill through combined efforts. 2 hours later, they finally approached the initial source pillar hall again. In the distance, the heartbeat of the black source pillar had become rapid and chaotic. Clearly, the previous damage and the collapse of the secondary hub had thrown it into an unstable state. However, at the entrance of the hall, the girl appeared again. This time she was accompanied by 2 enigmatic figures in red robes, high-ranking attendants of the Scarlet Eye, both exuding auras above the 5th tier. Brother, this is your last chance. The girl's voice was tinged with fatigue, yet remained sweet. Sacrifice or watch your friends die one by one here. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the long knife, his gaze resolute. We choose the third path: destroy the source pillar, kill you, and then escape. The battle was about to commence. The entire pig slaughter team charged forward. Chen and Lei Meng attracted the firepower of the high-ranking attendants by Lu and Ning provided support. Suja disrupted their vision, while Lin Yue and Lu Chen aimed straight for the girl and the source pillar. The fierce clashes echoed throughout the underground space. Lin Yue's blade clashed with the girl's blood claws, each strike igniting sparks of rules. Lu Chen's spatial division made the 5th-tier attendants also feel challenged. The advantage of breaking through to the 3rd tier shone through in team combat. Cracks multiplied on the surface of the source pillar. The descent of the Lord of the Blood Source seemed imminent, yet it teetered on the brink due to the persistent resistance of the keys. In the hall of the main source pillar, the blood-red light surged like a tide. The flesh-like patterns on the surface of the source pillar writhed crazily, at a visible speed, each pulse accompanied by a dull heartbeat that shook the entire underground space. The massive scarlet source crystal hovering above the pillar, though covered in cracks, still stubbornly maintained its rotation, injecting waves of evil energy into the void. The entire team of the pig slaughter squad spread out in a battle formation, confronting the girl and 2 5th-level stewards. Chen Feng's body shimmered with golden light, his fists tightly clenched, muscles bulging. White Lu was enveloped in cold mist, ice blades forming in her hands, while Lei Meng let out a low growl, his pale bony armor covering his entire body. And Ning's hands radiated a green glow, ready to unleash revival, and Suja activated omniscience, perceiving every wave of energy within 1,000 meters. Lin Yue and Lu Chen stood at the forefront of the team, their 3rd-level original sequence powers surging within them, subtly countering the bloodthirsty aura emanating from the source pillar. The girl floated in front of the source pillar, her floral skirt gently swaying in the blood mist. Compared to her earlier composure, her face was now much paler, a price paid for the backlash after the sub-hub was destroyed, yet her scarlet pupils burned with an even hotter light. Brother, have you really thought this through? The girl's voice remained crisp, but carried a trace of barely perceptible tremor. If you don't sacrifice yourself, you will just watch your companions all die here. Lin Yue did not respond. He slowly drew his sword, the blade gleaming with a silvery cold light under the blood-red glow. This action spoke volumes. The girl's lips curled down slightly but quickly lifted again. Then, as you wish, she raised her right hand. The 2 5th-level stewards moved simultaneously. One steward formed seals with his hands, and dozens of blood-colored chains burst forth from the void behind him, shooting towards Chen Feng and Lei Meng like venomous snakes. The other steward directly lunged at by Lu and Ning, conjuring a blood-colored spear in his hand, its tip emitting a piercing wail that tore through the air. Spread out, Lin Yue commanded. The team instantly dispersed, each facing their opponents. Chen Feng roared as he charged forward, allowing the blood-colored chains to wrap around his arms. The dark golden light collided violently with the blood-colored energy, producing a deafening sound like metal scraping. He suddenly exerted force and yanked, uprooting the chains and flinging them back at the steward. Lei Meng was even more ferocious. He directly endured the chains wrapping around him, with his bony armor charging towards the steward, every punch he threw accompanied by a dull sonic boom. Bai Lu moved like a swallow, tracing a graceful arc in the air to avoid the spear's sharp edge. In the fleeting moment as she passed, her ice blade slashed at the steward's arm, but was blocked by a layer of blood-colored shield, leaving only a faint white mark. And Ning was behind, channeling life enhancement, to everyone fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Suja swiftly analyzed the flow of energy. Lin Yue, The energy from the source pillar is gathering towards the source crystal. They want to directly open a dimensional passage through the source crystal. We must interrupt it before it stabilizes completely. Understood. Lin Yue and Lu Chen exchanged a glance, their unspoken cooperation clear. Lu Chen's silver light flickered, his body vanishing from his original position. His spatial folding had become more unpredictable after breaking through to the third level, no longer a simple linear displacement, but capable of irregular jumps using the curvature of space. He appeared above the side of the source crystal, his fingertips condensing spatial shock blade, fiercely cutting into the cracks on the surface of the source crystal. The girl snorted coldly and waved her hand. A beam of bloodlight shot out from the source pillar, forcing Lu Chen back. Seizing the opportunity while her attention was focused on Lu Chen, Lin Yue activated time acceleration, his figure turning into a silvery afterimage as he circled to her flank, his blade piercing towards her back. But the girl reacted extremely quickly, her form dispersing into blood mist, evading Lin Yue's blade. "Brother Lin Yue, you are too hasty." Her voice echoed from all directions, carrying a hint of mockery. The power of time is indeed precious, but it cannot change the collapse of order. Then let's see. Lin Yue sheathed his sword, his gaze icy. He launched another attack. Meanwhile, Lu Chen also initiated a second round of suppression. He no longer faced the girl head-on, but weaved back and forth between the source crystal and the source pillar, continuously using spatial slashes to attack the cracks on the source crystal, attempting to accelerate its collapse. The fifth-level stewards attempted to block him, but were firmly entangled by Chen Feng and Lei Meng. Bai Lu's ice blades carved through the air, completely sealing off one steward's retreat. Although she couldn't single-handedly take down a fifth-level steward with a Ning's life enhancement, she could hold her ground for a short time. The battle devolved into an intense tug-of-war. But Lin Yue knew in his heart that this balance would not last long. After the sub-hub was destroyed, the energy of the main source pillar indeed became unstable, yet the girl's power, as a vessel, seemed to grow more violent during this process. Every strike from her carried the suppression of a seventh-level force. If not for the two of them being from the original sequence, possessing a natural resistance to high-tier energy, they would have collapsed under such pressure long ago. Just then the entire underground space suddenly trembled violently. A blinding white light pierced through the blood mist from above, crashing down onto the top of the main source pillar. The energy shield of the dome fluctuated violently, emitting a huge wail. Following that, the second and third beams of light descended in succession, tearing the blood mist apart to create massive voids. Lin Yue looked up, his eyes flashing with silver light. He saw 5 powerful energy fluctuations pouring down from hundreds of meters above from the direction of the refuge. True 6th-level powerhouses.
Jiangqing Central Square. The live broadcast of the national card drawing ceremony was streaming to 30 million viewers. The comment
It was a middle-aged man in a black tactical suit, not particularly stout, but exuding a sharp, blade-like aura. He wore the emblem of the Special Forces on his left arm, and held a uniquely styled silver heavy sword in his right hand, devoid of runes or energy flow, yet radiating a sense of oppressive dread. A 7th-level Iron Wall Han Yuan. Behind him followed 4 figures, all exuding 6th-level aura. They were the elite team dispatched by the Special Forces to provide support, the Iron Wall squad, led by Han Yuan. Instructor Han. Chen Feng exclaimed with joy. Han Yuan didn't look back, his gaze fixed firmly on the source pillar and the girl. "I am aware of the situation, well done. The next matters will be handled by professionals." He raised the heavy sword, its tip slowly pointing towards the source pillar. Without any grand display of supernatural powers or brilliant light, he simply took a step forward and thrust the sword in a plain, unremarkable manner. However, in that simple thrust, the air in the entire underground space seemed to be drained, an indescribable sense of oppression radiating outward from Han Yuan, causing even Lin Yue's original sequence to instinctively react. This sword strike, devoid of any flamboyance, condensed pure will and power, crashing directly against the protective membrane of the source pillar. The blood-colored membrane trembled violently, emitting a sound akin to shattering glass. The girl's face turned pale, a trace of dark red blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. She gritted her teeth to hold on, frantically channeling the energy of the source pillar to try and repair the cracks in the membrane. "Don't let her recover," Lin Yue shouted. Lu Chen took the lead, striking with spatial shock blade once more towards the source crystal. Chen Feng and Lei Meng also unleashed their full power, driving back the 2 5th-level stewards charging towards the source pillar. The 4 6th-level powerhouses struck simultaneously, countless energy beams pouring down on the source pillar like a torrential rain. Han Yuan stepped forward, the silver heavy sword swinging down once more, this time not as a test, but with all his might. The moment the blade fell, the blood-colored membrane finally emitted a desperate shattering sound, completely collapsing. "Break!" Han Yuan shouted fiercely. At the same time, Lin Yue and Lu Chen's combined strike also hit the core of the cracks in the source crystal. Crack! The source crystal, covered in cracks, shattered completely under the combined might of the 7th-level, 6th-level, and 2 3rd-level original sequences. Blood-colored energy surged madly from the crystal, forming a towering blood-red beam of light that illuminated the entire hall as if it were a sea of blood. Yet just when everyone thought the situation had turned, the source pillar suddenly emitted an unprecedented dull heartbeat. Thump! 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 Each heartbeat made everyone feel a tightness in their chest, as if an invisible hand were gripping their hearts. The girl's body began to tremble violently, dark red cracks appearing on her skin, bloodlight piercing through the fissures as if she were about to be burst apart from within. Her eyes had completely transformed into pure blood red, devoid of any glimmer of intellect. Is she enduring the infusion of some power? Suja's face turned pale. The blood source lord is forcibly descending through her body. Han Yuan's expression hardened, raising his sword to strike the girl. But it was already too late. The girl's body suddenly swelled, her floral skirt disintegrating into fragments, a massive blood-red phantom rising from within her, gradually solidifying and occupying a large portion of the underground space. The phantom had no fixed shape, like a mass of constantly changing flesh and flames, yet at the top there formed a cold, indifferent giant eye. That eye was identical to the scarlet eye depicted on the mural. Its gaze fell upon them, making each member of the pig slaughter squad feel as if their bodies were nailed to the ground. Even breathing became difficult. This was not merely a suppression of levels, but an absolute crushing at the level of rules, like an ant gazing at the stars, feeling its own insignificance and fragility. Han Yuan gritted his teeth against the pressure, the 7th level power burning fiercely within him. He swung his sword horizontally, forcibly tearing a gap in that oppressive force. Everyone retreat. This is not a level you can participate in. Yet no one had time to react. The descent of the Blood Source Lord had completed a decisive breakthrough on this fragile vessel. The girl's body was disintegrating, turning into part of the blood-colored energy, her consciousness being completely devoured. At that moment, in her final moments of clarity, her lips moved slightly, shouting a few words in Lin Yue's direction. Her voice was very faint, so faint that it was almost swallowed by the roar of blood energy, but Lin Yue heard it, and so did Lu Chen. Captain. Brother. In that instant, Lin Yue was stunned. Not because the title was the same as what the girl had called him countless times with brother, but because at the moment she uttered those 4 words, her expression changed. No longer the hollow indifference of the scarlet eye, nor the mechanical execution of the vessel, but a pair of real human eyes filled with despair and unwillingness on the verge of collapse. Lin Yue felt he had seen those eyes somewhere before. Where? He couldn't think deeply. A strange memory surged into his mind without warning. The river of time surged within him, no longer under his control, but spontaneously rushing out, pulling his consciousness into a stream of unfamiliar currents. He remembered a scene. In a military training ground, the sun was setting in the west. A girl with a ponytail, dressed in first-year training clothes, was squatting in a corner, secretly writing something on the ground with. Lin Yue walked past her from behind, curiously asking what she was writing. The girl was startled and quickly rubbed out the words on the ground with her foot, blushing and saying, "Nothing. Captain, don't look." He saw the girl always being the first to arrive outside the pig slaughter squad's training room, filling everyone's water bottles. Chen Feng asked her why she was so diligent, and she replied, "I have to rely on the pig slaughter squad to eat, so I must ensure the logistics are good." He saw the nightly leave the squad. That night the girl sat on the rooftop of the dormitory, hugging her knees and gazing at the stars for the entire night. The next day her eyes were red, yet she smiled at everyone, saying, "It's okay, Sister Yi Li will definitely come back." He saw another pig slaughter squad. In this memory, the girl was not the vessel of the Scarlet Eye nor the catalyst for the Blood Source Lord. She was a member of the pig slaughter squad, the 5th teammate Lin Yue had personally recruited, cared for by everyone like a younger sister. Her name was. Lin Yue suddenly came back to his senses, and before him was still the hull of the main source pillar, the girl's body disintegrating inch by inch, turning into nourishment for the descent of the Blood Source Lord. Her gaze had completely dimmed, yet the last flicker of weak light stubbornly fell in Lin Yue's direction. He saw her silently moving her lips, using her last ounce of strength to utter her final words. Lin Yue's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, painfully tight, making it hard to breathe. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt blocked, and no sound could escape. He did not know her. He had never known her. But those memories, those fragments that had appeared in his mind out of nowhere, why did they feel so familiar? That training ground under the sun, those mornings when water bottles were filled, those nights spent gazing at stars while hugging knees. That feeling was not false, not fabricated. They had truly existed, just not in this world. Lin Yue. Lu Chen's voice pulled Lin Yue back from his daze. He suddenly looked up, and the giant eye of the Blood Source Lord had already opened from the dome, the blood-colored energy in the entire space, boiling like magma, rolling violently. The girl's body was in the final stages of disintegration, her soul being completely devoured. Yet in that last moment her fingertips moved slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible blood-red light quietly flew into Lin Yue's chest. That was a projection of her remaining consciousness, her last bit of resistance as a catalyst, as she gave Lin Yue something, everything about her that she had left. The blood-red light swallowed everything. Roar. A roar that shattered the soul erupted from the giant eye of the dome. The blood-colored energy in the entire underground space surged like a flash flood, crushing outward in all directions. The fissure Lin Yue was in was instantaneously engulfed by the surging tide of blood. His time acceleration had not yet been activated before he was blasted away by this rule-level shockwave. Retreat. Han Yuan swung his sword with all his might, a wave of energy, pushing the pig slaughter squad toward the refuge. Chen Feng shouted angrily as he pulled the weakened Lin Yue, while Lei Meng carried the blinding bloodlight, and Bai Lu created an ice wall to cover their retreat. The 4 6th-level powerhouses held their ground, buying them time to retreat. Lin Yue was slung over Chen Feng's shoulder, casting a last glance back at the hull of the source pillar. That giant scarlet eye had fully opened. The blood source lord had descended. As everyone was scattered by the terrifying shockwave, a figure appeared on the dome of the source pillar at an unknown time. There was no process of descent, no disturbance breaking through the blood mist. He simply stood there as if he had always been there, merging with the entire space. Wearing what appeared to be somewhat old gray robes, he was tall and had an ordinary face that one would forget at a glance, yet he emitted no energy fluctuations, even lacking the rise and fall of breathing like a stone statue. He merely extended his hand towards the source pillar and casually pressed down. The just fully opened scarlet eye, that terrifying pressure capable of overturning the entire area in that instant, stopped. It was as if an invisible, unimaginably large iron palm descended from the sky, firmly gripping the air currents, energy, and rules of the entire space. The blood-colored phantom swelling above the source pillar violently twisted a few times, as if struggling desperately, but could not break free from that force of suppression. Li Tianqing slightly lowered his head, looking at the chaotic battlefield below, his voice as flat, as if discussing the weather. This eye is quite capable of bouncing around. Who is this big shot? Chen Feng murmured. Even the 7th level couldn't stop the descent, and he pins that eye down with just... Lin Yue's mind finally echoed with the tightened string, that laughter reverberating in his memory, that vague figure casually crushing the warden's intent on the Arctic ice field, merging seamlessly with the gray-robed man before him. On the dome of the hall, Li Tianxing's figure slowly descended slightly, that hand pressing down on the scarlet eye still remained loosely clenched, firmly suppressing the entire blood source domain. He turned his head, his gaze passing over everyone, landing on Lin Yue, his lips curling up in a barely noticeable arc. You little fellows did well. Now he retracted his hand, slowly clenching his fist. A dull shattering sound echoed in the void, and on the surface of the source pillar cracks unexpectedly appeared, as if an invisible fist from a distant location forcefully collapsed the very rules themselves. However, he casually patted the dust off his clothes, his tone indifferent. The owner of this eye hasn't finished playing yet. You all go ahead, I'll entertain him. Before the words fell, his figure suddenly vanished from his spot, and in the next moment he had appeared directly beneath the scarlet eye, fist clenched, delivering a plain, yet powerful blow. The underground space shook violently, the roar of the blood source lord intertwining with the muffled sound of the punch, as if it would shatter the entire ancient Siamese relic. Meanwhile, the Pig Slaughter Squad and the Iron Wall Squad under Han Yuan's cover were being pushed towards the refuge by a gentle, yet irresistible force. In Lin Yue's line of sight, the gray-robed figure grew further and smaller, ultimately swallowed once more by the blood, as the gentle yet mighty force of time and space completely thrust everyone to the edge of the ancient Siam relic. The roar within the main source pillar hall that shattered souls, and the overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush every cell into powder, were abruptly severed by an invisible barrier. A rumble echoed from 1,000 meters deep underground as the secondary alloy floor of the Lancang Jiang temporary shelter trembled at an astonishing frequency. Bang! Chen Feng's robust body crashed heavily into the core preparation hall of the shelter, kicking up a cloud of pungent gray dust. Ignoring the torn flesh and the almost depleted feeling of his dark golden abilities, he rolled over and with a swift motion laid Lin Yue down firmly on the cold ground. Lin Yue, wake up! Lin Yue. Chen Feng's coarse voice echoed in the vast metallic hall. Residual warmth from the golden body still lingered on his palm as he slapped it against Lin Yue's cheek, producing a dull yet crisp sound. Beside them, Lei Meng was half kneeling on the ground, extremely weak, his pale bone armor crumbling into countless white dust particles as the bloodthirsty aura dissipated, revealing his bare torso covered in scars. Bai Lu, with a pale face from the extreme cold, bit her bloodless lips tightly, forcefully holding her ice sword to prevent herself from collapsing. Suge's glasses had long shattered in the previous shockwave, and he was now rubbing his bloodshot eyes, while the all-knowing domain violently rebounded within his mind, causing an almost maddening buzzing in his ears. Only Ning, with her hands glowing with a faint green light, trembled as she covered each person's chest. The rebirth after breaking through the third tier, infused with a rich life force, transformed into green threads that seeped into everyone's flesh, forcefully stitching the wounds torn by the shockwave of the rules. Don't shake him. His spiritual sea is a mess right now, and the primal sequence's time energy is flowing backward spontaneously. And Ning's voice carried a hint of sobbing, her abilities feeling so powerless and trembling for the first time when faced. This was not only a gap in rank brought by the SSS level, but also because within Lin Yue there resided a cold and despairing dark red energy that did not belong to this timeline. Lin Yue lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, but the black pupils held no focus, only two swirling silver time storms interweaving madly. There was no sound in his ears, no calls from Chen Feng, no whispers from Ning during her healing, only those four words. Captain. Brother. This voice could not possibly originate from the monster acting as the container in the main source. That voice was too clear, as if on a tree-leaned path after school in the afternoon a girl with a ponytail jogged up to him, wiping the sweat from her forehead, while handing him a bottle of ice-cold soda, just bought from a vending machine. Boom. In Lin Yue's mind, the solid dam constructed from the sequence of time completely burst at that moment. Those absurd yet tear-jerking fragments of memories that appeared out of thin air, like countless sharp, flying knives, shattered his existing perception into pieces. He saw it. In the second gravity training room of Jiangcheng Military University, Chen Feng had recklessly activated triple gravity, due to his greed resulting in both him and his shield being pinned to the ground, unable to move. The girl with the ponytail was scolding, "Chen Feng, are you stupid?" while struggling to drag a spare cushion inside. He saw it. On a winter night with heavy snow, the pig-killing team returned from their mission. The whole team gathered in an old hot pot restaurant as Lu Chen sat in the corner polishing his short knife, while Bai Lu was red-faced arguing with Su Zhi over the last piece of tripe. Meanwhile, that girl quietly transferred all the beef from her bowl to Lin Yue's plate. And as she met Lin Yue's puzzled gaze, she merely stuck out her tongue and smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Captain, eat more, you need to use time stop for tomorrow's team battle." What chilled Lin Yue to the bone was that at the end of those memories in the group photo of the pig-killing team, the girl standing beside Lu Chen, tilting her head at the camera while making a peace sign, was precisely this girl. This is impossible. Lin Yue finally squeezed out a hoarse growl from his throat. He suddenly sat up, and due to the swift movement, the time energy within him rebounded, causing him to spew a dark red. Lin Yue. Lu Chen's figure suddenly fell from the void beside him. His spatial folding collapsed directly due to the release of the formation, but he managed to brace himself with his elbow as he landed firmly, clutching Lin Yue's wrist. That hand, which was usually cold, steady, and capable of precisely severing space, trembled uncontrollably at this moment. Lu Chen's eternally cold face displayed an almost terrified bewilderment for the first time. He looked at Lin Yue, his black eyes faintly showing silver spatial patterns swirling chaotically. You saw it too, right?" Lu Chen's voice was low, barely audible to only the two of them. Yet the tremor in his tone struck Lin Yue's heart like a heavy hammer. Since they were 10 years old, they had shared an indescribable resonance. And when Lin Yue's spiritual sea was completely overwhelmed by that missing memory, Lu Chen, as the spatial sequence, also grasped a trace of the stolen evidence from the gaps in the void. "What is her name?" Lu Chen stared intensely at Lin Yue, his fingers pressing down hard enough to whiten Lin Yue's flesh. "Lin Yue, tell me, what was the name of that girl who followed us every day in our memories?" "What is her name?" Lin Yue froze in place. In his chest, the blood-colored consciousness projection, sent by the girl before her demise, was emitting a faint yet stubborn warmth. It held no aggression nor the brutal taint of an evil god. It simply lay quietly against Lin Yue's heart, like a page covered in ink that had once been filled with words. Lin Yue instinctively raised his left hand to press against his chest. He recalled the scene under the sunset in the martial arts arena, remembering the girl sitting on the bench writing with a twig. He could even vividly remember the frequency at which the girl's hair tips swayed in the breeze as she wrote. But as he attempted to read that name, trying to outline the girl's Chinese name in his mind, an indescribable feeling of emptiness abruptly descended. That name transformed into two cold, unpronounceable blank characters. It was as if an invisible cloth hanging in the starry sky had wiped away not only the girl's physical body and existence in the real world at the moment the timeline was forcefully corrected and reset by some great power, but also completely erased all causality strokes and pronunciations related to her name from the rules of the entire plane. "I don't know her." Lin Yue closed his eyes, a drop of tear mixed with blood slowly sliding down the corner of his eye, hitting the cold metal floor. "But in our memories, she truly existed. Yet in the rules, she is a completely erased dead number." On the other side of the hall, Han Yuan's tall figure leaned heavily against a broken metal support column. The oddly shaped silver great sword was carelessly stuck into the crack beside his feet, and the once bright mirror-like blade now faintly revealed several fine spiderweb-like cracks. The aura of the 7th-tier iron wall seemed somewhat chaotic at this moment. He reached out his rough hand to wipe the cold sweat from his face, glancing nervously at the dark abyss below. The 4 6th-tier strong members of the Special Operations Team were also in a wretched state. Their protective suits were extensively damaged, and one of them had half of his shoulder corroded to reveal ghastly white bone struggling to repair itself under the faint green light flowing from a Ning. "Captain Han, that big shot just now." One of the 6th-tier strong members swallowed hard, his voice filled with unmistakable fear and fervor. "Was that really a human from our Huaxia?" Just a hand held down the 8th-tier projection that had already descended, no even surpassing the 8th tier. That kind of pure power I haven't even seen in textbooks. Han Yuan remained silent for a long time. He fished out a crushed pack of cigarettes from his pocket, trembling as he lit one, the acrid smoke irritating his damaged lungs, causing him to cough violently. "Don't ask. Some existences are beyond our level to speculate and record. In the archives of Huaxiao, there are highly classified documents deep within, without numbers or names, only symbols. This individual is likely one of them." His gaze lingered in the void for a moment, replaying the image of that old gray cloth standing proudly in the sea of blood. Pure power. No fluctuations of any ability elements, no phenomena of law reconstruction, only absolute strength that could shatter the void, energy, and even time with a single punch. "Instructor Han." A voice as raspy as sandpaper suddenly sounded in Han Yuan's ear. He was startled, looking up to find Lin Yue standing before him, having approached without his notice. At this moment, Lin Yue's face was still pale, but the pupils of the primal sequence appeared eerily calm. That calmness did not resemble the relief of having escaped death. Rather, it felt like someone who had wandered in darkness for too long, finally catching a glimpse of a bloodstained clue on a sheer cliff. "Lin Yue, your injury." Han Yuan frowned slightly. "I won't die." Lin Yue turned around, pointing at the entrance of the ancient Siam relic below, where muffled sounds still emanated. "Instructor Han, when the Special Operations Team took over the blood sacrifice mission of the Scarlet, what did your briefing say about this trigger girl?" Han Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He obviously did not expect Lin Yue to wake up after experiencing a terrifying disaster akin to a divine descent and ask about the already resolved sacrificial girl first. Briefing. Han Yuan sighed, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. Lin Yue, I know you have a soft heart. It's hard to bear to see such a young girl being used as a container by an evil cult. But reality is so cruel. Those madmen in the Dark Zone would do anything inhumane to summon evil gods. He paused, recalling, according to the Intelligence Department's investigation, that girl was found 3 months ago in an abandoned refugee camp on the southwestern border. At that time, she had already been implanted with the source blood seed by the Scarlet Eye. She has no name and is referred to internally by the cult as Zero Vessel. Her parents and clan members were slaughtered clean 2 years ago during a Dark Zone riot. So, in this world, she has no social relations, no record, and is a complete lost soul. No social relations. No records. Lin Yue repeated Han Yuan's words, suddenly curling his lips into a cold smile filled with irony. As expected, the correction power of this world is perfectly despairing. It not only arranged a seamless orphan vessel background for that girl, but also effortlessly erased all potential flaws that could raise suspicion. If it weren't for the essence of his and Lu Chen's abilities touching the source of the plane's time and space, if it weren't for that girl stubbornly using her soul to break through the gap of the river of time before her demise, they would have lived their entire lives believing that the person they killed today was merely a pitiable, fleeting, sacrificial victim of an evil cult. Lin Yue, what is wrong with you? Has your spiritual seed been tainted by the whispers of the evil god? Han Yuan keenly sensed something was off with Lin Yue. As a top-tier, 7th-tier powerhouse, his mental strength was immense, and he immediately reached out to check Lin Yue's forehead. I'm fine, Instructor Han. Lin Yue slightly turned to the side, subtly avoiding Han Yuan's palm. His gaze passed over Han Yuan, looking at Chen Feng, Bai Lu, and the others behind him, who were worriedly watching him. Chen Feng was grinning foolishly at himself, patting his solid chest with his uninjured right hand. Su Zhe was rubbing his eyes, still murmuring calculations about the energy constants of the relic collapse. Bai Lu turned her head away somewhat proudly, while secretly helping Ning cool down with ice mist. They were all there. In this living, cold, and cruel timeline, the pig-killing team remained intact. But if those memories were real, if this world had indeed been restarted or corrected at some unknown node by those existences hanging above the starry sky, then was it really only that one girl who was stolen? Are the Chen Feng, Bai Lu, Su Zhe standing in front of him, and even himself and Lu Chun still the original selves? A profound chill originating from the depths of his soul made Lin Yue shiver uncontrollably in the warm shelter hall. The tremors of the temporary shelter at the Lansong River continued until the third alarm sounded, slowly diminishing from a violent frequency that seemed capable of tearing apart the steel framework into a low and distant rumble. The entire shelter felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand from deep beneath the ground. The lights above the main preparation hall flickered intermittently. After the backup power lines were reconnected, the pale light illuminated every face, revealing a pallor of survival after disaster. In the outer corridor, the sounds of military rescue teams' footsteps, the rolling of stretchers over the metal floor, and the hushed reports of casualties from the communications personnel intertwined. Those ordinary soldiers and civilians who had been swept into and brought back from the spatial labyrinth were being swiftly evacuated by medical personnel and logistics staff. Some had not yet awakened from the terror of the blood-red caverns, huddled in corners, clutching their heads and trembling. Others clung desperately to their military tags, their lips turning purple, unwilling to let go. Lin Yue stood at the edge of the preparation hall, looking down at the crack leading to the ancient Siam relics. No blood light was emerging from the depths of the crack anymore. The dark red patterns that once clung to the rock walls like living creatures were visibly dimming and peeling away, as if some fundamental support for their existence had been uprooted from deeper within. Occasionally, a few wisps of residual bloodthirst attempted to escape from the crevice, but were crushed into faint red mist upon touching the surface's blue star rules, then vanished without a trace. The life signal from the source column has been cut off. Su Zhe had approached Lin Yue from behind without him noticing. His eyes had not fully recovered, blood vessels crisscrossing the whites of his eyes, yet his third-tier omniscient domain still managed to spread a faint layer of spiritual sensing net, like a tattered but still intricate map, enveloping the collapsing ground beneath the shelter. He adjusted the frame of his glasses, which lacked lenses, his voice hoarse, but steadier than before. It's not destruction in the ordinary sense. There had originally been a set of energy circuits resembling a life cycle between the source column nodes. After the snake's nest was destroyed, the pressure on the remaining nodes was forcibly increased, leading to the premature eruption of the main formation. But now, that circuit has been severed from the root of the rules. Chen Feng sat on an ammunition box nearby, bare-chested with a wound on his chest hastily stitched up, still emitting wisps of white smoke. He was confused, scratching his head, and winced in pain when he touched the wound. Speak plainly. Su Zhe paused, seemingly searching for an explanation that Chen Feng could understand. It's as if someone squeezed the heart, lungs, brain, and all the nerves of the array, causing them to explode together. Chen Feng was taken aback, then grinned, though the smile still held remnants of unshakable fear. Was it that gray-clad big shot? No one answered. The answer no longer needed to be spoken. Everyone present who had experienced the scene in the main source column hall knew very well that if it weren't for the man in the tattered gray robe, the distinctions of 7th tier, 6th tier, and 3rd tier would have meant nothing before that truly opened crimson eye. It was not a difference in combat power, but rather a despair born from the simultaneous crushing of life levels, dimensional rules, and the essence of existence. Han Yuan stood up leaning on his silver grate, sword, the web-like cracks on the blade particularly glaring under the light. He no longer smoked, merely gazing upward at the alloy dome above that was gradually stabilizing, as if looking through 1,000 meters of earth to the man still residing in the deepest part of the ancient Siam relics. It shouldn't be over yet. The moment he spoke, the entire shelter suddenly fell silent. It wasn't that the sounds had vanished, but rather that a higher-level wave penetrated from deep beneath the ground, causing everyone's minds to experience a brief blankness simultaneously. The silver-white time patterns in Lin Yue's eyes suddenly froze. Chen almost simultaneously looked up, a ring of fine spatial ripples appearing deep within his dark pupils. They saw it. Or rather, it wasn't that they actively saw it, but that due to the primordial sequence time and primordial sequence space within them being recently enveloped by that gentle temporal and spatial power, for a brief moment, the residual traces of rules on them resonated with the battlefield deep within the relics. Thus an image far beyond their current dimensional understanding silently imprinted itself into the spiritual sea of the two. In the deepest part of the ancient Siam relics, the main source column hull no longer resembled its original form. The black source column that had pierced the ground for millennia broke in the middle, its petrified flesh and metal intertwined twisted into a shape resembling a twisted pastry, as countless dark red runes peeled away from the surface like charred insects. Above, where the core source crystal had once floated, now lay only a continuously collapsing and reforming blood-red void. And beyond that blood-red void, a massive crimson eye still existed. It no longer merely descended as a projection forcibly using a vessel, but rather through a distant dimensional rift forced its own true gaze into the blue star. That eye held no emotion, or rather its emotions could no longer be described by human concepts of anger, hatred, or its gaze itself was pollution, a sacrifice, a rule commanding lower-tier life to kneel and cut open their hearts. Yet at this moment, in the center of that eye, a hand was pinned. Li Tianqing still wore that worn-out gray robe, the cuffs even stained with some unknown dirt. He stood above the sea of blood with no energy to support him and no domain unfolded, yet he made the blood sea capable of corroding even 7th-tier powerhouses calm as a still pond. His right hand pressed against the void, fingers splayed wide, as if merely holding down a disobedient door. But on the other side of that door was an evil god intending to drag the entire southwestern defense line into a blood sacrifice abyss. Aren't you supposed to play? Li Tianqing looked down at the crimson eye. He was pressing his tone as indifferent, as if he were asking the vendor next door if today's buns had gone up in price. What fun is it to just extend an IA? The depths of the crimson eye suddenly erupted with countless, overlapping dark. Each of those patterns resembled a river of blood formed after sacrificing countless lives, surging through the dimensional rift, attempting to bypass Li Tianqing's palm and directly pollute his spirit, flesh, and traces of existence. In the next moment, Li Tianqing raised his left hand and casually flicked it. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no death, only a soft sound. When that sound fell, the river of blood was severed. Like a thought that should not exist being erased, all the evil god pollution attempting to surge into the blue star lost the concept of extension at the moment that finger flicked, having been overwhelming one moment, and the next, not even a trace of its foul odor remained. For the first time, the depths of the crimson eye exhibited violent contraction. An ancient and vast will conveyed through the rift transformed into countless overlapping hoarse syllables that did not belong to any language of the blue star, yet made Lin Yue and Chen connected through the spiritual sea groan simultaneously, nearly causing blood to seep from their 7 orifices again. Li Tianqing merely frowned. Speak plainly. The 3 short words fell, and the entire blood-red void seemed to be smashed into a flat surface, those divine murmurs capable of breaking the spirit of 6th-tier powerhouses forcibly compressed into a language understandable by humans of the blue star. Thus the voice of the crimson eye rang out clearly for the first time. The primordial force of the blue star. You have a... That voice seemed to emerge simultaneously from the chests of billions of corpses, carrying a thick echo. This seedbed has not yet matured, the density of rules has not yet reached the moment of harvest. You, the abnormal species protected by the dimension, should not touch the truth beyond the door at this time. Who determined the moment of harvest? Li Tianqing raised his eyes to look at it, his face showing no expression. The crimson eye fell silent for a brief moment. The High Dimensional Council. What thing is that? The upper beings who judge the fate of the blue star. Li Tianqing. The laugh was not loud, yet it caused the blood sea deep within the relics to sink 3 inches simultaneously. Sounds like a bunch of old fools sitting too high with frozen brains. The crimson eye suddenly erupted with rage, the blood light on the other side of the dimensional rift expanding wildly, as if a colossal body unfathomable in size was forcefully approaching. At that moment, the rules of the blue star emitted a sharp repulsive roar, and the space surrounding the remnants of the main source column began to collapse layer by layer, as if it were about to tear the entire southwestern underground into an eternal void. However, at that time, Li Tianqing released his hold on the crimson eye. The crimson eye clearly did not expect him to let go. In that instant, the evil god's will on the other side of the dimensional rift surged forward, attempting to exploit the gap to push more power into the blue star. Then Li Tianqing took a step forward. As his foot landed, the blood sea did not stir up a wave, the space did not shatter, nor did time cease. Yet Lin Yue and Lu Chen simultaneously felt an indescribable sense of dislocation within the spiritual scene. As if the entire ancient Siam relics, the whole Lansang River, the entire southwestern land, even the dimensional rules on this side of the blue star, had all transformed into part of his body the moment Li Tianqing set foot. He was not borrowing the rules. He stood there, and the rules had no choice but to acknowledge that his fist could reach wherever Li Tianqing raised his hand and clenched his fist. "I'm not one for reasoning." He gazed at the crimson eye, his tone still calm, yet each word struck like a hammer upon the load-bearing bones of the entire dimensional rift. "So generally I only speak with my fists." When the fist fell, no one could discern its trajectory. Even though Lin Yu's sense of time had undergone a qualitative change after reaching third year and Lu Chen could capture the most subtle curvatures in the folds of space, they could only see an outcome in the spiritual sea. The crimson eye was pierced through. The dimensional rift connecting to the will of the master of source blood was blasted back by Li Tianqing along the causal path, and the blood-red void collapsed outward from the center, countless layers of dark red rules rolling back toward the other side of the rift like shattered glass. Vaguely, Lin Yue even saw a temple phantom composed of flesh bones and enormous eyes violently sway in the depths of the rift, and at the top of the temple a massive silhouette emitted a roar of rage and pain. Li Tianxing's fist wind surged into that temple, not belonging to the blue star, turning the countless priests and dependents kneeling in the sea of blood into a mist of blood. At that moment, in a different dimension separated by countless layers of space, all beings worshipping the master of source blood heard a muffled sound, as if their god had been punched through a door panel. The crimson eye finally ceased its attempts to push forward. It began to retreat, yet Li Tianqing clearly had no intention of letting it go so easily. He reached out to grip the edge of the closing dimensional rift, his fingers pulling back, as if grasping a piece of tattered cloth. The rules of the blue star roared behind him, as if even the awakening planet was momentarily stunned by his actions. "Now that you're here, leave something behind." The master of source blood's roar transformed into countless blood-red thunderbolts madly shooting out from the other side of the rift. Every bolt of lightning was enough to pierce a city's defensive shield, yet when it struck Li Tianqing, it couldn't even singe the cuffs of that old gray robe. He closed his fingers, forcibly pulling out a segment of dark red substance from the rift. That substance resembled an eye nerve, yet also looked like a blood-red root intertwined with countless names and sacrificial texts. As it was dragged into the blue star, the remnants of the ancient Siam relics emitted a mournful wail, all surviving source column nodes withering completely. At the same time, the last trace of life in the 12 capital blood sacrifice formation, which had lasted for 1,000 years, severed by this pull. Li Tianqing glanced at the blood-red root in his hand, raising an eyebrow slightly. The technique of stealing traces doesn't. On the other side of the rift, the roar of the master of source blood momentarily halted. Li Tianqing seemed to confirm something from that moment of stillness. He looked down at the depths of the blood-red root where a faint, pale, almost concealed gray-white mark lay beneath countless sacrificial patterns. That mark was not the power of the master of source blood. It was colder, emptier, and more like a nail embedded in causality in advance. Thousand-faced enigma. When Li Tianqing uttered that name, the crimson eye across the rift suddenly contracted, as if even it held some wariness, yet in the next moment that faint gray-white mark ignited spontaneously, as if unwilling to be further scrutinized by Li Tianqing, preferring to be completely destroyed rather than leave more clues. Li Tianqing snorted coldly, his fingers tightening suddenly. The gray-white mark could not be completely burned away. He forcibly pinched out a fragment smaller than dust. That fragment continuously changed shape in his palm, sometimes resembling a smiling face, sometimes like a nameplate with its characters erased, and at other times like a fragment of a named stroke. Li Tianqing stared at it for a moment, a hint of coldness crossing his eyes for the first time. "You have quite the audacity." The master of source blood took advantage of that moment to abruptly sever the connection on the other side of the rift, the phantom of the blood-red temple retreating quickly, and the crimson eye twisted as it disappeared. "Primordial force, you cannot hold them. Time and space have already manifested, and the key to the door will eventually be taken to the council. The blue star is not being corrected for the first time, nor will it be the last." The rift closed. The bloodlight deep within the relics extinguished completely. Li Tianqing stood in the midst of the collapsing ruins, holding that gray-white fragment in his palm, his face showing no relief of victory, but rather a rare silence. After a long time, he turned his head to look toward the direction of the shelter. That gaze pierced through 1,000 meters of earth, through the alloy dome, landing on Lin Yue and Lu Chen. In the spiritual scene, Lin Yue's chest suddenly felt warm, as if the projection of the girl's consciousness had sensed something and trembled weakly. Meanwhile, a fine spatial crack appeared in Lu Chen's palm, flashing fleetingly, yet leaving a vague coordinate in his. Lu Chen's clenched knuckles turned slightly pale. The coordinates etched into his spiritual sea were incomplete, lacking the clarity of ordinary spatial positioning in terms of direction, distance, and anchors. It resembled an old nail buried under years of snow and wind, fixed in a place that was extremely distant, cold, and deep. Only when Lu Chen attempted to touch it with the original sequence void would a faint tremor resonate from the void. Lin Yue glanced at him, but did not speak. The lingering silver-black ripples in Lu Chen's eyes were enough for Lin Yue to understand that the item left behind by the gray-cloaked man before his departure was far more than a simple reminder. Li Tianqing told them not to rush to grow up first. Yet at the same time, he handed Lu Chen a set of coordinates. The weight of this implication was so heavy it was hard to breathe. The chaos in the preparation hall continued. The military medical team had taken over the scene, and more personnel clad in dark gray protective suits surged in from the outer passage. They carried not conventional treatment equipment, but an entire set of enclosed spiritual detection pods designed to isolate high-level contamination. Combat personnel who had faced the descent of the evil god, even if they had only caught a distant glimpse, must undergo the most stringent contamination screening. Han Yuan did not stop them. He merely leaned on his heavily cracked silver greatsword, silently watching as the medical staff transported the injured special operations team members one by one into the detection pods. The 4 6th-tier powerhouses did not complain, even though one of them was struggling to repair a large dent in his armor over his left ribcage under the delicate thread of life. They simply gritted their teeth and nodded in cooperation. After confronting true divine contamination, no one found these procedures excessive. Everyone understood that the most terrifying aspect of high-level existence was not merely the destructive power they wielded when they descended. What was even more frightening was that you didn't even know when you had already been seen, marked, or infested by a certain thought. As Luo Lai and several military officers hurried into the hall, their combat uniforms were still stained with undried mud. He appeared to be injured as well, with a large dent in the armor over his left rib, yet the aura of a 6th-tier powerhouse remained steady. After scanning the entire hall, his gaze quickly landed on Lin Yue and Lu Chen. "Can you still walk?" Chen Feng was originally sitting on an ammunition box while a medic tended to his wounds. Upon hearing this, he immediately looked up and grinned. "Instructor Luo, your question lacks rigor. Our captain and vice-captain can definitely walk, and I can too, though I might look like I've just crawled out of a meat grinder." "You could have left off the last part, and no one would doubt your mental state," Bai Lu added coldly, while leaning against the wall. Chen Feng looked down at the wound on his chest, barely stitched together by the thread of life, and unusually chose not to retort. Suzhou rubbed his still throbbing forehead, forcing himself to retract the omniscient domain back into his spiritual sea. His eyes were not suited for high-intensity perception for a short time, but when he heard Luo Lai speak, he habitually looked up to capture the unspoken parts of his words. "Are we relocating?" Luo Lai nodded. "The Lansong River Temporary Refuge can no longer accommodate us." Although the underground ruins were suppressed, the structural integrity of the soil had suffered severe damage. The remnants of the 12 capital celestial blood sacrifice formation still required at least 3 specialized sealing teams to enter for cleanup. All combat personnel will evacuate within 20 minutes, with the first batch of severely injured being sent to the Southwest General Hospital. The Pig Slaughter Team, Iron Wall Squad, and personnel who came into contact with the core source pillar will transfer to Base No. 1 at the southern foot of Kunlun. Kunlun No. 1. Suzhou's eyes flickered. He had seen this name in the military database, but his access was insufficient. All he could find was a brief description: one of the highest specification extreme environment combat bases in Huaxia, responsible for high-altitude rift monitoring, ancient relic preservation, and transit along the northern route. Below that there were only red access locks. At this moment Han Yuan also approached. His expression was still grim, but he had managed to suppress the chaotic aura from facing the evil god. He casually slung the silver greatsword over his shoulder, the cracks on the blade spreading intricate patterns like a piece of once indestructible ice, finally unable to endure the pressures of a higher level. Kunlun No. 1 is not a sanatorium. Han Yuan looked at Luo Lai. Is the military in such a hurry to send them there because something happened in the north? Luo Lai fell silent for 2 seconds. During those 2 seconds, the expressions of several officers in the preparation hall changed subtly. It was not merely tension, it was a weight that had not yet fully digested the information. After the loss of the Northern Rift in the European Union, global spatial tides have been fluctuating. 27 minutes ago, a new anomalous signal appeared in the direction of the old northern polar region of She. The signal source was located near the metallic ruins in the ice abyss where the Pig Slaughter Team had previously arrived during their disappearance. The military's technical team initially judged that it was neither a conventional communication from other races nor a sacrificial frequency of the Dark Zone cult. As he said this, he raised his hand to open the tactical terminal. A satellite map covered in snow and wind was projected into the air. It was a nearly colorless world. Heavy clouds pressed down over the ice field, and large patches of black frozen soil were exposed from the snow, resembling the skeletal remains of a corpse frozen in place. In the center of the satellite image, a silver-blue beam of light pierced out from deep within the ice layer, penetrating the storm clouds. Despite the image being weakened through layers, everyone could still feel the ancient cold and precise power contained within that beam. Lin Yue's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized that terrain. During their escape in the snowfields of She, they had desperately struggled between the underground dark river and the ice abyss, eventually retreating into an ancient metallic relics rock chamber. At that time, they had only regarded it as a temporary refuge, speculating it was an underground facility left behind by a lost civilization. But now it appeared that the relic had never been an ordinary ruin. Lu Chen's palm faintly heated up. The spatial coordinates were slowly aligning with the silver blue beam in the projection. Luo Lai continued. 13 seconds after the signal appeared, it actively sent an encrypted marker towards Huaxia. After automatic matching by the military database, there were only 2 objects of the marker. His gaze fell on Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Time and void. The preparation hall immediately fell silent. These two words should not appear in ordinary military communication. Lin Yue and Lu Chen's external files had always been disguised as S-level talents, while their true SS-level original sequence was sealed under the highest classification. Even among the Special Operations team, only a captain of Han Yuan's level had vaguely touched upon some of the truth after this mission. Yet that signal from the northern border of Shay accurately called out time and void. This implied that the other party knew their essence. It was even possible that long before they arrived there that relic was already... Chen Feng's previously casual demeanor finally faded. He looked up at the silver-blue beam, his voice much lower than usual. So we just crawled out of the belly of the evil god, and our next stop is back to Shay. And Ning immediately looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen, the worry in her eyes, almost impossible to hide. You cannot immediately enter high-risk areas in your current condition. Lin Yue's time energy had just experienced a reverse flow, and Lu Chen's spatial origin showed signs of tearing. Chen Feng and Lei Meng's physical injuries could not be suppressed in less than 3 days by Lu's ultra-cold forging had been overdrawn, and Suju's spiritual sea backlash had not yet subsided. Even if we must go to the northern border, we must first treat you. She rarely spoke with such a firm tone. The members of the pig slaughter team all glanced at her, but no one refuted. And Ning was usually gentle, but once it came to teammates' injuries, her authority within the team was second only to Lin Yue. Luo Lai nodded. The military has not demanded that you enter the northern border immediately. The order is to transfer to Kunlun No. 1 for treatment, contamination screening, post-battle debriefing, and synchronization of northern border intelligence. As for whether you will enter the first batch of operational lists, that will depend on your assessment. Lu Chen said flatly. If we do not pass the assessment, will we still know the coordinates? You will. The responder was not Luo Lai, but Han Yuan. He looked at Lu Chen, his gaze carrying more complexity than usual. Because that signal has already designated you, the military can protect you and delay your entry into battle, but they cannot pretend you are uninvolved in this matter. The more it involves high-level rules, the more it shuns self-deception. Not knowing makes it even more dangerous. Lin Yue remained silent for a moment, then slowly pressed down on his chest. The cluster of consciousness projections quietly adhered to his heart, no longer transmitting any fluctuations. It seemed exhausted, falling into slumber after completing its final reminder. But Lin Yue knew it was not the end, it was a key that had yet to be truly turned. The girl whose name had been erased from the ancient, the gray-white fragments pinched from the rift of the Source Blood Master. The thousand-faced confusion. And the signal from the northern border of Shay inscribed with time and void. These clues were like sparks scattered in different darkness, now finally blown together by a gust of wind from the ice field. Lin Yue raised his head. Let's go to Kunlun No. 1. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. First we treat, we screen. As for the northern border, we will decide how to proceed after we obtain complete intelligence. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly laughed. Now that sounds like a captain. Charging is definitely necessary, but at least we need to eat something warm first, otherwise I fear I will be blown apart by the northern winds halfway there. Bai Lu closed her eyes, her tone indifferent. Don't worry, if you do fall apart, I can freeze you into a specimen and bring you back. Lei Meng sat on the ground, his bone armor completely shed, leaving only a few unhealed cracks on his shoulders and back. He listened to the banter between the two and suddenly chuckled quietly, the sound like sandpaper scraping against metal. The northern winds are strong, perfect for practicing my blade. Suju glanced at him. You use a bone blade. It's all the same. Not the same. As long as it can cut, that's enough. Suju sighed wearily as if he had given up on correcting this issue. The atmosphere in the preparation hall finally eased a bit. It was not lightheartedness, but rather a return to their own breathing rhythm after experiencing continuous crises. As long as they could still bicker and find fault with each other, it indicated they had not been truly crushed by that crimson eye. 20 minutes later, the evacuation began. The night rain outside the Lansong River temporary refuge had stopped, yet the mountains were still shrouded in thick moisture. The ground combat troops erected a temporary light bridge among the fractured mountains, and heavy transport aircraft hovered above the distant valley, gigantic rotors stirring up mud and debris, tearing the spotlight's light into wavering shards of white. As Lin Yue walked out of the refuge, he glanced back. This temporary refuge, which had originally been an inconspicuous placement point behind the southwest defense line, had transformed into the epicenter of the ancient Siam blood sacrifice formation's eruption in just a few hours. Countless soldiers, civilians, instructors, and special operations powerhouses bled here, and the 12 capital celestial blood sacrifice formation had completely deactivated here. Yet that kind of ending did not bring relief. It resembled an old book that had been forcibly closed with blood-colored notes still tucked between the pages that had not been finished reading, while another book had already opened its first page in the wind and snow. Lu Chen stood beside him, following his gaze towards the already sealed rift below. Thinking of her, Lin Yue did not deny. Also thinking of us. Lu Chen remained silent. Lin Yue spoke softly. The Source Blood Master said that Blue Star is not the first time it has been corrected, and Li Tianxing did not refute. This sentence was uttered very quietly, only audible to Lu Chen. A glint of coldness passed through Lu Chen's eyes. Lin Yue withdrew his gaze and turned towards the transport aircraft. First, survive and grow. This was what Li Tianxing had left for them, and it was also the most lucid choice at present. The third-tier time and void were already sufficient to leave peers far behind, even enough to alter the situation on lower-tier battlefields. Yet before the Source Blood Master, the thousand-faced confusion, and the so-called high-dimensional court, they were still too weak. So weak that they could not rush after the truth. so weak that they must treat each survival as a qualification to move forward. The transport aircraft door slowly closed, the roaring sound leaving behind the lights of the refuge. And Ning forcibly pressed Lin Yue and Lu Chun into the medical fixtures. The emerald green threads of life fell into their veins like fine rain. Due to the severity of his wounds, Chen Feng was separately placed into a semi-closed repair pod, still grumbling that he didn't need anything so extravagant, only to have Ning increase the pain relief dosage, rendering him quiet almost instantly. Bai Lu sat by the window, eyes closed to recover her abilities, with a faint mist of ice swirling around her. Lei Ming leaned against the cabin wall, sleeping uneasily, his brow always furrowed, as if still waving a bone blade in his dreams. Suja forced himself to record the northern border data sent by Luo Lai until darkness clouded his vision, and Ning expressionlessly took away the terminal. Sleep. Suja tried to explain. I was just doing preliminary sorting. Sleep. The information window is very important. And Ning raised her hand, the green light in her palm gentle as spring, yet instinctively made Suja close his mouth. I can make you sleep now, or I can make you pass out, and sleep, you choose one. Suja pushed his empty glasses frame, rationally opting for the former. As the transport aircraft passed over the southwestern mountainous area, a faint gray-blue light appeared on the horizon. The rain-soaked clouds were torn apart by the morning light, and the distant mountains rolled like a gigantic dragon awakening from a crimson nightmare. Lin Yue leaned against the fixture. A slight sting remained in his spiritual sea, but it had stabilized much compared to before. He was not asleep. The cluster of consciousness projections was too quiet, so quiet that he felt if he closed his eyes he would again see that girl whose name had been erased standing in the sunset looking back. But this time he did not force himself to chase that name. He merely allowed those memories to pause there for a moment, like carefully inserting a rain-soaked paper into a book, waiting for the future when he had enough strength to unfold it page by page. When the transport aircraft arrived at the southern foot of Kunlun, the sky had completely brightened. As the cabin door had not yet fully opened, the biting cold seeped in through the crevices. This was not the damp and heavy chill of a rainy night in the southwest, but a clean, sharp cold from the high plateau that seemed capable of slicing small cracks in one's lungs. Carried by the icy dust from above the snow line, it stirred within the cabin the lingering sense of disinfectants and blood, causing Chen Feng, who had just awoken from slumber, to instinctively shiver. This place. He poked his head out from the semi-enclosed repair chamber, his voice slightly airy due to the painkillers. Why is it colder than when Bai Lu is angry? Bai Lu opened her eyes and glanced at him lightly. Chen Feng immediately shrank back half an inch. I complimented your precise temperature control. Bai Lu couldn't be bothered to respond. Lin Yue was slowly released from the restraints of the fixed chair, and Ning immediately reached out to press down on his shoulder, preventing him from standing up right away. Emerald green threads of life extended from her palm, winding around Lin Yue's neck, chest, and wrist to confirm that the flow of energy had not reversed before she let out a slight sigh of relief. You can walk, but you are not allowed to use any abilities, Ning whispered. At least not today. Lin Yue nodded. Lu Chen sat on the other side, his complexion still pale, with several faint silver cracks appearing on the back of his hand beneath the black combat suit's sleeves, remnants of the violent backlash from excessive tearing of the spatial essence. When Ning looked at him, Lu Chen had already extended his hand, as if he had long anticipated this moment. The moment Ning's life thread touched those silver cracks, it was gently repelled away. She frowned. The spatial essence is rejecting external repairs. Lu Chen replied calmly, I can suppress it. You said the same last time. You looked at him, your voice was not heavy, yet it held a rare sternness. Then you fainted in the ice crevice for a whole 11 hours. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment. Lin Yue glanced at him, listened to Ning. Lu Chen then lowered his eyes, allowing Ning to wrap the life thread layer by layer around the back of his hand. The emerald glow could not directly repair the original injury caused by the spatial sequence, but it could stabilize his body and spiritual ocean, preventing those cracks from spreading deeper into his meridians. The transport aircraft's door finally opened completely. Outside was a world formed of snow and metal. The mountains at the southern foot of Kunlun were more majestic than they had imagined, with snow-capped peaks rising from the clouds in the distance. The black ridges resembled the silent backs of giant beasts pressing layer upon layer towards the sky. The base was not built on flat ground, but was embedded within a large section of the mountain, with only heavy alloy doors, defense towers, and several transport tracks penetrating the rock face, visible from the outside. A pale blue source energy barrier unfurled along the mountain slopes, appearing and disappearing in the wind and snow like a thin yet resilient ice shell enveloping the entire base. Several heavy transport aircraft were parked on the platform. Maintenance mechanical arms moved silently in the snowstorm, while distant lift shafts continuously swallowed and expelled armored vehicles and cargo pods. Soldiers clad in gray-white polar combat suits marched in formation, each wearing a sealed breathing apparatus with silver-white mountain insignias embroidered on their shoulder epaulets. Here there was no clamor of military bases, nor the chaotic noise of temporary battlefields like the southwestern defense line. The first impression of Kunlun 1 was a cold, almost cruel order. A middle-aged woman in a black military coat stood at the end of the tarmac, her hair neatly tied back her brows, and eyes thin, lacking the usual military insignia, bearing only a silver-white mountain insignia. The wind and snow settled on the collar of her coat, yet showed no signs of melting, as if even the cold dared not linger on her. Luo Lai was the first to step off the transport aircraft, and salute her. Director Chen, the personnel have arrived. The middle-aged woman nodded slightly, her gaze passing over Luo Lai and landing on the members of the pig slaughter squad. Her gaze was calm, not belittling them due to their age, nor overly surprised by their survival from the incident of the descent. That kind of scrutiny felt like reading through a report she had reviewed countless times before, but now she was finally seeing the individuals detailed in that report. Kunlun 1 Base Qin Guanyue. As she spoke, her voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly against the wind and snow. From now on, you will enter a 48-hour closed observation period during which treatment, pollution screening, mental stability, testing, combat data review, equipment reassessment, and briefing on northern border missions will proceed in sequence. During these 48 hours, no one is allowed to leave the medical district or designated training area without permission, nor to privately access northern boundary signal source materials, nor to attempt to use abilities to trace coordinates. Her gaze rested on Lu Chen. Especially you. Lu Chen did not deny it, nor nod, merely watching her quietly. Qin Guanyue seemed accustomed to such reactions, and continued, "This is not a military academy, nor an ordinary war. Kunlun 1 constantly deals with high-altitude rifts, ancient relic, containment, spatial tide warnings, and northern border transit. What talents, champions, or special teams you were outside doesn't matter. Once inside Kunlun, you must adhere to Kunlun's rules." Chen Feng intended to say something more, but just as he breathed in the cold air, the wound on his chest was frozen, causing his entire face to contort. Qin Guanyue looked at him. "Chen Feng, you have 7 lacerations on your body, 3 cracks in your sternum, and a short-term metallic backlash occurred after the energy of the golden body was depleted. Until your medical rating drops from orange to green, if you dare to enter the gravity training area, I will make you lie in the low-temperature recovery chamber for 72 hours. Chen Feng opened his mouth finally, sincerely saying, "Director, I suddenly think the medical area is quite nice." Bai Lu's lips twitched slightly. Qin Guanyue then looked at Bai Lu. "Bai Lu, your extreme cold ability has been overdrawn, and the core temperature fluctuations of the ice system are abnormal. Kunlun is not lacking in ice, but that does not mean you can freely draw external cold air for recovery. All source energy flows within the base's protective layer are monitored, and unauthorized activation will be treated as an enemy attack." Bai Lu's expression stiffened slightly, and she nodded. "Understood. Suji, your spiritual ocean is rebounding, and you are overloaded. You are temporarily prohibited from expanding your omniscient domain beyond 100 meters. Lei Meng, the residual blood evil of the divine corpse, has not been completely cleared, and after 3 pollution screenings you are not allowed to approach the northern boundary sample library. And Ning, your condition is the best, but after continuous treatment of high-risk Dao injuries your life source flow is severely depleted. For the next 12 hours only stable treatment is allowed, and you are not permitted to force deep repairs." As Qin Guanyue named each person, she accurately pointed out their most dangerous issues at present. The members of the pig slaughter squad who had originally felt tense fell completely silent upon hearing the last. The other party was not trying to intimidate them, but truly understood their physical conditions and knew how to prevent them from exhausting themselves before the next mission. Finally, Qin Guanyue looked at Lin Yue. She paused longer than she had for the others. "Lin Yue, the wind and snow swept. The time sequence is reversing. The spiritual ocean experienced a brief dual memory impact, and an unknown gentle residual fluctuation was detected in the chest area. This fluctuation currently shows no signs of pollution, is non-aggressive, and has no trend of spreading, but its level cannot be determined. Kunlun 1 will not forcibly strip away unknown residues unless they exhibit harmful characteristics." Lin Yue's eyes subtly shifted. Qin Guanyue's words directly informed him that Kunlun 1 had detected the consciousness projection left by the girl, but would not act on it for the time being. This restraint was more surprising than any comfort. "Thank you," Lin Yue said softly. Qin Guanyue did not respond to the gratitude, merely raising her hand to signal everyone to follow. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, the deep mechanical sounds echoing through the mountain, revealing a long corridor beyond the door, the ground covered in dark gray non-slip alloy with pale blue lighting crystals embedded in the walls. Every 30 meters a set of automatic defense devices extended from the walls and retracted, scanning the beams, silently sweeping over the temporary identification marks implanted on everyone's wrists. The interior of Kunlun 1 was even larger than it appeared from the outside. It was not merely a military base, but resembled an underground city built after hollowing out the mountain. The medical zone, command zone, training zone, hangar, sample library, sealing chamber, and personnel living area were distinguished by different colored light bands. Transport tracks crisscrossed overhead. Occasionally, a fully enclosed cargo pod sped past the tracks, its surface marked with striking black and red warning labels. Chen Feng looked up, dazzled. This place is even more exaggerated than the underground levels of the military academy. Suja, holding an empty frame, appeared more distressed than injured, relying only on reading paper materials to alleviate his anxiety. The military academy is a training system, while Kunlun 1 is a wartime node. The structure here is more like a fortress, and each layer of the corridor can be independently sealed. To be precise, in the worst-case scenario, each layer can be abandoned. This statement caused a slight heaviness, and after passing through 3 disinfection isolation doors, they entered the medical observation area, where the walls exhibited a nearly sterile silver-white hue, and the air was permeated with a faint cold pine scent used to suppress the hallucinations caused by high-level pollution residues. 7 independent testing chambers had been prepared in advance, each with a medical officer and 2 auxiliary personnel in the spiritual department stationed outside. Han Yuan and Luo Lai did not enter with them, but stopped at the entrance of the observation area. Han Yuan looked at Lin Yue, paused for a moment, and said, "You all focus on recovering your bodies first. I will participate in reviewing the first batch of intelligence from the northern border. Once you pass the tests, I will personally explain it to you." Lin Yue nodded. "Instructor Han, your sword." Han Yuan glanced down at the silver-heavy sword on his shoulder. The cracks on the sword body were still present, and they were no longer issues that could be resolved with ordinary repairs. "My old buddy blocked something that shouldn't have been blocked for me." He smiled faintly, his smile carrying a hint of fatigue. "As long as I can come back alive, it's not a loss." Having said that, he turned and left. Lin Yue watched Han Yuan's figure, suddenly realizing that these 7th-tier powerhouses they admired were not invulnerable mountains. In the face of truly high-level existences, Han Yuan would bleed, his sword would crack, and he would remain silent in the smoke for a long time. Strength does not mean being unhurt. Strength is standing in front even after being hurt. After the testing began, time was divided into long and As Lin Yue lay in the enclosed mental testing chamber, the lid slowly closed, and all sounds around him were isolated by a gentle white noise. Silver probes floated above his body, scanning his meridians, bones, spiritual ocean, and ability core layer by. Unlike ordinary medical equipment, the detection system of Kunlun 1 was clearly connected to a higher authority source energy array. As the scanning beam swept over Lin Yue's chest, the consciousness projection trembled slightly, but did not resist. Outside the screen, the medical officer whispered to communicate. Unknown residue remains silent, no signs of pollution spreading detected. The core fluctuations of the time sequence are too high. It is recommended to extend the stable observation. There are traces of secondary shock in the spiritual ocean, but the primary consciousness is awake, and no external manipulation has been detected. Lin Yue kept his eyes closed, allowing those voices to fade away in his ears. Deep within his spiritual ocean, the silver-white river of time surged more violently than before. After breaking through the 3rd tier, he could clearly feel that his grasp over time had stepped into another level. The acceleration and slowing of time no longer merely affected external speed, but began to touch upon more subtle state changes. The time chaos field was no longer just a passive eruption in moments of crisis, but like a tide, yet to be completely tamed, lurking at the edge of his spiritual ocean. However, similarly, the backlash was clearer as well. A second of time suspension remained an absolute limit. It was not a matter of insufficient energy, but rather a rule that forbade it. The closer he got to that line, the more he could feel the heavy restraint imposed by the blue star plane on the complete halt of time. After the 3rd tier, he could expand his range, choose targets more precisely, and execute more complex tactical divisions within that 1 second, yet he still could not extend that second by even a fraction. At least not now. After an unknown amount of time, the testing chamber opened, and Ning stood outside holding a temporary report, her complexion somewhat improved from before. The pollution screening has passed, the mental stability test is barely qualified, and the core of the time sequence needs further observation, but there has been no deterioration. Lin Yue sat up. "What about Lu Chen?" "Next door," and Ning pointed to the adjacent testing room. "The spatial essence cracks are more troublesome than expected, but they haven't expanded further. Director Chen said Kunlun has a specialized spatial stabilization pool, and he will be allowed to soak in it for 2 hours later." Lin Yue imagined the scene of Lu Chen being forcibly pressed into the stabilization pool, and a rare smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. And Ning noticed it, and lightly glared at him. "Don't laugh, you will need to enter the time stagnation chamber later." Lin Yue's smile immediately vanished. The entire day slowly passed in testing, treatment, and brief rests. Chen Feng, frozen in the low-temperature recovery chamber, began to doubt life. When he came out, he felt like a metal block just taken from a freezer, yet by Lu passing by commented seriously, "The shape is quite nice." Lei Ming's blood evil screening process was the most troublesome, as the residual aura of the divine corpse triggered alarms several times. In the end, it was still Ning who coordinated with the Kunlun medical team to gradually draw out the violent energy hidden in the bone seams. After being prohibited from using wide-range perception, Suja seemed more distressed than when he was injured, having to rely solely on reading paper materials to alleviate his anxiety. By night, the pig slaughter squad was finally allowed into a brief public rest area. The rest area was located in the middle of the mountain, and the window did not show a natural sky, but an entire simulated external scene screen. The screen displayed real-time night scenes outside Kunlun Mountain, with the wind and snow surging silently beyond the protective shield and the distant snow peaks glimmering with a cold white light under the moon. On the table were hot soup, compressed meat patties, rice, and some simple vegetables. It was not lavish, but it was warm and real. Chen Feng picked up the bowl and took a big sip of soup, nearly moved to tears. "I survived." Bai Lu leisurely picked up some vegetables. "You've come back to life 3 times today. This time feels..." And Ning sat opposite Lin Yue, watching him finish an entire bowl of rice before satisfactorily retracting her gaze. Lu Chen ate very little, but after Lin Yue looked over, he silently added another piece of meat. Suja, while eating, was reading documents, and after Ning confiscated the paper for the second time, he could only helplessly join in normal eating. In the brief silence, Lin Yue suddenly felt that this scene was very familiar. Hot pot restaurants, training rooms, military academy, cafeterias, shelters, the cabin of a transport aircraft. It seemed they always gathered in some makeshift place to have a simple meal after escaping death time and again. As long as people were still there, warmth remained, and the team persevered. The consciousness projection in his chest warmed slightly. Lin Yue's hand holding the chopsticks paused for a moment, yet he did not lower his head. The warmth of the consciousness projection in his chest was gentle, as if someone was touching his heart through a thick layer of... It did not transmit images, nor did it make any sounds, nor did it attempt to urge him to inquire about anything. It merely awakened briefly from slumber at the moment when the pig-killing team sat together for a meal. In that instant, Lin Yue suddenly understood it was not warning him of danger. It simply remembered. It remembered scenes like this, remembered a group of people returning from the battlefield to eat together, remembered Chen Feng talking nonsense, Bai Lu coldly confronting others, Suja analyzing, while Ning confiscated his materials, and Lu Chen silently picking out the dishes he didn't like beside them. Perhaps in that stolen timeline she too once sat at such a table cradling a bowl of hot soup, her eyes shining as she listened to their banter. Lin Yue lowered his eyelashes and suppressed the wave of bitterness that surged up. He did not touch that name again. He was not yet qualified to reach into the causality erased by higher dimensional beings, nor to forcibly pull back a person already erased by the rules. Li Tianqing made it very clear, first live and grow. At that moment the door to the break area slid open silently. Qin Guanyue entered with 2 intelligence officers. She had changed out of the black military coat from the tarmac, now wearing a standard deep gray combat uniform of Kunlun No, one with silver-white mountain patterns pressed on the cuffs and collar. Her expression remained calm, like the perpetual snow line outside Kunlun, devoid of excess warmth or coldness. Have you finished eating? Chen Feng was about to say he could still have 2 more bowls, but after being glanced at by Lu, he wisely placed the bowl down. Qin Guanyue paid no mind to his expression, merely raising her hand to signal the intelligence officers to place 2 black information boxes in the center of the long table. The moment the boxes touched the table, a light blue soundproof barrier automatically unfolded around them, completely isolating the break area from the external passage. Suja's gaze immediately changed. Even though his mental sea was still rebounding, he instinctively sat up straight. Northern Border Intelligence. The first round of briefings, Qin Guanyue replied. According to the original process, you needed to complete 48 hours of observation before being eligible to access this information, but the Northern Border signal changed for the second time 20 minutes ago, so the briefing has been advanced. Chen Feng's previously relaxed expression tightened. Is there another incident? Qin Guanyue did not answer immediately. She placed her palm on top of the information box, and after identity verification passed, a 3-dimensional projection slowly unfolded above the table. It was a 3-dimensional topographic map of the old northern polar region of Shay, where ice fields, permafrost, fractured mountain ranges, underground rivers, and large areas of black contamination occupied by alien races were marked in different colors. Everyone soon saw the routes they had once fled: abandoned outposts, underground shelters, ice valleys, dark ice fissures, ice abyss, cold pools, and the ancient metal ruins hidden at the end of the underground river. When that ruin was magnified, everyone instinctively fell silent. In the projection, it was no longer just the crumbling metallic hull they remembered, but revealed a massive structure far beyond imagination. Beneath the ice layer, dozens of silver-blue lines extended like veins connecting to an elliptical core area. The core area was obscured by thick spatial disturbances. Only a blurred outline could be seen. Yet, even so, it was enough to make one realize that the metallic hull they had hidden in might have been just a small shell on the edge of this ruin. This is the underground structure reassembled by Kunlun No, one based on the residual coordinates you recovered last time, the old Shay satellite images, spatial tidal reverse models, and the energy refraction data of the silver blue light column. This time, Qin Guanyue pointed to the core area. For now we will refer to it as the Northern Border Gate Station. Suja repeated softly. So it is not simply opening a crack, but has the functions of identification, filtering, anchoring, and transportation. Qin Guanyue glanced at him. Your mind is recovering faster than what was written in the report. Suja pushed up the frame of his glasses without lenses and said earnestly, the report underestimated me. And Ning looked at him thoughtfully. Suja quickly added, but my body respects the report very much today. It won't expand perception beyond 100 meters. Qin Guanyue was not distracted by their conversation, continuing, the greatest difference between the Northern Border Gate Station and the ancient Siam 12 Capital Blood Sacrifice Array is that it does not possess the characteristic of actively drawing life energy. The essence of the ancient Siam Array was a life pump system transformed into a blood sacrifice passage after being contaminated by the Bloodlord. In contrast, the Northern Border Gate Station's underlying logic is closer to an ancient Blue Star defense facility that maintains low power consumption in a dormant state, only entering self-check and unlocking procedures when certain specific conditions are triggered. Lin Yue's gaze lingered on the silver-blue core area. What are the triggering conditions? Qin Guanyue paused for a moment. Currently, there are 3. She raised her hand, and 3 markers appeared in the projection. First, the giant rift in Northern European Union has fallen, causing global spatial tides to rise, and multiple ancient relics in the Northern Hemisphere have shown weak responses simultaneously. Second, the ancient Siam blood sacrifice formation was destroyed, the Bloodlord's plane projection was forcibly driven back, and after a pollution chain was broken, the Northern Border Gate Station seemingly lifted a layer of long-term suppression. Third, Qin Guanyue's gaze fell on Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Both time and space broke through the 3rd level simultaneously and completed a high-intensity spatio-temporal resonance in the southwestern battlefield. The temperature in the break area seemed to drop slightly. Chen Feng frowned. So it was awakened by the captain and Lu Chen. You can't say that. Suja shook his head, his eyes already glinting with the sharpness of thought. More accurately, the gate station was originally waiting for some kind of permission. The rift in the European Union and the destruction of the ancient Siam array provided external environmental changes, while the third-level resonance of the captain and Lu Chen acted like a permission key re-entering the system. It wasn't awakened by us, but began to respond actively once it confirmed that the key had appeared. Bai Lu said softly, "The question is, how does it know that the key is them?" No one could answer immediately. Lu Chen had been silent. His right hand was placed under the table, and the spatial coordinates left by Li Tianxing were slightly. That warmth was not burning, but had a strong sense of direction, as if someone was holding a lamp deep in the wind and snow, and that lamp only lit up for him. Qin Yue switched the projection to a set of complex waveform data. The northern border signal initially only sent 2 markers, time and space, but 20 minutes ago, after completing its second self-check, it added a tactical level team identification code. The waveform was automatically translated by the military system, ultimately condensing into a simple number X023. The pig-killing team. Chen Feng stared at that number for a while, the corner of his mouth twitching, but he did not immediately joke as he usually did. Bai Lu's spoon stopped at the edge of her bowl. Lei Meng raised his head sharply, and his originally drowsy eyes became sharp. And Ning's fingers tightened slightly, a hint of green light faintly appearing in her palm, quickly suppressed. Suja's reaction was the most obvious. He almost immediately leaned forward, his eyes fixed on that number. It not only recognized the original sequence, but also the existence of our team. "Yes," Qin Yue said, "and it is not the active number taken from the military database. Kunlun's technical team has performed cross-validation, and this identification code is actively generated from the underlying signal of the gate station. In other words, in its cognitive system, X023 should naturally exist." Once again, a slight warmth spread in Lin Yue's chest. This time it was not just Lin Yue who felt it. Lu Chen's gaze he saw a faint dark red light point flicker for an instant in Lin Yue's chest, like embers blown bright by the wind. That light point had no taint of pollution nor the chill of an evil god. Instead, it carried an almost stubborn tenderness. It gently trembled when the number X023 appeared, as if confirming something. Lin Yue slowly took a breath. He suddenly had a very absurd, yet crystal clear intuition. Perhaps the northern border gate was not only naming this pig-killing team. It was naming the truly complete X023 from a stolen timeline, including the girl who no longer had a name. When this thought surfaced from the bottom of his heart, Lin Yue did not speak it out. It was not due to distrust of his teammates, but because some things, if spoken without sufficient evidence, would only drag everyone into deeper coldness. However, Suja had clearly sensed some abnormalities from his silence. He did not pursue the matter further, but redirected his gaze to the projection, lowering his voice. "Director Qin, does the gate station signal carry specific instructions?" Qin Yue clicked to the next layer. A disassembled energy sequence appeared in midair, presenting a silver-blue color occasionally mixed with fine gray. Those noise points looked inconspicuous, like dirty needles hidden in the snow, yet made one instinctively uncomfortable. The original signal cannot be directly translated. The Academy of Sciences used 3 models for fitting, and Kunlun believes it resembles an unfinished hint. She paused for a moment and projected the translation result. "Lock reactivation, outer anchor point imbalance, clear residual fake surface, please do not open the core before the key returns." Fake surface. Lin Yue and Lu Chen's gazes almost simultaneously froze. The thousand-faced confusion. The Bloodlord had said before the rift closed that the high-dimensional court would not spare time and space. Li Tianxing had also extracted gray-white traces from that blood-colored root, and judged that the method used to steal traces did not resemble the Bloodlord, but rather the thousand-faced confusion. Now the hint from the northern border gate station mentioned residual fake surfaces. This could not be a coincidence. Han Yuan appeared at the door of the break area at some point. He had evidently also seen some of the materials, and his expression was even more solemn than during the day. He no longer carried the silver heavy sword, but instead had a spare standard heavy sword. Although it was equally heavy, it lacked the sharpness that was connected to his aura. The military's judgment on fake surfaces is that the possibility of residual pollution from the thousand-faced confusion exceeds 70%. Han Yuan stepped into the soundproof barrier, his voice low. But oddly, the core of the gate station is not polluted. The pollution is only concentrated on the outer anchor points. This means that something attempted to disguise itself as part of the gate station, lying in wait outside for a long time before it woke up. Chen Feng listened with a frown. "Like a parasite." Suja nodded. "Or like placing a fake face on the lock. The real door isn't broken, but when someone stands outside and looks in, they first see that face." Bai Lu's expression turned slightly cold. "So the northern border signal is telling us to clear that face. It might also be warning you not to rush to open the door." Han Yuan looked at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Lin Yue raised his head. "I know you want to go, and I know this matter is likely unavoidable, but I must clarify in advance, the northern border is neither the southwestern dark zone nor a college trial. The old Shay polar region is now deep within an area occupied by alien races. The spatial tides are chaotic. The extreme cold environment will continuously consume supernatural powers. The structure of the underground relics is unknown. High-level alien races are gathering, and the residual pollution of the thousand-faced confusion may disguise itself as anyone, any memory, or any signal." He said this, his gaze falling on Lin Yue's chest before quickly shifting away. "It may even disguise itself as the very things you most want to believe in." This statement completely silenced the break area. Lin Yue knew what Han Yuan was warning about. The consciousness projection left by the girl currently showed no signs of pollution, and Kunlun no. One had not forcibly stripped it, but in the battlefield of higher beings, goodwill, nostalgic guilt, and obsession could all be weaponized by the enemy. Since the thousand-faced confusion could steal a person's traces, it could very well return disguised as that person to knock on the door. And Ning's face turned slightly pale. She instinctively looked at Lin Yue, but found that his gaze remained unwavering. Lin Yue merely said softly, "I will remember." Qin Guanyue glanced at him, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Next we will announce the advance plan. The projection changed again. The northern border map was divided into 3 layers: outer ice fields, edges of the old polar region, and underground gate station area. In the first phase, Kunlun no. One will dispatch a northern border advance team to establish a temporary outpost at the outer edge of the old northern polar region, 170 kilometers in a straight line from the gate station. The outpost's tasks include meteorological anchoring, spatial stabilization, communication relays, and survivor signal searches. In the second phase, a high-level exploration team will advance towards the ice abyss perimeter, clearing alien reconnaissance units and confirming whether there is active pollution at the outer anchor points of the gate station. In the third phase, if the outer anchor points are confirmed to be controllable, consideration will be given to allowing personnel matching the signal to approach the gate station. Chen Feng raised his hand. "Are the personnel matching the signal us?" Qin Guanyue replied calmly, "Candidates." "So how do we transition from candidates to official? Through assessment, the physical indicators must meet the standards. The risk of spiritual pollution must be below the red line. Team cooperation tests must be no lower than grade A, and adaptation to the extreme cold environment must be no lower than grade B, while Lin Yue and Lu Chen's sequence fluctuations remain stable." Chen Feng looked down at the bandage on his chest. "It sounds like my probability of holding you back is quite high." Bai Lu didn't. She merely put down her bowl and said earnestly, "Then let's reduce that probability." Lei Ming grinned. "I can test tomorrow." And Ning immediately looked at him. Lei Ming paused and added, "The doctor said to test if we can." Suja lightly tapped the table, his gaze still. "I need information on known alien races in the northern border, models of supernatural power, attenuation in extreme cold environments, structural deductions of the outer anchor points of the gate station, and the complete reconstruction map of the area where we stayed in the underground metal ruins of the ice abyss." Qin Guanyue said, "We will provide it to you after the mental stability reevaluation." Suja wanted to negotiate further, and Ning's gaze had already drifted over. He naturally changed his words. "I will sleep first." Han Yuan rarely smiled. "Could you learn the first lesson of..." After a brief moment of laughter, Qin Guanyue retracted part of the projection, leaving only the real-time image of the silver-blue light column. The wind and snow still swirled above the northern border, and the light column stood silently, like a spear driven into the sky, piercing the end of the ice field. "There is one last thing." Her voice was lower than before. "After the appearance of the northern border light column, at least 3 advanced alien units within the Shay-occupied area are moving towards the old polar region. One of the commanders belongs to the same upper genealogy as the advanced alien fission that died in the incident at Hanyatown. Another suspected unit is commanded by 5th level or higher guiders, and the third is the most troublesome, as they left no conventional marching traces, only very faint mental ripples in the spatial tides." Lu Chen raised his eyes. "The people of the thousand-faced confusion." "Uncertain," Qin Guanyue said. "But their methods of operation are unlike ordinary alien races, more like being temporarily controlled by some high-dimensional will. Kunlun has temporarily designated them as fake-faced walkers." Fake-faced walkers. The moment that name appeared, Lin Yue's consciousness projection in his chest suddenly shrank. Lin Yue's fingers slowly tightened. This time he did not miss that reaction. The projection left by the girl may not have complete consciousness, perhaps only a kind of almost instinctive reverberation, but her fear of traces like fake faces was undeniably real. This indicated that her disappearance was likely directly related to the thousand-faced confusion. Han Yuan noticed the change in Lin Yue's expression, but chose not to expose it publicly. He only said solemnly, "Therefore the northern border operation is by no means a simple exploration of ruins. We must face aliens' high-dimensional pollution, extreme environments, and a trap possibly targeting you." Lin Yue looked up at the silver-blue light column. "It might also be an opportunity." Indeed, Han Yuan did not deny it. "Hence the military has not locked you in the rear." Qin Guanyue closed the projection and the soundproof barrier dissipated. Outside the break area, the night shift personnel of Kunlun no. One were quickly moving along the passage. In the distance, a low warning broadcast sounded, reminding all areas to complete the 3rd round of spatial stabilization calibration. "Tonight's meeting is concluded," Qin Guanyue said. "You have 36 hours to recover. Tomorrow morning, there will be extreme cold adaptation tests, team cooperation reevaluations in the afternoon, and a class on northern border rules in the evening. Everyone is now returning to the observation room to rest." Chen Feng instinctively said, "Really going to sleep?" And Ning had already stood up. "You can pass out if you want." Chen Feng immediately got up, his movements so standard it was as if he were participating in a drill. The others gradually left the break area. The lights in the corridor were soft, yet they could not dispel the vague chill deep within the mountain. Lin Yue and Lu Chen walked at the back. As they passed a transparent observation window, they stopped in unison. Outside was not a simulation screen, but a real mountain crevice. The crevice was sealed by a heavy source energy barrier, Beyond it, Kunlun's night snow fell silently. The beam from a distant defense tower swept across the snow curtain, briefly illuminating the more distant black ridges. Lu Chen said softly, "The coordinates are clearer now." Lin Yue was not surprised. "Where?" "Beneath the core of the northern border gate station." Lu Chen raised his hand, and a nearly invisible silver pattern appeared in his palm. But not the light column itself, it's deeper, like behind the door. Lin Yue followed Lu Chen's gaze out the window. The night snow of Kunlun fell outside the energy barrier, sliced into layers of cold mist by the sweeping white light of the defense towers. In the distance, the dark mountain ridges undulated in silence, like some colossal beast crouching in the blizzard, pressing down not upon rock strata, but a path leading deeper into the earth. Behind the gate, Lin Yue repeated. A faint silver pattern slowly crawled across Lu Chen's palm, like an extremely fine needle pointing northward in the intangible void. After a moment, he closed his fingers, suppressing the spatial fluctuation back into his body. The coordinates he left and the signal from the gate station aren't the same point. The gate station is calling us from outside, but the coordinates are waiting inside. There's something between them. Lin Yue's gaze darkened. A false face. Possible, Lu Chen said quietly. Or maybe it's what the gate truly wants. Neither of them continued. Some guesses once spoken become a more tangible pressure in the mind. The northern gate station designation X023. The coordinates Li Tianxing left behind the gate. The girl's consciousness projections fear of the false face walker. 3 threads stabbing from different directions, all converging into the same dark nexus. Lin Yue suddenly realized that the real danger might not be the alien troops they could see, nor the unopened gate station deep in the ice field. The real danger was that someone already knew what they would think. The thousand-faced confusion stole not just the girl's name, but perhaps the choices, emotions, and weaknesses of certain people. It likely knew that Lin Yue would waver because of that second memory, that Lu Chen would fall silent and approach, because of the coordinates, that the pig-slaughtering squad couldn't stand idly by because they were named. This was more disgusting than the slaughter of the battlefield. When a blade came, he could evade with time's top. When space tore, he could let Lu Chen counter. But what if the enemy stood before them wearing the face of the truth they most sought, smiling and saying, "Follow me"? How would they judge in that moment? Lu Chen seemed to read his thoughts. He suddenly spoke. "If she appears in the north, don't believe it at first." Lu Chen's voice was calm, yet colder than the wind and snow. "And don't kill her at first." Lin Yue was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I know." This was their unspoken understanding. To believe might be exploited by the false face. To kill might sever the only remaining clue. So they had to steady their hearts in the most chaotic, brutal, and trap-like moment. At the other end of the corridor, Qin Guanxue had stopped at some unknown time. She didn't turn around, only said coolly, "If you two plan to scare yourselves sleepless before tomorrow's assessment, I can request sedatives from the medical zone now." Chen Feng poked his head out from ahead, clearly eavesdropping, but missing the key points. Sedatives? Who needs a shot? The captain or Lu Chen? Does a face like Lu Chen's also fear needles? Bai Lu expressionlessly pushed his head back. Qin Guanxue finally turned, looking at Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Don't play all the enemy's cards for them before they even make a move. The thousand-faced confusion's greatest skill isn't creating illusions, but making you doubt all your judgments. When you start thinking every clue is a trap and every emotion might be exploited, you're already being led by it. Lin Yue's gaze flickered. Qin Guanxue continued, Kunlun has dealt with it. Rarely, but enough to leave a lesson. It won't always deceive you. Sometimes it gives you the truth, but places it in the wrong context, making you make a correct, yet fatal choice at the wrong time. Suja stopped from ahead, murmuring thoughtfully, so we can't just judge truth from falsehood, we must also judge the time. Correct, Qin Guanxue said, looking at him. So tomorrow's assessment is adjusted. Morning won't be extreme cold adaptation, well, do the false face resistance test first. Chen Feng was stunned. False face resistance. Test what? Whether we can be fooled. Something like that. Qin Guanxue's tone was so calm, it made Chen Feng's face stiffen. Kunlun has a mental induction system originally used to train high-level reconnaissance teams to identify camouflage signals in contaminated zones. It reads your public files, combat records, and some authorized memories to construct a high-pressure judgment field. You don't need to defeat anyone, you just need to make choices within a time limit. What choices? Ning asked. Qin Guanxue looked at Lin Yue. You'll know then. With that, she didn't explain further and turned to leave the corridor. Chen Feng watched her back, then whispered, why do I feel this test is scarier than fighting aliens? Suja slowly exhaled. Because when you fight aliens, at least you know who the enemy is. No one joked anymore. That night, Lin Yue did not sleep well. The blue light of the mental stabilization pod gently covered his forehead. The temporal tide slowly pressed back to calm, yet his dream was pulled by an extremely fine thread lingering in a blurry corridor. At the end of the corridor, a girl with a ponytail stood with her back to him. She didn't turn around, only used a branch to write on the. Lin Yue knew he shouldn't approach, but his body in the dream felt wrapped in slow time, each step agonizingly slow. The characters on the ground had just formed when they were scattered by an invisible wind, the strokes crumbling into ashen white powder like traces erased from the world. The girl asked softly, Captain, will you still take me home? Lin Yue's eyes snapped open. The mental stabilization pod was silent, its detection light showing his mental fluctuations were still within safe range. But the consciousness projection in his chest was clenched tightly, as if startled awake by the dream. He stared at the blue light on the pod ceiling, slowly steadying his breath. This wasn't necessarily a dream, nor was it necessarily a false face. Without evidence, it was just a remembered voice. At 6 in the morning, the alert broadcast of Kunlun 1 sounded on schedule. The pig slaughtering squad completed their second round of physical examinations under the supervision of the medical officer. Lin Yue's time sequence fluctuations were controlled within a manageable range. Lu Chen's spatial core fissures no longer spread after stabilization pool treatment. Chen Feng's medical rating barely shifted from orange to a yellow-orange borderline. Though still far from green, he at least no longer had to be frozen in the recovery pod, questioning his existence. And Ning's life source flow recovered the fastest. Bai Lu's ice core stabilized gradually in Kunlun's low-temperature environment. Lei Meng's blood miasma remnants were pressed deep into his bones. Suja finally passed the mental stability retest and regained partial data access. Yet everyone knew the real test hadn't begun. At 8 in the morning, Qin Guanxue personally led them to the 7th underground level of Kunlun 1. This place was completely different from the medical zone. The passage was narrow, the lighting dim, and the walls weren't covered with usual energy patterns, but with a layer of gray-black energy-absorbing material. At intervals, there were heavy circular isolation doors bearing prominent warnings: cognitive contamination training area. Chen Feng stood at the entrance, his face turning green. Is it too late to go back and do extreme cold adaptation? Aren't you an indestructible body? Indestructible body blocks blades, not the mind. Suja said seriously. Scientifically speaking, your self-assessment is quite accurate. Chen Feng was about to retort when the isolation door slowly opened. Inside the training area was a vast circular hall, the floor and dome covered in dense silver arrays. In the center of the hall were 7 independent pods spaced 10 meters apart, each connected to mental stabilization lines and emergency cutoff devices. Qin Guanxue stood at the control console. The false face resistance test is divided into 3 rounds. First round, individual judgment. Second round, team cross-verification. Third round, pressure decision-making. The system will access memories within your authorization scope. It won't forcibly read deep privacy, but it will exploit weaknesses already exposed in your combat records. She looked at Lin Yue, including the external fluctuations caused by the remnant in your chest. And Ning frowned immediately. Will it harm it? Qin Guanxue shook her head. No. The system only simulates external induction. It doesn't touch the remnant itself. What's truly being tested isn't it, but Lin Yue's judgment when facing related induction. Lin Yue nodded. Let's begin. Everyone entered the pods one by one. After the hatch closed the light before Lin Yue's eyes suddenly dimmed. When it brightened again, he was standing on the training ground of Jiangxing Military University. The setting sun hung low, wind blew through the sycamore trees at the edge of the training field, and golden fallen leaves carpeted the ground. This scene was too real. So real that Lin Yue could smell the dust in the air, hear the machinery roar from the distant training rooms, and feel the warmth of the setting sun on his face. The rest of the pig slaughtering squad wasn't there. Only a girl sat on a bench by the training field, head bowed, writing on the ground with a branch. Lin Yue's heart sank slightly. The system had indeed placed the sharpest thing in the first round. As if sensing his arrival, the girl looked up and showed him a smile, so clean it was almost piercing. Captain. Her voice was the same as in the dream. Lin Yue didn't approach. The girl tilted her head, a hint of grievance surfacing in her eyes. Won't you come over? Lin Yue looked at her. Who are you? The girl was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the characters on the ground. Those characters were still blurry, as if the name was blocked by some power. I don't know either, she said softly. Captain R. I'm inside the northern gate station, locked behind the gate. As long as you open the core, you can bring me back. Lin Yue's fingers tightened slightly. This sentence was too much like an inducement, and too much like the truth. The girl stood up and walked toward him. Her floral dress swayed gently in the setting sun, her ponytail lifted by the wind, her eyes carrying an expectation that was almost impossible to refuse. You promised, she said. You said the pig slaughtering squad never leaves anyone behind. Lin Yue was silent for a long time. So long that the expectation on the girl's face slowly turned into panic. Captain, Lin Yue finally spoke. If you were really her, you wouldn't tell me to open the gate now. The girl's step stopped. Lin Yue looked at her, enunciating each word. You remember the pig slaughtering squad, our meals, our training. Then you should know we wouldn't gamble the entire team's lives on an unverified voice. You could beg me to save you, curse me for being late, make me promise not to forget you. But you wouldn't tell me to skip the outer anchor points and open the core directly. In the setting sun, the expression on the girl's face faded bit by bit. It was still her face, but the clean grievance was like pigment washed away by water, revealing a layer of hollow gray beneath. What if I'm really about to die, she asked softly. Lin Yue's gaze trembled, but he didn't retreat. Then he'll get stronger faster and save you the right way. The girl stared at him. After a moment, she smiled. That smile was no longer like the girl in his memory, but like many faces overlapping, all curving their lips at once. The right way? Primordial time. You anomalous beings favored by the plane always think you still have a choice. The surrounding training ground began to collapse, the setting sun swallowed by gray-white mist. The girl's figure twisted in the mist, becoming a mask with no features. You'll regret this. The silver-white time patterns in Lin Yue's eyes slowly lit up, but he didn't use his power, only said calmly, perhaps. The mask cracked. The first round ended. The pod didn't open. The second round began immediately. This time Lin Yue appeared in the rest area of Kunlun 1. Hot soup and dishes were still on the table. The other 6 members of the pig slaughtering squad sat there showing no abnormalities. Chen Feng looked up and grinned at him. Captain, what are you standing there for? Sit. Bai Lu said coldly. If you don't eat soon, the soup will get cold. And Ning waved at him. Suja sorted through materials. Lei Ming silently gnawed on meat. Lu Chen sat in the corner, wiping a short blade. Everything was normal. So normal that a chill crept up Lin Yu's back. He didn't sit, only looked at Lu Chen. Where are the Lu Chen looked up and said flatly, beneath the northern gate station core. Correct answer. Lin Yue asked again, what did Lu Chen's hand paused on the blade. Don't rush. Live to grow up first. Also correct. Chen Feng frowned. Captain, what are you doing? A roll call. Lin Yue ignored him, continuing to watch Lu Chen. How long were you unconscious in the ice crevice? Lu Chen was 11 hours. And Ning said softly beside him, I told you. Everything matched. But Lin Yu's palms grew colder and colder. Because it was too perfect. If the thousand-faced confusion could read combat records and public memories, it could certainly construct nearly perfect teammates. Real teammates weren't people who only gave correct answers. Real teammates had their own hesitations, tempers, and inappropriate moments in certain details. Lin Yue suddenly looked at Suja. Your glasses are broken. Why are you still adjusting the frame? Suja paused in his movement and said calmly, habit. Then what were you reading just now? Suja glanced at the paper in his hand. Northern alien race data. Qing Guanxue didn't give that to you. Lin Yue said, before you passed the retest, she only allowed you to sleep. Suja fell silent. The next second, everyone at the table froze. They all looked up simultaneously, staring at Lin Yue with the same expression. Chen Feng's smile was still there, but it held no. Captain, aren't you being too serious? Lin Yue looked at them. You imitated them very well. Bai Lu's face slowly turned gray. The green light in Ning's palm transformed into fine masked patterns. Lei Ming's bone blades grew from his body, but lacked the violence of flesh and blood, only a hollow mechanical feel. Finally, Lu Chen stood up. He looked at Lin Yue, his voice still very similar. If you can't even trust us, who can you trust? Lin Yue was silent for a moment. Trust verification. As his words fell, the entire rest area shattered. The second round ended. This time in the control room outside the pods, several Kunlun technicians looked up simultaneously, their expressions complex. First round, not swayed by emotional inducement. Second round, anomaly identification time 47 seconds. Did not use powers. Qing Guanxue looked at Lin Yue's monitoring curves, a trace of barely perceptible approval flickering in her eyes. But the next second, an alarm suddenly blared. The spatial alarm of the entire Kunlun 1. Red light flared along the hall walls, and a piercing alert tore through all comm. Northern signal anomaly amplification. False face residue activity exceeding critical threshold. Unknown mental wave detected, accessing training system. Qing Guangxi's face changed drastically. Cut it off. The technician slammed the emergency cutoff switch, but the mental connection of one pod didn't disconnect. Lin Yue's pod. The third round had been hijacked by something external. The second round of mental simulation inside Kunlun No. 1 collapsed more silently than Lin Yue had imagined. As the arc of a long knife tore through the air and froze in the false space, the figure of Lu Chen polishing a short knife along with Suja analyzing data while flipping through files resembled parched wax figures exposed to the blazing sun, peeling away, chunk by chunk, in an instant. The once warm resting area instantly faded, transforming into a dead silence of gray-white. The dense gray mist did not condense into a featureless mask like in the first round, but turned into countless fine glowing threads attempting to penetrate the edges of Lin Yue's sea of consciousness. Got you. A cold, slick, and strongly exclusive mental wave surged through Lin Yue's limbs and bones. This was not a human language, but a unique form of spiritual pollution from the mysterious alien race of the northern ice plains known as false faces. They excelled at stripping away the true memories of their targets, planting parasitic seeds deep within the target's soul, using illusions of their closest ones. Is it really that my abilities are merely for show, being frequently disturbed by the remnants of an alien race? Lin Yue's eyes were tightly shut, his physical body lying motionless in the sealed mental detection chamber of Kunlun No. 1, but deep within his thoughts the silver-white river of time suddenly surged with monstrous waves. Outside, the medical officer monitoring at the screen changed color dramatically. Alarm. Detection chamber No. 001. Lin Yue's mental sea waveform shows abnormal overlap. Detected foreign alien frequencies attempting to establish a mental anchor. Know that foreign consciousness is violently trembling. It is being forcefully suppressed. Inside the sealed chamber, the silver-white time patterns in Lin Yue's eyes had reached their brightest. After breaking through to the initial stage of the third level, his microscopic control over the flow of time had become unparalleled. Time slows 50 times. In his core consciousness world, those gray-white threads attempting to infiltrate his ability core slowed to a halt. The originally lightning-fast erosion under the suppression of 50 times the delayed rules became like insects struggling in thick amber. Every twist of the threads and every node of spiritual causation was laid bare before Lin Yue. In the ancient Siam ruins of the southwest, a mysterious powerhouse, namely Tianxing, dressed in old gray cloth, once shattered a sea of blood with a single punch across endless void. That scene left an indelible impression on Lin Yue and Lu Chen. Before truly unshakable will and absolute power, any flashy abilities were nothing but mere tricks. While Lin Yue might not yet be a top-tier powerhouse, he possessed one of the foundational rules of the entire Blue Star, and even the universe, that could not be gazed upon directly. Shatter for me. Lin Yue's consciousness long knife sliced horizontally. The rules of time transformed into an almost transparent edge upon the knife, not only severing those gray-white threads one by one, but also forcefully reversing along the void paths extending from these threads, instantly annihilating the alien spiritual remnants, invading the chamber into nothingness. Boom. In reality, the hatch of mental detection chamber No. 001 slid open with a muffled sound. Lin Yue suddenly sat up, gasping for breath as emerald green life thread shot in from one side, accurately wrapping around his wrist and neck, accompanied by a Ning's urgent and weary voice. Lin Yue, don't move, forcibly interrupting the simulation well. I'm fine. Lin Yue raised his hand, signaling and Ning not to worry. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his eyes belonging to the primal sequence were startlingly clear. He turned his head to look at the adjacent chamber No. 002. Almost at the same time, the hatch of detection chamber No. 002 also popped open. Lu Chen stepping out, with an expressionless face, his right hand's fingers slightly curling. The silver fragments of spatial light lingering at his fingertips emitted a faint hissing sound, directly shredding the cold mist of wind and snow within a few inches. Did you encounter it too? Lu Chen looked at Lin Yue, his voice slightly hoarse. Yes, the little tricks of the alien race. They have already set up a net at the northern front. Since they specifically called for our X-023 team, it indicates that this group of hidden beasts can no longer remain calm. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside the resting area. Qin Guanyue, still in her deep gray combat uniform, had silver mountain-shaped patterns on her collar and cuffs reflecting cold light under the pale illumination. Behind her, Han Yuan leaned on a heavily cracked silver sword. Each step he took produced a dull rumble as the sword clashed with the metal floor. The mental stability assessment report is out. Qin Guanyue glanced at the electronic pad in her hand, her gaze lingering on Lin Yue and Lu Chun for a moment, then sweeping over the other members of the pig-killing team. At this time, Chen Feng had already stood up from his seat, the bandage on his chest slightly seeping blood, yet he straightened his back, while Bai Lu held the reformed ice-veined short sword in her hand, and the surrounding air was gradually crystallizing into tiny ice crystals under her temperature control. Suja silently organized the scattered documents, stuffing them into a tactical backpack, while Lei Meng stood silently in the corner. The skeletal ability fluctuations on his back, though weak, carried a fierce aura of invincibility. Lin Yue's mental sea has suffered from high-frequency distortion attacks from the alien race, determined to be the lurking tendrils of the false-face troops. But the core sequence remains unpolluted, and the compatibility has not decreased, but rather increased, firmly stabilizing at the initial stage of the third level. Qin Guanyu's voice was as cold as a blade, echoing in the quiet resting area. Lu Chun, the backlash suppression of the spatial origin has succeeded. The mental sea defense remains intact. Assessment qualified. She put away the electronic pad, placing her hands on the metal long table filled with holographic maps, leaning slightly forward, her temperatureless gaze fixated on the 7 members of the pig-killing team. According to the latest intelligence from the highest command of the Kunlun defense line, the outer anchor point of an important strategic gate station on the northern front was attacked fiercely by elite alien troops 10 minutes ago, led by the elite soldiers of the alien false-face lineage. They utilized a large-scale source energy interference array, causing the 2 regular mech regiments stationed at that gate to completely lose radio contact 3 minutes ago. The air in the resting area instantly solidified. 2 regular mech regiments meant thousands of elite soldiers and hundreds of high-energy, heavy mechs directly erased from existence by the alien methods, without a large-scale outbreak of gunfire. What about the special operations team and high-level powerhouses? Chen Feng couldn't help but step forward, asking in a rough voice. Instructor Han, can't the military directly send high-level superpowered individuals to dismantle that array? Han Yuan raised his head, exhaling a puff of blue smoke. He did not look at Chen Feng, but gazed at the violent Kunlun Knight Snow, his voice low and filled with pressure. No, although that mysterious powerhouse's punch earlier drove back, the will projection of the source blood master, the force of that strike was too strong, already triggering a destabilization of the rule resonance near the northern gate station. Now, if a 7th-tier powerhouse makes a move in the northern front, it will trigger a chain reaction, and that strategic gate station will be torn apart by the raging source energy in an instant. By then, forget defense, the entire northern defense line will collapse by a third. Therefore, this is a localized chess game. Suju adjusted his glasses, a strange calm flashing in his eyes. The aliens used the unstable gate station as leverage, locking the combat power between the 3rd and 5th tiers, and the broadcast signal given to the northern gate station specifically calls for our X-023 team, because they know Captain and Lu Chun are the only ones who can break the deadlock. They want to eliminate the 2 potential threats before the situation completely spirals out of control. Qin Guanyue coldly interrupted Suja. In the military's prophecies and simulations, the intersection of time and space is the only dawn blade that can pierce the curtain of this full-scale alien invasion. They are afraid. The words "they are afraid" from Qin Guanyu's lips made the hearts of the pig-killing team members throb fiercely. Lin Yue slowly stood up. He walked to the window, gazing at the blizzard outside, cut into cold fog by the white light. At the end of his sight, the silver-blue beam of light shooting from the northern gate station into the sky was crazily twisting and dimming in the wind and snow, as if a candle ready to extinguish at any moment. At his chest, the consciousness projection belonging to the mysterious girl radiated an unprecedented faint warmth. It was not fear, but a kind of sorrow and anger that transcended countless life-and-death battles, almost fated. Instructor Han, Director Qin. Lin Yue did not turn back, his voice calm, without a hint of smoke. Have we passed the assessment for the 2nd phase? Qin Guanyue stared at his back. The physical indicators barely meet the standards, but you are the only choice. Then there's no need to wait for tomorrow. Lin Yue suddenly turned around, the silver radiance of time from the primal sequence transforming into two sparks in his eyes. Pig killing team, get ready. The roaring heavy armored transport aircraft Kunlun Eagle rocked violently in the night and blizzard. The lighting inside the cabin was a suppressive dark red. As they entered the radiation range of the alien source energy array, all electronic navigation devices failed en masse after reaching a 30-kilometer radius of the northern defense line, relying solely on the pilot's vision and primitive mechanical gyroscope to navigate through the dark Kunlun Valley. Each violent impact against the aircraft triggered a cringe-inducing creak from the metal walls, while the 7 members of the pig-killing team sat facing each other. Chen Feng was mechanically sharpening his 2 giant battle axes reinforced with the great abilities using a rough whetstone. The dark golden light flowed across the blade, but was suppressed by the surrounding thick gray-white mist only spreading a few inches. Brother Yue, when we land, will be the first to charge out. While sharpening his axe, Chen Feng grinned at Lin Yue, exposing a mouthful of white teeth. If there's anything we lack, it's hard bones. If those aliens with mirror-like faces want to touch you, they have to step over my corpse first. Shut up, you. Bai Lu shot him a cold glance. The spiritual erosion from the aliens is unpredictable. If a fight breaks out, manage your own mind well, or you might end up swinging that axe at your own people after being lured by an illusion. Bai Lu is right. He was currently drawing rapid arcs with a pencil on a pure paper map of the northern terrain illuminated by the faint red light. According to the intelligence models provided by the military, the closer we get to the core of the gate station, the pressure from the alien source energy array will increase geometrically. Chen Feng, your abilities lean towards physical defense and your mental resistance is lower in the team. When we engage you, and Lei Meng will advance, but you must not leave in Ning's life domain. And Ning sat beside him, her face slightly pale, yet her gaze was exceptionally resolute. Her hands rested on her knees with emerald green life threads subtly breathing between her fingers. These threads could not only provide healing, but also serve as a medium for spiritual connection to help teammates resist the aliens' consciousness interference. I can protect the 2 of them, and Ning said softly, her gaze directed at Lin Yue. Lin Yue sat closest to the cabin door, resting the new long knife he received from the armory across his knees. After breaking through the 3rd level, his aura had grown even deeper. If the previous Lin Yue was a peerless blade ready to unsheathe and kill at any moment, then now he resembled an ancient and profound well of time, unfathomable at a glance. Beside him, Lu Chen was meditating with his eyes closed, 2 fingers of his right hand gently pressing on the handle of his short knife as the microscopic space was undergoing astonishing rates of tearing and reorganization. That was a remnant left by the mysterious powerhouse Li Tianxing in the spatial coordinates continuously resonating with Lu Chen's primal sequence void. 5 kilometers remaining. Suddenly a hoarse and tense voice from the cockpit rang out. Attention all units. High concentrations of unknown source energy anomaly clouds detected ahead. The power system is rapidly failing. The aircraft cannot maintain altitude. Prepare for forced landing. With a loud crash, the left wing of the transport aircraft seemed to collide with some hard mountain rock in the high sky, instantly losing balance and tilting violently to the right. The dark red lights extinguished instantly, plunging the entire cabin into absolute darkness with only the glaring snow light outside and the gray-white mist that had surged in at some point intertwining. Prepare for forced landing. Open the hatch, jump. Lin Yue's voice was steady as a mountain in the darkness, instantly suppressing all chaos. Crack. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly opened wide, a surge of silver-black ripples rising in his gaze, his fingers pointed like a knife, slashing forward fiercely. The alloy hatch at the rear of the cabin, along with the locks on both sides, was directly severed by a smooth spatial fissure, and the howling wind and snow carrying biting cold rushed in. Go! Chen Feng shouted fiercely, his body glowing dark golden, as he activated Golden Body to the extreme, charging out of the cabin like a human cannonball. Next was Lei Meng, whose pale skeletal armor layered upon him the moment he flew out of the cabin, wrapping him up like a prehistoric beast. Bai Lu, Suzhe, and Ning followed closely in a triangular formation. Bai Lu pressed her hands down in midair, gathering boundless cold air beneath her feet, forcibly laying out a temporary slide made of ice in the raging hurricane, greatly slowing the descent of the group. Lin Yue and Lu Chen, however, remained at the end. At the moment they jumped out of the cabin, their figures transformed into a silver-black lightning bolt of space-time in the snowstorm, the space curiously folding and displacing at that instant, carrying them directly across hundreds of meters to land smoothly on a piece of ice hardened like iron below. Half a second after they left, the massive Kunlun Eagle crashed heavily into a nearby black ridge eroded by alien source energy, erupting into a violent fireball that vanished in the snowstorm. The snow in the northern border was unusually heavy, falling to the ground like countless sharp-edged white iron shavings. Lin Yue and Lu Chen, along with 5 others, quickly advanced forward. Less than a kilometer ahead lay the large fortress gate station of the northern border defense line of Huaxia. However, at this moment the steel fortress that should have been brightly lit and bristling with heavy artillery resembled a vast silent tomb, with all the high-energy defense towers extinguished and the massive alloy gate ajar, allowing the wind and snow to swirl inside. More bizarrely, within a radius of several kilometers around the gate station, there was no trace of smoke or bloodshed from any. On the snow, thousands of Huaxia soldiers were lined up closely, maintaining their combat postures. Some knelt behind cover with high-energy rifles, while others were frozen in charging poses within their heavy mechs. Yet there was not a single wound on their bodies, and each face wore an extraordinarily eerie and satisfied smile. Their eyes were wide open, with pupils lacking focus, only a layer of grayish-white film reflecting the light of the snow. They are still alive. Suja quickly stepped onto the track of a mech and checked the carotid artery of a soldier inside the cockpit, his voice heavy, as if it could squeeze out water. Their heartbeats are exceedingly slow, and their brain waves are in a state of hyperactivity. Their consciousness has been forcibly blocked by the interference source energy array of the alien race, plunging them into an endless illusion. This is the warfare tactic of the false faces. They do not need to destroy your flesh immediately. They only need to interfere with your true senses using source energy, causing you to give up resistance in the most beautiful illusion and voluntarily walk towards the demise of your soul. Can they be saved? Chen Feng clenched his battle axe, the veins on his arms bulging as he watched his former comrades turn into this state. His chest felt as if it were on fire. Remove their core source energy nodes. Lin Yue slowly drew his long knife. The crisp sound of the blade being unsheathed stirred slight ripples across the desolate ice field, as if responding to Lin Yue's blade song. The shadows of the silent gate station ahead suddenly froze in the wind and snow. Immediately after, a series of jarring crack sounds densely echoed from the darkness. Hundreds of grayish-white figures slowly emerged from the gate station's gate, the walls, and the snow piles on either side. The elite ground troops of the false faces, the false face infiltrators. They presented a human silhouette, but their bodies lacked skin and hair, instead composed of numerous large and small rough-edged gray mirror-like mineral shards. As they moved, these shards continuously refracted the surrounding ice field scenery in the wind and snow, while also reflecting the faces of the members of the pig-killing team. Even more terrifying, these alien soldiers had a source energy core embedded in their chests, pulsing like a heart, emitting a maddening mental noise. These bastards. Let them pay with their lives. Lei Ming let out a low roar, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Battle formation. Lin Yue pointed the long knife diagonally at the ground, the cold command instantly tearing through the wind and snow. Chen Feng, Lei Ming, advance on the flanks. Don't fixate on their mirror armor. Bailu, control the field and cut off their encirclement route. Suji, use your mental power to cover the battlefield and assist me in locating their source energy arrays. And Ning, connect the lifelines of the entire team, ready to conduct a mental awakening at any time. Yes. Boom. Chen Feng and Lei Ming surged forward simultaneously like two raging torrents. The dark golden glow surrounding Chen Feng ignited to its peak at that moment, and the two giant axes drew a massive crescent arc in the air, smashing down towards the three alien soldiers in front. Break for me. However, facing Chen Feng's strike, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, the three alien soldiers showed no sign of dodging. The gray mirror shards on their bodies glowed simultaneously, and a circle of eerie gray light rippled outward. As the giant axe struck the mirror, the anticipated sound of steel shattering did not echo. Instead, he felt as though the force of his axe had smashed into an endless void. Moreover, within that gray mirror before him, a vivid image of his childhood flashed, being bullied by older kids crying alone in a corner. The deep-seated feelings of helplessness, anger, and cowardice from the depths of his memory were magnified 1,000-fold at that moment, surging up the axe handle and flooding into Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng, close your eyes. Don't look at their reflections. Suja's nearly broken voice shouted from behind. In an instant, Chen Feng's gaze became dazed. The once unstoppable giant axe came to a halt midair as an alien soldier's sharp claw, formed of pointed stone shards, silently reached for his throat. You're seeking death. A massive pale bone blade imbued with a dense bloodthirsty aura shot in from the side, and with a clang it forcefully deflected that claw. Lei Ming's enormous figure blocked Chen Feng, his bone armor emitting a harsh grinding sound enveloped in strands of black bloodthirsty energy that partially isolated him from the gray light's mental penetration. Daydreaming on the battlefield, do you want to die? Lei Ming kicked Chen Feng back, while his bone blade danced wildly in the air, repelling the surrounding alien soldiers. Damn it, these things can dig up memories. Chen Feng shook his head violently, slapping his face hard, causing his gums to bleed, barely restoring clarity. Meanwhile, Bailu's support arrived, unleashing her ice-type level ability without reservation. Centered on her, enormous ice spikes instantly erupted from the ice field within a radius of 100 meters, the extreme cold causing the surrounding air to condense into white powder. The alien infiltrators attempting to encircle Lei Ming and Chen Feng upon entering this icy domain were immediately covered with a thick layer of frost on their gray mirror surfaces, making the mirrors unable to reflect light, and the eerie mental interference gray light naturally could not continue to spread. Good opportunity. Suja's eyes sparkled with intensity, his level mental ability transforming into countless invisible threads rapidly weaving across the battlefield, capturing the energy flow trajectories leaked by those alien soldiers at the moment they were frozen. Lin Yue, Luchun, 30 degrees northwest, the base of the first fortress tower above the city wall. The spatial source energy fluctuations there have severe disruptions. It's the secondary control node of the mental interference array set up by these aliens. Suju's voice accurately exploded in the mental sea of the two. Receive. Lin Yue and Lu Chen exchanged glances. Let's go. Lu Chen grabbed Lin Yue's collar with one hand, and their figures instantly transformed into a silver-black flash directly tearing through the storm on the front battlefield, appearing abruptly atop the gate station city wall. Guarding this location were four larger alien elites, their bodies no longer adorned with rough gray mirror shards, but clad in heavy armor made of a certain translucent high-energy otherworldly crystal. The moment Lin Yue and Lu Chen appeared, the four alien elites opened their faceless mouths simultaneously, their source energy cores flashing wildly, releasing strong mental pressure. The space above the city wall distorted widely at that moment, with circles of grayish-white runes forming mental chains extending from the interference array, possessing strong locking attributes, sealing off all retreat paths for Lin Yue and Lu Chen. The silver-black ripples in Lu Chen's eyes violently contracted at that moment. He could feel that the abilities within him were experiencing a vague dullness and sluggishness upon contact with these grayish-white chains. It was the aliens' forceful suppression of spatial movement using their grand array. Playing with formations. Today I'm going to smash your array. Lu Chen's mouth suddenly curled into an extremely cold. He slowly raised his right hand as the skin beneath the sleeve of his black combat suit suddenly split open, revealing several silver cracks deep enough to see bone. But this time his eyes held no more restraint, as during the inspection at Kunlun No. 1, only a near-manic result. The coordinate energy left to him by the mysterious powerful figure in the old gray robe resonated perfectly with his bloodline at that moment. Spatial disruption berry. Boom. At the tip of Lu Chen's right hand, the entire city wall, along with the four alien elites and their open mental chains, was instantly swallowed by an absolute black chasm several meters wide. This was not an ordinary spatial tear, but a violent extraction of that section of space from the material world. The aliens' array suppression indeed existed, but Lu Chen forcefully smashed a hole in the enemy's formation using his source blood, and that causal anchor point representing ultimate power. The four massive alien elites didn't even let out a scream before their crystalline armor disintegrated along with the annihilation of space, turning into the most primitive particles of nothingness. However, using a force that transcended his own tier for a spatial disruption came with a brutal backlash. Lu Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing on one knee against the city wall, his combat suit shredding into fragments from the explosion of the source spatial energy, his entire arm covered with dense silver glowing wounds, as if it could shatter like porcelain at any moment. Lu Chen. Lin Yue's expression changed. Don't worry about me. Lu Chen grit his teeth, propping himself up with his left hand, looking up at Lin Yue and roaring. The node has been opened. Go chop it down. Deep within the black chasm created by the spatial disruption, an altar made of countless massive mirror-like crystal faces was now exposed in the raging winds and snow of the northern border. At the center of the altar, a spike formed of grayish-white mental source energy was continuously transmitting pollution and interference signals to the silver-blue light column in the sky. This was the secondary core of the alien array. As if sensing a deadly threat, the countless crystal faces on the altar simultaneously rotated, aligning all reflective surfaces towards Lin Yue, who was leaping towards them. Countless twisted faces emerged simultaneously within those crystals, attempting to evoke the painful memories and obsessions Lin Yue most dreaded facing deep within. Stay here. Here everyone can live in a perfect world free from disaster. Just surrender your resistance. Those voices converged into a massive mental torrent, crashing directly into Lin Yue's mental sea. Lin Yue's figure momentarily paused in midair. A drop of cold tear formed at the corner of his eye, instantly freezing into a crystalline ice particle in the wind and snow. He saw some deliberately erased traces, saw the members of the pig-killing team sitting around a hot pot restaurant fighting over meat after the battle, saw the scenes he desperately wanted to protect. Everything felt so real, so nostalgic. If the cost of becoming stronger in the true future was to witness the people around him die one by one, to face the despair that could not even be named, then what was wrong with spending the rest of his life in this illusory matrix? You alien scum that only hide in the dark. Lin Yue's consciousness sighed softly in the mental sea. But in the next moment, the energy that belonged to him transformed into an unprecedentedly violent silver light on the hilt of the long knife he held in his right hand. Fake, ultimately fake. The future I want I will carve out with this knife. Lin Yue opened his eyes. In that instant, there was no longer any confusion or bitterness in his gaze. What remained was the chilling resolve and determination forged through countless trials. Time reversal. Boom. At that moment, Lin Yue did not employ a conventional attack ability, but instead utilized the most core and dangerous rule power after breaking through to the third tier upon himself and the altar ahead. The surrounding wind and snow eerily began to flow backward at that instant. Those grayish-white mental torrents that had already rushed into his mental sea and were frantically assimilating his consciousness under the absolute rule of time reversal were forcibly yanked from the depths of his soul and stuffed back into those crystal faces. However, using this illogical power caused his chest, eyes, and the capillaries all over his body to burst massively, dyeing him completely in blood. Die. Lin Yue gripped his knife with both hands, transforming into a silver-white temporal blade that sliced through the northern border's night, carrying an unwavering resolve as he ruthlessly struck at the core of the altar made of countless crystals. Crack. A clear shattering sound echoed throughout the northern border's ice field. The secondary source energy interference altar meticulously arranged by the alien elites split open a massive gap from its center under the dual effects of the alteration of the time rule and the material strike of the long knife. Immediately after, countless crystal faces exploded simultaneously, transforming into a sky full of grayish-white light particles instantly blown away into nothingness by the northern border's raging winds and snow. With the collapse of the secondary node, the source energy interference array enveloping several dozen kilometers around the northern border fortress suddenly revealed an irreparable spiritual gap. On the front battlefield, the dozens of alien infiltrators that had been suppressing Chen Feng and Lei Ming suddenly had their mirror surfaces crack massively, and the source energy core embedded in their chests exploded due to energy backlash, collapsing into the snow, turning back into lifeless gray rubble. Meanwhile, the Huaxiao regular mech warriors who had been frozen in the snow for a long time found the grayish-white film in their eyes beginning to dissipate in large patches. Some violently coughed, while others jolted awake in their mech cockpits, regaining control of their bodies. Did we win? Brother Yu and Brother Chen succeeded. Chen Feng sat down heavily in the snow, gasping for breath with no regard for his image, feeling as though his brain had been trampled by 1,000 giant beasts, aching to the point of explosion. Though Su Zhe and Bai Lu said nothing, they also retracted their abilities, their faces pale to the point of near trance. On the city wall, the previously raging source energy storm gradually calmed. Lu Chun leaned against the broken wall, laboriously pulling out a recovery potion to inject into his arm, gazing at Lin Yue standing among the remnants of the altar, cracking a smile. Looks like we're not ready to exit yet. Lin Yue sheathed his knife, the bloodstains on his body rapidly congealing into dark red ice armor in the extreme cold. He lifted his head, looking at the massive gate station above that was beginning to shine again. As the interference was lifted, the automated defense systems within the fortress were gradually rebooting, and massive searchlights tore through the night, illuminating the entire ice field as bright as day. However, though the battle had ended, Lin Yue and Lu Chun could distinctly feel that deep within the core energy vortex of the gate station, that faint coordinate resonance had become unprecedentedly strong. It was not a coordinate targeting this battlefield. The old nail pointed towards the unknown area behind this strategic gate station, where the alien race's true base lay, and behind the years of conflict, the true high-dimensional puppeteers hidden in the shadows moved their pieces in a strategic game. The aliens' targeted attack was but a mere ripple in this grand war that swept across the entire blue planet. Su Zhe and the others climbed onto the city wall, looking at the gate station operating again, their expressions serious. The military's communications have been restored. Director Chen sent a message that the outer anchor point has been confirmed as controllable, ordering us to immediately enter the core area of the gate station and prepare to execute the third phase of the mission. The wind and snow at some point gradually lessened above the northern border strategic gate station. A strand of slightly cold golden sunlight finally pierced through the dark clouds of the northern border, shining upon the bloodied yet steadfast Lin Yue and the members of the pig-killing team. Lin Yue looked at the massive star gate ahead, which was slowly opening and emanating a ghostly blue light. He took a deep breath, suppressing the last trace of fatigue in his eyes. Let's go. Lin Yue stepped forward, his voice resonating in the fortress that was regaining its composure. The battle that belongs to us has only just begun. When the gate of the Minsen's core opened, there was no expected roar. The alloy door, over 20 meters tall, slid aside in the slow reveal of silver blue veins. Years of settled ice dust sifted through the seam like snow flowing back underground. Lin Yue stood at the forefront. The blood on his body had frozen into a dark red shell in the extreme cold. Threads of life ran through his meridians, repeatedly forcing down the backlash of time reversal, yet every time the green light touched his chest, that projection of consciousness would gently push it aside. It was not rejection. It seemed more like it was straining not to burden Lin Yue further. You should lie down now, and Ning murmured. Lin Yue looked at the dim blue passage beyond the door and shook his head. I can't lie down yet. Chen Feng came over carrying 2 battle axes, his chest bandage bled anew, but he still wore that forced smile. Yuego want me to carry you. My head's a bit buzzed, but my legs are fine. Bai Lu shot him a cold look. You nearly couldn't stand up sitting in the snow a moment ago. Tactical conservation of energy. You'd better conserve your mouth. The brief bickering did little to lighten the mood. Outside, the Minjian Huaxiao soldiers, waking from the illusions, were being... Many had only just shaken off the mass contamination. Their minds still clung to dreams. Some clutched rifles and wailed, some called out for wives and children into empty snow, and others' first act upon waking was to check whether their comrades still lived. The 2 mech regiments were not entirely annihilated. Yet each of them felt as if they had been ripped from a dream that had been... Surviving this was heavier than being wounded. Su Zhe stood by the rampart pale, recording the residual energy waveforms of the outer battlefield. His all-knowing domain could not fully unfold. With the smallest range of mental tendrils, he caught the fragmented nodes. After a moment, he folded the paper map and came to Lin Yue's side. After the secondary interference node was destroyed, the outer anchor did stabilize, but not normally. Lin Yue asked. Su Zhe looked up toward the interior of the gate. It felt like someone deliberately yielded the outer layer. That fight was fierce, but the opponent's true aim may not have been to hold this node. They seemed to be probing whether we could break the dream, especially probing you and Lu Chun. Lu Chun leaned against a broken wall, and Ning had quickly wrapped his right arm with a layer of lifeline threads and bandage. The silver fissures along that arm had not faded completely, like porcelain ready to shatter. They knew we would come, Lu Chen said quietly. Yes, Suja nodded. So from now on, every piece of information actively offered from beyond the door must be doubted first. Chen Feng's face soured. Again, when I hear the word doubt, my head aches. Lei Ming walked by Yu pale bone armor still bore mirrored scrapes. He glanced at Chen Feng and spoke in a low voice. If it hurts, it means you're still alive. Chen Feng froze then grinned. Your consolations are unique.